You can increase the value of any item by 10,000 times, but only 3 times per day. What would you choose to upgrade? You're in your bedroom eating instant noodles when suddenly a system notification sound rings in your brain. Host detected to be currently in life's lowest point. Value enhancement system binding successful. Host can choose any item you own and increase its value, but limit it to 3 times per day. Holy shit, what the hell? You stare in disbelief, eyes wide open, staring hard at the blue panel in front of you. Excitement, wild joy, and disbelief, all these emotions mix together, making you feel like you're dreaming. 3 times per day, you can increase the value of any item. Your heart beats faster, like beating drums. This sounds way too awesome, right? Any item works? You lick your somewhat dry lips, confirming again that the words on the panel haven't changed. Obviously it's confirmed. You suck in a sharp breath, your eyes start scanning wildly around your room. Pots, bowls, ladles, dishes? No, even if these things increase in value, they'd probably just be golden rice bowls. How much could they be worth? And taking them out would be too flashy. Tables, chairs, how would this work? Your gaze searches around, finally landing on that old phone charging in the corner of the table. That's it. This phone was bought when you graduated college. The brand is almost discontinued. You've used it for almost 5 years. It's slow as hell, memory is pitifully small, running any slightly big app is a struggle, let alone playing games. You've wanted to replace it for ages, but your wallet is too tight, so you've been making do. Even if this experiment fails, you won't feel bad. You take a deep breath. System, increase this phone's value. The moment you finish speaking, a strong light instantly fills the entire room. You instinctively close your eyes, raising your hand to block your face. The light only lasts less than 2 seconds before quickly fading and disappearing. You nervously slowly lower your arm, open your eyes, and then you're completely stunned. The old phone that was originally on the table has become a brand new trifold phone. This is, you feel your throat getting a bit dry. Huawei Mate X-T. Although you can't afford it, you follow tech news normally. This Huawei flagship trifold phone was just released recently, trifold design, full of black technology. They say one costs. You frantically connect the new phone to your room's Wi-Fi, fingers trembling as you open the browser, searching Huawei Mate X-T price. The moment the search results pop up, your breathing stops. Major e-commerce platforms' pre-order prices all uniformly show 19,999 yuan starting, almost 20,000 yuan. Gulp. You swallow hard, feeling like your heart is about to jump out of your throat. Your broken phone that recyclers might only give 10 yuan for just became a flagship worth almost 20,000 yuan. System, it's actually real. God-level wealth exchange, truly God-level. Rich, I'm really going to be rich. You grip the brand new Huawei Mate X-T, so excited your whole body is trembling, your cheeks red from blood rush. You can't help but jump twice on the spot, like a crazy person who won 5 million in the lottery. The depression from work ending, the frustration from losing games repeatedly, the confusion about the future in this moment, all of it gets washed away by this sudden huge surprise. What life's lowest point? That doesn't exist. I have a system now, I'm going to take off. Today I still have 2 more exchange chances. 2 times, what should I exchange? Your brain starts spinning rapidly, what to exchange? Your gaze begins scanning around your small room, bare walls and empty rooms. Although it's not that bad, there really isn't anything valuable. Your gaze sweeps over your wrist, you suddenly freeze. There's a watch on your wrist, a broken watch. This watch was bought at a street stall for 50 yuan when you graduated college. You can't even name the brand, supposedly a replica of some unknown Swiss brand. You look at the cracked watch face on your wrist, your heart moves. If phones can be exchanged, can this watch work too? Although this thing is probably worth even less than your old phone, recyclers might not even want it, but trying won't hurt. What if another miracle happens? Thinking this, you no longer hesitate, carefully taking off the broken watch from your wrist, increasing the watch's value. Instantly, the broken watch in your hand has disappeared, replaced by an exquisite, obviously valuable deep blue velvet watch box. The watch box lies there quietly, radiating a kind of low-key luxury feeling. Holy shit, you feel your vocabulary can't keep up with the system's pace. You swallow, carefully opening the watch box lid. Click, a wristwatch lies quietly in the white silk lining, sparkling brilliantly. Vacheron Constantin. You suck in a sharp breath, your eyeballs almost popping out. Although you can't afford luxury watches, you haven't eaten pork but you've seen pigs run. Vacheron Constantin, that's a world-class watch brand, together with Patek Philippe and Audemars Piguet, called the Three Carriages. Any random watch is a sky-high price ordinary people can only dream of. You frantically pick up the nearby Huawei Mate X-T, fingers still slightly trembling from excitement, opening the browser, searching for this Maltese cross emblem. Search results quickly come up, various Vacheron Constantin watch models, pictures, and introductions everywhere. You compare with the watch in your hand, quickly finding the corresponding model, Vacheron Constantin Tradition L Series manual winding wristwatch, model 82172. Then you take a deep breath, clicking on the price. Major watch websites and second-hand platforms clearly show prices around 350,000 yuan. 350,000. Gulp. You swallow hard again, feeling your brain getting oxygen deprived. Your 50 yuan street stall broken watch just transformed into a 350,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin. From 50 yuan to 350,000, this is how many times multiplied? 7,000 times. God level, truly God level wealth exchange. This system is basically a money printing machine, no, even more awesome than a money printing machine. Even a money printing machine needs some cost, but this system just creates things out of nothing, turning stones into gold. I'm rich this time, I'm really going to take off. Su Fan carefully put the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, the rose gold case forming a sharp contrast with his slightly dark skin, and a confidence he had never felt before surged within him. He looked at himself in the mirror, wearing the luxury watch, and grinned foolishly, like a rich man's silly son. No, maybe now he really was going to be a landlord. His eyes turned again to that blue panel. Remaining exchange chances today, 1. The last chance. What should he exchange this final time today? Su Fan's brain started working at an unprecedented speed. The phone was exchanged, the watch was exchanged, all were personal items. Though they were valuable, they still weren't enough to completely change the course of his life. To truly cross into a new class, it must be. His eyes fell on a document folder in the corner of the room. Inside it was the property ownership certificate for this apartment. This apartment was bought by his parents using most of their life savings, along with borrowing from relatives and friends, just barely scraping together the down payment. Although it wasn't big, only 50 square meters inside. And it was in an old building in the old district, nearly 20 years old, but it was at least the foundation for him to live and survive in this city. 2 years ago, he saved some money himself, borrowed more from friends, and put effort into renovating it, turning it into a fairly comfortable one-bedroom apartment. According to the current market, this old and small apartment could still sell for about 4 million, just barely, because of the location. 4 million. Su Fan's heart started to race. The phone and watch had almost no value before the exchange. But this apartment was different. It was already very valuable on its own. And he had put in a lot of effort and emotion into it. Using it for exchange, what if it failed? Even though the system was amazing, exchanging such a high-value property, would there be restrictions? Or, what if what it gave in return wasn't as valuable as this apartment? After all, 4 million was not a small number. Su Fan looked at that red property certificate, falling into deep hesitation. On one side was a solid 4 million worth property, his most valuable asset and his last fallback. On the other side, was a chance at wealth far beyond 4 million, something unmeasurable. Take a chance, and your bicycle turns into a motorbike. Bet on it, and the motorbike becomes a Range Rover. Do it! Su Fan's eyes grew sharp, and he made his decision. The higher the risk, the greater the return. Since the system was called God-level wealth exchange, it couldn't be just for small stuff. Think bigger. He walked to the corner and carefully took out the red property ownership certificate from the document folder. The cover of the certificate was a bit old, the corners even slightly curled. He took a deep breath, as if completing some sacred ritual, and solemnly placed the certificate, holding all his assets, onto the blue panel. Buzz. This time, the light that burst out was more dazzling than ever before. The whole room was lit up in blazing white, as if the noonday sun was shining straight on his face. The intense light lasted even longer than the first 2 times, at least 5 or 6 seconds. Su Fan tightly closed his eyes, heart in his throat. Was it successful? What would be exchanged? A villa? Or a luxurious penthouse in the city center? The light finally faded away. Su Fan nervously, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Then, he was dumbfounded once again. On the table, where the property certificate used to be, there was now a stack of bright red things. Not one, but a whole stack. At a glance, at least 20 or 30. All were brand new property ownership certificates. What's going on? Su Fan was stunned, his brain completely shut down. One swap, and a whole stack came out? Buy one, get one free, no, buy one, get dozens? At that moment, a new message appeared on the blue panel. Detected that the exchanged items have high value, triggering a special system reward, random explosion production. Congratulations to the host for obtaining St. Lan Jingwan Community, Building 7, full ownership. Additional reward, St. Lan Jingwan, Building 18, Unit 2, Room 1201, 123 square meter fully decorated school district apartment, 1 set. Related property ownership certificates, full payment purchase contracts, and house keys have been issued. Please check them, host. Boom. St. Lan Gingwan? That's the most famous top-tier real estate in the city. Located in the core area of the new city, right next to the city's #1 key high school and affiliated middle school. It's a genuine top-tier school district property. It's said that the property prices there have already skyrocketed, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about it. And now, the system tells him that not only has he obtained a fully decorated 123 square meter school district apartment, but he's also obtained an entire building? Chapter 5, Trading an old broken apartment for a whole building? It's not a dream. An entire building? Su Fan trembled as he picked up the top property certificate. The brand new red cover, with the embossed golden words property ownership certificate shining brightly. He opened the page. Owner, Su Fan. Shared ownership, sole ownership. Location, XX Road, XX District, City, St. Lan Jingwan, Building 7, Unit 1, Room 101. He picked up another one. Owner, Su Fan. Location, St. Lan Jingwan, Building 7, Unit 1, Room 102. He picked up another one. Owner, Su Fan. Location, St. Lan Jingwan, Building 7, Unit 1, Room 201. He flipped through quickly, one after another. All of them were property certificates for Building 7 of St. Lan Jingwan. From the first floor to the top floor, one unit after another. Moreover, every property certificate was accompanied by the corresponding full payment purchase contract and brand new house keys. The steel stamp was clear, the information was complete, and there was no sign of any issues. Besides the thick stack of property certificates for Building 7, there was also a separate property certificate. It was for the 123 square meter school district apartment in Building 18, as the system had indicated. Also fully decorated, move-in ready. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Su Fan couldn't find any other words to describe how he felt right now. The huge surprise overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He felt like he was about to suffocate from happiness. An entire building in St. Lan Jingwan. A whole building, there must be dozens of units at least. How much is this worth? 100 million? 200 million? His old, broken apartment worth 4 million, now traded for real estate worth 1 or 200 million? Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire now. Su Fan couldn't control himself anymore. Holding the stack of property certificates, he jumped around madly, as excited as a child weighing over 100 pounds. He suddenly swung his hand, scattering the property certificates into the air like flower petals. No more unemployment, no more confusion, no more poverty, all of that can go to hell. From today on, I am the man who owns a whole building. Picking up the property certificates one by one, he looked at the thick stack of red certificates and the heavy bunch of keys. His gaze was intensely fiery. No, I have to go see it now. Su Fan shoved all the property certificates, purchase contracts, and keys into a backpack. He also grabbed the newly acquired Huawei Mate XT and the 350,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin watch, changed into a new outfit, and excitedly ran out the door. He couldn't wait for a second. He had to immediately, right now, witness the birth of his empire of wealth. St. Lan Jingwan. Here I come. Su Fan ran down the stairs, stood by the road, and excitedly waved to hail a taxi. Driver, take me to St. Lan Jingwan. Su Fan opened the taxi door and sat down, with a thud. The voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, noticing he was wearing a worn-out washed hoodie and had messy hair, and couldn't help but smile. Hey, kid, are you also going to grab a house? There's been a lot of people heading to Shanglan Jingwan lately. Grab a house? Su Fan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood, chuckling, I guess so, just going to have a look. That place is something. The driver was chatty and immediately started talking, do you know? Right next door is our city's best high school, Chuanfu No. 2 High. And its affiliated middle school is also top-notch. Because of that, the property prices in Shanglan Jingwan, TSK, have shot up like a rocket. Really? Su Fan pretended to be confused, but inside he was ecstatic. You bet. The driver stomped on the gas pedal, merging into the traffic. Now, it's not just hard to buy a house, even renting is a fight. Many parents are busting their heads trying to get a house near there for their kids to attend school. Shanglan Jingwan? Forget it, it's absolutely the king of the buildings. I heard recently they've been cracking down hard, no more partitioned or shared rent houses, and official listings are even fewer. If you really want to settle down there, you better act fast. Listening to the driver, Su Fan felt even happier inside. Scarce? In demand? Great. This only meant that his house would be easier to rent and the rent would be higher. He took out his newly acquired Huawei Mate XT, and the screen was huge, using it felt so satisfying. He skillfully opened a well-known local real estate forum. Sure enough, the homepage was filled with several pin posts. Urgent. 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 Offering a high price to rent a 3-bedroom near Shanglan Jingwan, child entering middle school next year, budget negotiable. Sincerely looking to rent a 2-bedroom in Shanglan Jingwan or nearby, for a family of 3, clean and tidy, long-term stable. Asking for a friend, any small units for rent in Shanglan Jingwan? For a tutoring purpose, price negotiable. Scrolling down, there were countless similar rental requests, making Su Fan's head spin. So much demand? What's there to wait for? Su Fan felt the fire inside, immediately deciding to strike while the iron is hot. He also had to post. How to write it? He thought for a moment, and decided to skip the fancy introductions, like warm home or dream residence, those were too vague. He was a man with a whole building now, he had to have some style. Got it. He quickly edited the post content. Title, Shanglan Jingwan Building 7, entire building. Landlord direct rental, no time wasters. Content, Shanglan Jingwan Building 7, brand new, fully furnished, move-in ready. I am the landlord, no agents, please. For viewings, please contact directly at the entrance of Shanglan Jingwan. As for the pictures, Su Fan snapped a few photos with the thick stack of property certificates and a big bunch of keys in his bag, deliberately showing the key information of Shanglan Jingwan Building 7. Contact, 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Fan left his phone number. Done. Su Fan looked at the post he had just created, simple and direct, hitting the nail on the head. Especially those few photos, the visual impact of the red property certificate stacked together, plus the shiny keys, was simply a symbol of power. This effect was perfect. He casually posted it and then switched his phone to silent mode. No kidding, if he answered every call, he wouldn't get anything done today. Want to rent? Fine. Show some sincerity, come directly to the community entrance. Now, he was the landlord, had to show some presence. Turning off the forum, Su Fan started silently calculating in his mind. The average price for Shanglan Jingwan, the driver said was over 100,000, but that was old news. Now that the school district policy had tightened, the price would only go up. Even if he was conservative and calculated 150,000 per square meter. His building had 30 units in total. The unit sizes varied, some big, some small, but on average, about 100 square meters per unit. 30 units, that's 3,000 square meters. Su Fan was calculating with his fingers, the more he calculated, the faster his heartbeat raced. The number that almost made him faint finally appeared. Nearly 450 million? Damn. 450 million? He pinched his thigh hard, hissing it really hurt. This isn't a dream. Wait a minute, I saw someone on the forum just now saying that Shanglan Jingwan has been skyrocketing lately, with listings now pushing toward 200,000. If we calculate it at 200,000. Doesn't that mean nearly 6 billion? Gulp. Su Fan struggled to swallow, feeling like his brain had crashed. His 400,000 old, broken apartment had been swapped for real estate worth 6 billion? Chapter 6, the whole building for rent? A frenzied rush. This is 1,000 times more exciting than winning the lottery. He. Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. The driver, seeing his expression in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but ask. Young man, did you find money? Are you so happy? Oh, nothing, just thinking of something happy. Su Fan quickly hid his smile, but his mouth still couldn't help but rise wildly. Financial freedom. Instant success. The peak of life. He just wanted to fly straight to Shanglan Jingwan, stand in front of his building, and shout. This building, and the school district houses over there, are all mine. Meanwhile, at the Chuanfu Design Institute, in the general manager's office, Wang Rui was passionately reporting to General Manager Sun Chenghua, constantly belittling Su Fan. Mr. Sun, you wouldn't know that Su Fan, he may seem honest, but he's actually sneaky. Relying on a little bit of smarts, having won a few awards, now he looks down on everyone. Not long ago, that project in the southern city, if it weren't for me keeping an eye on him, he almost messed up big time. Now he's quit his job, I bet he's already found a new place. No sense of professional ethics. Wang Rui spoke with righteous indignation, as if Su Fan were some unforgivable criminal. However, Sun Chenghua, sitting behind the desk, seemed a bit distracted. He furrowed his brows, glancing at his phone from time to time, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. I see. Sun Chenghua replied indifferently, as for Su Fan, you handle it however you want. Since he's already left, just finish his paperwork quickly. Wang Rui's heart leaped with joy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Mr. Sun was tacitly allowing him to handle Su Fan. He had never liked Su Fan. Why did that young guy have such strong design abilities? He had stolen the spotlight on several big projects. He was also better looking than me, with a better personality. Ugh. That guy is just a closet flirt. Now he finally had a chance to crush him completely. Wang Rui's eyes glinted, and he added fuel to the fire. Mr. Sun, the main problem is that this guy left in such a hurry, many things weren't handed over clearly, I'm worried. Alright. Sun Changhua interrupted impatiently, can't you handle this small matter yourself? I have to go out for something. Saying this, Sun Changhua grabbed his phone and car keys, standing up quickly. Mr. Sun, where are you going? Wang Rui instinctively asked. Don't even ask. Sun Changhua sighed, a worried look on his face, it's all about my son's schooling. I want to rent a place near Shanglan Jingwan so he can go to high school. The houses over there are in such high demand, I need to hurry and check it out, or I'll miss out. With that, Sun Changhua hurriedly left the office. Wang Rui watched Sun Chenghua's back as he left, secretly amazed. Shanglan Jingwan? The rent there must be sky high, right? Mr. Sun is really willing to spend big for his kids' education. TSK, the world of the rich is really different. But this was a perfect opportunity for him to shine. Wang Rui grinned smugly. He first went to the HR department, giving a few instructions about Su Fan's resignation paperwork, subtly suggesting they could slow down the process a bit. Then he returned to the design department, approaching a new employee who had just joined. The pure and lovely female intern, Zhou Qimeng, waved her hand. Xiao Zhou, come here for a moment. Zhou Qimeng quickly put down the work in her hands and hurried over. Manager Wang, did you call for me? Wang Rui cleared his throat, pretending to be serious. There is a project in the west side of the city that needs an on-site inspection. You should come with me to familiarize yourself with the process. Okay, Manager Wang. Zhou Qimeng didn't fully understand, but she still obediently nodded. Wang Rui nodded with satisfaction, but inside, he was planning something else. He knew that Su Fan's family was also in the west side of the city, and they seemed to live in an old, shabby apartment. Although he didn't know the exact address, he figured he might get lucky. He planned to take Zhou Qimeng along, officially to inspect the project, but in reality, it was to secretly solve the boss's problems and try to suck up a bit. And he might accidentally run into Su Fan, just to mock him. He just wanted Su Fan to see that Wang Rui was now flourishing, with a beautiful woman by his side. And Su Fan? He was nothing but a jobless, miserable dog. It would be even better if he could humiliate Su Fan in front of Zhou Qimeng, so Su Fan would learn the consequences of offending him. Su Fan, just wait. Wang Rui took out his phone, intending to call Su Fan under the pretense of inquiring about work handovers, while secretly trying to find out his location. However, when the call went through, all he heard was the message, the user you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Wang Rui frowned, dialed again, but still couldn't get through. What the hell? Wang Rui muttered in frustration and temporarily put his phone away. Forget it, I'll just go straight there. He left the company with Zhou Qimeng. At this moment, Su Fan's phone was quietly lying in his backpack. His simple and straightforward rental post had already caused a huge stir on the local real estate forum. What the hell? The whole building is for rent? Is this for real? Shanglan Jingwan Building 7? I know that place. It's the Building King. Is this picture real? So many property titles? Direct rent from the landlord? So awesome. No agency fees. What's the landlord's phone number? I'm gonna call non-stop. Don't bother, the landlord's phone is probably already blown up, can't get through. Please private message me. I'll pay more rent. I'll offer double the rent. Just need a small unit for my kid. Within 10 minutes of the post being shared, the number of views surpassed 10,000, and replies shot up to over 1,000. Countless rental requests flooded the number Su Fan left, but none could get through. Su Fan was completely unaware, as he happily gazed out of the window at the rapidly retreating cityscape, fantasizing about his upcoming landlord career. He even started thinking, should he buy a Lamborghini first, or a Ferrari, once the rent came in? The taxi sped along, and soon, a brand new, impressive high-end neighborhood appeared in Su Fan's sight. Shanglan Jingwan, here we are. At the entrance of Shanglan Jingwan, a black Audi A8L made a sharp tail swing and smoothly parked in a temporary parking space by the road. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a custom suit, his hair neatly combed, but with a slightly anxious look on his face, quickly stepped out. He was Sun Changhua, the general manager of the Chuanfu Design Institute. Phew! Sun Changhua let out a long breath, wiping his forehead as if there were sweat there. He had just sped all the way here, and his heart was still pounding. There was no other choice, it was about his son's future. How could he not be anxious? In order to get his son into a top high school, he had put everything into buying a property in the Shanglan Jingwan School District. He had used many connections, consulted many real estate agents, but all of them said there were no available properties. Either the prices were outrageously high, or it wasn't a direct landlord lease. The various fees added up to an amount that was truly shocking. As the school year's start was drawing closer, he felt more and more anxious. Just a moment ago, he was sighing in his office, still looking for a solution. The secretary suddenly burst in and said, "The local real estate forum has exploded. There is a mysterious landlord who has listed the entire Building 7 of Shanglan Jingwan for rent, all 30 apartments." "How many apartments?" Sun Changhua immediately jumped up from his boss chair. 30 apartments. 9 of them are large 3-bedroom units. The secretary was also excited. Chapter 7, The Landlord and Tenant Clashed. What should we do? Hurry. Hurry and call me. Just tell them I want to rent. I want the biggest one. No matter the size, just grab one first. Sun Changhua urgently ordered. However, the secretary reported with a sad face. "President Sun, the phone it's not going through. It keeps saying the call cannot be connected, probably because it's overloaded." "Not going through?" Sun Changhua furrowed his brows, pacing in the office, and decisively said, "Prepare the car. I'm going there now. I don't believe it, 30 apartments, and I can't get one?" He felt that for an entire building to be rented out, the landlord would definitely handle it personally. As long as he found the landlord, with his connections and sincerity in Jinchang, wasn't he sure to rent an apartment? And so, the scene just now happened. Sun Changhua took out his phone, unwilling to give up, and dialed the number that had been pinned on the forum again. The previous attempts had all been unable to connect, and he had already lost hope, doing it purely out of habit. However, this time. Beep, beep. It went through. Sun Chenghua's eyes widened in surprise, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He quickly cleared his throat, trying to sound calm, but with a hint of urgency, he spoke into the phone. "Hello? Is this Mr. Su? I saw your listing for Building 7 of Shanglan Jingwan on the real estate forum." Meanwhile, on the other side of Shanglan Jingwan, Su Fan was leaning against a big tree, looking at the long string of missed call records on his phone screen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Damn, how long has it been? Over 100 missed calls? And texts, it's about to explode. Su Fan clicked his tongue, realizing he had underestimated the public's enthusiasm for quality school district housing. He swiped the screen and quickly spotted a familiar name, Wang Rui. Hey, this bastard called me too? What does he want? To beg me to come back to work? Su Fan scoffed and ignored it. Of course, he was now a man who owned an entire building. Why would he go back to that crappy company and look at someone's face? Just then, a new call came in, and the screen showed Sun Changhua. Who's this? Su Fan had some impression of him. He seemed to be a CEO of a previous company they had worked with, the head of the Chuanfu Design Institute. What did he want from me? Su Fan casually picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end, Sun Chenghua's voice came through, sounding a bit excited and polite. Hello? Is this Mr. Su? I saw your listing for Building 7 of Shanglan Jingwan on the real estate forum. Ah, yes, that's me. Great. Mr. Su, I finally got through to you. Sun Chenghua's voice carried a sense of relief. To be honest, my secretary called you several times, but couldn't get through, so I came here personally. Didn't expect my luck to be this good. Really? Then your luck is indeed good. Mr. Su, here's the thing, Sun Changhua quickly got to the point. My son is about to enter high school, and we want to rent a place near Shanglan Jingwan for him to stay. I saw you have large 3-bedroom units, I wonder if? Oh, you mean the 3-bedroom units? Su Fan stretched out his tone, deliberately teasing the other side. Yes, I have them, and not just one. Really? That's great. Sun Changhua was overjoyed. Mr. Su, about the price. The price, well, that's negotiable. Su Fan said slowly, as you can see, I just posted this listing, and there's been a lot of inquiries. So, my rule is simple, whoever offers more gets it. He didn't exactly say no. Just joking, this is only the first caller, there must be even richer ones coming later. Must maximize the profit. Sun Changhua clearly didn't expect that answer, froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and said hurriedly. Understood. Mr. Su, don't worry, the price is definitely negotiable. I'm right now at the entrance of the Shanglan Jingwan neighborhood, are you convenient to? I'm also nearby. Su Fan hadn't finished speaking when his phone dinged again with a new call. He looked, and it was Wang Rui again. Let's talk later, I've got something to handle here. Su Fan impatiently cut off Sun Changhua, hung up the phone directly, then looked at Wang Rui's name on the screen and frowned. This guy really is like a ghost that won't leave. He thought about it, and still picked up the call. Let's see what tricks this bastard is trying to play. Hello? Su Fan? Wang Rui's voice came through, a bit surprised. You still know how to answer your phone. Where are you? Something up? Su Fan's tone was flat. I remember you live in the west of the city, right? Wang Rui seemed to confirm something, his tone turned a bit smug. I happen to be going to Shanglan Jingwan later. Send me your exact location in the west, I'll come over after I'm done. Oh. Su Fan responded blandly and hung up the phone directly. Going to Shanglan Jingwan? Don't tell me he's also looking to rent a place. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding a chance to deal with you later. Su Fan put away his phone and looked around. Sure enough, quite a few people had gathered at the neighborhood entrance, whispering in small groups. Many people had anxious and expectant expressions on their faces. He could faintly hear them asking. Hey, have you seen that Mr. Su who posted online? Damn, renting out the whole building, that's insane. Don't know if the landlord has arrived yet. Su Fan touched his chin and decided not to reveal his identity for now. Wait for Wang Rui to arrive, more people to show up, then it'll really get lively. He wandered over near Building 7, swaggering in like he owned the place. Well, technically, he did now. The hallway was new and spotless. He randomly picked a low-floor vacant unit with an unlocked door, pushed it open and took a look around. Whoa! Fully renovated. The floors were shiny, walls snow-white, kitchen and bathroom fully equipped, even basic furniture and appliances were all in place. Fridge, air conditioner, washing machine, water heater, sofa, bed totally move-in ready with just a suitcase. TSK, the system didn't lie to me. With conditions like this, the rent is sure to skyrocket. Su Fan was feeling pleased, even more excited about his life as a landlord. As he was admiring his assets, from the corner of his eye, he spotted two familiar figures walking toward Building 7. Well, speak of the devil. It was Wang Rui with his small belly sticking out, a smug grin on his face, and beside him was the intern girl Zhou Qimeng. Zhou Qimeng wore a white dress today, her long hair flowing down, she looked pure and lovely. But her eyes seemed to have lost some of the innocence from when she first joined, replaced by something hard to define. Yo! Su Fan! I was just thinking of finding you after I'm done, didn't expect to run into you here. Wang Rui spotted Su Fan at the stairwell and immediately shouted a greeting. His tone was just like a boss running into a slacking employee during an inspection. He walked over in a few steps, sized Su Fan up, and said with fake surprise. Not bad, you move fast. Just got fired and already looking for new paths here? What, saw this area rents well, want to become a real estate agent now? Nice eyes, knowing to cling to Shanglan Jingwan's thigh. Su Fan rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to such childish mocking. Manager Wang Zhou Qimeng said timidly beside him. She glanced at Wang Rui, then at Su Fan, her face showing just the right mix of apology and concern. Su Fan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost that big project. Zhou Qimeng said, with a hint of barely noticeable grievance and self-blame in her voice, but deep within her eyes hid a trace of schadenfreude. You must be in a tight spot now, right? Sigh, it's all my fault. How about this, I know some people from other companies, I can ask around and see if there's something suitable for you. Other jobs? The fake appearance she put on almost made Su Fan burst out laughing. Good grief, with that acting, she should be playing the green tea role. She's the one who caused the mess, and now she shifts all the blame onto Su Fan with a few words, while pretending to want to make up for it? Wang Rui, who was standing by, smiled even more smugly. He patted Su Fan's shoulder in a fake manner and said seriously, Xiao Zhou is just trying to help. Su Fan, let me tell you something, don't blame the company. Mainly, your sudden resignation has caused some losses for the company. So the company has decided that your salary this month, along with the bonus from the previous project, well, they will just be considered compensation for the company's losses, so it's probably not going to be paid. He paused for a moment, then looked at Su Fan, his tone becoming sarcastic. But, we were colleagues, after all. If you're really short on money, if you're facing any difficulties in life and need 300 to 500, just let me know, I could still help you. Don't be shy. The tone, the look on his face, it was as if Su Fan was a poor, desperate soul, needing him to give a few hundred to survive like a stray dog. Listening to Wang Rui's fake concern and Zhou Qimeng's Oscar-worthy performance, Su Fan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He rolled his eyes internally. I'm holding a system in my hands, soon to be someone living off rent, and you guys are here trying to mess with me? That's beneath me. Missing 300 to 500? Do I need that? What I need is more zeros in my bank account. Looking at Wang Rui's I'm your benefactor face, Su Fan couldn't even be bothered to get angry. He just found it funny. Does this guy really think he's something important? Company research has decided? What company? With his level, he could decide nothing. It's most likely that this guy was stirring things up himself, trying to dump the blame on Su Fan while pocketing his salary and bonus. Manager Wang, Su Fan poked his ear, with a face full of, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." His tone as flat as asking about the weather. "What did you say?" "Company decided?" "Which company?" "Chuanfu Design Institute?" "I didn't know about this decision." "Fire me? And deduct my salary and project bonuses? Did Mr. Sun know about this?" Su Fan emphasized the words Mr. Sunday. Wang Rui was choked by Su Fan's calm response. He had expected Su Fan to either explode in anger or cry and beg for mercy, but who would have thought this guy was acting like nothing happened? He was a little uneasy, but then thought to himself, he had heard Mr. Sun himself get angry about this, so this guy must be pretending to stay calm. Heh, stubborn as a dead duck. Wang Rui puffed out his chest and put on a self-satisfied smile again. "Su Fan, don't act like nothing happened. Mr. Sun already knows, and he's very angry. If it weren't for the past relationship, it wouldn't just be about firing you and deducting your salary." He purposely made his words vague, as if Su Fan had committed some unforgivable crime. Zhou Qiming quickly chimed in, batting her innocent big eyes, her voice soft and weak. "Yes, Su Fan, Mr. Sun, sigh, you really shouldn't argue. Manager Wang is doing this for your own good. Keep acting." Su Fan sneered inwardly. He had figured it out, these two had come to him as a team to add to his troubles and watch him make a fool of himself. "Really?" Su Fan raised an eyebrow. "Since Manager Wang is so sure Mr. Sun knows, then. And that thing you call a company decision, do you dare to call President Sun right now in front of me to confirm it?" Wang Rui didn't expect Su Fan to do this, and he was a bit stuck for a moment. He had indeed spoken with President Sun, but it was mainly to report that the project was messed up and to shift the blame onto Su Fan. President Sun was already angry and casually cursed, saying to get rid of Su Fan. As for cutting salary and bonuses, that was Wang Rui's own brilliant idea, trying to make a quick profit from it. If he really had to make the call in person, what if President Sun? "What? Don't dare?" Su Fan sneered, the corner of his mouth lifting in mockery. "Manager Wang, didn't you say President Sun was very angry? Didn't you say this was the company's decision? Making a call to confirm, is that so hard? Or is there something fishy going on here?" Provoked by Su Fan like this, Wang Rui suddenly got fired up. He, a proper manager, how could he be scared by a small employee who had just been fired? Besides, President Sun did say to kick Su Fan out. So what if he made the call? Let this brat give up completely. Hey! What would I not dare? Wang Rui stiffened his neck, exaggeratedly pulling out his phone and finding Sun Chenggua's number. "Fine. You want a clear death, I'll let you die clear. Listen up." He deliberately put the call on speaker, turned the volume to max, and dialed out. Beep beep. After a few rings, the call was connected. From the other end came Sun Chenggua's extremely impatient, even angry, roar. "Hello? Who the hell is this? Say your crap quick. I'm busy here." Wang Rui was startled by the sudden shout and quickly moved the phone away, forcing a flattering smile on his face. "Press President Sun, it's me, Wang Rui. About Su Fan." "Su Fan? Which Su Fan?" Sun Chengua seemed confused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, and his tone turned even more furious. "Oh. I remember now. That brat who ruined my project. Didn't I tell him to get lost? This kind of stupid crap you come to bother me with? Wang Rui, are you so bored your balls itch? Tell him, scram quickly, don't let me see him again. Hear that? Scram." Beep beep beep. The call was mercilessly hung up by Sun Chengua. The room instantly fell silent, only the busy tone coming from the phone was left. Wang Rui's face first showed embarrassment, but was soon replaced by overwhelming pride. He raised the phone and looked at Su Fan, his expression clearly saying, "Did you hear that? President Sun said it himself. Told you to get lost." Zhou Qiming also showed a perfectly timed "See, I didn't lie to you" look. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she felt sorry for Su Fan, but the schadenfreude in her eyes could not be hidden. In her heart she thought, now you're completely done for, right? Serves you right. I gave you a chance to work for me before and you refused, totally deserved. Su Fan watched the performance of these two and almost burst out laughing inside. Sun Chengua did have a bad temper, but just now get lost? Don't let me see him again? That indeed meant being fired. But as for salary and bonuses, Sun Chengua didn't say a single word. What does that mean? It means that bastard Wang Rui was indeed trying to take advantage of the chaos and steal his hard-earned money. Heh, Manager Wang, you're really something. Su Fan gave a cold laugh and pulled out his own phone. In his phone, he had Sun Chenggua's private number saved. It was given when Sun Chenghua asked about real estate before, not the work number Wang Rui used. Wang Rui and Zhou Qiming both froze watching Su Fan's action. What was this guy doing? He wanted to call President Sun too? Did he have his private number? Even if he did, President Sun just made himself clear. What's the point of calling? Trying to embarrass himself? Chapter 9, What? He's actually the mysterious landlord. Su Fan ignored their doubts, tapped lightly with his finger, and quickly found Sun Chenggua's number. Hello? President Sun? Su Fan's tone was calm, even with a bit of ease. It's me. Su Fan. The phone was almost answered instantly. Su Fan? Sun Chenggua's voice came again, still filled with anger, but this time it seemed less furious and more filled with confusion. What did Wang Rui call to say about you being fired? What's going on? It's fine if you messed up the project, but don't cause trouble for me. Su Fan listened to Sun Chenggua's tone and immediately understood. This guy must be in a rush to find a house now. He couldn't care less about the project. He's probably just trying to get me to leave. This is exactly what I wanted. Hey, General Manager Sun, aren't you just asking me something you already know the answer to? Su Fan deliberately sighed, his tone carrying a hint of injury and understanding. Didn't you just tell Manager Wang? Told me to, well, roll out. Isn't that firing me? Alright, I understand, Mr. Sun, you were so bold. Told me to roll, so I'll roll. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly, but making sure Wang Rui and Zhou Qiming could hear. As for the housing issue we talked about earlier, since you fired me, I guess I'm no longer involved, right? Alright, I get it. Money can be earned again, but when the opportunity is gone, it's gone. Don't worry, even if I have 30 houses in Shanglan Jingwan, you won't have a chance. You'll have to find someone else to rent them. After finishing, Su Fan didn't give Sun Chenghua a chance to respond, directly and decisively hanging up the phone. Clap. The phone was hung up. Su Fan put his phone away with an emotionless face, as if the call just now was nothing important. Meanwhile, Wang Rui and Zhou Qiming in front of him were completely stunned. What did they just say? The house? The Shanglan Jingwan houses? 30 sets? How could that be possible? What did you just say? Shanglan Jingwan's houses? 30 sets? Wang Rui's eyes widened as he pointed at Su Fan, his tone full of disbelief. Zhou Qiming also couldn't pretend to be weak anymore, her face full of shock and doubt. Su Fan, bro, what did you just tell Mr. Sun? What 30 sets of houses? Are they really from Shanglan Jingwan? Do you really have houses here? You're not just bluffing, are you? The information was too much, completely beyond their comprehension. How could a poor guy who just got fired possibly talk about a lease contract for Shanglan Jingwan School District houses with the general manager of Chuanfu Design Institute? Let alone 30 sets. This was simply a fantasy. Su Fan looked at their stunned expressions, feeling a rush of satisfaction inside. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Want to look down on me? Want to think I have no way out? Want to think I can only rely on your charity? He didn't want to explain anything to these two clowns, and didn't want to waste any time. He had a bunch of houses waiting to be rented out. What I said has nothing to do with you. Su Fan rolled his eyes and was about to leave. Zhou Qiming saw Su Fan about to leave, and her heart panicked even more. She bit her lip, a trace of unwillingness and anger flashing across her face. This guy just got fired, and he's still acting like a big shot? 30 sets of Shanglan Jingwan houses? You must be joking. Heh, Su Fan, you really know how to brag. Zhou Qiming spoke sarcastically, her tone filled with obvious mockery. 30 sets of Shanglan Jingwan's houses? Do you know how much each one costs? You want to rent them to Mr. Sun? Who do you think you are? A guy who just got fired and had all his wages and bonuses deducted, a broke loser, and you're here acting like a big shot? Aren't you afraid your tongue will get twisted? Wang Rui listened to Zhou Qiming's words and also realized. Yeah. Where did this guy get 30 houses? As an ordinary employee, even if he worked until the day he died, he couldn't afford a single set of Shanglan Jingwan's houses, right? He must be bragging. Acting. Trying to save face. Exactly. Wang Rui immediately agreed, his face returning to that annoying expression. Su Fan, stop putting on airs here. 30 houses? You think this is a TV drama? Who doesn't know your true colors? A broke fool. Hurry up and get lost, don't be here causing trouble. He looked at Su Fan smugly, as if he had already seen through his trick. Su Fan was so angry he laughed at their faces. Alright, you don't believe me, right? Then let me show you with your own eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a noisy sound from behind. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered ahead? Seems like they're arguing? It turned out that the shouting during Wang Rui and Sun Qinggua's phone call, along with the argument between Su Fan and Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng, had already attracted the attention of many people around. St. Lan Jingwan is a high-end community, usually very quiet, so the sudden commotion naturally attracted curious neighbors. Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng also noticed the crowd gathering around, and their faces unconsciously showed a smug expression. Humph, let this kid keep boasting here, it's just right to let everyone see his joke. They both looked at Su Fan, surrounded by the crowd, with smiles on their faces as if waiting to see a good show. At this moment, a sharp car horn sound came from not far away. Beep. A black business car quickly drove over, its speed a little fast, and it seemed it was about to hit Wang Rui, who was standing by the roadside. Damn! Who's the blind one? Wang Rui was so scared he quickly jumped aside, cursing while jumping. But as he cursed, he took a closer look, and the car turned out to be from the Chuanfu Design Institute. And the person in the driver's seat was none other than Sun Qinggua. Wang Rui's face instantly turned pale, and the words he was about to curse were stuck in his throat, turning into a stammered exclamation. Sun, President? Sun Qinggua's face looked anxious as he stopped the car, clearly in a hurry to find a house and driving a bit too fast. He didn't even notice Wang Rui and quickly scanned the crowd, as if looking for someone. Where's Su Fan? Let him, where is he? He originally wanted to shout, let him get the hell out here, but the words were swallowed back, obviously remembering Su Fan's words on the phone, 30 houses. Although it was unbelievable for a small employee of the company to have the same phone number as the mysterious person with 30 houses, it was still better not to offend anyone easily at this moment. Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng exchanged glances, both seeing confusion and a bad premonition in each other's eyes. President Sun's reaction doesn't seem right. Why does it feel like he's not here to support them, but here to find Su Fan? And his tone, why does it sound a little hesitant? At this moment, Sun Qinggua finally saw Su Fan standing calmly at the entrance of Building 7 through the gaps in the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, taking 2 steps at a time. The crowd was startled by his aggressive pace and instinctively made way for him. Wang Rui's heart skipped a beat, and he silently thought, this is bad. Seeing President Sun's momentum, his target is clear, heading straight for Su Fan. He hurriedly tried to follow, wanting to see what was going on and also to explain the misunderstanding in front of President Sunday. But just as he raised his foot, Sun Qinggua turned and rushed to stand in front of him. You still dare to stand here? Seeing Wang Rui, Sun Qinggua thought about how he almost missed the great opportunity to rent a house in the school district because of this idiot, and he was furious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he raised his shiny leather shoe and kicked Wang Rui hard in the stomach with all his strength. Ayah! Wang Rui was kicked suddenly, bending over in pain, holding his stomach, his face turning bright red, like a boiled shrimp. The crowd around them gasped in shock. Hey! Why are you hitting someone? Holy! This person is so fierce. What's going on here? But Sun Qinggua didn't care about these comments. He pointed at Wang Rui's nose, spit flying, and yelled. Wang Rui! Let me tell you, if I don't rent Mr. Su's house today, if I don't get that 3-bedroom apartment, I'll castrate you and feed you to the dogs. Do you believe me? At this, the whole room fell silent. Castrate and feed to the dogs? The crowd watching was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Wasn't that fat manager just now scolding that young man with the little girl? How did it suddenly turn around, and now the boss driving the big Benz kicked his own man and wants to castrate him? Wang Rui was even more scared, his soul almost leaving his body. The sharp pain in his stomach combined with Sun Qinggua's murderous threat almost made him pee himself. He finally realized that things seemed completely different from what he had thought. President Sun's attitude towards Su Fan was so strange. Zhou Qimeng was also completely stunned, her face pale, hiding behind Wang Rui, not daring to even breathe. She stared at the dramatic scene in front of her, her mind completely blank. Amid this chaotic and bizarre atmosphere, Su Fan, who was the center of everyone's gaze, slowly moved. He was carrying a very ordinary-looking backpack, walking slowly out of the gap the crowd made for him. His face even had a lazy smile, as if the farce in front of him had nothing to do with him. He walked to where Sun Qinggua and Wang Rui, still bent over, were, and stopped. Under the curious, shocked, and confused gazes of everyone, including Sun Qinggua, Wang Rui, Zhou Qimeng, and the onlookers, Su Fan stretched out his hand and unzipped his backpack. Whoosh! Without searching much, he directly dumped everything out in one go. A thick stack of property ownership certificates, with red covers and national emblem logos, fell out first, scattered on the floor, at least 20 or 30 of them. Each one represented a property in Shanglan Jingwan. Next, a stack of printed house lease contracts with a uniform format fell out. By the thickness, there must be at least dozens of them. Finally, with a clink-clink sound, a large bunch of brand-new, numbered anti-theft door keys fell to the ground, piling up into a small metal mountain. Under the sunlight, the red property certificate covers, the black and white contracts, and the shiny keys almost dazzled everyone's eyes. Wang Rui's eyes widened, his mouth gaping as if he could fit an egg inside, staring at those things on the ground. Property certificates. Lease contracts. Keys. All real. And the quantity. He quickly scanned, his heart jolted. There really were 30 properties. Combined with Sun Chenggua's near-pleading tone just now, and now his attitude as if he wanted to kneel and lick. A terrifying thought instantly pierced Wang Rui's brain. Su Fan isn't bragging. He really owns the whole building? The mysterious landlord who posted about renting the whole building on the forum, it's Su Fan? Thud. Wang Rui felt the world spinning. His legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground, his face drained of color, his eyes empty, murmuring to himself. Impossible. This can't be, how does he have so many properties? Zhou Qiming was also completely stunned. She looked at the pile of hard currency on the ground, enough to drive any person in Jin City crazy, then looked at the calm Su Fan, who seemed like he was just dumping out some garbage, and her mind was in turmoil. This colleague, who usually seemed so ordinary, even a little weak, and who she and Wang Rui had just bullied out of the company. He was actually the owner of the entire Shanglan Jingwan building? 30 sets of school district houses. How much is this worth? Several hundred million? Or several billion? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Could Su Fan not be an ordinary person at all, but some deeply hidden super-rich second generation, and he came to work at the company just to experience life? Thinking of this, Zhou Qiming's face became even more complicated, a mixture of shock, disbelief. Unbelievable, and yet there's a trace of regret? If I had known earlier that Su Fan was this level of big shot, Sun Chenghua was also shocked by Su Fan's simple and brutal reveal of his background. But he quickly recovered and immediately put on a more eager and fawning smile. It's confirmed. This young man is indeed the landlord. And judging by this attitude, he's a true big shot. He quickly turned around and shouted angrily at Wang Rui, who was still sitting on the floor, and Zhou Qiming, who was trembling beside him. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. You two clueless fools. Have you gone blind? You offended Mr. Su, I don't know if you'll ever survive in Jincheng again. After scolding them, he immediately changed to a gentle smile, slightly bowed to Su Fan, and spoke in an extremely polite tone. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, look, this matter has caused such a scene. It's all my fault. All my fault for poor management, allowing these two idiots to offend you. Please be magnanimous, don't hold it against them. He pointed at Wang Rui and Zhou Qiming. I've already investigated. The previous project issue and the matter about your salary and bonus were all caused by Wang Rui, that bastard. Don't worry, I'll handle it severely when I get back. Fire him. He must be fired. I'll make sure to report it to the entire industry. Make sure they're completely kicked out of the design world. Then, he rubbed his hands together and carefully said. Mr. Su, you see, your resignation from our company I just pretended never happened. You can come back to work anytime. No, you don't have to actually work, just have your name there. Salary and bonuses will continue to be paid. I'll even give you extra. 3 months. No. 5 months of salary. Consider it my apology to you. What do you think? Sun Chenghua now had only one thought. No matter what, he must get this young god of wealth to be happy. Forget about 5 months of salary, even if he had to call him father, for the sake of his son's school district house, he would accept it. Su Fan looked at Sun Chengua's sudden 180-degree change in attitude, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. Just now you told me to get lost? And now you're begging me to come back? And offering 5 months of salary? He had no expression on his face, but he gave Sun Chenghua a faint glance, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Mr. Sun, you're too polite. He bent down, leisurely picked up the property certificate, contract, and keys from the floor, dusted them off, and put them back into his backpack, zipping it up. Then, he looked back at Sun Chenghua and said flatly. No need to come back to work. As for that salary, to be honest, I'm not really in need right now. Not in need? This was said quietly, but it sounded like thunder to those around. Especially the potential tenants who had been nearby, listening for rental news, and were now watching the scene. Upon hearing this, and looking at Sun Chengua's fawning expression, how could they not understand? Wow! Turns out this young man is the real landlord. Impressive. A whole building. My goodness. No wonder the boss suddenly changed his attitude, he offended the big shot landlord. Exactly. And he was talking about firing people and deducting wages? Looks like he wanted to embezzle. No kidding. This kind of boss has no integrity. Young man, don't pay attention to him. Right. If we're renting, we'll rent from you directly. Not dealing with him. Chapter 11, Setting the Rent, How Will the Tenants Thank Him? For a moment, the crowd was furious, all the accusations pointing at Sun Chengwa. Everyone wanted to rent a house in a good school district, so naturally, they stood with Su Fan, who held the property. Sun Chengwa was scolded so much that his face turned red and ears burned, feeling extremely embarrassed, but he dared not argue back. He could only continue nodding and bowing to Su Fan, his smile uglier than crying. Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng, meanwhile, wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in, feeling the disdain and mockery from the surrounding people. Like needles, they stabbed into their bodies. They knew that after today, not only would they lose their jobs, but their reputations would be completely ruined. Su Fan looked at the bustling scene before him and nodded in satisfaction. This effect, it's spot on. Sun Chengwa saw that Su Fan wasn't responding, and his heart grew even more anxious. He hurriedly kicked Wang Rui again and shouted in a low voice, "What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Mr. Su. Bow your head. Call him Grandpa." Wang Rui's face went pale with anger, his teeth grinding with a crackling sound. In front of so many people, especially former subordinates and potential tenants who were just watching for the drama, he had to kneel and call a young man he had just kicked out Grandpa? It was more unbearable than death. "Mr. Sun. Wang Rui tried to resist. "What do you mean I? Do you want to keep your job or not? If you don't, get the hell out of here now." Sun Chengwei was genuinely anxious. If he couldn't calm Su Fan down, not only would his son's school district house be at risk, but his position as general manager might be gone too. He knew that the person who owned the entire building had an unfathomable background. Absolutely not someone a mere design institute general manager like him could afford to provoke. Wang Rui looked at Sun Chengwa's eyes, which seemed ready to devour him, and felt the undisguised disdainful gazes from around him, and the last bit of hope in his heart shattered. He knew that if he didn't kneel today, he would definitely lose his job. And Sun Chengwa would definitely carry out his threat and ruin his reputation in the industry. Humiliation, anger, and unwillingness, all kinds of emotions churned in Wang Rui's heart, finally turning into a deep sense of helplessness. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, the sound sharply piercing the quiet crowd. He lowered his head, squeezing out a few words from between his gritted teeth. Su Grandpa. I was wrong. I shouldn't have." He couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence, feeling his face burn hot with embarrassment. Su Fan looked down at Wang Rui, who was kneeling on the ground, his face still calm, but a trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. He spoke indifferently, his voice not loud but clearly reaching every ear. "I know you feel humiliated right now, and you're unwilling. But remember, everything has its cause and effect. How you treated me back then, that's exactly how you should be treated now. This is called, good and evil will eventually be repaid, the law of the universe will always come full circle." After finishing, Su Fan didn't even look at him again, as if a second glance would soil his sight. He turned around and smiled at the tenants who were eagerly watching him, his tone lightening up. All right, everyone, it's a hot day, let's not stand around here. There's shade over there, shall we go and discuss the rental details?" Yes, Mr. Su is right. Let's go talk over there. Young man, how are you planning to rent out this house?" The tenants immediately responded, crowding around Su Fan to head toward the nearby shade. Who cares about Wang Rui kneeling on the ground or Sun Chengwa and Zhou Qimeng awkwardly fumbling around? The most important thing now was to quickly secure a school district house. Seeing this, Sun Chengwa didn't dare delay, quickly jogging over, a fawning smile back on his face. Mr. Su, please wait for me." Once they reached the shade, Su Fan found a stone bench and sat down, with the others gathering around him. Su Fan cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "I understand everyone's feelings, school district houses, everyone wants the best for their children. As for me, I do have a lot of houses available, but good things are always in demand, that's for sure." He paused, scanning the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on the out-of-breath Sun Chengwa, a slight smile curling his lips. "How about this, let's not complicate things. Let's keep it simple, same type of house, highest bidder wins. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, some of the tenants nodded, while others showed hesitation. After all, not everyone was willing to raise the price. Sun Chengwa's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. These people didn't seem to have as much money as he did. Those who pay the most get the goods. Isn't this just an opportunity for him to show off? Now he doesn't care about the rent, what's important is to use money to calm this god of wealth. After all, he does need a 3-bedroom apartment for his son to go to school. Without waiting for others to react, Sun Chengwa immediately took a step forward and almost shouted. "Mr. Su! I want to rent. I want to rent that one. The 3-bedroom on the 12th floor facing south. I will offer 20,000. 20,000 for a month. Hiss, a sound of people gasping surrounded him. You must know that the market price for 3 bedrooms around here is only 15 or 16,000. Sun Chengwa jumped to 20,000, and this markup is no small change. Mr. Sun is indeed a straightforward person, a tenant said sourly. Yeah, for the child, he's spending big. This price, TSK, looks like we have no chance for this one. Su Fan glanced at Sun Chengwa, seeing his face filled with a praise me expression, secretly laughed, but kept a straight face and nodded. Alright, Mr. Sun is generous. The 3-bedroom in 1201 will be rented to you. We'll sign the contract later. This not only gave Sun Chengwa a step down but also counts as accepting his indirect apology. Sun Chengwa felt relieved, repeatedly nodding and bowing. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. The heavy weight in his heart finally lifted by half. Next, the renting process went much smoother. Although Sun Chengwa set a high starting price, Su Fan didn't really follow that standard, sticking to market prices mostly. Just under equal conditions, those with higher bids or better attitudes were indeed prioritized for the favored floors and layouts. In less than an hour, over 20 apartments were snatched up. Though some felt regret for not renting, they couldn't blame Su Fan. After all, the rules were clear. Those who successfully rented were naturally in high spirits, rushing up to Su Fan to hand over business cards, add WeChat, and leave phone numbers, all calling him Mr. Su or Brother Su with such familiarity. Brother Su, we'll be neighbors, let's keep in touch. Mr. Su is young and capable. Please look after us in the future. Little Brother Su, I'm in the building materials business, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. At this moment, Su Fan was no longer just a low-level employee being pushed around in the design institute, in the eyes of these bosses and parents. He had transformed into a big shot holding scarce resources and rich at a young age. This shift in identity was faster than riding a rocket. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Sun Chengwa approached again, rubbing his hands, with an even humbler smile on his face. Mr. Su, about today's matter. I am truly sorry. You see. Su Fan waved his hand to interrupt him. Alright, Mr. Sunday. Your 20,000 a month rent just counts as my apology. All prior unhappiness at the company is now settled. He glanced at Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng, who were still dazed not far away. As for those two, that's your company's internal matter, you handle it as you see fit. Yes. I understand. I will definitely handle this seriously when I get back. I will not spare them. Sun Chengwa nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew Su Fan had let him off this time, but Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng could not be spared. Watching Sun Chengwa leave with Wang Rui and Zhou Qimeng in defeat, Su Fan let out a long breath. The show-off is over, time to count the money. He found a bench in a park, sat down, took out his phone calculator, and began tallying up. The total number of rentals just now was, 30 apartments in total. The layouts varied in size, so on average, let's say 15,000 per unit for a month? It seems like it should be more. The 20,000 from Sun Chengwa just raised the average, plus a few one-bedroom units rented for just over 10,000. Let's be conservative and say an average of 15,000. 30 units at 1 month gives 450,000. 1 year equals 5,400,000. The contracts signed earlier mostly required a 3-year rent paid in one lump sum for peace of mind, avoiding any worries about landlords raising prices or not renewing leases. 3 years mean 16,200,000? Wait, Su Fan tapped his head. Just now, I made a mistake. It's not 30 units, he got it wrong, the system provided a whole building, a total of 30 units of school district housing, that's right. But just now, most of them were signed out, and there are still a few low-floor units that are not in a hurry to rent. However, when signing the contract just now, in order to seek good fortune and for easy management, everyone basically chose to pay for 3 years. Recalculate. Assuming all 30 units are paid for the 3-year lease in one go, the average monthly rent can be raised a bit. After all, school district housing is in high demand, even if it's 17,500 per unit. Total monthly rent, 30 times 17,500 is equal to 525,000. Total annual rent, 52.5 times 12 is equal to 6.3 million. Total rent for 3 years, 630 times 3 is equal to 18.9 million? Wow! Su Fan couldn't help but exclaim softly. 30 units of housing, receiving 3 years of rent in one go, the total actually amounts to 18,900,000. 18,900,000. Cash. Su Fan felt his heart was racing wildly. He originally thought about whether to sell a few units to achieve financial freedom directly. But now it seems, what a silly thought. This rental income is simply faster than robbing a bank. And it's stable. As long as the school is still there, this school district housing will have no trouble renting. Lying down to collect rent, so enjoyable. Su Fan chuckled foolishly, all his previous frustrations and gloom disappeared. In a great mood, he started to think about what to do next. The system said there are still 3 opportunities for exchange tomorrow. Su Fan rubbed his chin and thought, this exchange is a good thing, must use it well. But right now, going out to do business without a car is truly inconvenient. Surely I can't take a taxi every time? Public transport is crowded. It's time to get myself a car. Decided. Buy a car. Now, with millions of rent lying in the card, buying a car is just a drizzle. Where to buy? New car? Seems unnecessary, he is not particularly after that layer of film. How about browsing the second-hand car market? Maybe he can find something good. Thinking of this, Su Fan immediately got up, hailed a cab, and headed straight to the largest second-hand car market in the city. An hour and a half later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Wanzhong second-hand car market. Wow! This scale is impressive. Looking around, rows of various second-hand cars, from small cars worth tens of thousands to luxury brands worth millions, everything is available. As soon as Su Fan got out of the car, a tall saleswoman in a professional outfit welcomed him. Hello, sir. Are you looking at cars? May I ask what model or price range you are interested in? I'll just look around for now. Su Fan waved his hand and walked into the market. While strolling, he was observing the cars around, calculating what kind would be good to buy. There's no need for anything too flashy. A multi-million sports car does not match his current low-key rental collection style. A whole SUV? Spacious and practical. Or a sedan. Comfortable to drive. Just as he was looking at a well-maintained BMW 5 Series, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. He took it out and saw it was a message from his college classmates group. Someone was sending red packets. Oh, who is so generous? Su Fan opened the red packet and grabbed $3.58. Soon after, the person who sent the red packet chimed in with a promotional message. Lu Yueya, thank you, everyone, for your support. Grinning face, all my old classmates, I'm currently working as a sales consultant at the Wanzhong second-hand car company in our city. If you need to buy, sell, assess, or exchange cars, come find me. I promise familiar introductions ensure excellent service and reliable prices. Rose, Dizzy. Attached below is a selfie of Lu Yueya in her work uniform, smiling sweetly, still looking like the class flower back in the day. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Lu Yueya? She works here? What a coincidence. I'll just look for her. Su Fan immediately made a decision. Finding someone familiar makes things easier. First, they know each other, so it's hard to get scammed. Second, it also counts as supporting an old classmate's business. He put away his phone, stopped idly wandering, and started to look around for Lu Yueya's figure. Upon seeing Lu Yueya's message, he felt an exciting spark of recognition. Once, the dead chat group suddenly exploded. Wow, Yueya, the beautiful lady has struck it rich? You've even started giving out red envelopes. Second-hand cars for everyone? Yueya, have you turned into a car salesperson? Or is it just used cars? With the class flower personally stepping in, we must support her. Brothers, those with money, throw in some cash, those without money, lend your presents. Yueya, your photo is well edited. You're even prettier than in college. Lu Yueya quickly replied. Shy, where is the editing? Beauty is natural. It's mainly because the work environment is good, and I'm in a good mood, that makes a person spirited. If everyone is buying and selling cars, you can consider coming to me, absolutely reliable. Immediately, someone chimed in, Yueya, your advertising is great, but we just graduated 1 or 2 years ago. How can we afford good cars? Do you have any old cars for a few $1,000s? I want one for my mom to buy groceries. Lu Yueya answered, of course we have. We have all kinds of price ranges, you can choose what suits you. But... She changed her tone slightly, with a hint of pride, our company mainly focuses on premium second-hand cars, from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million, quality is guaranteed. Old classmates who want to experience luxury cars can also come find me, looking doesn't cost anything. As soon as she said this, the group exploded again. Oh my! $1 million luxury cars? Yueya, you're aiming for high-end clients. The class flower is indeed the class flower, the mindset is different. If I say, there are only a few in our class who can afford $1 million second-hand luxury cars, right? For example, at Chenming. Class leader, have you struck it rich recently? Are you considering changing to a new ride? Our beautiful Yueya will serve you personally. Chen Ming, who was tagged, was their class leader in college. His family ran a business, making him a standard rich second generation. Back in school, he drove a BMW 3 Series to class, making others envious. Many in the group knew that although Lu Yueya had many suitors during school, her standards were high, and she remained single. Privately, they said she wanted to find a wealthy bachelor. Chen Ming was clearly a potential target. Unfortunately, Chen Ming didn't respond at all. Probably he was scared of being teased, or he simply didn't see the messages. Lu Yueya laughed it off. "Oh, everyone, stop joking. We are old classmates. Those who can support my business are naturally welcome. Those who can't, we can still get together when we have the chance." Chapter 13, Encountering Old Classmates at the Used Car Dealership? Su Fan glanced at the chat records in the group, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Lu Yueya. She was indeed recognized as the class flower of their year. Beautiful, over 1.7 meters tall, with a perfect figure, just standing there was a beautiful sight. As for her having high standards in finding a wealthy bachelor, Su Fan had heard about it too. But it was quite normal. Beautiful girls want something, so what? Meanwhile, in the second-floor sales office of the used car market, a young girl dressed in a similar professional outfit, but with a more lively demeanor, leaned in beside Lu Yueya, looking at the chat records on her phone, and pouted. "Yueya, I have to say, what's the use of posting ads in the class group? Look, they are just poor students who graduated less than 2 years ago. After chatting for a while, not a single serious price inquiry. $1 million luxury cars? Can they afford that?" This girl was Qian Jing, a colleague of Lu Yueya, and they had a good relationship. Lu Yueya put down her phone, picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip, smiling helplessly. "Oh come on, cast a wide net, what if I catch a big fish? Besides, more friends mean more paths. If they have friends looking to buy cars, they might introduce them to me." Qian Jing rolled her eyes. "Come on. Relying on them? It's better to count on Boss Wang. I think Boss Wang is quite interested in you. He may be older and bald, but he has money. Didn't he hint to you yesterday that as long as you go along with him, that position of sales manager next month would be yours?" Lu Yueya frowned slightly, a clear look of disgust flashing across her face. "Qian Jing. What nonsense are you talking about? You know what that old pervert is like, right? Just looking at him makes me sick. Want me to be with him? Not in this lifetime. TSK, your standards are really high." Qian Jing clicked her tongue. "So what are you planning to do? In our business, the pressure for performance is huge. You can't just live on your base salary. Are you just waiting around for a miracle to happen? Just wait for fate." Lu Yueya sighed, her gaze somewhat lost. "I believe I will eventually meet the right person, someone I can admire, and who can help me achieve." Her words were cut short as the intercom on the desk suddenly crackled to life. "ZZZZ. Lu Yueya, please respond." The voice of the front desk receptionist came through. Lu Yueya picked up the intercom. "This is Lu Yueya, what's the matter?" "There's a gentleman looking for you in the lobby downstairs, quite handsome, says he's your old classmate, came after seeing your ad." "Old classmate?" Lu Yueya paused, quickly running through the names and faces of her university classmates in her mind. "What's his name?" He didn't say his name, just said he's an old classmate. A handsome guy? An old classmate? Qian Jing's eyes also lit up, the flames of gossip igniting fiercely. "Yueya, nice. Your ad actually caught a fish? And it's a handsome fish? Hurry down and check it out." Lu Yueya felt a bit curious too. Who could it be? There were a few handsome guys in university, but after graduation they all went their separate ways and kept in touch less. And who would come to buy a second-hand car just 1 or 2 years after graduating, specifically looking for her? Could it be a prank? Lu Yueya hesitated a bit. "Just go down and see. Then you'll know." Qian Jing was even more eager than her, pulling her towards the elevator. Come on. Who knows, maybe your fate has really arrived." Lu Yueya was pushed by her, feeling both amused and helpless, so she had to follow her towards the elevator. Qian Jing had a face full of disbelief. Old classmate? Just graduated? How handsome could he be? Plus, coming to buy a car? I don't believe it. Maybe it's some guy wanting to hit on you, using an excuse. Lu Yueya said nothing. Deep down she felt the possibility was quite low. The two arrived at the elevator entrance and pressed the down button. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. Inside stood a young man in casual clothing. He was quite tall, with a proportionate physique. His features were not extraordinary but looked especially pleasant when combined. Especially his eyes, bright and spirited, with a hint of playful mischief. Qian Jing instinctively gasped, her eyes fixed. This guy is really quite handsome. Much better looking than those arrogant salesmen in the company. And his aura, there's no way he looks like a poor student who just graduated. Lu Yueya also recognized the visitor and was stunned, her eyes wide and mouth slightly open, wearing a look of disbelief. Su Fan, she blurted out. That's right, standing in the elevator was Su Fan. Su Fan saw Lu Yueya and Xian Jing beside her, flashed a big smile showing his white teeth, and waved. Hi. Yueya, long time no see. His voice was just like it was in university, carrying a hint of sunshine, but he seemed a bit more composed now. Lu Yueya took a while to respond, stammering to ask. You, how come you're here? She was simply too surprised. Su Fan, she had a vague impression of him from university, but not much. He seemed pretty low-key, academic performance was average, his looks could only be considered slightly above average, and his family background appeared quite ordinary. After graduation, there was hardly any contact. How could he suddenly appear here, specifically looking for her? And it's only been a year and more since they last met, how come he seems even more handsome? His aura was completely different. He used to look a bit more student-like, but now it feels. There's a sense of hidden depth? I saw your ad in the class group. Su Fan stepped out of the elevator, speaking naturally. I happen to want to buy a car for commuting, so I came to take a look. I thought if I was buying, why not from you? Why not take care of an old classmate's business? Buy a car? Lu Yueya was even more confused. Su Fan wants to buy a car? Where did he get the money? Beside her, Xian Jing also came back to her senses and gently elbowed Lu Yueya, whispering. Yueya, is this really your classmate? He doesn't look like it. Lu Yueya took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and squeezed out a professional smile. Oh. I see. Then welcome. It's a great honor to have an old classmate visit. What price range of car are you interested in? Or do you have a favorite brand? No matter what, a customer had come in, specifically asking for her, she couldn't just ignore him. And she was indeed very curious about what had changed in Su Fan. Su Fan rubbed his chin and looked around the showroom filled with stunning used cars. I don't know much about cars and don't have a specific target. Why don't you recommend something for me? He paused and added, as for the budget, it's not an issue. It's mainly about being eye-catching and practical. The budget is not an issue? Lu Yueya and Xian Jing exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. This guy has quite the attitude. Lu Yueya took a deep breath, suppressing her doubts, and took on a professional sales attitude. Alright, no problem. Then, handsome Su, please come this way, I'll show you around. She deliberately changed Su Fan to handsome Su, adding a teasing tone. Okay, thank you, beautiful Yueya. Su Fan also played along, smiling as he followed behind her. Xian Jing watched the two walk side by side into the depths of the showroom, pouted, and turned back to the office. She still didn't believe Su Fan could really afford a good car, she guessed he was just here to show off. Lu Yueya took Su Fan around the showroom slowly, introducing as they walked. This area is for German brands BBA, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. They have a large ownership and relatively high resale value, and maintenance is convenient. Over there are Japanese brands Honda and Toyota, focusing on fuel efficiency and durability, economical and practical. If you like off-road vehicles, you can take a look at those Jeeps and Land Rovers. Chapter 14, Test Driving Luxury Cars. This is too awesome. Su Fan listened attentively, nodding occasionally, but his gaze lingered on the cooler models. I have higher requirements for power. The appearance also needs to look good. Su Fan pointed to a sleek, stylish SUV in the distance. What's that car? Lu Yueya followed his direction and was slightly taken aback. That was an Aston Martin DBX. Classic British racing green paint, iconic big mouth grille, sleek coupe shape, frameless doors, exuding a unique charm that combined elegance and power. That's the Aston Martin DBX, the V8 version, Lu Yueya introduced. It has a 4.0T twin-turbo engine, 550 horsepower, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 4.5 seconds. This one is a nearly new car from last year and has run less than 10,000 kilometers. The condition is very good. The new car's price exceeds 3 million, and now the second-hand price is roughly over 130,000. She specifically observed Su Fan's expression as she quoted the price. However, Su Fan's face did not show the surprise or retreat she expected. Instead, his eyes lit up even more. Over 130,000? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Sounds not bad? Not bad? Lu Yueya's lips twitched. Big brother, that's over 130,000, not over 130. You say it's not bad? In the office, Xian Jing looked through the glass window and saw Lu Yueya actually showing Su Fan the Aston Martin. Her jaw nearly dropped in shock. What the heck? Is she crazy? Yueya really took him to see the DBX? A male colleague beside Xian Jing also came over to watch the excitement. Who is that guy? He looks pretty ordinary. Can he really afford an Aston Martin? The male colleague said disdainfully. Xian Jing shook her head. Yueya's college classmate, just graduated not long ago. I think he's mostly here to show off and chase girls. Yuaya is also foolish, she really takes him to see such an expensive car. Isn't it just wasting time? TSK, feeling sorry for Yuaya for a second, I bet that guy will find an excuse to slip away soon. In the showroom, Su-fan circled around the DBX twice, becoming more and more satisfied. This car is great. So cool. There's plenty of space, it's convenient for going out to play. The power is strong, it must be fun to drive, he said, patting the engine cover. It's this one. Lu Yuaya. She felt like her brain was a bit overloaded. Just this one? So careless? It's a car worth over $1 million. Big brother, won't you think twice? Or look at other options? Su-fan, this car isn't cheap, are you sure you don't want to compare it with other models? Lu Yuaya tried to make a last-ditch effort, mostly because she was worried Su-fan was putting on a brave front and would feel awkward if he couldn't pay later. No need to look, it's this one, Su-fan waved his hand, sounding very decisive. I'm really satisfied with this car. By the way, can I take it for a test drive? Lu Yuaya took a deep breath, working hard to stay calm. It's normal for customers to want a test drive. She took a walkie-talkie from her pocket. Front desk, please send the key for the DBX over, the customer wants to test drive it. Soon, a staff member jogged over with the keys, respectfully handing them to Lu Yuaya. Lu Yuaya took the keys and turned to Su-fan, showing a standard smile. Su handsome, this way please, let's go handle the test drive procedures. When they reached the car, Lu Yuaya skillfully opened the door, and a rush of luxurious leather scent came toward her. Do you want to drive, or should I? Su-fan asked, standing by the passenger seat. Lu Yuaya looked at Su-fan and suddenly smiled slyly. How about I drive first? It's been a while since I've touched such a good car, just right for a little joyride, don't you think? She was indeed a bit eager, but more importantly, she wanted to use the driving process to test Su-fan's background. Sure, no problem, Su-fan said readily, opening the door to the passenger seat. Lu Yuaya sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and skillfully started the engine. V-room. The deep and powerful sound of the engine instantly drew the attention of many people in the showroom. Qianjing watched in the office, stunned. No way? Are they really going for a test drive? Is Yuaya personally driving for him? They're leaving, let's go watch the show, a male colleague nearby said, also intrigued. Lu Yuaya rolled down the window and shouted to Qianjing standing not far away. Qianjing, I'm taking a customer out for a test drive. I'll be back soon. Qianjing nodded blankly, oh, okay. Then you, come back soon. Watching the Aston Martin DBX slowly drive out of the showroom, Qianjing and the male colleague exchanged glances, both feeling that today's events were somewhat surreal. That guy, couldn't he really be a hidden rich heir? The low rumble of the Aston Martin DBX roared, like a beast ready to pounce, slowly driving out of the second-hand car showroom door, surrounded by many eyes. Lu Yuaya sat in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the steering wheel, feeling an inexplicable excitement in her fingertips. This was Aston Martin. Although it was second-hand, its unique quality and power were unmatched by ordinary cars. Su-fan sat in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, wearing a look of, a kind of anticipation to let loose. The car drove onto the newly paved, wide road in front of the showroom, which was somewhat intimidating. This road was specially planned by the city government to develop the new area, and currently, vehicles were scarce, making it a natural test track. Lu Yuaya felt the itch in her heart, but with Su-fan, this customer, present, she still maintained a relatively steady speed. However, this customer sitting next to her was getting a bit restless. This road is nice. The conditions are really good. Su-fan turned to look out the window, then at the straight road ahead, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. How's the power of this car? Let's feel it a bit? Lu Yuaya was momentarily taken aback. She thought, this guy is really bold. Usually, when someone gets in this car, even if they want to speed, they should hold back a bit, right? However, she actually wanted to test the extreme performance of this DBX. She took a deep breath and slowly pressed down on the accelerator. The DBX seemed to awaken instantly, the roar of the engine suddenly rising, transforming from a low rumble into an angry scream. The car shot forward abruptly, a strong push against their backs instantly pinning them to their seats. The speedometer's needle skyrocketed, 50, 80, 100. Lu Yuaya felt her heart rate soar as well. Wow! This feeling is awesome. Su-fan couldn't help but shout, his face full of excitement. He turned to Lu Yuaya, his eyes shining even brighter, faster. Go faster. Lu Yuaya was infected by his enthusiasm, perhaps also stimulated by the performance of the DBX. She gritted her teeth and fully pressed the gas pedal. V-room. The engine let out a deafening roar as if it wanted to tear the air apart. The car sped like a wild horse, 102, 105, 108. The scenery outside the window blurred into a haze, the wind howled as it rushed through the car window, making Lu Yueya feel like her hair was about to be blown away. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze focused ahead. Although she felt a bit nervous, more of it was the exhilarating rush from the extreme speed. Chapter 15, A Joyride in Conversation, What's his background? Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Fan didn't blink as he stared ahead, occasionally glancing at Lu Yueya's profile. Her tense jaw, focused gaze, and hair tousled by the wind seemed especially enchanting at this moment. Even Su Fan, who had seen all kinds of beauties, had to admit that Lu Yueya's appearance was striking. Plus, the bold aura she emitted while controlling the speed added to her charm. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Well, people rely on their attire just like horses rely on their saddles. No, it's people who rely on their cars. This car makes her even prettier. After speeding for a while, Lu Yueya slowly eased off the accelerator, and the car's speed gradually decreased. The roar of the engine also subsided, returning to its previous low rumble. She let out a long breath, feeling her palms getting a bit sweaty. So, how's the car's power? Lu Yueya turned to Su Fan, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Not just good. It's incredibly powerful. Su Fan excitedly pumped his fist. This pushback, this roar, it's amazing. It feels like driving a rocket. Lu Yueya couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated expression. She had to admit, although she didn't know what tricks this guy had up his sleeve, his passion for cars was quite charming. She steadied the car at a relatively normal speed and began to fulfill her sales duty. This Aston Martin DBX can be said to be a very special model in the Aston Martin family. It is the first SUV launched by Aston Martin and the most practical model in the brand's 100-year history. While driving, Lu Yueya began to introduce it in detail. Look at its exterior design, which retains the classic family front of Aston Martin, but the overall lines are very smooth and dynamic, embodying both the power of an SUV and the elegance of a sports car. The interior is also luxuriously crafted, wrapped in high-quality leather, with manual stitching, giving it a fantastic feel. As she spoke, she gently stroked the genuine leather on the steering wheel. I tell you, even though I see all kinds of luxury cars every day at work, every time I see this DBX, I can't help but admire it. Its charm is really hard to resist. Lu Yueya said, her tone filled with unreserved affection. She truly loved this car, whether it was the exterior, interior, or performance, everything was flawless. Of course, as a saleswoman, her more important task was to observe Su Fan's reaction and test his bottom line. It's just a pity that even as a second-hand car, it still costs 1,300,000. She secretly glanced at Su Fan, wanting to see if a hint of hesitation, surprise, or even embarrassment would appear on his face when he heard this price again. After all, a little over 1 million is definitely a staggering amount for a college student who just graduated not long ago. In her heart, she was already prepared. If Su Fan showed any difficulty, she would find a way to shift the topic to another car. Or she could simply treat it like a friend's joyride and not mention buying a car at all. However, what surprised Lu Yueya again was that Su Fan remained indifferent to this price. No surprise, no hesitation, and not a hint of embarrassment or shame. He was still lost in his admiration for this car. As if Lu Yueya was not talking about over 1 million, but rather over 100. I think the price is okay, mainly depends on the condition of the car. Su Fan said seriously, then patted the central control panel. This car is nothing but stylish. There are no flaws at all. The interior, the craftsmanship, is amazing. Lu Yueya. Okay? Mainly depends on the condition of the car? Dude, over 1 million. Is that what you call okay? Do you have some misunderstanding about money? A deep sense of disappointment surged in her heart. She originally held a glimmer of hope, thinking Su Fan might be a hidden rich second generation, or have some other background that could afford a car of this level. Now it seemed, he was most likely just here to show off. A car costing over 1 million, and he casually called it okay. This acting was too exaggerated. Meanwhile, in the Wanzhong used car showroom, Chen Jing and a male colleague stood by the window, watching the Aston Martin DBX drive away, then waiting eagerly for it to return. Seeing the DBX speeding down the new road in the distance, they were so astonished their mouths hung open. Wow! This is completely reckless driving. They treat it like it's their own car. The male colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. That kid is way too bold, right? An Aston Martin. It's a car worth over 1 million, and he dares to drive it like that? Qian Jing pouted, her face full of disdain and pity. Ugh, don't even mention it. I told you Yueya is wasting her effort. That kid doesn't look like a rich person at all, he's probably just here for fun. Yueya is silly for playing along with him for so long, wasting her time and energy. Exactly. My heart aches for Yueya for a second, the male colleague echoed. I bet when he comes back, he'll say I'll think about it and then sneak away. The two chatted back and forth in complaints, as if they had already foreseen the awkward scene ahead. After the joyride, the Aston Martin DBX smoothly drove back in front of the Wanzhong used car showroom. Su Fan smacked his lips, lingering and fondly rubbing the steering wheel. TSK, to be honest, driving this car feels like elevating life. Pressing the accelerator makes all worries disappear. Lu Yueya forced a professional smile, but inside she was still anxious. Elevating? Dude, a car worth over 1 million, can it not elevate? The key is, what does this have to do with you? Why don't you just buy it? As she thought this, she unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to get out of the car. Since she was already there, and the act was almost done, they couldn't really let him drive the car away, could they? Su Fan, Lu Yueya hesitated to speak, trying to make her tone sound natural. Long time no see, how have you been lately? Still at that old company? She was just trying to find something to talk about, mainly to quickly shift the topic from the car, to avoid being too awkward when Su Fan might find an excuse to slip away. Oh, you mean work? Su Fan also got out of the car, stretched lazily, looking nonchalant. Don't mention it, I quit. Ha? Lu Yueya was stunned for a moment, a bit surprised. You quit? Why? I remember you said that company was quite big before? Su Fan pouted, showing a hint of disdain on his face. Hey, don't bring it up. That broken place, small temple but big demons, shallow pool with many turtles. So I quit, planning to try being a freelancer in the future, taking some jobs myself. Lu Yueya was surprised. She didn't expect Su Fan, who seemed quite easygoing, had experienced so many frustrating things at work. The resentment she felt from showing off faded quite a bit, replaced by sympathy. I see. She nodded. Then, that's fine, a change in environment might lead to better development. Being a freelancer is nice too, time is free. As they talked, they had already walked back to the entrance of the exhibition hall. Lu Yueya looked at the time. It was almost mealtime. Out of friendship and basic hospitality, she invited him. Su Fan, if you're not in a hurry, how about we eat together after I finish work? Let's celebrate your escape from the sea of suffering? But I might still have to be busy for a while, you'll have to wait for me a bit. She thought to herself, a meal wouldn't cost much, it's just catching up. As for buying a car, well, better not mention it. Chapter 16, $1 million luxury car, buy it if you want? However, Su Fan's next words made Lu Yueya freeze completely. Su Fan didn't even catch her invitation to dinner, but instead turned around and pointed at the newly parked Aston Martin DBX, speaking as if asking, how much is this cabbage? No rush to eat, Yueya, let's handle the paperwork for this car first. Ha? Lu Yueya's brain instantly crashed, her eyes wide open. Paperwork? What paperwork? The paperwork for buying the car, Su Fan said as if it were obvious. This one, DBX, it's pretty good, I find it quite handy. Let's swipe the card, full payment. Lu Yueya felt like her ears might be malfunctioning, or maybe Su Fan's brain. She took a deep breath, trying to confirm she wasn't hearing things. Su Fan? You said you want to buy this car? This Aston Martin DBX? She couldn't help but repeat the price. This costs over $1 million. 130,000. Are you sure? Her voice trembled a bit, her mind going crazy. Big brother. Didn't you just quit your job? Didn't you say you wanted to be a freelancer? Where did you get the money to buy a luxury car over $1 million? The script isn't written this way. Su Fan looked at her shocked expression, seeming a bit amused, nodding. Sure, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Or is this car not for sale? He stroked his chin, but I think it's worth it. Besides, if I don't drive it away, I'm afraid I'll dream about driving it in circles tonight. Lu Yueya. This is a serious problem, right? But looking at Su Fan's determined eyes, he didn't seem to be joking, and Lu Yueya felt her worldview was being rubbed against the ground repeatedly. She mechanically turned her head to look inside the exhibition hall. Chen Jing and that male colleague were indeed still standing by the window, stretching their necks to look this way. When Su Fan said, swipe the card, full payment, Lu Yueya clearly saw their expressions. It looked like they'd just swallowed a Godzilla whole, their eyes almost popping out. No problem. Selling. Of course, it's for sale. Lu Yueya felt her voice was a bit airy. She forced herself to calm down, took out her professional demeanor, then, please hold on, I'll go get the POS machine and contract right away. For the next steps, Lu Yueya felt like she was in a daze the whole time. She watched Su Fan casually take out a seemingly ordinary bank card from a plain wallet, then enter the password on the POS machine. 138,000. Lu Yueya's heart raced. It jumped even more violently than when I just test drove the car at high speed. She didn't even dare to look at the POS machine screen, afraid that the next second the words insufficient balance would pop up in big letters. However, Beep, transaction successful. A crisp prompt sound rang out, accompanied by the hiss of the receipt printing, making it particularly clear in the quiet showroom. Lu Yueya held the purchase receipt, her hands trembling a bit. Really, bought it? She looked up at Su Fan, who still had a relaxed and comfortable expression. As if just having bought a cup of milk tea, not a luxury car that required a down payment in a first-tier city. Done. Su Fan glanced at the purchase receipt, casually tucked it into his pocket. Thanks, Yueya, quite efficient. Lu Yueya opened her mouth to say something, but found her throat dry, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Chen Jing was completely stunned. What the hell, really, bought it? Her male colleague beside her stammered, rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Chen Jing said nothing, just stared at Su Fan's back, her expression changing unpredictably. Over $1 million, swiped the card, full payment, without blinking. This is clearly not a show-off. This is a real big shot. Hadn't she just complained to her colleagues about him just coming for a thrill? Even sympathizing with Lu Yueya for wasting time? Slap in the face. A naked slap in the face. Her cheeks felt swollen. Chen Jing felt her cheeks burning. Suddenly, she remembered something, quickly pulled out her phone, and opened the long quiet college class group. Previously, the class monitor, Chen Ming, had shouted in the group, saying he wanted to organize a class reunion, and she had no interest, just ignored it. A group of classmates who hadn't kept in touch for years, gathering together was nothing more than bragging, showing off, and gossiping. It was meaningless. But now, looking at Lu Yueya actually catching a big fish like Su Fan, Chen Jing's mind began to stir. What if there were a few invisible rich people like Su Fan lurking in the class group? If she attended the reunion, she might just encounter a big client, casually buy a car, and that commission, TSK. That class reunion, Chen Jing muttered, looks like I have to go. She changed her mind. She must go. Just as Chen Jing made up her mind to attend the reunion to fish, the college class group exploded with a message. Usually, the group was a still pond, only occasionally sending a few red packets or wedding invitations. But today, a long dormant ID suddenly popped up. Chen Ming, class monitor at all members, old classmates, how have you all been lately? It's been a few years since graduation, let's find a time to gather? A few scattered replies came in saying sure, check the time, and so on. Chen Ming seemed dissatisfied with the sparse responses and sent another message. Oh, Yueya is here too? How have you been? Still in car sales? Lu Yueya had just finished delivering the car and was still a bit dazed, saw the mention, and casually replied. Yeah, I am, monitor. Chen Ming immediately became lively, starting his performance. That's great. I just picked up a Panamera, a sapphire blue, super cool. Next time let's go for a drive. I'll let you experience it. After sending the picture, he added, still not satisfied. By the way, Yueya, even though I just bought a car and don't need another, I have plenty of rich friends around, so if you need any sales help in the future, just let me know, it's a small matter. The words dripped with boasting and a clear desire to show off in front of Lu Yueya. Someone in the group chimed in. Wow. Monitor is amazing. A Panamera. That's awesome, Chen Ming, already driving a Porsche. Chen Ming was enjoying the flattery, feeling pleased, thinking that Lu Yueya would certainly look at him differently now. However, just at this moment, Lu Yueya suddenly posted a photo in the group. It was a side shot of Su Fan signing the contract just now. Although it was blurred a bit, he could still be recognized. Lu Yueya just landed a big deal. Thanks to old classmate at Su Fan for taking care of the business, just got an Aston Martin DBX. Photo. As soon as this message came out, the group fell silent for a moment. Then, it exploded completely. What the hell? Aston Martin? DBX? Which Su Fan? Is it the one we know? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Fan Ge? Lu Yueya, are you sure this isn't a joke? Is it really Su Fan who bought it? That SUV worth over $1 million? Fan Ge is rich now? Seeking a powerful friend. Seeking protection. At Su Fan. 66,666. Fan Ge is awesome. Wait, didn't Su Fan work at that lousy company before? When did he suddenly get rich? At Chen Ming, class monitors, your Panamera seems to suddenly not smell good? Ha ha ha. Chapter 17. The classmates group blew up, he's famous now. I'm crumbling, family. I'm still squeezing the subway, and my classmate has already driven an Aston Martin. At Su Fan, Fan Ge, come out and say something. Did you win the lottery? Messages in the group were rolling in at a crazy speed of dozens per second. Everyone was stunned by this sudden bombshell. And just moments ago, Chen Ming, who was boasting about his Panamera, looked at Lu Yueya's message and photo, as well as the classmates' crazed tags and jokes. His smile froze instantly, his expression colorful like a palette. Aston Martin. DBX? Su Fan? How could he afford it? The news of Su Fan buying an Aston Martin DBX was like a deep-sea bomb, stirring up huge waves in the Long Island College classmates group. Oh my god. Aston Martin? DBX? Su Fan bought it? Which Su Fan? It must be a namesake, right? Upstairs, look at the side shot, though blurred, that charming jawline. Who else could it be but our Fan Gu? What the heck? It really is Fan Gu. Wasn't he just complaining about overtime at work not long ago? This, he has directly soared? DBX. It costs almost 2 million when it hits the ground, right? Fan Gu, honestly confess, did you secretly buy a lottery ticket behind our backs? What prize did you win? At Su Fan, come out and take a few steps. Seeking powerful friends. Seeking sponsorship. I'm sticking with you from now on. At Lu Yueya, Goddess Yueya, how much commission do you get from this deal? Can you retire on the spot? Messages in the group were like a floodgate opened, one after another, impossible to keep up. Most people were shocked, envious, and some had a trace of disbelief. After all, although Su Fan was quite liked in college, he was always low-key, and after graduation, it seemed there hadn't been any major news about him. How could he suddenly jump straight to an Aston Martin? This leap is just too big. Of course, there were a few sour voices mixed in. Aston Martin? Don't tell me it's an accident car or a flood-damaged car? The used car market is deep water. Exactly, maybe just taking a photo for show, who knows if he really bought it? I bet it's rented. Nowadays, isn't it common to rent luxury cars and take pictures for social media? Or it could be the lowest configuration beggar version? Just puffing up to impress. Though these doubtful voices were not loud, the words dripped with bitterness. Especially Chen Ming, who was just boasting about his Panamera in the group, now had his face slapped hard. Chen Ming stared at the phone screen, watching those tagged and mocked messages. He was so angry he could explode. At Chen Ming, class monitor, your Panamera seems to instantly not smell good? Ha ha ha. Right, monitor, why don't you go see Yueya? Maybe she can give you a discount and switch to a better one? Where's the monitor? Why isn't he speaking? Wasn't he quite talkative before? Chen Ming's finger hovered above the screen, wanting to type out a rebuttal, but didn't know what to say. In front of the Porsche Panamera, the Aston Martin DBX truly seemed a bit lacking. Especially with the photos and messages personally sent by Lu Yueya, the credibility was too high. Damn it! When did this Su Fan kid become so rich? Is there no room for anyone else? Chen Ming felt a surge of anger inside as he looked at the messages in the group that praised Su Fan and mocked himself, feeling his face burn, as if he had been publicly slapped a few times. He had originally thought he could make a good impression in front of Lu Yueya with this Panamera, maybe even get a bit closer to her. But all of that was ruined by Su Fan's sudden appearance. He threw his phone aside in frustration, out of sight, out of mind. As for the various guesses and doubts in the group, neither Su Fan nor Lu Yueya came out to respond. At this moment, Lu Yueya was busy helping Su Fan's car with full insurance and wrapping up the final work. Once everything was done, Lu Yueya shyly said, "Well, Mr. Su, to thank you for your support of our store and me personally, how about, are you free tonight? I invite you to a meal, just as a small celebration?" She truly wanted to thank Su Fan. After all, such a big deal didn't happen every day. But on a deeper level, she was genuinely curious. What had this ordinary college classmate, who felt a bit insignificant even after graduation, experienced? How could he suddenly buy an Aston Martin without changing his expression? Moreover, he showed no reaction to being praised by so many people in the group just now. This calmness didn't seem like something a new rich person would have. Upon hearing this, Su Fan raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. Lu, the beautiful lady is treating? That sounds great. But, technically, shouldn't I, the client, be treating you, the top salesperson, to a meal, to thank you for providing such professional service? Lu Yueya was taken aback by his counter, then laughed. Mr. Su really knows how to joke. How can I let a client spend money? I must treat. You decide the place, or I can arrange it. Seeing Lu Yueya's slightly eager look, Su Fan secretly chuckled. This girl is curious now. He pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right, since you are so sincere, I won't be polite. But you don't need to decide the place, I know a nearby restaurant that has good food. I'll send you the address later." Is that settled? Okay. It's a deal. Lu Yueya readily agreed, feeling even more fond of Su Fan. This guy really seems different from before. In school, while he was cheerful, he definitely wasn't as poised and even a bit commanding as now. He was unlike those other men who approached her after knowing she worked in sales. Either overly enthusiastic or smooth-talking. Or like Chen Ming, who practically had "I want to chase you" written on his face. Su Fan's attitude, neither hot nor cold, and even a bit like taking the lead, made her feel refreshed and even more curious about his changes. After sending Lu Yueya off, Su Fan had just gotten into the car when his phone rang. It was Xin Yang calling. "Hey! Brother Fan! My dear brother! You better be honest with me. Is what's being said in the group true? Did you really buy an Aston Martin?" As soon as the phone connected, Xin Yang's loud voice came through, nearly breaking with excitement. "What the hell, calm down." Su Fan cleared his ears, just picked it up. "What's up?" "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god." Xin Yang expressed his shock with 3 "oh my gods." "You kid or something? Making a fortune quietly? When did this happen? How come I had no idea?" "No way, you need to treat. You must treat. I'm coming to find you right now." "You can treat, but not right now." Su Fan started the car. Feeling the deep rumble from the engine, "I have a dinner date with Lu Yueya tonight." "What? Lu Yueya?" Xin Yang's voice instantly shot up an octave, filled with envy and jealousy. "Damn. Fan good, your speed is too fast. You just got the car and already have a date with the goddess? Take me with you. I'm begging you. I'll just tag along for a meal, I promise I won't say a word." In college, Lu Yueya wasn't just the prettiest girl in their class, she was the most beautiful girl in their whole department. Those who secretly loved her or loved her openly could form a line from the dormitory building to the school gate. Xin Yang was one of them back then, but unfortunately, he never had any chance. Get lost. Su Fan mercilessly refused. "Being a third wheel is so interesting, right? I'm hanging up, I want to test drive the car." Chapter 18, this is called a dimensionality reduction strike. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xin Yang's wails and directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Xin Yang felt like crying but had no tears. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why is there such a big difference among classmates? They drive Aston Martins and date the department's beauty, while I am still worrying about next month's rent. Comparing people, it just kills you. Su Fan had no time to care about Xin Yang's envy and jealousy. All his attention was on this brand new Aston Martin DBX. Gently stepping on the accelerator, a strong thrust immediately surged forward, accompanied by a charming roar, as the DBX gracefully weaved through the traffic like an elegant and agile cheetah. The snugness of the leather seats felt great, and the feeling of the steering wheel was flawless. The exquisite interior and high-end sound system all showcased its luxury and extraordinary status. TSK TSK TSK, this feeling awesome. Su Fan couldn't help but hum a little tune. He drove around the city for a few laps, fully experiencing the joy of driving a luxury car, drawing many admiring looks from passers-by. This feeling indeed made one a bit dizzy with excitement. It's the power of money. Meanwhile, in the college classmates group chat. After the initial explosive chatter, the discussion gradually quieted down. But the atmosphere of shock and envy still lingered in the words. Especially among the boys in the group, except for a few who sincerely felt happy for Su Fan, most fell into a subtle silence. There's nothing they could do. Here they are, young graduates, and Su Fan is already driving an Aston Martin, while they are still anxiously worrying about house loans, car loans, or whether they can find a girlfriend. This huge sense of disparity left many feeling uneasy. Especially Chen Ming. He sat alone on the sofa in his living room, growing more and more furious, feeling increasingly suffocated. He took out his phone and opened Lu Yueya's Moments. The latest post was from a few days ago, nothing special. He opened Su Fan's Moments, which was set to be viewable for 3 days, yet it was empty. Damn! Chen Ming irritably threw his phone aside. He stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. The key to the Panamera was right there on the coffee table, its blue paint still gleaming under the lights. But at that moment, in Chen Ming's eyes, it looked increasingly displeasing. No! I can't just let this go. Su Fan is only showing off because of that Aston Martin, right? He's just trying to grab Lu Yueya's attention. I have a car too. And I can buy another one. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes. Buy another one. Get a second-hand sports car. It doesn't need to be expensive, but it must be flashy enough to catch people's eyes. Then I can drive it every day to find Lu Yueya to discuss business, and I won't believe she won't be moved. Su Fan can buy a second-hand Aston Martin, Chen Ming can also buy a second-hand sports car. And who knows, maybe I can buy it from Lu Yueya, giving me even more chances to get close to her. Thinking of this, Chen Ming's mood calmed down a bit, and he even felt a little proud. He thought his idea was simply brilliant. Not only can he regain his face, but also create opportunities to get closer to the goddess. Two birds with one stone. He immediately picked up his phone and began searching for local second-hand car market information, his eyes bright with excitement. It was as if he could already see himself driving a cool sports car, taking Lu Yueya for a joyride in blissful scenery. Chen Ming sat on the sofa in his living room, his fingers swiping on the phone screen, eventually stopping at Lu Yueya's WeChat profile picture. He opened the chat box and hesitated for a long time before cautiously typing a line. "Yueya, are you busy?" The message was sent, but it sank like a stone in the sea. Chen Ming felt a bit anxious. What if she didn't want to reply to me? He irritably raked his fingers through his hair and his gaze fell again on the key to the Primera on the coffee table. Damn it, this car was bought to impress girls, why does it fall apart when it matters? No way, I can't back down. He forced himself to send another message. I wanted to ask you, how's the second-hand sports car market recently? I'm a bit interested. This time, Lu Yueya replied quickly. It's okay, squad leader. The market is pretty good lately. What, thinking of changing cars? Seeing the word squad leader, Chen Ming felt a bit annoyed, but he quickly seized the opportunity. Yes. I'm a little tired of the Primera and want to switch to something, flashier. You know. He hinted deliberately. Oh? What type are you looking for? What's your budget? Lu Yueya still had a businesslike tone. Chen Ming's mind raced, feeling like the moment was right, he tentatively asked. I can't say right now, how about, we find a time to go out, and I'll treat you to dinner, we can chat while we eat? He nervously stared at the screen, his palms beginning to sweat. This was the most natural excuse he could think of. A few seconds later, Lu Yueya replied. Thank you, squad leader, but I'm afraid I can't tonight. I already have plans. Have plans? Chen Ming's heart sank, but he refused to give up. Lu Yueya, yes, I'm having dinner with Su Fan. He just mentioned getting an Aston Martin from me today, so we're kind of celebrating? There was a playful smiley after that. Boom! Chen Ming felt like his head had been hit by a 100-kilogram hammer. Su Fan? Aston Martin? Dinner together? Just because of buying a car? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Ming could no longer hold back, he jumped up from the sofa and slapped his thigh hard, the sound echoing loudly. How did I not think of this? How did I not think of this? He regretted it to the point of anguish, buying a car. Right. Buying a car means I could have asked her for dinner. Why was I only thinking about buying a car to show off, and forgot about this? If I had known, I would have picked up a Ferrari yesterday. Damn it! He angrily paced around the living room, feeling like he had missed out on billions. He once thought his plan to get closer to Lu Yueya by buying a second-hand sports car was foolproof, but he never expected Su Fan to move faster. And he went all in, directly using his identity as a car buyer to score the dinner date. What is this called? This is called a dimensionality reduction strike. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking the sofa with a dull thud. No way, I can't just give up. Su Fan can buy, I can too. And I'll buy something even cooler. Meanwhile, in the employee changing room of the Wanzhong second-hand car dealership, Lu Yueya had just taken off her neat professional outfit and changed into her casual clothes, ready to get off work. Her phone rang from the locker, the screen flashing with the words Mom. She sighed helplessly and answered the call. Hello, Mom. Hey, Yueya, you're off work now, right? Her mother, Yan Xiushui's familiar voice came through the phone, with a hint of barely noticeable excitement in her tone. Just getting ready to leave. Lu Yueya replied while fixing her hair. Mom wants to tell you something. Yan Xiushui paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Aunt Zhang over there introduced you to a boy again, he's got pretty good conditions. Here it comes again. Lu Yueya rubbed her temples. Feeling a bit of a headache. Mom, didn't I say? I don't want to go on a blind date right now, I'm really busy with work. Oh, busy or not, you have to think about your personal issues. This boy is really good, his name is Ji Changga, he owns a tech company, young and promising. Yan Xiushui was pushing hard. I sent you his photo, take a quick look. Lu Yueya opened WeChat and indeed saw a photo sent by her mom. The man in the photo was wearing a suit, his hair neatly combed. But he looked a bit too old, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and his slightly thinning hair made him look at least 10 years older than his actual age. Chapter 19, Trouble on the Blind Date, What to Do About Dinner. Mom. Lu Yueya couldn't help but raise her voice. This is just too old, he looks about the same age as my dad. What do you mean old? This is called mature and stable. He is an entrepreneurial boss, busy with his career, so he probably doesn't have much time to dress up. Yan Xiaoshui disagreed. Besides, you should focus on a man's ability and financial strength, as long as he looks decent. Little G's qualities are sought after by many girls. Anyway, I'm not going. Lu Yueya's attitude was firm. You don't have to worry. You child. Yan Xiaoshui was a bit angry. What kind of person are you looking for? Oh right, didn't you sell a car worth over $1 million today to that classmate Su Fan? Yes, so what? Lu Yueya was puzzled. How did her mom know about this? It must be a colleague who told her. So what? My silly daughter. Yan Xiaoshui's tone suddenly became serious. Think about it, a young person just graduated a few years, suddenly spends over $1 million on a luxury car. What is he after? Lu Yueya was stunned. After what? After you. Yan Xiaoshui said with disappointment in her voice. Mom tells you, you have to be careful. These young folks might just have a bit of family money, or they might be buying the car on loan, trying to appear rich just to chase girls. Don't be fooled by his superficial glory. Mon Lu Yueya felt a bit amused and helpless. Su Fan is not that kind of person. We are college classmates. I know him well. Know him well? Do you know what he does for work right now? How much does he earn a month? What does his family do? Was that car bought outright or on a loan? Yan Xiaoshui threw out a series of questions. Yueya, listen to mom's advice. A man's financial power is very important. It's not that mom is too realistic, it's just the reality of this society. When you look for a partner, you must investigate from multiple aspects, you can't just look at the car he drives. Listening to her mother's earnest advice, Lu Yueya felt a bit uncomfortable. She admitted her mother had a point, but deep down, she felt that Su Fan was not that kind of vain person. However, her mother's words did remind her that Su Fan had indeed changed a lot. It was time to understand more. I got it, Mom, I will be careful. Lu Yueya replied perfunctorily. As long as you understand. And little G, think about it more. Mom. I really have things to do, I have to hang up, I'm going to have dinner with Su Fan tonight. Lu Yueya quickly interrupted her and hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up, Lu Yueya looked at her phone screen, furrowing her brow slightly. Su Fan, what is his situation now? She shook her head, deciding not to think about it for now. She was actually looking forward to tonight's dinner. She opened her wardrobe, her eyes wandering between several beautiful dresses and suits. Finally, her finger lingered on a black silk suit that she had never worn, tucked away in the corner. This outfit was something she had bought last year on her birthday, never finding the right occasion to wear it. The cut was neat, with just the right touch of sexiness, accentuating her figure while maintaining elegance. This is the one. Lu Yueya made up her mind. She carefully put on the suit, checking herself in the mirror again and again. The black silk fabric made her skin look even fairer. The V-neck design reveals her delicate collarbone. She took out the almost unused bright red lipstick from her makeup bag, carefully outlining her plump lips in front of the mirror. The girl in the mirror, bright-eyed and white-toothed, with red lips and black clothes, looked completely different from the competent sales consultant she usually was, radiating a captivating charm. Lu Yueya smiled with satisfaction, took out her phone, opened Su Fan's WeChat, thought for a moment, pressed the voice key, and said in a tone that was a bit expectant and playful. Su Fan, I'm ready, where are you? I'm a bit impatient. Her voice was sweet, with a slight rise at the end, containing a hint of playful coquetry. After sending the voice message, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks slightly flush. At that moment, Su Fan, who had just returned to his new apartment at Shanglan Jingwan, was changing clothes when he heard his phone ring and clicked to play it. Su Fan, I'm ready, where are you? I'm a bit impatient. The sweet voice was like a bomb wrapped in honey, instantly exploding in Su Fan's ears. What the hell? Su Fan's hand shook, and he almost dropped his phone. He felt as if his heart was squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, then suddenly released, beating wildly with heat rushing to his head. How can anyone handle this? The goddess of the campus has such a proactive and flirty side? He played the voice message again, confirming he hadn't heard wrong. That's right. It's the same feeling. Su Fan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, on the other side, Yan Xiaoshui hung up her daughter's call but kept thinking that the entrepreneurial boss Ji Chang'e seemed more reliable. She couldn't just watch her daughter get tricked away by Su Fan, this unknown guy, with just a car. So she swiped her finger and found Ji Chang'e's WeChat, editing a message to send. Xiao Ji, I have something to tell you. Yueya is having dinner with a male classmate tonight at that trendy restaurant in the city center called Victoria Night, probably around 7. I'm just letting you know, no other meaning. Young people should have more chances for chance encounters, maybe they can spark something? The message sent successfully. A few minutes later, Ji Chang'e, who was discussing project plans with his business partner Zhang Deming, saw his phone light up. He picked it up and immediately broke into a confident smile. Old Zhang, he put down the documents in his hand and said to Zhang Deming, "We'll end the meeting here for tonight, I have some personal matters to attend to." Zhang Deming was a bit surprised. What urgent matter? Ji Chang'e smiled mysteriously, patting Zhang Deming's shoulder. Of course, going to create a beautiful encounter. My goddess cannot be grabbed by another fly. His eyes sparkled with excitement as if he could already see himself successfully bumping into Lu Yueya and eventually winning her heart. A young guy driving an Aston Martin? Just a stepping stone. Goddess? Zhang Deming questioned. Yes, super beautiful. Even stars can't compare. Don't believe me? I'll show you a photo, just this one. Ji Chang'e excitedly shoved his phone in front of Zhang Deming. On the screen was a casual photo of Lu Yueya. In the photo, Lu Yueya wore a simple white dress, standing in a sea of flowers, her smile bright, pure yet with a hint of otherworldly grace, completely different from the professional photo Yan Xiaoshui had sent him earlier. Zhang Deming adjusted his glasses, leaned in for a closer look, and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Chairman Ji, nice one. Is this the Miss Lu you were talking about? TSK, this beauty, this aura, simply goddess level. Much better than those internet celebrities. Of course. Chapter 20, Restaurant Encounter, Awkwardness. Ji Chang'e proudly put away his phone, carefully tracing Lu Yueya's smiling face on the screen with his fingertip. The gaze was filled with unabashed obsession. The woman I, Ji Chang'e, have my eyes on, can she be lacking? Old Zhang, let me tell you, Yueya is not only beautiful, but also exceptional. She graduated from a prestigious university and is now a sales consultant at Wanzhong, with top-notch performance. He paused, a sense of assured pride in his tone. Such a goddess should be matched with a successful person like me. As for some others. Just because he drives a sports car, he thinks he can feast upon a swan? It's simply a pipe dream. Zhang Deming listened to his sour words, and probably guessed a bit, cautiously asking. Manager Ji, the some others you mentioned, is that the classmate mentioned by Auntie, who had dinner with Miss Lu? That's right. It's him. Ji Chang'e slapped his thigh, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. I heard from Auntie that the guy is named Su Fan, seems to be Yueya's university classmate. He drives an Aston Martin, probably some useless rich second generation trying to throw money at our Yueya. Aston Martin? Zhang Deming was taken aback. That's not cheap. What's the use of cheap or not? The important thing is not the car, but the person driving it. Ji Chang'e waved his hand confidently and said. This kind of young man, aside from having a bit of stinky money, what does he know about true feelings? What does he know about a career? A girl as good as Yueya, what future can she have with him? Only I can give her happiness. He became more excited as he spoke, picking up the car keys on the table. Auntie just sent me a message, saying they will have dinner tonight at the Victoria Night restaurant in the city center. It's almost time, old Zhang, enough with the project discussions, come along with me. Zhang Deming felt helpless. Manager Ji, this project. Since when can't we discuss the project? The goddess can't wait. Ji Chang'e unhesitatingly pulled Zhang Deming, let's go. We must go encounter that guy in the Martin tonight. Let him know who the real boss is. No one can touch my goddess. Zhang Deming looked at Ji Chang'e, who seemed fired up, knowing he couldn't persuade him, and had no choice but to put on his coat and follow him, secretly mumbling. What in the world? Encounter. However, that Miss Lu was indeed stunning, no wonder Manager Ji was so invested. At the same time, in front of the Wanzhong used car sales center. A flashy Aston Martin DBX slowly parked by the roadside, drawing the attention of passers-by. Before long, a striking figure walked out of the sales center's main door. Su Fan's gaze was instantly drawn, and he was completely captivated. He saw Lu Yueya take off her usual smart business suit and change into a fitted black dress, the hem perfectly at mid-thigh, exposing two long, straight legs elegantly wrapped in black stockings. On her feet, she wore a pair of exquisite black high heels, making her look even more graceful and enchanting. Her face was lightly made up, tempting red lips and waves of curls cascading down her shoulders, losing some of the sharpness of a career woman, and gaining a few more heart-racing charms and sensuality. She was a completely different person from the sales consultant who usually dressed in work attire and acted decisively. Wow! This was simply the ultimate kill. Black stockings. Long legs. The corners of Lu Yueya's mouth turned up in a smile as she walked over gracefully, gently tapping on the car window. Su Fan pressed the window down and smiled slightly. Classmate Yueya, you are as beautiful as ever. Stop the sweet talk. Lu Yueya playfully replied, but secretly felt elated. What girl doesn't like to be praised by the boy she has a crush on? She opened the car door and elegantly sat in the passenger seat. With her movement, the hem of her dress lifted slightly, revealing the perfect shape of her legs, outlined beautifully by the black stockings, more clearly in Su Fan's view. The space inside the car was not particularly spacious, and at this moment, it was mostly occupied by a pair of sexy long legs. Su-fan felt his nose getting a bit warm and quickly shifted his gaze, but it was really hard to resist. Those legs, it would be a shame not to insure them, they were simply part of the leg-playing series. However, Su-fan was quite composed, even so, he couldn't easily be swayed. As night deepened, the lights began to twinkle. In the city center, in front of the Victorianite Western restaurant, neon lights flashed, and the decor was elegant, clearly a high-end place for couples to date or for business dinners. A black Mercedes S-Class silently parked in a hidden corner diagonally across from the restaurant. Inside the car, Ji Chang'e was using binoculars, his gaze fixed on the restaurant entrance, his face filled with anticipation and nervousness. Beside him, Zheng Deming leaned back in his chair with a look of utter despair, watching his boss in this infatuated state, unable to suppress a sigh. "Boss Ji, are we really just sitting here waiting?" "Shoo! Keep your voice down." Ji Chang'e put down the binoculars and shot Zhang Deming a glare. "Do you understand what strategy means? If we go in now and they just arrived, before they sit down, they'll definitely make that kid encourage Yueya to change places. We have to wait for them to go in, sit down in a good spot, and preferably order the food first, then we can make a grand entrance for a perfect coincidence." The more Ji Chang'e spoke, the more he felt his plan was flawless, proudly raising his eyebrow. Think about it, once the food is ordered, it would be too embarrassing to leave right away, right? At that time, I'll just go over to say hello, show off my charm. What can that kid compare to me? What does he have besides that broken Aston Martin? In terms of career, maturity, and stability, I outshine him by a mile. Zhang Deming's mouth twitched. What era is this? He was playing an old trope that even idol dramas wouldn't use anymore? A grand entrance? A coincidence? Isn't this just asking for trouble? He thought to himself, but didn't dare to refute, he could only helplessly respond. Boss Ji, brilliant. Consider it. Of course. Ji Chang'e lifted the binoculars again, like a scout, intently watching the restaurant door. Just wait, old Zhang, tonight I'll show you how I rescue the goddess from that young fool. Humph, Aston Martin? Just a stepping stone for me. Zhang Deming looked at his boss's confident demeanor and silently turned his head to gaze out the car window. He only hoped the so-called coincidence wouldn't be too awkward, he couldn't bear to see his boss embarrass himself terribly. As the night deepened, the neon lights sparkled. The Victorianite Western restaurant's European-style sign shone brightly under the lights. Su-fan steadily parked the car in front of the restaurant's parking space. He took a deep breath, trying to temporarily suppress the image of those dazzling black silk long legs in his mind. Calm. I must be calm. I've seen the world too. Although this world is a bit intense. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to get out. His movements were smooth, without the slightest hesitation. Then, he walked around the front of the car and reached the passenger side. Very naturally, he opened the door for Lu Yueya. His arm slightly bent, making a gesture of please. The whole process was a model of a gentleman. However, his expression remained calm like a pool of autumn water. There was no excessive enthusiasm, nor deliberate flattery. Just a very plain politeness. Lu Yueya looked at him. Her heart went, huh? What is this guy up to? Just now in the car, his gaze was clearly interested in her. How come as soon as he got out, he seemed like a different person? Is he pretending to be cool? Or, is it a game of showing restraint? This is interesting. The corners of Lu Yueya's mouth suddenly curled up. She elegantly extended a long leg, the tips of her black high heels gently tapping the ground. Then came the other leg. Once she steadied herself, she adjusted her skirt. He smiled at Su-fan, showing his teeth. Thank you. The voice was still so pleasant. Chapter 21, Why does he understand everything during meals? Su-fan slightly nodded and closed the car door. You're welcome. His tone was calm, showing no signs of turbulence. The two walked side by side toward the restaurant's entrance. Su-fan deliberately lagged behind Lu Yueya by half a step, maintaining a distance that felt neither far nor too intimate. Social safety distance? Lu Yueya glanced at him from the corner of her eye. This guy really knows how to pretend. But, from an observer's perspective, the man was tall and handsome, his demeanor steady with a hint of detectable mischief. The woman was graceful, her beauty captivating, her long black stockings swaying elegantly in the evening breeze. The light stretched their shadows, intertwining together, indeed a good match. It was just like the main characters stepping out from an idol drama. Many passers-by couldn't help but throw them admiring glances. Some even whispered softly. Wow, that guy is so handsome. The girl next to him has such elegance, her legs are so long. A perfect pair. Su-fan heard it but remained expressionless. Yet inside, he was crazily complaining, perfect pair? Am I this nervous? Damn those black stockings. Too deadly. Lu Yueyao also heard it. Her smile brightened a little more. The small bit of doubt in her heart turned into greater curiosity. Su Fan, what kind of person are you really? Just as Su Fan and Lu Yueyao were about to step into the restaurant, a rather flashy red sports car parked nearby. The car door opened. Two people got out. It was Ji Chang'e and his friend Zheng Deming. Ji Chang'e had specifically dressed to impress today. In a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, and he'd sprayed cologne that could kill. He spotted Lu Yueyao just as she was about to enter. And the man beside her. Su Fan. Ji Chang'e's expression instantly soured. His eyes almost shot fire. Damn. This guy again. How could Yueyao come here with him for dinner? And dressed so sexy. Those black stockings. Those high heels. Ji Chang'e felt his heart bleeding. That scenery should have belonged to him. Good, stay calm, stay calm. Zheng Deming quickly pulled him back, fearing that he might act impulsively and cause trouble. Look at how they are, clearly it's Yueyao handling him. Zheng Deming began to speak nonsense, trying to calm Ji Chang'e. Maybe they are just ordinary classmates having a meal. Ordinary classmates? Ji Chang'e gritted his teeth. Do ordinary classmates need to dress like that? He pointed at Lu Yueya's back. Look at those legs. Look at that. Cough cough. Zheng Deming quickly coughed. Good, mind the occasion, the occasion. Ji Chang'e took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't act impulsively, impulsiveness is the devil. He had to see what this guy was up to. Let's go, we're going in. Ji Chang'e straightened his tie and walked in proudly. Zheng Deming followed behind, looking desolate. A bad feeling, very bad. Entering the restaurant, the waiter politely asked, Sir, do you have a reservation? Ji Chang'e's eyes quickly scanned the room, soon locking onto Su Fan and Lu Yueya's table. They were seated at a windowside booth, with soft light and a romantic atmosphere. Ji Chang'e's gaze turned cold. He pointed to a corner on the other side of the restaurant, far from Su Fan and their table, with a small stage in between. We'll sit there. The waiter looked puzzled but still politely guided them over. Okay, this way please. Zheng Deming looked at that position and felt even grimmer. This distance, with a stage in between and various decorations. Forget listening, he might not even be able to see clearly. What does Gu intend to do? 1,000-mile eye and wind-sensing ear? Once seated, Ji Chang'e indeed stretched his neck, squinting to see what Su Fan and Lu Yueyao were talking about. Unfortunately, the distance is simply too far, and with the soothing background music in the restaurant, he can only see two people seemingly chatting, with a smile on Lu Yueya's face. As for the content? God knows. Damn it. Ji Chang'e cursed softly. Zheng Deming sighed, Gu brother, let it go, let's just eat our meal. Eat what? Ji Chang'e waved his hand irritably. His gaze fell on the small stage not far away. The stage is small but exquisitely decorated. It has a nice-looking wooden guitar and a standing microphone on it. It seems to be for guests to perform impromptu or for the restaurant's resident singer to use. Guitar. Microphone. Ji Chang'e's eyes suddenly lit up. A bold idea quickly formed in his mind. A confident smile crept onto his lips, one that he thought looked cool. Zheng Deming saw this expression and felt a jolt in his heart. It's over. When that expression comes out, it means nothing good will happen. Good brother, you wouldn't want to, Zheng Deming asked tentatively. Ji Chang'e patted his shoulder and smiled mysteriously, just wait to see a good show. Zheng Deming. He already began to regret coming out with Ji Chang'e today. On the other side, Su Fan and Lu Yueyao had already ordered their meals. An elegant waiter poured lemonade for the two. Lu Yueyao picked up the glass and took a gentle sip. She looked at Su Fan across the table, deciding to take the initiative and test his depth. After all, she felt flustered when he looked at her in the car just now. It was time to regain some face. Moreover, she was indeed growing more curious about Su Fan. Su Fan, do you know? The Wellington steak at this restaurant is very famous. Lu Yueyao smiled and spoke, her tone carrying a hint of wanting to showcase her knowledge. It is said that their chef was poached from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in France, and his control over the heat is considered an art. She thought Su Fan would show a surprised or interested expression. However, Su Fan just nodded, his expression still calm. Yeah, I know. He picked up the menu and casually flipped through it. The fillet steak needs to be seared slowly over low heat to lock in the juices, and the flaky crust must be brushed repeatedly with butter and egg wash to ensure it comes out golden and crispy. And that mushroom sauce must use high-quality porcini, along with foie gras and diced parma ham to bring out that complex aroma. Su Fan spoke confidently, as if he were the chef of the restaurant himself. Lu Yuaya. Her carefully prepared words got stuck in her throat instantly. This guy. How could he know so clearly? He even knew the details of the preparation? This doesn't make sense. Isn't he just a designer? Could it be that designers nowadays are this competitive? They need to understand Michelin too? Lu Yuaya felt her understanding was being challenged. Not giving up, she pointed to another dish on the menu. Then, what about this pan-seared foie gras? This, Su Fan put down the menu and picked up the water glass. Choosing the right ingredients is very important. You need to use fatty foie gras from the French Landes region, rich in fat and delicate in texture. When frying, don't use too much heat, golden on both sides is enough. If cooked too long, the texture will become tough. The sauce pairing is also crucial. Typically, a sweet-sour flavor is used, like raspberry sauce or fig jam, to cut through the greasiness. Lu Yuaya was completely speechless. She looked at Su Fan, her eyes filled with big question marks. This guy is definitely not an ordinary designer. What kind of designer knows French cuisine so well? Could it be he is a hidden wealthy second generation? Out experiencing life? Chapter 22, Eccentric Man Makes a Loud Disruption. It must be, otherwise, how could he easily buy a car worth over $1 million? The more Lu Yuaya thought about it, the more suspicious she became. She decided to stop beating around the bush. Su Fan. She leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. You, honestly tell me. Are you, besides being a designer, also doing something else, for income? This question was already quite tactful. Su Fan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Oh. Finally can't hold back and ask? He put down his cup and showed a playful smile on his face. I guess so. He admitted generously. Oh? Lu Yuaya's eyes brightened, completely stirred by curiosity. What is it? Su Fan leaned back against the soft booth, his posture relaxed. It's nothing much. Just messing around usually, doing some investments. Playing stocks, dabbling in futures. His tone was very casual, as if he were just talking about the nice weather today. Stocks? Futures? Lu Yuaya was stunned. This is not something an ordinary person can handle. Especially futures, that risk. To say it so lightly, either he's boasting, or he really has made a lot of money from it. Combining what he just said about French cuisine. Lu Yuaya leaned more towards the latter. She looked at Su Fan's calm yet slightly teasing face. Feeling that the mysteries surrounding this person were piling up. How much wealth does he have? How big are his investments? Lu Yuaya's heart inexplicably began to race again. Isn't the risk quite big? Lu Yuaya struggled for a long time but couldn't help but ask, her voice a bit dreamy. Su Fan picked up the lemonade on the table and took another sip. It's okay. He said lightly, as long as you control your positions and manage risks, it's really just that. Just that? Lu Yuaya felt her worldview being refreshed again. Do big shots speak so lightly of things? This is no longer a designer who understands Michelin. This is simply a financial expert from a different field. She wanted to ask more, like how much have you made, such a mundane yet extremely curious question. But looking at Su Fan's calm demeanor, she swallowed the words back. Forget it. If she asked further, it would seem like she had never seen the world. And too deliberate. It would be as if she had some ulterior motive towards him. Though, it seemed, there was indeed a little bit. Pa. Lu Yuaya quickly shook her head, throwing those messy thoughts away. Maintain composure. Yes, maintain composure. She took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself down, picked up the menu again, planning to switch to a safer topic. For example, what dessert to have later? However, at that moment, in the corner of the restaurant, on a small performance stage, there suddenly came a stir of activity. The musician who had been softly playing the piano on stage had stopped at some unknown point. A young man dressed in a somewhat over-the-top pink suit was now standing in the center of the stage with a microphone. The man looked to be in his late 20s, his hair slicked back, and he had a somewhat overly confident smile on his face. Lu Yuaya was taken aback. This person seems a bit familiar. It's like... Ahem. The man cleared his throat and tested the microphone. Hello? Can you hear me? His voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Dining's patrons instinctively raised their heads and looked towards the stage. Su Fan also slightly turned his head to glance, with little expression. First of all, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meals. The man smiled at the microphone, showcasing a smile he deemed charming. But please allow me to take a little bit of your precious time to make a simple self-introduction. My name is Ji Changga. Ji is in the season, Chang is in Long, Gu is in Zhuge Liang. He paused, as if waiting for applause. However, the audience below only wore puzzled and disturbed expressions. A hint of barely noticeable awkwardness flashed across Ji Chang's face, but he soon resumed his smile. Maybe everyone is not very familiar with my name. But it's okay. Everyone should have used or seen the shared bikes on the roadside? He raised his voice, with a hint of pride. That's right, I am one of the founders of Street Bike. Oh. The audience finally responded with some scattered murmurs. Shared bicycles, a few years ago indeed became quite popular. Although now it seems, not so glorious anymore? But at least he's a founder, which sounds somewhat impressive. Lu Yueya's brows furrowed. Ji Changa? Streetside bicycles? She remembered. This guy, isn't he the blind date her mom insisted on introducing her to recently? She said he was young and promising, starting his own business, the company's future looked bright and all that. Lu Yueya casually made an excuse to brush him off. But she never expected to run into him here today? And in such a bizarre way? What does he want? Lu Yueya's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sure enough. Ji Changa's gaze scanned the crowd, precisely landing on Lu Yueya. His eyes instantly lit up with fervor. Actually, being here today is also a kind of fate. Because, here, I met the goddess I have long admired. He pointed dramatically in the direction of Lu Yueya. Miss Lu Yueya. Swish. In an instant, all the eyes in the restaurant focused sharply on Lu Yueya. Lu Yueya. Her face turned bright red in an instant. Embarrassed and angry. This guy, is he out of his mind? In front of all these people, making a scene like this? Feeling so awkward, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Su Fan, sitting across from her, remained calm, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted as if watching a show. Ji Changa was completely oblivious to how uncomfortable his actions were. He gazed at Lu Yueya with deep emotion, continuing to speak. Yueya, I know my previous invitation might have been a bit abrupt, but please believe in my sincerity. Ever since I saw your photo for the first time, anyway, 1,000 words are summed up in a song. Next, I want to dedicate this song I Am Willing to my one and only goddess, Miss Lu Yueya. With that, he signaled the sound engineer beside him. The music intro began to play. It was Wang Fei's classic love song, I Am Willing. At this moment, Lu Yueya's feelings could only be expressed in 4 words. I do not will. She wished she could rush up right now, grab the microphone, and smash it. However, before she could act, Ji Changa had already closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and started his passionate singing. Missing you is a very mysterious thing, like a shadow following closely. The first line came out. The entire restaurant instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, their expressions frozen. Including Su Fan, who had just been stifling a laugh. What is this noise? A pig being slaughtered? Or caught in a door? The tune? The beat? All gone. Every single word was perfectly off-key. Every note was filled with insult to the original song. Chapter 23, Singing Off-Key and Still Daring to Show Off? Slap in the face. Silent and unremarkable, lurking deep in the heart. Ji Changa was still lost in his own world, singing with complete devotion. He even mimicked the lyrics by placing his hand on his heart. The diners beneath the stage shifted from shock to a pained expression. Some couldn't help but cover their ears. Some lips twitched like crazy, wanting to laugh but holding it in. Some quietly took out their phones, aiming at the stage. Click, click. The recording function activated. I am willing for you, I am willing for you. The climax approached. Ji Changa gathered all his strength and yelled out loudly. That voice was simply deafening. Lu Yueya felt her ears being tortured like never before. She closed her eyes in despair. It's over. This is embarrassing enough to lose face to her grandmother. Tomorrow, no, maybe tonight, she would be on the local news or some funny video compilation with this off-key singing king. Su Fan picked up his cup, quietly took a sip. Something's there, it's a pity this guy didn't join a talent show. Definitely a self-producing topic type of contestant. The song disaster finally came to an end. Ji Changa opened his eyes, his face radiating satisfaction and confidence. He bowed to the audience below. Thank you, everyone. The audience remained silent. Only a few awkward yet polite coughs could be heard. Ji Changa seemed unbothered. He handed the microphone back to a nearby staff member who looked confused, then walked straight towards Lu Yueya and Su Fan's table. He wore a determined smile on his face. It seemed that the song he had just sung, a song that shakes heaven and moves earth, had completely captured Lu Yueya's heart. Yueya. Ji Changa approached the table, directly ignoring Su Fan, and greeted Lu Yueya. How was my singing just now? Lu Yueya. Right now, she just wanted to say, Big brother, where did your confidence come from? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Who is this? Ji Changa then turned his gaze to Su Fan, sizing him up from head to toe. His eyes carried a clear sense of scrutiny and hostility. Without waiting for Lu Yueya to introduce him, Ji Changa stretched out his hand towards Su Fan, with a tone that carried an air of superiority. Hello, I am Ji Changa, the founder of Street Bikes. He deliberately emphasized the words founder. Su Fan raised an eyebrow but did not extend his hand. He only gave a faint nod. Su Fan. Ji Changa's hand hung awkwardly in the air. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. What does Mr. Su do? He scrutinized Su Fan's clothing. He looked quite ordinary, not like some rich person. Designer. Su Fan answered briefly. Oh, a designer. Ji Changa enlightened, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. A designer? How much money could that make? He puffed up his chest and began his performance. Yueya, you might not know, right? He turned to Lu Yueya, his voice loud enough for a few tables around to hear. Our street bikes just completed a new round of financing. Valuation not much, just 5 billion. The shares I personally hold are worth over 100 million. As he spoke, he observed Lu Yueya and Su Fan's expressions. He hoped to see them shocked and envious. Lu Yueya was indeed a bit surprised. 5 billion? 100 million? That sounded quite impressive. Although her impression of him had already dropped to the bottom. But she had to admit, purely from the angle of money, he seemed to have some capital. However, Su Fan's expression remained calm. In fact, he even seemed amused. Ji Changa was a bit annoyed. What's up with this guy? What is he pretending for? A lousy designer, and not even surprised by 100 million? Is he dumbfounded? A friend of his nearby, a somewhat greasy-looking man, timely leaned in. This man was Zhang Deming, Ji Changa's dubious friend. Ji, don't be modest. Zhang Deming flattered Ji Changa. Who doesn't know you are young and promising, starting from scratch, and your company is preparing to go public? Compared to you, us ordinary people can hardly survive. Ji Changa was flattered to the point of blooming, his smugness even more evident on his face. He glanced at Su Fan, the meaning clear, can you see? This is the difference. Lu Yueya watched the two of them play off each other, only feeling more awkward and disgusted. She was just about to say something to interrupt this farce. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Oh? Mr. Su? A few people at a nearby table stood up, walking towards Su Fan. They looked like several middle-aged men, dressed in suits, refined in appearance. The one in front had a surprised expression on his face. Mr. Su, it's really you. What a coincidence. Su Fan looked over at the sound and recognized the other party. General Zhang? Manager Li? He nodded in greeting. Didn't expect to run into you here. Yes, we're having a departmental dinner. The leading General Zhang said enthusiastically. Mr. Su, thank you so much. The apartment you rented to us at Shanglan Jingwan. We are particularly satisfied with the living conditions. The environment is good, the decoration is nice, and mainly, the price is much cheaper than the market price. You have really helped us a lot. Another manager Li nodded repeatedly. That's right. Our colleagues are so envious. Everyone says you are such a generous landlord. Shanglan Jingwan? Renting a house? Ji Changa and Zhang Deming exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled. They knew Shanglan Jingwan, a famous high-end community in the city, where the housing prices are shockingly high. Is there a house for rent here? That indeed sounds like it could bring in some money. But compared to his 500 million valuation, it still falls short by a lot, right? Ji Changa felt a little balanced in his heart. However, what President Zhang said next was like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the restaurant. By the way, Mr. Su, you are truly impressive. President Zhang gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. I heard you have almost rented out all 30 houses in Shanglan Jingwan? Wow, how much rent must that be? Truly enviable. 30 suites? Shanglan Jingwan? Almost all rented out? Boom. The entire restaurant felt like it was paused. Everyone who heard this was completely frozen. The restaurant was dead silent. One could hear a pin drop. Ji Changa's smile seemed to be paused, completely frozen. That proud expression was still on his face, yet it appeared utterly ridiculous and laughable. He felt a burning pain in his cheeks. As if someone had slapped him hard several times. Other people's dozens of properties, real estate. Worth several hundred million. And what was he bragging about just now? Company valuation, 500 million? Sounds impressive. But that's a company valuation. The company doesn't belong to him alone. When all the shares are counted, what actually belongs to him, if he's lucky, he would get half. That would be over 200 million? And this is still an estimated value. It's just paper. Whether it can be cash out is another story. And then there's Su Fan. Solid real estate. Several hundred million. And, judging by what was just said, he also placed the stock market and futures. Who knows how much money is hidden in there? Ji Chang'e instantaneously felt like a clown. He had just been feeling pleased, thinking he was young and promising, that the company was going public, amazing. Compared to him, he was nothing but a little brother. No. Not even a little brother. At most, he was someone who shined the shoes of the big shots. Zhang Deming next to him was even more shocked, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. His eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. He had just been flattering Ji Chang'e, bragging about how amazing he was. And then, reality slapped him hard in the face. He felt like crawling into a crack in the ground. It was so freaking embarrassing. Chapter 24 Truth Revealed, shocking everyone. Lu Yueya was completely stunned as well. She suddenly looked up, staring at Su Fan in disbelief. Her mind was a blank. 30 houses in Shanglan Jingwan. What does this even mean? Previously, she only knew Su Fan was a designer, later he resigned, and it seemed he wasn't doing too well. Today, when Su Fan mentioned he made some money in stocks, she thought it was just several $100,000, $1 million at most. Who would have thought this was the level of made some money? This is no longer made some money. This is like a money printing machine? She felt her understanding of Su Fan was completely overturned at that moment. When did this university classmate become so unfathomable? What other secrets does he have? President Zhang and manager Li seemed completely unaware of the bomb they had dropped. They were still enthusiastically chatting with Su Fan. Mr. Su, you are so low-key. Yes, many of our colleagues in the company want to rent your house, but can't get in line. Next time if you have any vacant houses, you must consider us first. Su Fan just smiled faintly. Sure, we'll talk when I have the time. His gaze accidentally swept over Ji Chang'e's pale face. That expression was quite interesting. Ji Chang'e felt like he was about to suffocate. He couldn't stay any longer. Every second felt like torment. So, Yueya, I suddenly remembered there's something urgent at the company. I'll leave first. He spoke in a jumble, his voice trembling slightly. Without waiting for Lu Yueya to respond, he grabbed the equally stunned Zhang Deming. Let's go. The two almost fled in disgrace, leaving the restaurant in a flurry. Their backs were as messy as it gets. Watching them hurriedly leave, a soft chuckle echoed in the restaurant. Lu Yueya felt her face burning even more. Although it wasn't her who made a fool of herself, Ji Chang'e was her blind date after all. This was just too embarrassing. Su Fan, on the other hand, didn't show much reaction. He chatted a bit more with General Manager Zhang and Manager Li, exchanged contact information, and then stood up to leave. I'll walk you back. Su Fan said to Lu Yueya. His tone was calm, without revealing any emotions. Lu Yueya paused for a moment and nodded. Okay. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a bit strange. Su Fan focused on driving, his profile smooth, looking just like usual. But Lu Yueya's heart was in a mess. She secretly stared at Su Fan. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a soft golden light on his face. She had to admit, Su Fan was indeed very handsome. Back in school, he was the object of many girls' secret crushes. But back then, he always seemed a bit reserved, creating some distance. Yet now, he seemed the same, a bit distant and enigmatic. But this mysteriousness, paired with his astonishing wealth shown today, made his charm multiply geometrically. Lu Yueya noticed her heart was racing a bit faster. What are you thinking? Su Fan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Lu Yueya jumped in surprise and quickly withdrew her gaze. And nothing. She fumbled to cover up her fluster. Su Fan glanced at her but didn't ask further. The car soon arrived downstairs at Lu Yueya's home. We're here. Oh. Thank you for driving me back. Lu Yueya unfastened her seatbelt. You're welcome. Lu Yueya got out of the car, watching Su Fan's vehicle slowly drive away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. When she returned home, her mother, Yan Xiaoshui, was watching TV in the living room. Back already? Yueya, how was it? How did it go with Mr. G? Yan Xiaoshui asked with a smile. Lu Yueya plopped down on the sofa, feeling exhausted. Mom, don't mention it. So embarrassing. She recounted everything that happened in the restaurant, adding some spice to the story. Especially Ji Changa's ridiculous antics and his later embarrassment when he got slapped in the face. I even recorded a video of him bragging, "You have to see this, Mom." Lu Yueya took out her phone and opened the video. Yan Xiaoshui leaned in to see, and in the video, Ji Changa was speaking animatedly, spitting everywhere. Oh my! Yan Xiaoshui shook her head. This little Ji is a bit too full of himself. Isn't that right? Lu Yueya rolled her eyes, and what happened? He got called out right there, his face went green. Oh? Called out by who? Yan Xiaoshui asked curiously. Who else could it be? Su Fan. Su Fan? Yan Xiaoshui was taken aback. Your college classmate? Yes. How did he call him out? Lu Yueya took a deep breath, feeling her heart race again. Mom, you absolutely wouldn't guess. She told Yan Xiaoshui about Su Fan owning 30 properties in Shanglan Jingwan. Shanlan Gingwan. 30 properties. School district houses. 1 unit over 10 million. 30 units equals several hundred million. And it sounds like he also plays stocks and futures. Who knows how much money he has? Yan Xiaoshui's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O. The remote control in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud. TH30 properties? Shanglan Gingwan? My goodness. Yan Xiaoshui was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a while. After a long time, she suddenly grabbed Lu Yueya's hand. Ya. This. Su Fan is pretty good. This is a true master of disguise. Much stronger than that seasoned general. He looks solid and steady. Yan Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daughter. Listen to Mom, this Su Fan has such good conditions, and he looks good too, you must seize the chance. Find an opportunity to bring him home, let Mom give you a good check. Lu Yueya heard this, but furrowed her brows, feeling troubled. Mom, the problem is, he seems to have no feelings for me. During dinner today, he was quite a gentleman, but it just feels very bland, there's no sign that he wants to pursue me. Lu Yueya felt somewhat discouraged. She had always been the one adored by many since childhood. Boys chasing after her could line up from one end of the street to the other. When did she ever need to consider these things proactively? But facing Su Fan, this suddenly deep and inscrutable man, she felt a bit insecure for the first time. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Not charming enough? Or maybe he just doesn't think about that at all? Lu Yueya's heart was a mess. Should I take the initiative? But what if he really has no intentions? That would be so embarrassing. She struggled for a long time. She picked up her phone and found Su Fan's WeChat profile. She opened the chat box, typed a few words, and then deleted them. Then typed again, then deleted. This repeated several times. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision. Her fingers quickly tapped on the screen a few times. Send. Are you asleep? Just these 3 simple words, send out. Lu Yueya's heart instantly rose to her throat. She fixated on the phone screen, waiting for a reply that might never come. Time seemed to stretch long at that moment. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up. It was a WeChat message notification. Su Fan had just finished washing up, getting ready for bed, casually picked up his phone, and unlocked the screen. Chapter 25 System Update, Continue Exchange. Lu Yueya's profile picture had a red one. He clicked to open. Are you asleep? Simple 3 words. Su Fan looked at those 3 words, the corners of his mouth slightly curved into a smile. Ha! The fish is caught. It seems today's operation was remarkably effective. First exposing that pretentious Ji Zhanga, showing a bit of strength. Then keeping his distance, his gentlemanly demeanor at its peak, but just not taking the initiative, not being enthusiastic. Withdrawing to lure in, an ancient wisdom that is indeed an unbreakable truth. Look, isn't she anxious now? This once lofty campus beauty, the admired Lu Great Beauty, finally let go of her little pride and temptingly sent a message. In the past, Su Fan would probably be so excited he'd jump up. But now. He. Bro has seen the world, owning 30 sets of Shanglanqing Bay properties, and possessing a god-level exchange system. The perspective has to be opened. I can't act like a clueless kid who's never seen a woman, running over just because she waved her finger. I have to stay steady. Let her guess, let her feel anxious, let her toss and turn, unable to sleep at night. Yeah, that's the plan. Su Fan's mind was buzzing with calculations. He could even imagine Lu Yueya at that moment, holding her phone, heart racing, nervously waiting for his reply. Just wait, just wait. Bro is going to sleep now. A sly smile appeared on Su Fan's face, his finger hovered above the screen but ultimately did not touch it. He pressed the lock screen button directly. The screen went dark. The world became quiet. He threw the phone onto the bedside table. Sleep. Rest well, tomorrow morning, continue making money with the system. That's the important thing. The next day. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, spilling onto the floor. Su Fan was woken up by a full bladder. He opened his eyes drowsily, his brain lagging for a few seconds. Yesterday, the system. He suddenly jolted awake, instantly alert. His heart began to race uncontrollably. No way? Was everything from yesterday just a dream? That feeling of drinking too much, waking up to find you've made a huge boast, only to realize it was all an illusion? No way. He quickly focused, calling out in his mind. System? Are you still there? Moses? Hello? Anybody home? The next second. A familiar, slightly mechanical electronic voice rang in his mind. The God-level replacement system is at your service. Current available replacement times, 3. Phew. Su Fan let out a long sigh of relief. It felt like every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, only to be instantly filled with energy again. It's still there. It's really not a dream. And the replacement times have refreshed. 3 times a day. It's solid. Bro, it's solid. Su Fan was so excited he almost bounced out of bed. This is not just a system. This is simply Aladdin's magic lamp. It's a grandpa that follows you around. It's a super cheat for life. With this thing, what's there to worry about for the future? What to worry about during life's lows? Non-existent. My journey is to the stars and seas. Ah. No, it's to become the world's richest. At least to be the richest in the province, right? Su Fan lay on the bed, grinning for half the day. No, I can't just grin like an idiot. I need to act quickly. Today, this precious replacement opportunity, where should I use it? What should I replace? Should I continue to invest in real estate? Or should I swap for something else? For example, some rare antiques? Or get some high-tech patents? I need to think it through. This is a precious opportunity available only once a day, I can't waste it. While he was thinking, he slowly got out of bed and washed up. He picked up his phone and took a look. On WeChat, Lu Yue's chat box still displayed yesterday's message, "Are you asleep?" No new messages. Good. Looks like she didn't wait for a reply and understood. Very good, saves me from worrying. Su Fan happily hummed a little tune, starting to ponder today's big replacement plan. Meanwhile, at Su Fan's parents' home, the old neighborhood was filled with the scent of life. Su Hai and Su Xiaoqiao, the old couple, were watching the morning news in the living room. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Su Xiaoqiao asked loudly. Auntie. It's me. Lu Bai. A loud, enthusiastic voice came from outside. Oh, it's Xiao Bai. Come in, come in. Su Xiaoqiao quickly got up to open the door. Su Hai also put down the newspaper and looked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, a young man dressed in new casual clothes, with neat short hair and a rosy face, walked in. It was Su Fan's childhood friend, Lu Bai. Uncle. Auntie. Good morning. Lu Bai greeted with a smile, holding a bag of fruit. Good, Xiao Bai is here, sit down. Su Hai welcomed him with a smile. Oh dear, this kid, just come over, why bring something? Su Xiaoqiao took the fruit, complaining with her mouth but smiling brightly. Lu Bai was Su Fan's best buddy since childhood, the two families had a good relationship, and the old couple regarded him as a half-son. It's nothing. Lu Bai sat on the sofa, pulling out a bright red invitation card printed with golden characters. Uncle, Auntie, here, he handed it over with both hands. Oh. This is, Su Xiaoqiao brightened up as she received it, an invitation. He. Lu Bai scratched his head, a bit shy but mostly happy and joyful. Xiaolin and I are getting married next month. I specially came to deliver the invitation to you both, please be sure to come. Oh. What a big event. Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed in surprise, so soon? Congratulations. Yes, this kid moves fast. Su Hai nodded with a smile, next month, right? We will definitely go. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Lu Bai smiled even more happily. By the way, where's Xiao Fan? Why haven't I seen him? Lu Bai looked around. Oh dear, that kid has been working outside, I've tried to urge him to come back several times, but he's been busy and couldn't make it, Su Xiaoqiao said anxiously. Auntie Lu Bai slapped his thigh. This is urgent, the wedding is coming up, he must come. My groomsmen team is still short a person. Don't worry, I'll talk to him soon. If he dares not to go, I'll break his legs. Su Xiaoqiao joked with a clever smile. Hee, thank you, Auntie. The atmosphere in the living room was very harmonious. As they chatted, the topic turned to Su Fan's recent situation. How is Xiao Fan recently? Is work going well? Lu Bai casually asked. Work? Su Xiaoqiao's smile faded a little. Don't mention it, he just texted the other day saying he resigned from the Design Institute. Huh? Resigned? Lu Bai was somewhat surprised. Why did he resign out of the blue? That's a stable job. Well, the kid is grown up and has his own ideas, Su Hai sighed. He said he wants to go out and try things on his own. Oh. Lu Bai nodded. It's good to go out and try things, we young people have energy. But? He changed his tone, cautiously asking with a hint of gossip, so what about him and Kai Yuan? Didn't I hear they were about to get married? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the living room became a bit stiff. Su Hai picked up his teacup and silently took a sip of water. Su Xiaoqiao's smile completely disappeared, replaced by a deep frown. She was silent for a few seconds before gently sighing. They broke up. Chapter 26 Life's Little Annoyances, Really Troublesome. What? Lu Bai's eyes widened. They broke up? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? It was just recently. Su Xiaoqiao's voice was a bit low. That girl, Sai, let's not talk about it. Lu Bai opened his mouth, looking at Su Xiaoqiao's obviously troubled face, and felt a chill in his heart. Oh no. Did I say something wrong? Judging by Auntie's expression, this breakup does not seem to be peaceful. Could it be that Su Fan was dumped? Or was there some other dramatic story behind it? Why did I speak so quickly? Auntie, Lu Bai felt a bit at a loss, not knowing what to say. It's okay. Su Xiaoqiao forced a smile, but that smile looked worse than crying. It's normal for young people to have breakups. Though she said that, the worry and disappointment were clear for anyone to see. Her son not only lost his job but now also lost his girlfriend. This double blow is hard for anyone to bear. The more Su Xiaoqiao thought about it, the more it bothered her. Her eyes even swelled up a bit. This child, he keeps everything bottled up inside and doesn't tell us. What are we going to do from now on? Seeing his mother looking so worried, Su Hai frowned too, and the atmosphere in the living room became heavy. Lu Bai sat there, feeling so awkward that he was about to dig a hole with his toes. He had originally come to happily deliver the wedding invitation. But instead, he accidentally uncovered someone else's scar. What kind of situation is this? Su Fan was lounging on the sofa, concentrating hard on the legendary replacement system in his mind. He was thinking about how to use his 3 chances today. At that moment, knock knock knock. The knocking sound echoed. Who is it? Su Fan shouted impatiently. So early in the morning, who is it? Can't I just stay home quietly? Hello, delivery. A young man's voice came from outside the door. Delivery? Su Fan was startled for a moment. He hadn't bought anything recently, right? Could it be, was one of the surprises from the system being delivered to his door? No way. The system is this thoughtful? He got up and walked over to open the door. At the door stood a delivery guy in blue work clothes, panting as he supported a huge package. The package was a bit oddly shaped. It was taller than a person, wrapped in thick corrugated cardboard, the shape vaguely resembling a human figure. What the heck? Su Fan's eyes twitched. What is this thing? Hello, is this Su Fan? Your package, please sign for it. The delivery guy, while catching his breath, handed over the delivery slip. Mine? Su Fan was even more confused. He looked down at the human-shaped package. The more he looked, the more eerie it seemed. No way, no way? Did the system really send me a person? A live one or, He hurriedly shook his head. Get rid of this terrifying thought. Wait a moment, delivery guy, are you sure it's mine? Su Fan pointed to the large package. The address is right, it's this one. The delivery guy checked the address and the recipient again. Su Fan, that's correct. No, please check the tracking number or sender information again. Su Fan insisted. He really did not dare to accept this. It was too frightening. The delivery guy began to feel uncertain after Su Fan's words. He picked up the barcode scanner and scanned it. Beep beep. Oh no. I'm so sorry. The delivery guy slapped his forehead. I made a mistake. It's not yours, it's from next door. I knew it. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't a surprise for him. I'm really sorry, big guy. I only paid attention to the floor and suffix of the door number, I mixed up the middle digit. The delivery guy kept apologizing. It's fine, it's fine. Su Fan waved his hand. At that moment, the door next door opened with a click. A guy in pajamas, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, poked his head out. Is it my package? His voice was raspy, as if he had just woken up. Ah, yes, yes. It's yours. The delivery guy hurriedly moved the large human-shaped package over to next door, sorry for the mix-up. The guy next door yawned, glanced casually at the human-shaped package, his expression completely unfazed. As if signing for a human-shaped package was an everyday occurrence. He calmly signed his name. Then, just as the delivery guy was about to leave, the guy next door suddenly called to him. Wait a minute. The delivery guy, huh? The guy next door turned back and brought out a small bag of household garbage. Then, he very naturally handed the garbage to the delivery guy. Convenient, thanks. The delivery guy. Su Fan. The three of them stared at each other. The air was thick with a sense of awkwardness and strangeness. The delivery guy's mouth twitched, but he silently accepted the bag of garbage. After all, the customer is king even if this request was a bit odd. The guy next door seemed completely unaware that anything was wrong, yawning and dragging the huge human-shaped package, and with a bang closed the door. The entire process was smooth and highlighted a sense of calm. Su Fan stood at the door, looking at the closed door of the next apartment, then at the bag of garbage in the delivery guy's hand, lost in thought for a long time. This was a lot to take in. That package couldn't really be a girlfriend, right? The one made of silicone? Are young people nowadays into such things? An extremely bold and reckless thought flashed through Su Fan's mind. What if he swapped out that girlfriend from next door? What would happen? Would it turn into a real cough? Stop. Stop. Su Fan quickly shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking? This is too bizarre. Life is getting crazier by the day. Besides, the system instructions didn't say anything about swapping living things. Most likely, maybe, probably not. It's better not to take that risk. Let's just swap something normal. He closed the door and was just about to continue studying the system. Ding ling 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 ling. His phone rang. Su Fan picked it up and saw Mother on the caller ID. His heart sank a little. Oh no. He had told his family he would call after quitting his job but had forgotten to do so. This call was likely to be a trial. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Xiao Fan. Whoa. On the other end of the line, Su Xiaoqiao's voice was filled with an obvious sob. Mom, what happened? Is everything all right? Su Fan's heart tightened as he quickly asked. You tell me, did you forget about Mom? A whole day has passed, and after saying you resigned, there was no follow-up. Su Xiaoqiao's voice was choked with tears, filled with worry and disbelief. As expected, it was about this matter. A son can travel 1,000 miles, but a mother worries. Su Fan tried to make his voice sound calm. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not contacting home. But it's okay, it's just the right time for me to take a break. The previous work was indeed too tiring. Are you really okay? Su Fan quickly reassured, it's nothing, just a job. Besides, I have saved some money, so I'm not worried about anything. Not worried at all? Su Xiaoqiao clearly didn't believe it. Oh, Mom, I'm really not worried. Everything is fine. Alright, let me talk to him. On the other end of the phone, Su Hai's voice came through, obviously having grabbed the phone. Chapter 27, Exchange Shop, Instant Wealth. Hello, Xiao Fan. Su Hai's voice was deep and steady. Dad. Your mom is just worrying unnecessarily, don't take it to heart. If you quit your job, then you quit. We can always find something else to do. Su Hai paused for a moment and suddenly asked, but you need to tell Dad the truth about one thing. What about you and Kai Yuan? Your mom has been worried about it for several days. What's the situation? Is it her family that? Between father and son, some things didn't need to be said too clearly. Su Fan was silent for a moment. He softly responded, her family thinks I'm not good enough for her. On the other end of the call, Su Hai also fell silent. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, got it. There was no anger, no blame, just an understanding between men. Is your reason for quitting also because of this? Su Hai asked again. No. Su Fan quickly denied, quitting was my own decision. I've thought about it for a long time. It has nothing to do with the breakup. He couldn't let his parents think he impulsively quit because of relationship issues. Su Hai acknowledged and didn't ask further. By the way, Lu Bai just came by to deliver a wedding invitation. He's getting married next month and wants you to definitely go. They still need someone for the groomsmen. Su Hai changed the subject. Next month? Sounds good. Su Fan immediately agreed. I just quit, so I'm quite free. I must go. A childhood friend's wedding, I have to be there. Just make sure to think it over. Su Hai's voice softened a bit. So what are your plans now? You've quit your job, you can't just sit around forever, right? Here it comes, the worrying question has arrived. Su Fan rolled his eyes and cleared his throat. Dad, don't worry. I didn't quit impulsively. He began to make up a story. Actually, I've been working on my own projects these past 2 years, let's say, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship? Su Hai sounded a bit surprised. Yes, just doing some small designs and taking on a few freelance jobs. I couldn't show it openly at the Design Institute, so I did it secretly. Su Fan continued without blushing or being flustered. Recently, I've been feeling pretty good about it. I've made some small money and think the timing is right, so I left the Design Institute, ready to focus on developing my own career. This speech was half true, half false. Taking freelance work was real, but the scale and made some money was pure exaggeration. This was mainly to reassure his parents. Really? How's it going? Su Xiuqiao's voice cut in again, filled with surprise and hope. It's okay, just getting started, but the prospects are pretty good. Su Fan said ambiguously, you two don't need to worry. I'm old enough to take care of myself. That's good. Su Xiuqiao's voice sounded much more relieved. Then you take care of yourself and don't overwork. Got it, Mom. Is the money enough for you? If not, I can, / It's enough. Su Fan quickly interrupted, I have enough funds here, you two just save your money. As if joking, he is now a man with a system, how could he ask his parents for money again? After chatting about some casual topics and reminding Su Fan to take care of his health, eat on time, and not forget to attend Lu Bai's wedding, Su Xiuqiao reluctantly hung up the phone. Su Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally managed to fool his parents. However, since the entrepreneurship lie has been told, it seems he needs to speed up his actions. Otherwise, next time they call and ask about his company name, business progress, etc., it would be difficult to explain. He must use the system's 3 opportunities quickly, and then. Su Fan's gaze fell on the brand new watch he had exchanged from the system just yesterday. Vacheron Constantin. Inheritance Series. Low-key luxurious platinum watch case, classic big 3-needle design, crocodile leather strap. This thing is a top luxury item. The market price must be in the hundreds of thousands, right? What if I use this for another exchange? Su Fan's heart went thump. According to the system's equivalent exchange, occasionally showing crazy performance. What could this watch worth hundreds of thousands bring me? Could it be a whole house? Or a luxury car? Even more cash? Take a gamble, turn a bike into a motorcycle. Let's do it. Su Fan's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitating. He carefully picked up the Vacheron Constantin watch, feeling its cold touch and heavy weight. If this thing were sold, it could probably fetch a good price. But Su Fan looked forward to the surprise the system could bring him even more. After all, selling it directly means predictable gains. But exchanging it is full of infinite possibilities. System Big Brother, it's up to you. Su Fan took a deep breath, focused his mind. Exchange. He concentrated on the Vacheron Constantin watch, giving the command in his mind. Buzz. Another strong light surged in. A familiar feeling, the exchange began. Su Fan's heart rose to his throat. Come on. Give me a surprise. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden storefront on Zhuobaochang Street. Su Fan's pupils dilated suddenly. What the heck? Zhuobaochang Street? Su Fan's brain went blank. Zhuobaochang Street. That is the very core of the commercial pedestrian street in Xuanfu City. Every inch of land is incredibly valuable. The foot traffic is explosive. Stores there are basically printing money. Getting one store is already enough profit, now I got a whole street? He hurriedly picked up several property certificates for the stores to check. Zhuobaochang Street. Zhuobaochang Street. All of them are storefronts on Zhuobaochang Street. There are a total of 10 units. One large unit, total area 1,000 square meters. The other 9 are smaller units, each 600 square meters. One 1,000 square meter unit. 9 600 square meter units. Total area is 6,400 square meters. 6,400 square meters of golden storefronts. Su Fan felt his heart was about to jump out. This is something I wouldn't even dare to dream about for overnight wealth. That's Zhuobaochang Street. The rent is frighteningly high. Just a small storefront of several dozen square meters can rent for hundreds of thousands to over $1 million per year. His storefronts? 1,000 square meters? 600 square meters? This is simply a giant level existence. Just collecting rent, how much would it be per year? Su Fan's brain started to automatically calculate. Zhuobaochang Street storefronts, average rent per square meter must be several hundred per month, right? Taking a conservative estimate, let's say it's 300 yuan per square meter per month. Then for the 1,000 square meters, 300 times 1,000 is equal to 300,000 per month. That's 3.6 million per year. The 9,600 square meter units, each bringing in 180,000 a month. 9 units bring in 1.62 million a month. That makes it 19.44 million a year. What the heck? Adding them up. Just from rent, it's 23.04 million a year. 23 million. Lying down and receiving 23 million a year. And this is just based on conservative rent calculations. What if the rent is even higher? What if he runs it himself? Su Fan felt like he was about to explode on the spot. Unexpectedly, a watch worth hundreds of thousands could exchange for storefronts generating over 20 million a year in rent on Zhuobaochang Street. This wave is taking off directly. Wow! Su Fan couldn't help but want to shout. This is the real entrepreneurship now. The rental king. He is now a true rental king. And these storefronts are worth ridiculous amounts. Zhuobaochang Street stores are basically priceless and hard to find. Having one is a tremendous blessing. He now owns 10. How much has his worth skyrocketed in an instant? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Chapter 28, the luxury car has arrived, and so has the rent. Su Fan's brain has already stopped functioning. He only knows that from today on, his life will be completely different. The lie of resigning before now seems to not be a lie at all. He really has come to start a business. But not to do small design, rather relying on a street of storefronts to do whatever he wants. Making money while lying down. This feeling is so wonderful. He carefully put away these 10 property books. This is almost as good as the previous school district house. Just when Su Fan was lost in joy, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Ruilin Forest Store Shaojiang. Ruilin Forest Store? Su Fan was taken aback. The car he ordered? Bugatti Chiron? The system prompt has almost been a year? This is really a full performance. He pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Su? The respectful voice of the Forest Store staff came through the phone. Yes, it's me. Mr. Su, I am Xiao Zhang from Ruilin Forest Store. I have good news to tell you. Oh? What good news? Su Fan asked casually. Now he is the man who owns 10 shops on Zhuobaolong Street, just a sports car. Well, Bugatti Chiron is still very appealing. Your car, Bugatti Chiron, has arrived at the port. Xiao Zhang's tone carried a hint of excitement. It is currently clearing customs and is expected to arrive at our store this afternoon. The car can be handed over at any time. The Bugatti Chiron has arrived at the port? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, okay, I got it. Su Fan's tone was calm. Xiao Zhang was a bit confused on the other end. This is a Bugatti Chiron. Booking takes years, and the landing price is several tens of millions or even over 100 million for this mythical car. Why is Mr. Su so calm? Mr. Su, when would you be available to come and handle the delivery procedures? Xiao Zhang asked cautiously. Let's talk about it when it arrives, just notify me then. Su Fan said. Okay, no problem Mr. Su. I will notify you the moment it arrives. Hanging up the phone, Su Fan smiled. Bugatti Chiron. Not bad. It fits his current identity as a rental income boss. At the same time, Zhuobaolong Street, Chuanfu City. Zhenmeili, Medical Aesthetics Company. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the bustling pedestrian street. The boss of Zhenmeili, Zheng Shuang, is sitting behind a large office desk. She is wearing a neat black business suit, her face showing a bit of fatigue, lazily making a phone call. On the other end of the line is her younger brother, Zheng Yu. Sister, is it really that difficult? Zheng Yu asked with a furrowed brow. Zheng Shuang rubbed her temples and sighed. Yes, it's much more difficult than I imagined. The rent for renewing the shops on Zhuobaolong Street is too high. Especially the main shop of 1,000 square meters, and the side shop of 600 square meters, the total area is too large. According to the new rent, this renewal, just the rent and deposit, will cost nearly 10 million.
Zhang Yu gasped. 10 million? Does our company have that much cash on hand? Zheng Shuang smiled bitterly. The company has developed rapidly in the past 3 years, its value has almost increased tenfold. But most of the funds have been invested in expansion, equipment upgrades, and talent introduction. So even though there is a lot of working capital on the books, it is indeed very tight to take out nearly 10 million to pay the rent all at once. If we pay this amount, the company's cash flow will be very dangerous. If we encounter any sudden situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zheng Yu became anxious.
What should we do, sister? This is our store where we started, and it is also our image store. The rapid development of Zenmeili is largely because of this good location. If we close this store or move away, it would be a huge blow to our company.
Zheng Shuang nodded, her face full of helplessness. I know. So, I am thinking of ways.
Trying to negotiate with the owner for a few more days, or maybe installment payments. But the owners on Zhuobao Long Street are all very rich, so it may not be easy. Also, it seems that this batch of shops has a new owner. The previous owner might have been easier to negotiate with, but the new owner might not be.
Zheng Yu felt a weight in his heart. Sister, is there anything I can help with?
Zheng Shuang looked at her brother, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. You just need to take care of your own matters.
Didn't you make an appointment with Kai Yuan today? Don't waste time.
Zheng Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Sister, maybe I shouldn't go. At this time, I should accompany you more and help you share a little.
Zheng Shuang smiled and shook her head.
Silly brother, your sister is not as fragile as you think. You should go, don't keep the girl waiting.
And, you don't understand about negotiating rent with the landlord.
Zheng Yu stood up, still a bit worried.
But? No buts.
Zheng Shuang interrupted him, go, have fun. Seeing his sister's insistence, Zheng Yu could only nod. All right then, sister, call me anytime if you need anything.
Go ahead.
After Zheng Yu hung up the phone, he hesitated for 2 seconds and called Kai Yuan.
Hello, Kai Yuan. Zheng Yu, have you arrived?
Kai Yuan's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line.
I'm
sorry, Kai Yuan, I have a sudden emergency and may not be able to make it.
Zheng Yu said apologetically. What happened?
Kai Yuan was a bit surprised. My sister's company had some issues, and I need to go help her out.
Zheng Yu explained. I see.
Kai Yuan paused for a moment and then said, That's okay, you go quickly.
Company matters are important, don't delay.
I'll wait for you to finish before we reschedule.
Zheng Yu felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Kai Yuan, you are really understanding. Once I finish this busy time, I will definitely make it up to you. Okay, I'll be waiting.
Kai Yuan said with a smile.
After hanging up, Zheng Yu hurriedly left the company.
Kai Yuan put away her phone, wearing a smile of understanding. Zheng Yu's sister was a strong woman, running a large company, and it was normal to encounter some issues, she could understand. Anyway, she had no special plans today, so why not go shopping? She had been eyeing a purse lately.
She picked up her small handbag and went out.
Kai Yuan strolled along the bustling Zhuobao pedestrian street. There were shops lining both sides, with all kinds of brands available.
Crowds surged, and the atmosphere was lively. She walked while admiring the goods in the shop windows. Suddenly, her gaze froze. In the crowd across the street,
she saw a familiar figure.
Su Fan. What is he doing here? Just as she was surprised, her phone rang. On the other side,
Zheng Yu hurriedly finished some small matters at home. He was about to head back to the company to check on his sister.
Passing by an intersection, he heard some young people nearby discussing something. Did you hear? There's a Bugatti Chiron delivery at Zhuobao pedestrian street today. No way. Really? A Bugatti Chiron? That's a legendary car. It's true. Right over there at that temporary booth, there are so many people. Let's go see. You rarely get to see a car like this.
Chapter 29, A Chance Encounter on the Street, and they argued.
Bugatti Chiron? Zhang Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Bugatti Chiron.
A car he dreamed of owning. That sleek body, that powerful engine, that exorbitant price. It was simply the ultimate dream of a man. To his surprise, he could see the actual car at Zhuobao pedestrian street today. And it was even the car delivery ceremony. Zhang Yu's heart surged with excitement, completely forgetting about the company matters.
He turned on his heel and ran wildly toward the direction the young people pointed. Must see it. Definitely must see it. On the roadside, Kaiyuan's friend Lin Jiamei found her while holding her phone, and some complex feelings within Kaiyuan hadn't completely faded away. The two chatted briefly, and Lin Jiamei followed Kaiyuan's gaze to Su Fan, across the street. Hey, isn't that Su Fan? Lin Jiamei's voice carried a bit of exaggerated surprise, along with an undisguised disdain. What is he doing here? A place like Zhuobao Pedestrian Street is somewhere he can come? Lin Jiamei linked arms with Kaiyuan, tilting her chin slightly to look in Su Fan's direction. Dressed up so nicely, TSK. Kaiyuan said nothing, only looking at Su Fan. Watching the capable-looking woman beside him. Her heart felt even more unsettled. Seeing Kaiyuan's silence, Lin Jiamei thought she was still affected by past events. She immediately opened fire, speaking as if to the air. Yuan, did you see? Look at him, back then he didn't know better. What does our Yuan lack to be unworthy of him? Does he still want to be a live-in son-in-law? Who does he think he is? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Pfft. Lin Jiamei got more and more spirited, her voice growing louder. As if afraid that people across the street couldn't hear. Kaiyuan felt a bit of a headache from her noise. But Lin Jiamei's words did hit some hidden thoughts in her heart. That's right. Back then, her family suggested that Su Fan should marry into their family. It wasn't that they looked down on him. It's just that her parents had only her as a daughter, always thinking of getting a son-in-law, so that their family business would have someone to inherit it. But Su Fan simply rejected it. He even said something about a man's dignity. Oof. Can dignity be used as food? And now? Isn't he still living such a ordinary life? Kaiyuan took a deep breath and joined in on the trial of Su Fan. She raised her voice slightly towards Su Fan's direction. Exactly, some people just have poor judgment. They missed out on me back then, and now it's too late to regret. My current boyfriend has a net worth of 10 billion. He's so much better than some who only knows how to draw blueprints. Once she said this, Kaiyuan felt strangely relieved. It was as if voicing these words proved how correct her current choice was. It could cover up that tiny bit of wavering she felt when she saw Su Fan just now. Lin Jiamei immediately agreed. Exactly. Yuan, you are a winner in life now. That kind of short-sighted man isn't worth you wasting a single thought on. Look at him now, he's probably still muddling along in some small design institute, right? Maybe he even lost his job. The two of them sang together, happily chatting away. As if Su Fan was just the mud under their feet, easily trampled on. At that moment, Su Fan had actually noticed them long ago. After all, with Lin Jiamei's voice, it was hard not to notice. He just couldn't be bothered to respond. He knew Kaiyuan and Lin Jiamei too well. Snobbish, harsh, forever self-centered. The breakup before was indeed triggered by the idea of being a live-in son-in-law. But the deeper reason was that he had seen through Kaiyuan's true nature. Being with her was too exhausting. Now hearing their cold taunts, Su Fan felt absolutely no ripple in his heart. He even felt like laughing a bit. A net worth of 10 billion? What a joke to brag without any preparation. If she really had a boyfriend worth that much, would she need to vent her emotions at a poor ex in such a place? Perhaps her life wasn't so great, and she could only find a pitiful sense of existence by belittling others. He couldn't even be bothered to turn his head. He just felt that they were blocking his way a bit. That Bugatti Chiron should be arriving soon. He didn't want to be surrounded by these two women when picking up his car, it was too embarrassing. Make way. Su Fan's voice was very calm. You couldn't hear any joy or anger in it. As if he was talking to two complete strangers. Kaiyuan and Lin Jiamei were taken aback by this sudden voice. They had just been so energetic, and Su Fan didn't show any reaction at all? Instead, he wanted them to move? This script was wrong. Shouldn't he be feeling ashamed or angry? Lin Jiamei was the first to react, crossing her arms, blocking Su Fan's potential path. Make way for what? Is this road owned by your family? What trouble have we caused you by standing here? Kaiyuan also snapped back to reality, and seeing Su Fan's indifferent face made her even angrier. Why was he so calm? Why was he looking at her like that? As if she were some sort of clown. Su Fan, what do you mean? You see us and don't even say a word? And you want us to step aside? Do you think you're so impressive now? Lin Jiamei began to size Su Fan up from head to toe again. TSK, look at your outfit. A ragged t-shirt and a pair of jeans. What watch are you wearing on your hand? An electronic watch? Or one bought from a street stall? With someone like you, do you really think you belong in Zhuobao Walking Street? Can you even afford to shop at any store here? Kai Yuan chimed in as well. Exactly, don't think we don't know, you quit your job at the Design Institute long ago. Aren't you just wandering around now because you can't find work? I advise you to find a factory job quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here.
They took turns mocking, trying their best to pour all the feelings of superiority they had accumulated over the years onto Su Fan.
Su Fan listened to their noisy voices. The last bit of patience he had was about to run out. Arguing with them? No need. Lowering his own standards. He didn't even bother to look at their twisted expressions.
Some people in this world live in their own little worlds, thinking they are the center of the universe.
Whatever. He gently shook his head. Then silently turned around and walked in another direction. No anger. No rebuttal. Not even a glance back at them. He just walked away.
His steps were light. His back was carefree. As if that whole farce had nothing to do with him. Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaomei stared blankly at Su Fan's retreating figure.
This, he just left? The insults and derision they had prepared hadn't even fully come out yet. How could he just walk away like this? And so, leisurely? This made them feel like two fools punching at air. A punch landed on cotton. Soft and unsatisfying. What is his attitude?
Lin Xiaomei stomped her feet in anger. Kai Yuan watched Su Fan disappear into the crowd, feeling a raging fire of unnamed anger inside her.
There was also an indescribable sense of loss. He seemed truly indifferent. Not caring even a little bit. On the other side, Zheng Yu was still running towards the temporary exhibition of the Bugatti Chiron. His heart raced wildly. Half from running, half from excitement. The Bugatti Chiron.
That was the car of his dreams.
Finally, he could see it in person today. So exciting. Thinking about its sleek body. Thinking about its terrifying performance. Thinking about the price that could buy several houses. Hiss. He was almost drooling. Chapter 30, going to collect rent, all kinds of problems. But,
amid the excitement, a hint of gloom passed through Zhang Yu's heart. Just earlier on the road, he was still thinking about his sister, Zheng Shuang. Wasn't the rent for the Jinmeili beauty salon about to expire? His sister had been worried about this to the point her hair was turning gray. Starting a business is really hard. Especially for those like them with no background, relying solely on hard work, every penny must be stretched. Thinking about how hard his sister worked every day, busy inside and out, worrying about money made Zheng Yu feel quite uneasy. As a younger brother, he seemed to not be able to help much. He usually spent money a bit too lavishly. Loving cars, loving fun. Although he hadn't caused any major trouble, he certainly hadn't spared his sister much worry either. No way. He had to change. Zheng Yu secretly resolved that he must save money in the future. No more buying useless things. He had to help his sister share some of the pressure. He couldn't let his sister be so tired anymore. After seeing the Bugatti Chiron, he would express his determination to his sister. But it would be great if he could get to know the owner of this Bugatti Chiron. A wealthy person at this level, if they leak some resources, it might be enough for his sister's company to develop for several years. Maybe they could even help his sister solve the problem of rent? The more Zheng Yu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The light in his eyes grew brighter. Yes. He had to find a way to talk to the owner. Getting familiar with them would be good. He quickened his pace, charging towards the already vaguely visible crowd ahead. His heart was filled with longing for the divine car. And the expectation of meeting big shots. But he didn't expect, when he arrived, that the Bugatti hadn't come yet, and he was early. With no other choice, he hurried to the company, thinking about handling business first. Su Fan strolled down Zhuobao Walking Street with an unrecognizable pace. That little interruption just now? Just a drizzle. Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaomei? He had already forgotten them. Women only affect his speed in making money. Now, his goal is very clear. Make money. While waiting for the car, he decided to collect rent first. Jinmeili Medical Beauty Institute. The name sounds quite upscale. It shouldn't be short on money, right? Su Fan murmured in his heart as he arrived at his destination. Wow. The storefront is quite impressive. The decoration looks like a 5-star hotel. Bright. Grand. As soon as he walked in, it was even more dazzling. Goodness. The front desk, the lobby. And those attractive ladies. Ahem. Su Fan hurriedly pulled back his slightly wandering gaze. It's not that he's lecherous. Mainly, the staff here are indeed quite high quality. Each one has fair skin, beauty, and long legs.
Wearing a uniform, they are indeed pleasing to the eye. No wonder the business is good. Can the service be bad? Hello, sir, welcome to Zenmaili. A front desk lady immediately came over. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. Her face wore a perfect professional smile. May I ask if you have an appointment? Or would you like to consult about a service? Su Fan cleared his throat. He tried hard to look like a serious person. I'm not here for a service. I'm here to collect rent. Collect rent? The smile on the front desk lady's face suddenly froze. It seemed like she didn't understand? Or she thought he was joking? Just as the lady was about to ask again, suddenly a loud voice broke in from beside. Collect rent? Are you the new owner of our shop? Su Fan turned to look, and this person who claimed our shop was also a young man. He rushed over in 3 steps, looking somewhat anxious. Are you really our shop's new owner? You're so young? Zhang Yu's voice was remarkably loud. It instantly attracted everyone's attention in the lobby. The customers who were consulting or resting, and other lady staff members. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of curious eyes focused sharply on Su Fan. Some were curious, some surprised, some scrutinizing. A landlord? So young? He doesn't look very rich. Su Fan was somewhat confused by this commotion. Dude, do you need to shout so loudly? It's just collecting rent, after all. Yes, I am. Su Fan nodded, keeping a calm expression. Then please follow me upstairs. Zhang Yu suddenly became as enthusiastic as fire, wanting to grab Su Fan's arm. My sister. My sister is in the office upstairs. Hurry. I'll take you up. His manner seemed to fear Su Fan would run away. Su Fan was a bit amused by his overfamiliar attitude. All right then. Let's go up. It's a good chance to see what the beauty salon upstairs looks like. Let's go, let's go. Zhang Yu insisted, pulling Su Fan toward the staircase. Leaving a group of onlookers in the lobby, exchanging glances. He's really the landlord? He looks so young. For such a big shop as Zenmaili, the landlord must be quite wealthy. Hiss. People can't be judged by their looks. Su Fan followed Zhang Yu upstairs. The staircase was the kind of spiral type, carpeted, and quite exquisite. The second floor was also not small. It was divided into several areas. Passing by some rooms, the doors were half open. Su Fan could see various strange instruments inside. And people in white coats were busy working. TSK tisk. Su Fan sighed in his heart. This place looks quite professional. But he didn't know whether it would hurt or not. Women really go all out for beauty. As they walked, passing a corner, Su Fan saw a particularly bright area ahead. The door was closed, but strong light seeped through the crack. It seemed there were voices inside, though he couldn't hear them clearly. Hey! What's that place over there? Su Fan casually asked. Just out of curiosity. Zhang Yu turned back and said naturally. Oh, that's our staff changing room, the women's changing room. Su Fan instantly shut his mouth. His steps unconsciously quickened a bit. I disturbed them. Goodbye. Do not look at what is inappropriate, do not look at what is inappropriate. I am a serious landlord. Quickly. The two arrived at a door with a sign that read manager's office. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and adjusted his clothes. Then he gently knocked on the door. Sister. I'm back. The landlord is here. A cold, slightly weary yet pleasant female voice came from inside. Come in. Zhang Yu pushed the door open. Su Fan followed him inside. The office was quite spacious. The decor style was simple and elegant. Behind the desk, a woman in a business suit stood up. When Su Fan saw her face clearly, he was slightly stunned. So young? And quite beautiful? This looks, this aura. He would believe she was any movie star. Is this the owner of Zenmaili? Zhang Xuan? Completely different from the image he imagined of a busy, disheveled female boss. Hello, Mr. Su. Zhang Xuan had a polite smile on her face and extended her hand. Her gaze showed a hint of scrutiny and a barely noticeable worry. I am Zhang Xuan, the person in charge of Zenmaili. Hello, Manager Zhang. Su Fan shook hands with her. Her touch was soft, with a slight coolness. Just call me Su Fan. Both took their seats. Zhang Yu quickly poured a glass of water for Su Fan. He was extremely attentive. After a few casual greetings, Zhang Xuan got straight to the point. Her voice was calm, but Su Fan could hear the pressure behind it. Mr. Su, it's like this. Regarding this quarter's rent. Zhang Shuang paused, seeming a bit hesitant to speak. Beside her, Zhang Yu couldn't hold back and spoke first. Su Gu. It's like this. Our store has been expanding recently, buying equipment, training, and spending a lot of money. And then the returns were slow, and the cash flow became tight. Zhang Shuang glared at her brother, signaling him to be quiet. Then she turned back to Su Fan and said, "What Xiao Yu said is true. We have encountered some difficulties with our cash flow recently. So, can we discuss a slight extension on this quarter's rent?" Sure enough. Su Fan sighed internally. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Collecting rent is not easy, the landlord sighs. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the sofa. He didn't immediately agree or refuse. He was thinking. The property given by the system, although he didn't have to worry about managing it. But the rent was also part of his future plans. However, looking at Zhang Shuang's eyes filled with apology and a hint of plea. And Zhang Yu beside her, looking anxious and fidgeting. It seemed like they were indeed in trouble. He was not that kind of inhumane, domineering landlord. How long of an extension? Su Fan asked. Zhang Shuang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and quickly said, 1 month. 1 month is enough. Next month we will definitely. Before she could finish, Zhang Yu suddenly leaned toward Su Fan's ear. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone almost pleading, with a hint of streetwise flair. Su Gu. Su Gu. My dear brother. Please help. Just this once. Look at my sister, she's so worried her hair is about to turn white. From now on, you are my dear big brother. In Rongqing, if you need anything, just call me, I'll be right there. Really? Faster than any delivery service. Su Fan was a bit amused by this sudden claiming of kinship. This kid really knows how to work the situation. He glanced at Zhang Shuang. She showed a hint of embarrassment but did not stop her brother. Clearly, she accepted this way of pleading. Su Fan quickly calculated in his mind. 1 month is not impossible. Looking at these siblings, they didn't seem to be intentionally avoiding their debts. Moreover, having more friends means more paths. Although this brother seemed a bit unreliable. That's it, just consider it a good deed of the day. All right then. Su Fan spoke up. Zhang Shuang and Zhang Yu's eyes both lit up at the same time. A month is too short. Su Fan said slowly. The hearts of the siblings lifted again. Could it be a rejection? Or perhaps some harsh conditions? How about this? Su Fan raised one finger, then added half a finger. I'll give you 1.5 months. After 1.5 months, settle the rent for this quarter and the next together. What do you think? Huh? Zhang Yu was taken aback directly. Zhang Xuan was also visibly stunned for a moment, then her face showed unbelievable joy. 1.5 months? No interest needed? This landlord brother is too easy to talk to, isn't he? Enough. That's more than enough. Zhang Yu reacted, excitedly slapping his thigh. Thank you, brother Su. I really appreciate you. You are truly my reborn parents, my dear brother. Zhang Shuang also hurried to stand up, giving a slight bow to Su Fan. Her face was filled with genuine gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you so much. You can rest assured, within 1.5 months, we will definitely pay the rent on time. That excitement and gratitude could not be faked. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling for them not to be so polite. But he was thinking in his heart. This brother title seems quite effective? Mr. Su, really, thank you so much. Zhang Shuang stood up, her face showing sincere smiles. It was a kind of relief after a burden was lifted. Beside her, Zhang Yu kept nodding, like a little chick pecking for grains. Yes, yes. Brother Su, you are truly generous. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. I will definitely be the first to rush in. He patted his chest, guaranteeing with the appearance of being ready to risk it all. Su Fan smiled. It's all just small matters. He looked at Zhang Shuang, this outstanding CEO, whose eyes now lacked the sharpness of the business world, only full of gratitude. But, Mr. Su. Zhang Shuang paused, her tone carrying a hint of testing. Whenever you're free, I would like to invite you for a meal as a formal thanks. She was actually a bit curious in her heart. This young landlord not only owns such a big building but also handles matters so decisively, nothing like the stingy landlord she had encountered before. Moreover, when he agreed to the rent extension, that calmness did not resemble someone under financial pressure. She always felt he hid some kind of secret within him. Su Fan's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa. Dinner? That's fine.
More friends mean more paths to take, especially if it's a capable company boss like Jin Mei. Although he wasn't lacking money right now, who knows when he might need help in the future.
As long as President Zhang asks, how can it be inconvenient? Su Fan said casually.
As soon as these words came out, Zheng Shuang's smile widened. She felt Su Fan's words were comfortable, unlike those who put on airs, yet there was a hint of confidence woven in. This made her even more curious about Su Fan's identity. Just as they were talking, footsteps came from the entrance. Two stylishly dressed girls walked in. The one in front wore a white dress that outlined her graceful figure, with light makeup that made her look fresh and elegant.
It was Lu Yueya.
Beside her was her best friend Wang Tiantian. The two seemed to have come for beauty treatments.
As soon as they entered, Lu Yueya spotted Su Fan sitting on the sofa.
She abruptly halted, surprise flickering in her eyes, followed by disbelief.
Su Fan?
She instinctively shouted out. Su Fan heard the voice and looked up. He was also stunned for a moment.
Lu Yueya?
He did not expect to see her here.
And today, Lu Yueya seemed even more beautiful than before?
That white dress made her skin look whiter, and her temperament even better. For a moment, he was a bit lost in thought. Next to him, Wang Tiantian also saw Su Fan.
She leaned over to Lu Yueya's ear and whispered, "Wow. Who is that? Do you know them?"
Lu Yueya hadn't answered yet. Zhang Yu, who had sharp eyes, had already noticed the movement at the door.
He saw Lu Yueya and his eyes lit up. "Hey! Isn't that someone I know?" He immediately grinned and waved at Lu Yueya. "Hey! Lu Yueya! What a coincidence!"
As he called out, he walked towards them.
Lu Yueya was also a bit surprised to see Zhang Yu.
She knew Zhang Yu was one of the bosses of Jin Mei.
But, how could Su Fan be with Zhang Yu? And it seemed like their relationship was quite close. Zhang Yu reached Lu Yueya and glanced at Su Fan.
Then he looked back and forth between the two with a very suggestive gaze.
"Wow, Su Gu, you are really great." As soon as he said this, Lu Yueya's face turned red instantly.
She hurriedly waved her hands and denied anxiously, "No, no.
President Zhang, you misunderstood. Su Fan and I, we're just classmates." Wang Tiantian, listening nearby, was taken aback. "Classmates? This classmate relationship feels a bit off, doesn't it?" And seeing Zhang Yu being so warm to Su Fan, calling him Su Gu?
She looked at Su Fan suspiciously.
Who is this person? How could he be linked to Zhang Yu? And Zhang Yu even treated him so politely? Su Fan looked at Zhang Yu helplessly. This kid really never makes things easy.
He spills everything.
Chapter 32, The School Bell's Birthday Invitation. But Zhang Yu did not stop. He continued to tease, classmates are great. Classmates have deep feelings. Look at you standing together, a perfect match of talent and beauty."
He purposely said this for Su Fan to hear, wanting to create an opportunity for them. After all, Su Go helped them a lot, he should return the favor, right? And a girl whom Su Go likes must be amazing.
Zhang Shuang also walked over.
She glanced at Lu Yueya, then at Su Fan, her face carrying a slight smile. She didn't speak, but her gaze showed a hint of understanding. Zhang Yu saw the timing was right. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Shuang's arm.
"Sister! Don't we have a meeting to attend? Let's go, let's go."
Zhang Shuang was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted. She knew her younger brother was helping Su Fan, so she said, "Right, it's time to go." She smiled apologetically at Su Fan.
"Mr. Su, we'll take our leave now. We'll contact you another day." Su Fan nodded. "Okay, President Zhang, take care."
Before leaving, Zhang Yu didn't forget to wink at Su Fan with an expression of "I can only help you this far," then hurriedly pulled Zhang Shuang away.
Leaving Lu Yueya, Wang Tiantian, and Su Fan standing in the hall.
The scene suddenly became a bit quiet.
Lu Yueya's face was still a bit red.
She took a secret glance at Su Fan, not knowing what to say. Wang Tiantian, on the other hand, wore a look of watching a show, eyes shifting between the two.
Su Fan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He looked at Lu Yueya and calmly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The relationship between me and them is just landlord and tenant." He briefly explained. Wang Tiantian was even more surprised to hear this. Landlord? He is actually the landlord of this Shin Mei building? What is going on? Lu Yueya was also a bit surprised. Landlord? So he is the landlord of this building. No wonder Zhang Yu treated him so politely. The complex emotions in her heart calmed down a bit. "Oh, so that's how it is," she said softly. Then she finally looked closely at Su Fan. Today, he was wearing casual clothes, looking more relaxed than when he was at school. His brows and eyes were still so handsome,
but his gaze carried a bit more steadiness. She suddenly remembered what Zheng Yu had just said.
Talent and beauty, a perfect match. Her face became a little hot again. Su Fan looked at Lu Yueya and took another careful look at her.
Today she was indeed very different, exuding a gentle yet fresh aura.
His gaze involuntarily lingered for a few seconds, thinking, this girl sure looks stunning when dressed up.
Lu Yueya felt Su Fan's gaze, her heartbeat quickening a bit. She lowered her head a little, feeling somewhat shy. Then she remembered the purpose of her visit today. She raised her head, mustering the courage to look at Su Fan.
Su Fan. Do you have time this Saturday night?
Her tone carried a hint of expectation and nervousness.
Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Saturday night?
Yes.
Lu Yueya nodded. It's my birthday this Saturday. I want to invite some friends to dinner. Would you be able to come?
She asked cautiously, her eyes filled with hope.
A birthday party? Su Fan thought for a moment. Saturday night, seems like there isn't anything special planned. Attending a birthday party, getting to know Lu Yueya's friends, could be a way to expand his social circle? Also, seeing how serious Lu Yueya looked, she seemed to really want him to come. He considered it for a few seconds. All right. He agreed. Lu Yueya's eyes suddenly lit up.
A surprised smile appeared on her face.
Really? That's great. But Su Fan changed the subject. Lu Yueya's heart skipped a beat. Could there be additional conditions? But you need to remind me.
Su Fan said casually. I am not very good at remembering, afraid I might forget. He said with a smile.
Lu Yueya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's it. She quickly nodded, okay. Okay. I will definitely remind you. I'll send you the time and place later. Su Fan responded.
Beside them, Wang Tiantian listened to their conversation the whole time.
She looked at the joy on Lu Yueya's face, then at Su Fan's calm demeanor. She felt a bit puzzled. Su Fan looks pretty arrogant. Lu Yueya even took the initiative to invite him, but he didn't seem to respond enthusiastically, insisting on a reminder? That's really a bit uncertain. But Lu Yueya seemed very happy, and Wang Tiantian didn't say much.
Well, we should get back to work,
Lu Yueya said. You go ahead. Su Fan nodded. Lu Yueya and Wang Tiantian walked towards Zenmeili. As they walked, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but complain. Hey, Yueya, your classmate seems a bit proud, right? You invited him, and he acted like he could take it or leave it. Lu Yueya glanced at Wang Tiantian and explained for Su Fan. No, he might just have a more introverted personality. Introverted? He seems quite natural talking to President Zhang. Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes. And he's the landlord of this building, right? So young.
As she spoke, she became curious about who Su Fan really was.
Lu Yueya was filled with questions too.
She knew Su Fan used to be a designer, then he quit, and he had 30 apartments in a school district.
But how did he suddenly become the landlord of such a large shop?
This change was just too drastic. Her mind was a mess, filled with the mystery of Su Fan.
However, thinking about the birthday party on Saturday, she couldn't help but smile.
At least, he agreed to come. She was somewhat looking forward to meeting Su Fan again.
After sending Lu Yueya and Wang Tiantian off, Su Fan checked the time. It was about time for lunch.
He didn't stay longer at Zenmeili.
Collecting rent isn't an urgent matter. Anyway, the money isn't going anywhere.
He leisurely found a nice restaurant.
Had a meal alone. Thinking to himself, life is pretty good right now.
When he was a designer, he would grab a quick bite for lunch. To rush projects, he couldn't even spare time for meals.
Now, he can eat as he pleases.
After lunch, Su Fan was about to find a place for coffee in the afternoon.
His phone rang. It was a call from the Ruilin 4S store. Hello, Mr. Su. I am your client manager, Wonwon.
A sweet female voice came from the other end of the line.
The Bugatti Chiron you ordered has successfully arrived in our Chuanfu city. It's currently on its way to Zhuobao Walking Street. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. So fast?
Okay. He replied lightly.
It is expected to arrive around 3 in the afternoon. When would you be convenient to come and inspect the car? Wonwon asked cautiously. Su Fan looked at the time. It was just after 1 o'clock. All right. I'll go there in the afternoon. Okay. We will wait for you on site.
There will be many people watching at that time, just find me directly, Wonwon reminded.
Su Fan hung up the phone, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Bugatti Chiron was finally going to be seen.
At the same time, far away in another place, Zheng Yu also received a call.
Zheng Xiao. The Bugatti Chiron you were interested in before. It has arrived at Chuanfu. Now it is being transported to Zhuobao Walking Street. It is expected to arrive around 3 in the afternoon.
The call was from a friend at the Rueilin 4S store.
Chapter 33, Luxury Car Delivery, everyone in shock. What the hell?
Zheng Yu suddenly stood up from his chair, excitement written all over his face.
Is it true? Of course it's true, Zheng Xiao, this is the Bugatti Chiron, in all of Chuanfu City.
No, there might not even be a few in the entire southwest region. His friend's tone was filled with a hint of excitement.
Quick, quick, quick. I'm going over right now.
Zheng Yu hurriedly hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Shuang beside him.
Sister. Let's go. To Zhuobao Walking Street. Zhang Shuang was leisurely drinking coffee.
She was startled by his urgent demeanor.
What's going on?
You're so flustered.
There's something good. Super good stuff.
Zheng Yu said mysteriously.
What is it? Zhang Shuang asked curiously. Bugatti Chiron.
Zheng Yu whispered, but the excitement in his tone could not be concealed.
What the hell? Bugatti Chiron? Zhang Shuang's eyes widened.
Though she wasn't as obsessed with luxury cars as Zheng Yu, she knew what Bugatti represented. That is the pinnacle among supercars.
Yes. Zheng Yu nodded vigorously.
A friend at Rueilin told me that the car will arrive at Zhuobao Walking Street around 3 in the afternoon.
Let's hurry over to take a look. Maybe we can see the car owner too. Zhang Shuang's interest was piqued. Okay. Let's go.
The two quickly reached a consensus and immediately set off for Zhuobao Walking Street.
Zhuobao Commercial Area.
As the most prosperous commercial core area in Chuanfu City, it is bustling with people every day, with luxury cars everywhere. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, here they are merely common models. Only those limited edition supercars worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions can truly cause a sensation.
Around 2 in the afternoon. In the very center of Zhuobao Walking Street.
A huge closed transport truck slowly came to a stop. This transport truck looked very professional, and its large size made it clear that it was carrying something extraordinary.
Soon, crowds began to gather around the transport truck. Everyone was guessing what was in it. Wow, this transport truck is so professional. It can't be carrying some treasure, right? It looks like it, with such a grand setup. Which big shot bought a new toy? Could it be some brand's limited edition supercar?
That's possible. Something that can be transported in this kind of truck is definitely not an ordinary car.
Guess what? Pagani? Koenigsegg? Or Bugatti? Some people boldly guessed.
Whispers filled the surrounding area. Many people took out their phones to start taking pictures and posting on social media.
Mysterious transport truck spotted at Zhuobao Walking Street. It is said to be carrying top supercars. Hurry to come and watch. The news quickly spread on social media, attracting even more people to come and watch. By around 3 o'clock,
a crowd had gathered around the transport truck. Zheng Yu and Zhang Shuang squeezed into the crowd, breathless.
It's coming, it's coming.
Zheng Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. They had finally made it. They quickly spotted the enormous transport truck and a few people in Rueilin 4S store uniforms standing beside it. One of them, a young and beautiful female, was the customer manager Wenwen.
Hello, Zheng Yu stepped forward. May I ask what is inside this truck? Wenwen smiled at him. Hello sir, inside is a top supercar. But we can't unveil it before the owner arrives.
Her tone was polite, but her attitude was firm.
Top-tier supercar? Zheng Yu was even more excited inside. It looks like it's really a Bugatti Chiron. He couldn't help but ask again, so when will the owner arrive? Wenwen glanced at her phone. The owner is already on the way, should be here soon.
She was a bit nervous inside. This was her first Bugatti client to handle. And she had heard that this Mr. Su was very young, with a mysterious background. She couldn't afford to be careless. Just then, Su Fan stepped out from the crowd. He was dressed casually today, looking very laid back. But that innate calm demeanor made him stand out among the crowd of onlookers. He's here. Wenwen's eyes brightened, and she immediately walked up to him.
Mr. Su.
She quickly walked up to Su Fan. Hello?
Su Fan nodded to her. Is the car here?
Yes, it has arrived.
Wenwen answered respectfully.
She glanced at the surrounding crowd, then lowered her voice to ask.
Do you think it's a good time to unveil it?
Su Fan scanned the area. There were indeed quite a few people. But since it had already been delivered here, there was no need to hide it anymore.
Go ahead, he said flatly. Won immediately turned around and made a gesture to the staff by the transport truck. Prepare to unveil. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear it. Instantly, all eyes were on the transport truck. Among the crowd, Zheng Yu and Zhang Shuang both saw Su Fan, both stunned.
Su Fan?
Zheng Yu blurted out. How could he be here? Could it be? A shocking guess flashed through his mind.
Zhang Shuang was also surprised. She didn't expect to run into Su Fan here.
And it seemed like he knew the 4S store staff?
While the two of them were confused. Won had already walked up to Su Fan. She took out her phone and opened a QR code.
Mr. Su, could you please scan this? Just to confirm your identity.
Su Fan took out his phone and scanned the QR code. His personal information appeared on the screen. Won carefully checked it, then smiled even brighter.
It's confirmed to be you. Mr. Su, this Bugatti Chiron is now officially delivered to you.
Her tone carried a hint of excitement. The crowd around her immediately erupted.
Holy shit! The owner of the Bugatti Chiron is him? So young. I must be hearing things.
The customer manager of the Rue Lin 4S store said it herself.
It can't be wrong. The gasps in the crowd rose and fell. Everyone looked at Su Fan with disbelief. The seemingly ordinary young man. He was actually the owner of a Bugatti Chiron?
Zheng Yu and Zhang Shuang were even more dumbfounded, their mouths open so wide they could fit an egg.
Su Fan?
Zheng Yu felt like his brain had short-circuited.
The landlord of Zhenmeili, this young, driving a Bugatti Chiron? What kind of godly person is this? Zhang Shuang was also dumbfounded.
She had only thought Su Fan was a somewhat rich landlord, but she didn't expect his background to be so unfathomably deep.
Bugatti Chiron. That's not something just anyone with money can buy.
You need money, status, and connections to get that. Under the astonished gazes of everyone,
the staff began carefully removing the cover from the Bugatti.
Little by little, the Bugatti Chiron's smooth and aggressive lines gradually emerged. When the entire car was fully revealed to everyone, the scene fell into a brief silence.
Then, a louder round of amazement erupted. Holy shit! So cool! The looks are simply stunning. This is the Bugatti Chiron, just like the photos, so breathtaking. This color. The streamlined design, it's practically a work of art. How much does this car cost? Someone couldn't help but ask. The starting price for the Bugatti Chiron is probably 30 million euros? That's over 200 million renminbi, right? More than 200 million?
At the mention of this number, the venue erupted in gasps of disbelief.
That's enough to buy a building, right? Buy? You could buy several. Oh my goodness. More than 200 million for a car? Poverty limits my imagination.
The world of the rich. A world that us ordinary people cannot understand. Zheng Yu stared at the Bugatti Chiron. His eyes went wide. This was the car he had dreamed of owning.
He never expected it to be purchased by this young man, Su Fan.
His gaze toward Su Fan had completely changed. From initial curiosity to now just deep respect and an indescribable mix of emotions.
Zheng Yu's eyes unintentionally swept over Su Fan's wrist.
Suddenly, his body jolted and his pupils dilated.
That watch.
He stared at the watch on Su Fan's wrist. The watch looked understated but exuded an aura of extreme luxury.
Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim again.
Beside him, Zhang Shuang was startled.
What happened?
Zheng Yu didn't reply but quickly walked to Su Fan, his voice trembling.
Su Fan! You, the watch on your hand.
Su Fan glanced down at his wrist. He was wearing the Vacheron Constantine that he received as a reward from the system.
What's wrong? He said calmly.
Zheng Yu took a deep breath, trying to steady his excited heart.
This watch.
It's the Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers series.
No, wait. His eyes sharpened. This seems to be the Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers Celestia Astronomical 3600.
He announced the full model of the watch.
The people around him looked confused. Les Cabinotiers? Celestia Astronomical? What on earth?
It sounded impressive. Zheng Yu continued, his voice growing more excited.
This watch.
It combines 23 complex functions including astronomy, calendar, and time. It has 6 mainspring barrels. It can provide up to 3 weeks of power reserve.
And
he paused for dramatic effect.
This watch. There is only one in the world.
It was custom made by Vacheron Constantine for a mysterious client.
Its value. He swallowed hard. Its value is beyond estimation. It said that the production cost alone already exceeds 100 million renminbi. And that's just the cost. If we account for brand premium and collectible value, then the price is unimaginable.
He looked at Su Fan as if gazing at a monster. A treasure emanating golden light from every part of him. The surrounding crowd was once again shaken to the core by Zhang Yu's revelation.
A watch worth over 100 million? And there's only one in the whole world? What kind of concept is this?
They previously thought the Bugatti Chiron being over 200 million was already ridiculous. They didn't expect that even the watch on his wrist was more expensive than the car. The atmosphere at the scene exploded with the appearance of the Vacheron Constantine Les Cabinotier's Celestia Astronomical 3600. Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Fan, their expressions a complicated mix that was hard to describe. Admiration, jealousy, shock, disbelief. It was like a live broadcast of I've never seen the world. Zheng Yu was still immersed in the huge shock, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to close it for a long time. He felt as if his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground, with loud cracking noises. Su Fan looked at his dazed expression, a smirk playing on his lips, as if recalling something amusing. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Speaking of which, this watch, there's a little backstory. The crowd's gossiping spirit was instantly ignited, their ears perked up as long as a rabbit's. A watch worth over 100 million, one of a kind in the world, what kind of backstory could it have? Su Fan casually said, well, it's not much, just that I had a girlfriend before, and she thought this watch I had was a cheap knockoff from a street vendor.
Put.
Zheng Yu had just caught his breath and almost choked again at Su Fan's comment.
What on earth? Treating the Vacheron Constantine Les Cabinotiers, the only custom-made model in the world, like a cheap fake worth just a few dozen bucks? What kind of god-tier nonsense is this?
Zheng Yu felt like his intelligence had just been insulted. No, it wasn't just his intelligence, it was the value of that watch being insulted. He suddenly turned his head, full of righteous fury, spit nearly flying out.
Whose eyes are that useless? No, this isn't just about bad eyesight. This is full-on brain damage. Their brain must have been slammed by a door, no, crushed again and again by a heavy iron gate. He stomped on the spot in anger, calling this a fake? Are you joking with the entire world? This level of artistry, even if you don't know watches, just from the texture, the craftsmanship, the complexity, there's no way this thing is worth only a few dozen bucks. What a waste. This is such a waste. Bro, your ex-girlfriend TSK, I really feel bad for you. He shook his head while talking, his face clearly saying, that woman must be an idiot. The people around burst into laughter, and when they looked at Su Fan, their eyes held sympathy and a bit of gloating.
Bro, your ex-girlfriend is really something else.
Su Fan just smiled, saying neither yes nor no.
Thinking of Kai Yuan, Su Fan felt nothing inside, like looking at a chapter that had already ended. What's past is past, now he only wanted to make money and enjoy life. He no longer paid attention to the crowd's gossip and turned toward the Bugatti Chiron, quietly waiting nearby like a beast. He walked around the car, his fingers gently gliding over the cold carbon fiber body, feeling the sleek, powerful lines. He opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands, feeling the fine touch of the top-grade leather.
Yes, it's from the system.
As expected, pure quality.
Not bad. Su Fan nodded slightly, his tone still calm.
But to Zheng Yu, this was the peak of humble bragging.
What do you mean not bad, bro? This is a Bugatti Chiron. A mobile palace worth over 200 million.
Zheng Yu rubbed his hands, his eyes lit up as he came over with a fawning smile, his voice full of flattery.
Bro Fan he. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, what is it?
Well, Zheng Yu scratched his head awkwardly, bro, could I maybe take a photo with your god car's steering wheel?
Just a close-up of my hand on the wheel. Would that be okay?
He paused, lowered his voice, and sounded a bit proud.
I want to send it to someone. Let her see what a real top luxury car looks like. Blow her mind a little. Su Fan glanced at him and saw right through it.
This guy was clearly trying to show off in front of his girlfriend.
But, whatever. Go ahead. Su Fan agreed generously. Zheng Yu was overjoyed, thanks, bro. You're seriously the best.
He quickly pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of Su Fan's hand on the steering wheel. He even made sure to include that priceless Vacheron Constantine watch in the frame.
Perfect.
After taking the pictures, Zheng Yu happily put away his phone and looked at Su Fan, his eyes full of eager anticipation.
Su Fan looked at those excited puppy dog eyes and suddenly found it a little funny. This guy really did love cars. Wanna try driving it? Su Fan started the engine, the deep and powerful roar instantly shaking everyone around. Chapter 35, Borrowing the car for a photo, causing a misunderstanding. Zhang Yu's eyes went wide, almost unable to believe his ears. Huh? Bro? I can? Get in. Su Fan was brief. Let's hit the highway, see how fierce this beast really is. Holy crap. Really? Bro. You're like my real brother. Zhang Yu was so excited he nearly jumped up. He fumbled to open the passenger door and plopped down, his hands shaking as he buckled his seatbelt. The Bugatti Chiron slowly drove out of the Jinmei building and merged into the traffic. Once on the highway, Su Fan adjusted a bit, then his gaze sharpened. His foot slammed down on the gas pedal. Vroom! The W16 quad-turbocharged engine let out a terrifying roar. The powerful push from behind instantly pressed Zhang Yu firmly against the seat. The scenery outside the window flew backward rapidly, turning into a blurred stream of light. The speedometer's needle climbed frantically. 100. 150. 200. And it keeps rising. Zhang Yu couldn't help but scream, not out of fear, but excitement. It was extreme thrill. So awesome. He held tightly onto the armrest, his face twisted yet fervent. Is this a Bugatti? My goodness. This speed. This roar. It's incredible. Su Fan held the steering wheel calmly, but a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This extreme speed indeed awakened the most primitive adrenaline in humans. The wind roared in his ears, the engine roared behind him, as if he were about to be torn apart by this violent force, yet somehow, they strangely fused together. Bro! This car, it's simply my dream car. Zhang Yu shouted excitedly, I've dreamed of driving it. Even just sitting in it once, I feel it's worth it. Su Fan felt the car's vibrations and the huge noise, slightly frowning. Supercars do bring unparalleled driving pleasure and head-turning rates, but it's thrilling, but it's a bit loud, and this seat is hard. After a long time, my back can't take it. It's still not as comfortable as his other daily use car, the G-Class. After experiencing extreme speed, Su Fan gradually slowed down the speed and exited the highway. He parked the car by the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and rubbed his slightly sore back. How does it feel? He looked at Zhang Yu, who was still in an excited state beside him. Awesome. So awesome. Bro, this car is simply a performance beast. Zhang Yu said, still excited, his face flushed. Su Fan smiled, took the car keys from his pocket, and casually tossed them to Zhang Yu. Here. Zhang Yu instinctively caught them, looking dumbfounded. Bro, what is this? This car is too eye-catching, and I doubt it can fit in my parking space at home. If it gets scratched, that's a hassle. Su Fan said casually, how about you drive it for a couple of laps? Get familiar with it. Then help me find a decent parking lot, park it safely. Zhang Yu. Happiness came too suddenly, like a tornado. Holding the heavy car keys, symbolizing over 200 million renminbi, his hands shook even more, and his eyes turned red in an instant. Drive it for a couple of laps? And even help park it? This is a Bugatti Chiron. Bro. You're handing me a moving treasure vault. Bro. Zhang Yu's voice trembled with emotion. You can rest assured. I promise. I guarantee to arrange everything clearly. Safely. I'll park it in our house's VIP spot in the Jinmei underground garage. 24-hour security. Cameras with no blind spots. I assure you not a single hair will be lost. Su Fan looked at his excited expression and waved his hand. Alright, go ahead. Okay. Thank you, bro. You're my bro from another mother. Zhang Yu took the keys, carefully sat in the driver's seat, feeling as if he had reached the peak of his life. Meanwhile, in a high-end spa in the city center, Kai Yuan had just finished a complete set of spa treatments, wearing a robe, lazily leaning on the sofa in the rest area, a face mask on her face, holding a cup of herbal tea in her hand. Lin Xiaomei beside her was also scrolling through her phone. Buzz. Kai Yuan's phone, placed on the small table, vibrated once. She picked up the phone and saw a WeChat message from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? Kai Yuan was a bit surprised. Why did this rich second generation suddenly message her? She opened the message, which contained a picture. The picture showed a hand, with clear joints, holding an extremely luxurious and high-tech steering wheel. In the center of the steering wheel was a prominent EB logo. What caught her attention even more was the watch worn on the wrist. That watch. Kai Yuan's breath suddenly caught. Why does it look so familiar? She frowned, carefully looking at the dial and strap in the photo. Isn't this the broken watch Su Fan wore every day before? At that time, she even mocked Su Fan, saying he, a poor designer, was just putting on airs with a fake watch that cost a few dozen yuan. But, the background in the photo, that steering wheel. Is that a Bugatti? Kai Yuan's heart began to race. What does Zheng Yu mean by sending her this? Could it be? Xiaomei, help me take a look. Kai Yuan hurriedly passed her phone to Lin Xiaomei beside her. Lin Xiaomei took the phone and glanced at the photo, stunned. Huh? This watch, isn't it the one your ex-boyfriend Su Fan wore? I remember you said it was fake. Yes. It's exactly that one. Kai Yuan spoke a bit urgently, but look at this steering wheel. This is Bugatti. Lin Xiaomei reacted as well. What the heck? Bugatti? Zheng Yu sent this to you? Could it be, is this car Zheng Yu's? The two looked at each other, seeing shock and a hint of ecstasy in each other's eyes. Kai Yuan felt her heart pounding, a bold idea surfaced in her mind. Could it be? Zheng Yu not only drives a Bugatti but also bought an identical, real watch like Su Fan's fake? And he specially took a photo to send to her. What is he hinting at? The more Kai Yuan thought about it, the more excited she got, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly replied to Zheng Yu. Wow! Zhang Xiao, is this your new ride? It's so cool. Starry eyes. Soon, Zheng Yu replied. Hee, just got it, taking it out for a spin. Where are you? Free? Want to hang out? Kai Yuan's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. I'm free. I just finished a spa at the Xinglua Club. Okay, wait for me there, I'll be right over. Putting down her phone, Kai Yuan excitedly grabbed Lin Xiaomei's arm. Xiaomei. Zheng Yu is coming to pick me up. He's driving a Bugatti. Lin Xiaomei was equally excited. Yuan. Your luck with romance is amazing. You just dumped that poor loser Su Fan and now you're about to get with the rich kid in a Bugatti. And look, he's wearing the same kind of watch as your ex-boyfriend. What does this mean? It means he might have been paying attention to you for a long time. Maybe he bought this watch just to catch your eye. With her friend's analysis, Kai Yuan's heart soared even more. All her previous doubts and memories about Su Fan's fake watch were thrown out of the window. Who cares about real or fake watches? What's important now is that Zheng Yu is driving a Bugatti. And he's coming to pick her up wearing that familiar watch. This is absolutely a destined connection. Her true soulmate has arrived. She quickly got up and tidied her bathrobe and hair. Though she was barefaced, her skin was in great condition after the spa, glowing with a dewy shine. Chapter 36, on the way to collect rent, encountering an old friend again. Before long, a deep and distinctive engine roar sounded at the entrance of the club. Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaomei exchanged a glance and excitedly ran outside. A smooth, futuristic-looking blue supercar slowly stopped at the door, exactly the Bugatti Chiron from the photo. The car door opened, and Zheng Yu stepped down from the driver's seat. Kai Yuan looked at the top luxury car in front of her and then at Zheng Yu getting out of the car, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. It's him. It's really him. Young, handsome, rich. Driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Isn't this her dream Prince Charming? Oh no, the domineering CEO in a Bugatti? Su Fan? That poor designer who couldn't afford even a real watch? She had long forgotten about him. At this moment, Kai Yuan felt immensely grateful for her decision to break up with Su Fan. Her true soulmate was always just around the corner. Meanwhile, while Kai Yuan was lost in her daydream of the domineering CEO falling in love with me, Su Fan was leisurely returning to Zhuobao Walking Street, pocketing his newly acquired small goal. When it comes to collecting rent, it's better to do it sooner than later. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. Moreover, this is not just a mosquito's leg, it's the real deal, an elephant's leg? He sneaked up to the first shop that needed rent collection. It was a brand clothing store with a stylish interior. Is the boss here? Time to collect the rent. Su Fan peeked inside, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the people inside to hear. A middle-aged woman, dressed fashionably and looking like the store manager, walked out when she heard the voice. Upon seeing Su Fan, she immediately flashed a professional smile. Oh, Mr. Su. Please wait, I'll transfer the payment right now. Her attitude was extremely enthusiastic. What else could she do? After all, Su Fan was now the landlord daddy. And not just any landlord, but a super landlord holding properties in the core area of this pedestrian street. Ding! The phone's notification sounded. Su Fan opened it, and wow, 5 million just arrived. Mr. Su, please confirm here, this is the rent for our store for the year. The store manager smiled with her eyes almost squinting. Please continue to support our business. Of course, let's all make money. Su Fan waved his hand cheerfully, feeling quite pleased inside. Not bad, a good start. The feeling of collecting rent, how should I put it? 1 word, refreshing. 2 words, really refreshing. 3 words, so refreshing. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic store manager, Su Fan moved on to the next one.
This was a high-end chain coffee shop, also 800 square meters, with many men and women leisurely sipping coffee inside. The manager of the coffee shop was a cultured man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Su Fan, he immediately arranged for the finance department to transfer the payment without a word.
Another 5 million.
Su Fan looked at the text message on his phone, and his smile almost reached his ears.
This money came, way too easily, right? Back in the design institute, he worked his fingers to the bone, and his monthly salary was only what? Now, just walking a few steps and talking, tens of millions come to hand?
Indeed, choices are more important than hard work, and system daddy forever. The third one was a VR gaming center that emphasized immersive experiences, with a long line outside and business booming. The person in charge was a young man dressed in a trendy way. Upon seeing Su Fan, he immediately nodded and bowed.
Brother Fan. You're here. The rent is ready, I'll transfer it right away. Brother Fan? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, that title, kind of on point. Ding. Another 5 million.
3 stores, each 800 square meters, with an annual rent of 5 million.
In total, 15 million.
In just a short time, tens of millions in his hands. Su Fan stood in the bustling crowd of the pedestrian street, looking at the long string of zeros in his phone, feeling a bit dazed.
This is basically a money printing machine, right?
He quickly calculated his total assets again. The money exchanged by the system had been spent gradually, but the big portion was still there. So many properties, and now he also had these 10 shops on Zhuobao pedestrian street, each worth a fortune, with 3-year rent totaling over 100 million. Although the rent hadn't all been collected yet, the 3 or 4 million he already had in hand, plus all those fixed assets. Su Fan felt his mind almost crash. This total asset, is it already heading towards 2 billion?
2 billion. A number he wouldn't dare to even think about before. And now it's just happened?
He pinched his thigh.
Hiss, it hurts. It's real. He, Su Fan, a former ordinary design institute worker, had now become a super rich person worth over 2 billion?
This feeling is like suddenly activating a cheat code in a game, the kind with invincible health, infinite bullets, and one-hit kills at level 999.
Woohoo, taking off.
Su Fan couldn't help but shout inside his heart. This massive wealth, finally, is mine.
At this moment, at the other end of Zhuobao pedestrian street, a cool blue Bugatti Chiron was driving at a not-too-fast speed, attracting many onlookers to take photos.
Inside the car, Kai Yuan was excited, her cheeks flushed red, chattering away with Zhang Yu, who was in the driver's seat.
Mr. Zhang. Let me tell you something that makes me so mad.
Kai Yuan pouted her lips, looking wronged. I just ran into my ex-boyfriend at the entrance of the SPA club.
Oh? Really?
Zhang Yu held the steering wheel, looking ahead, responding casually, as if he didn't care much.
Yes.
Kai Yuan raised her voice a bit, it's that Su Fan.
He actually had the face to appear in front of me.
You know, the watch he gave me before looks just like the one you're wearing, but his must definitely be fake. He even lied to me that it was a limited edition, a poor loser who only loves vanity. As she spoke, she secretly observed Zhang Yu's expression, wanting to see if he would have any reaction. After all, Zhang Yu was wearing a same model genuine watch and driving a Bugatti, the comparison was too obvious. Hearing this, Zhang Yu chuckled softly, turning his head to look at Kai Yuan, his eyes carrying a hint of playfulness and reassurance.
Fake?
Hee, that just shows your ex-boyfriend truly has bad taste. He paused for a moment, and his tone became gentle. However, this also proves one thing.
What thing?
Kai Yuan blinked curiously. It proves he doesn't know how to cherish. Zhang Yu's voice was magnetic. A girl as beautiful and tasteful as you, he actually let you go, it's simply a waste.
But this is good too, he let go, and I got the chance to meet you, right? This shows we are meant to be.
These words struck straight to Kai Yuan's heart.
Yes. That's exactly it. Su Fan, that blind poor loser, is simply not worthy of me.
Only someone like Zhang Xiao, young, handsome, and wealthy, is my true match. Zhang Xiao, you really know how to speak. Kai Yuan felt her heart bloom with happiness, her voice suddenly sweet and soft. Meeting you has made me realize what real fate is.
Exactly.
Zhang Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he stepped on the gas, the Bugatti roared low, accelerating forward. In the back seat, Lin Xiaomei watched the two of them being sweet with each other, pouting, feeling like a bright light bulb. She took out her phone, quickly typed a text message and sent it, then cleared her throat and said. Yuan, Zhang Xiao, I'm really sorry, but my mom's birthday is today, I have to go back now and won't disturb your world. Kai Yuan was lost in sweetness when she heard this and was stunned for a moment.
Chapter 37, Invited to the Club, A Tangle in the Heart. Ha? Xiaomei, are you leaving now? Don't you want to play a bit more?
No, my mom urged me several times, I have to hurry back. Lin Jiamei waved her hand, showing an apologetic smile. Zheng Xiao, just drop me off at the intersection ahead. Zheng Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror and nodded, okay. The car soon stopped at the intersection.
Yuan, Zheng Xiao, I'm leaving now. Have fun. Lin Jiamei quickly opened the car door and got out, waving to the two. Bye, Jiamei. Watching the Bugatti disappear into the dust, Lin Jiamei's smile vanished instantly. She looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, then turned and walked in the opposite direction of home. Mom's birthday? That's just a casual excuse. Her real destination was a high-end club called Brilliant Gold not far from here. Thinking about the greasy customers and blaring music she was about to face, Lin Jiamei's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness and disgust, but her steps showed no hesitation. No choice, who told her she was short on money? Seeing her best friend riding in a multi-million-dollar car with a wealthy heir, pretending not to be envious would be a lie. But envy or not, life has to go on, and she had to earn her own money. She took a deep breath and quickened her pace, her figure soon disappearing around the corner. Just as Su Fan got home, he suddenly received a phone call, and it was from his university classmate Yangzi. Hey, Yangzi, what's up? Fan Gu. My dear brother. Do you have any plans for tonight? The excited voice of Shin Yong came through the phone, with some noise in the background. No plans, just finished counting money, getting ready to sleep, Su Fan joked. Sleep? No way. Get up and have some fun. Shin Yong exclaimed excitedly, Golden Splendor. You know? My buddy just got a tip that a few new girls are in town, and they are top-notch. I heard there are even flight attendants and models switching careers. What do you say, want to go check it out? Golden Splendor? Su Fan paused for a moment, the name sounded familiar. It seemed to be a well-known high-end club in the city. He wanted to refuse at first since he had just made some money and wanted to keep a low profile. But then, thinking about Kai Yuan's words today and the previous work frustrations. Damn it, if you have money and don't enjoy it, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Sure, Su Fan cleared his throat, my mood is good today, so I'll go with you to see what's going on. That's the spirit. You know the place, right? The one in the city center. Shinyang said excitedly, hurry up, I'm waiting here for you, giving you 20 minutes, or you owe me 3 drinks. Got it, are you rushing me to my death? Su Fan laughed and cursed a bit, hanging up, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan stood up, stretched lazily, and walked to the wardrobe. Better change into something presentable, can't let this billion-dollar worth lose face, right? Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Golden Splendor. Lin Jiamei sat a bit nervously on the soft sofa, opposite her was Zhao Mailan, the manager, known as Sister Zhao. Zhao Mailan was about 40, wearing a well-fitted professional outfit, her makeup exquisite, her sharp eyes looking Lin Jiamei up and down. Miss Lin, right? I've seen your information, your image and temperament are indeed good. Zhao Mailan picked up the coffee on the table, took a small sip, her tone carried an undeniable authority, our Golden Splendor is a legitimate place, you can rest assured. Of course, our customers are either rich or noble, so the requirements for service personnel are quite high. Lin Jiamei nervously clenched the hem of her clothes and nodded, Sister Zhao, I can endure hardship. Zhao Mailan smiled, setting down her coffee cup, enduring hardship? Here, just enduring hardship isn't enough, you need to be good at socializing, and have a good eye. However, the rewards are also quite generous. She leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice, in simple terms, we have 2 modes here. One is a basic service position with a base salary plus commission, work hard for a month, and earning 20 to 30,000 is no problem. The other one. Zhao Mailan paused, looking meaningfully at Lin Jiamei, the other one depends on your personal ability. Accompanying guests for drinks, singing, chatting, and maintaining good customer relationships. As long as you're open-minded, sweet-tongued, and can make the guests happy, in a month. She held up one finger, then added a few more, I won't say too much, over 100,000 is very easy. 100,000. Lin Jiamei's heart skipped a beat. This number was astronomical for her. She was currently working her fingers to the bone at several part-time jobs, making only a few thousand a month, almost unable to pay rent. Thinking of Kai Yuan sitting in a Bugatti, laughing and chatting with a rich second generation, and comparing it to her own embarrassing situation, Lin Jiamei's hesitation quickly turned into desire. Sister Zhao, She took a deep breath, I choose the second option. Zhao Mailan nodded with satisfaction, as if she had anticipated this choice, smart. Being young and beautiful is capital, making more money while you're young is the right thing. Alright, first sign this contract, and I'll tell you the details. Lin Jiamei picked up the pen and looked at the clauses on the contract. Although some parts made her uncomfortable, thinking of the tempting income, she signed her name without hesitation. Very good, Zhao Mailan put away the contract, her face showing a formal smile, welcome to Golden Splendor, Jiamei. From today onward, you are one of us. On the other side, outside a high-end cafe in the city center,
Kaiyuan, who had already broken up with her boyfriend, impatiently glanced at her watch and complained to the young man in front of her.
Wang Han, why hasn't Zhao Mei arrived yet? Didn't we agree to discuss going to Lu Bai's wedding together?
Wang Han, Lin Zhaomei's boyfriend, with an ordinary appearance and wearing a poorly fitted suit, smiled wryly at her words. I called her, and she said her mom had an urgent matter and couldn't come, asking us to chat first.
Her mom's matter is still not settled? How long has it been?
Kaiyuan pouted her lips, feeling a bit unconvinced, but didn't say much more. Lin Zhaomei seems to have been acting mysteriously lately.
Alright, then let's talk first.
Kaiyuan tidied her hair, her tone a bit boastful. I definitely want to go to Lu Bai's wedding, after all, we are old classmates. I plan to drive Zhang Xiao's car back.
Zhang Xiao's car? Wang Han's eyes lit up. Is it that Bugatti? That's too flashy.
Kaiyuan shot him a reproachful look. Zhang Xiao said he has several cars, so I'll just borrow a Mercedes to drive back, more low-key, to avoid scaring those old classmates. She spoke of being low-key, but the pride on Kaiyuan's face couldn't be hidden. Driving a Bugatti worth over 100 million back to attend a classmate's wedding, just thinking about it feels so impressive.
Wang Han listened with envy on his face. Wow, Bugatti. That's quite impressive. Yuan, you've really found true love.
Of course.
Kaiyuan raised her chin slightly. By the way, what about you? How are you and Zhao Mei getting there? Wang Han's expression was a bit awkward. We haven't figured it out yet. Maybe we'll take the high-speed train. High-speed train?
Kaiyuan furrowed her brows, then relaxed again. Alright, that's convenient.
See you at the wedding.
She couldn't wait to see the surprised and envious expressions of those old classmates when they found out how well she was doing now.
Chapter 38. An old familiar face at the club? Wah! Wah wah! Brother Fan. This is your car?
In the parking lot under Shenyang's building, Shenyang was circling around a brand new Aston Martin DBX, his eyes nearly popping out, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg.
Calm down, calm down. Su Fan stepped out of the driver's seat, locked the car door, and patted Shenyang's shoulder. Basic operation, don't overreact. Basic operation? Shenyang exclaimed dramatically. Brother. Tell me honestly, have you secretly gone to mine or won the lottery? This is an Aston Martin. Worth millions. I said it's basic operation. Su Fan didn't bother explaining. He couldn't exactly say he had a system, could he?
Alright, stop acting like a clueless bumpkin, let's hurry inside.
Didn't you say there's a new girl? Right. The main thing is important.
Shenyang finally snapped back to reality, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the Aston Martin again. But Brother Fan, your car is too amazing.
You have to let me drive it next time. We'll talk about it when the time comes.
Su Fan shrugged casually, urging Shenyang to get in the car. Shenyang chuckled and sat inside, showering it with compliments until Su Fan said he was driving, and then he calmed down. But he hadn't been calm for 2 minutes before he mysteriously pulled Su Fan while taking out his phone.
Hee, Brother Fan, let me show you something good.
Shenyang clicked on a video and held it out in front of Su Fan. This is a video that just leaked from Jinbi Hui Huang. They say it's featuring the new girls.
Look at this beauty, this figure, TSK. Su Fan initially didn't pay much attention and casually glanced at it.
The video was a bit shaky, seemingly filmed in a dimly lit private room, where several young and beautiful girls were interacting playfully with guests. However, when the camera passed over one girl's face, Su Fan's gaze instantly froze. The girl was wearing a well-tailored black dress, with exquisite makeup, holding a glass of wine, and showing a slightly stiff smile towards the camera. Although the makeup and environment had changed, Su Fan recognized her at a glance.
This isn't Lin Zhaomei? Kaiyuan's best friend? How could she be here? And dressed like, doing this kind of work?
Su Fan's mind buzzed, feeling a bit dazed.
He remembered that Lin Zhaomei's family background seemed to be average, but not to the point of coming to work in a place like this, right? And she was Kaiyuan's closest friend, wasn't she?
Kaiyuan had now hooked up with rich second-generation Zhengyu. How could Lin Zhaomei? For a moment, Su Fan's heart was a tangle of emotions.
Surprise, confusion, and a vague sense of absurdity.
Half an hour later, the Aston Martin DBX smoothly glided into the exclusive parking lot of the Golden Splendor Club, the engine's low roar echoing in the quiet underground space.
Wow, Brother Fan, this parking lot is almost like a car show.
Shenyang's head was almost pressed against the car window, looking at the Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Ferraris parked around, feeling his eyes were not enough. Our DBX parked here, well, okay, not too embarrassing.
Su Fan turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and glanced at him speechlessly. I say, can you have some ambition? You actually took a joke seriously? DBX embarrassing? What do the nearby Passats think? It's just... I've never been in such an expensive car, I'm a bit excited.
Shen Yong chuckled awkwardly, hurriedly pushing open the car door, afraid he might accidentally break something. A server in a sharp uniform, wearing white gloves, quickly walked over, a professional smile on his face.
Good evening, sir, may I take your car?
Su Fan tossed the key to him, and the server caught it steadily. When he saw the key with the Wing B logo, the smile on his face clearly froze for a moment. Then he became even more enthusiastic and respectful, bowing a little lower.
All right, sir. This way please, we will take good care of your beloved car. Su Fan replied lightly and walked toward the club entrance with Shen Yong. Shen Yong leaned into Su Fan's ear, lowering his voice. Did you see that, brother Fan? This is the power of money. The way that young guy looked at the key was almost glowing. TSK, driving a good car is different. All right, stop acting like you've never seen the world.
Su Fan patted his arm, hurry up and go in, important matters to attend to.
The magnificent golden doors were indeed impressive, the gilded sign shimmering under the lights. 2 rows of tall hostesses in split cheongsam stood at the entrance, bowing in unison. Welcome to Golden Splendor. This scene felt like an emperor choosing a consort. Walking into the lobby was even more dazzling with its luxury.
Huge crystal chandeliers, marble floors that shone like mirrors, and the air filled with a faint fragrance and soft music. The guests coming and going were either rich or noble, and the servers moved among them with smiles just right.
Oh my gosh, this place is even wealthier than it looks on TV. Shen Yong couldn't help but exclaim softly.
At that moment, a middle-aged woman dressed in a black suit, looking like a manager, approached with a warm smile.
Good evening, gentlemen. You must be Mr. Su and Mr. Shen? Sister Zhao has been waiting for you.
It seemed Shen Yong had made a reservation in advance.
Yes, where is Sister Zhao? Shen Yong inquired.
Sister Zhao is waiting for both of you inside, please follow me. The woman led the way, taking them through the golden lobby to a row of private rooms.
She opened one of the heavy doors marked Water Cloud Wonderland. Mr. Su, Mr. Shen, please come in. Sister Zhao is inside. Su Fan and Shen Yong entered the room.
The space inside was large, decorated in a style that blended luxury with a hint of ancient charm. A huge screen was available for karaoke, and there was a dedicated bar and lounge area in the corner. There were even 2 things that looked like massage beds, separated by a screen. A woman, about 40 years old, still graceful, dressed very professionally, was sitting on the sofa. When she saw them come in, she immediately stood up, a bright smile on her face.
Ah, Boss Su, Boss Shen, you finally arrived. Please, have a seat, please. This should be Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, you're being too polite.
Su Fan casually found a spot to sit down, surveying the surroundings. Shen Yong, on the other hand, seemed much more familiar. Sister Zhao, we came here for your new girl.
Is she reliable? Ah, look at what Boss Shen is saying. Sister Zhao patted Shen Yong's arm, laughing so hard her whole body trembled. When have I, old Zhao, ever been unreliable in business? I'll make sure everything is arranged clearly for you. Not only do we have new girls, but we also have the best foot bath master here, guaranteed to make you satisfied. As for the foot bath master, forget it. Shen Yong waved his hand impatiently. Call the girl out for us to have a look first. All right, no problem. Sister Zhao picked up the intercom. Xiaoli, have the new girls from the Water Cloud Paradise come over, quickly. After giving the order, Sister Zhao smiled and looked at Su Fan. Boss Su, is this your first time here? What type do you like? We have pure, sexy, cute styles, all kinds. Su Fan picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on the steam, and without raising his eyelids, spoke in a calm tone, saying 3 words. Lin Zhaomei. Sister Zhao was stunned for a moment, seemingly not hearing clearly. Boss Su, you said. Su Fan set down the teacup, raised his head, his gaze landing on Sister Zhao's face, and repeated. I said, I want Lin Zhaomei. Chapter 39, Ordering a Girl for the Private Room, What's Going On? Sister Zhao's smile froze slightly, and a hint of confusion and curiosity flashed in her eyes. She had been in this business for many years and had seen all kinds of customers, many of whom had requested specific girls. But usually, these were regulars or people recommended by friends. For someone like Su Fan, who was visiting for the first time and directly asking for a particular girl, especially one who had just arrived not long ago, she discreetly sized up Su Fan. This young man wasn't dressed particularly flashy, but his aura was calm and steady. Especially when she found out from her staff earlier that he had arrived in an Aston Martin worth millions. A client of this level couldn't be treated carelessly. Boss Su, do you know our Zhaomei? Sister Zhao asked cautiously. Su Fan's lips curled into a mysterious smile, neither admitting nor denying. Just tell me if she's here or not. She's here. Sister Zhao quickly calculated in her mind.
That girl, Lin Xiaomei, was indeed the most eye-catching among the new girls, but she was also quite stubborn. She had just thrown a tantrum and wasn't too willing to serve customers now. But, this boss arrived in an Aston Martin and specifically asked for her. They couldn't just refuse. Moreover, this was a big fish. If they served him well, he might become a long-term client. With this thought, Sister Zhao immediately put on a warm smile. Ah, Boss Su, you really have a good eye. Zhao Mei is our new top girl. She's beautiful and has a great personality. Please wait, I'll go get her right now. Saying this, Sister Zhao picked up the intercom, walked to the door of the private room, and whispered a few instructions. Meanwhile, in the golden, magnificent staff rest area, Lin Xiaomei was sitting in a corner sofa, holding a cup of hot water, her face pale as she was really scared by those customers. She just couldn't understand how she had fallen to this point. Clearly Kai Yuan was living so well now, about to marry into a wealthy family, but her best friend had to work in a place like this. Every time she thought of Wang Han, or her family, Lin Xiaomei's heart would ache. She didn't dare to tell them that she worked here. Only to fabricate all kinds of lies. In these days, she was really on the verge of breaking down. Zhao Mei. Zhao Mei. Sister Zhao is calling you. A girl dressed in the same uniform rushed in, her tone somewhat urgent. Lin Xiaomei paused for a moment. Calling me? Didn't I say I wouldn't meet customers? I don't know, Sister Zhao wants you to hurry to the Water Cloud Paradise booth. She said a big client has arrived and specifically requested you. The girl glanced at her with envy and a hint of jealousy. I heard he drives an Aston Martin. Consuming over $1 million a year, for sure. Sister Zhao told you to seize the opportunity well. If you don't serve him well, Aston Martin? $1 million consumption? Lin Xiaomei's heart sank heavily. She knew what this meant. A client of this level was someone she absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Sister Zhao's words were a blatant warning. She bit her lip, her fingers tightly gripping the glass of water, knuckles turning pale. Despite feeling 10,000 unwilling thoughts, she knew she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaomei put down the glass, stood up, straightened her black dress, and forced out a stiff smile. I understand, I'll go over right now. Together with another girl, Lin Xiaomei walked anxiously towards the Water Cloud Paradise booth with several other newcomers who were also called. As the door opened, the glaring lights and loud music made her instinctively squint. Inside the booth, besides the man called Shenyong from earlier, there was also a young man with his back to the door, pouring himself some wine. As soon as Shenyong saw them enter, his eyes instantly lit up, and he shamelessly sized them up while clicking his tongue. Sister Zhao greeted them with a big smile. Boss Su, Boss Shen, what do you think of our new sisters here? Each one more beautiful than the last. Shenyong's gaze swept over the girls, and soon he pointed at a sweet-looking girl with a hot figure and said, this one. Sister Zhao promptly arranged for that girl to sit next to Shenyong. Then, she looked towards the still bowed head of Su Fan, asking with a charming smile, Boss Su, how about, are you satisfied with these few? Our Zhao Mei is here too. As Sister Zhao's words fell, Lin Xiaomei's heart instantly leaped to her throat, nervously glancing at the back figure. She could only see a vague profile, but for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who could it be? Does he know me? Why would he specifically request me? Countless thoughts flashed in Lin Xiaomei's mind, making her palms start to sweat. At that moment, the man who had been looking down finally slowly raised his head. He held a glass of wine, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze landing sharply on Lin Xiaomei's face, with a touch of mockery and playfulness as he lightly raised his chin. Just her. The moment she saw his face, the color drained from Lin Xiaomei's face like a rush, her pupils dilating, and her body uncontrollably retreated a step, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. It's him? Su Fan? How could it be him? How could he be here? Lin Xiaomei's mind went blank, filled only with endless fear and overwhelming shame. She never expected to be caught by Su Fan in her most embarrassing moment. And in this way. In an instant, she felt as if she had been stripped of all her clothes, naked and exposed in front of everyone's gaze, with nowhere to hide. It's over. Lin Xiaomei's heart sank to the bottom, her hands and feet turning icy. At the same time, Lu Yueya returned home, dragging her somewhat tired body. As soon as she opened the door, a familiar aroma of food greeted her. Oh my precious daughter is back. Yan Xiaoshui, wearing an apron, came out from the kitchen with a beaming smile. Quick, wash your hands and eat. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. And steamed base. Looking at her mother's warm and enthusiastic face, Lu Yueya felt a warmth in her heart. Her earlier annoyance from the day, caused by Su Fan, slightly eased up. She changed into slippers and casually placed her bag on the entryway cabinet. Mom, I'm so tired. I ran around all day. I know you work hard, so I specially made soup for you to nourish you well, Yan Xiaoshui said as she pulled Lu Yueya towards the dining room. By the way, I have something to tell you. I chatted with Aunt Zhang today, and she introduced a boy to me. His background is quite good. Lu Yueya paused, her hand that was just about to pick up chopsticks hesitated. She had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the dreaded news came. Mom! She said with some helplessness in her voice. Hey, just let me finish. Yan Xiaoshui interrupted her with excitement. The boy's name is Wang Chang. His family runs a business, and they are wealthy. He is also quite handsome, but... Yan Xiaoshui paused, seemingly choosing her words. He's a bit, masculine. Just a bit? Lu Yueya raised her eyebrow. She knew too well what her mother's a bit meant, usually implying very or extremely. Oh, come on. It's normal for a man to have an opinion. It's better than those useless pretty boys who rely on women to support them, right? Yan Xiaoshui waved her hand dismissively. Aunt Zhang said that Wang Chang was a bit spoiled by his family since he was young and has a bit of a young master temperament, but he's fundamentally a good person and treats his girlfriend very generously. Chapter 40, Mother's Marriage Pressure, is he the one? Look, he's rich, he's good-looking, he's just a bit temperamental. Where can you find such good conditions these days? The more Yan Xiaoshui spoke, the more she felt Wang Chang was a rare find, praising him endlessly. Mom thinks you should meet him. Having more choices is always good. Look at you, you're not a child anymore. You can't stay single forever. Mom is doing this for your own good. Lu Yueya listened silently, picking a piece of rib and putting it in her mouth, chewing slowly. The sweet and sour rib still had that familiar taste, deliciously tangy, but at this moment, she found it a bit hard to swallow. Su Fan's face involuntarily floated in her mind. That guy, although sometimes annoying, didn't seem like the arrogant type, and indeed. However, it seemed he had never shown any sign of male chauvinism, speaking to her as an equal. In fact, sometimes she managed to stump him into silence. Thinking of the scene she witnessed this afternoon. The more Lu Yueya thought about it, the more troubled she became. Wang Chang? Listening to her mother's description, she could already imagine a somewhat pompous and self-righteous figure. Compared to Su Fan, say, truly, no comparison means no harm. She put down her chopsticks and sighed. Mom, I know you're doing this for my sake, but... I really don't want to think about it right now. What do you mean you don't want to think? Yan Xiaoshui was a little displeased. You were so interested in that Su Fan last time, and what happened? He didn't have that intention, did he? You can't just hang on to one tree forever. You have to look forward. Mentioning Su Fan made Lu Yueya feel even less pleasant inside. She put down her bag, walked to the sofa, sat down, changed into comfortable home pajamas, and then slowly spoke. Mom, I ran into Su Fan again today. Oh? So you ran into him, what's the big deal? Yan Xiaoshui was still unsatisfied with her daughter's lack of enthusiasm, her tone somewhat casual. No, the situation was a bit special. Lu Yueya organized her words, trying to keep her tone calm. This afternoon I went to Zhuobao Walking Street for some business and happened to see him, collecting rent. Collecting rent? Yan Xiaoshui froze for a moment. Does his family have properties there? She knew Zhuobao Walking Street, one of the most bustling areas in the city center. If they had property there to collect rent, their family background should be quite respectable. It's not a house, it's a shop. Lu Yueya shook her head, took a deep breath, and dropped a bombshell. Moreover, at that time, the Zhang siblings were also there, you know, the ones who run the beauty salon, with a fortune of billions. Zhang family? Yan Xiaoshui's voice shot up an octave, her eyes widening. Which Zhang family? The Zhang Shuang and Zhang Yuan? Yes, that's them. Lu Yueya nodded, recalling the scene back then, her tone laced with disbelief. Their attitude towards Su Fan was very polite, even respectful. That Zhang Yu kept calling him young master Fan, but... Fan? Young master? Yan Xiaoshui was completely stunned, almost dropping the spatula in her hand. What is going on? Why would the Zhang family be so polite to him? And calling him young master? What kind of title is that? Lu Yueya shook her head. I don't know either. I only know that Su Fan seems to have several shops on Zhuobao Walking Street, collecting rent. The Zhang siblings happened to run into him and greeted him. Their attitude was especially good. Yan Xiaoshui stood frozen, her mind racing to process this information. Zhuobao Walking Street shops, what does that mean? Every inch of land is precious. A single shop could cost astronomical rent for a year, right? And not just one? She suddenly remembered the things her daughter had told her before. Wait, Yan Xiaoshui looked at Lu Yueya, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Didn't you mention last time that Su Fan drives a car worth over $1 million? Aston, what was it? Aston Martin, Lu Yueya reminded her. Right, Aston Martin.
Yan Xiaoshui slapped her thigh, and what else? You also said he bought, how many sets of school district housing? 30 sets, Lu Yueya said softly. 30 sets of school district housing? A sports car worth over $1 million? And now several gold shops on Zhuobao Walking Street? Yan Xiaoshui felt her heart struggling to take it all in. She leaned against the nearby dining table. My goodness, this. She looked at her daughter, then thought about that Su Fan who had only struck her as a decent-looking but ordinary designer, and her brain spun in confusion. What does this kid's family do? Yan Xiaoshui couldn't help but mutter to herself, isn't he just in his early 20s? Where does all this money come from? Even if his family is wealthy, this is just too exaggerated? A young man in his 20s driving $1 million luxury car, owning dozens of school district housing and multiple shops in the city's prime area could even make the billion-dollar Zhang siblings address him as young master? Is this the legendary hidden rich second generation? Is his family wealthy? Or is he someone incredible in his own right? No wonder the Zhang family treats him with such respect. Yan Xiaoshui's previous discontent and underestimation of Su Fan evaporated instantly, replaced by deep shock and intense curiosity. Who exactly is this Su Fan? She looked at her daughter's thoughtful face, and a sudden thought popped up in her mind. Perhaps her daughter really stumbled upon a true dragon? Lu Yueya looked at her mother's utterly shocked expression, shaking her head in helplessness, sighing, Mom, how would I know what his family really does? Last time he mentioned, it seems his parents are just ordinary people. But this level of spending, TSK. I really don't understand. Ordinary people? Ordinary people can casually produce dozens of sets of school district housing? Drive a sports car worth over $1 million? And still make powerhouses like the Zhang family treat him politely? Yan Xiaoshui's lips twitched, thinking her daughter was still too naive. Ordinary people? Ordinary people can raise such a son? What an international joke. This kid is definitely not as simple as he looks. The more she thought about it, the more things didn't add up. The title young master fan, and the respectful attitude of the Zhang siblings, this information is too much. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoshui seemed to think of something, her eyes brightening sharply. All of her previous dissatisfaction with Su Fan had long flown to the sky, replaced by a fiery passion like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Oh my! Yueya, let me tell you, this is simply the legendary, golden son-in-law. And the kind that's diamond-studded. Yan Xiaoshui rubbed her hands excitedly, her expression was nothing short of spectacular. No, such a good resource cannot be cheaper for outsiders. She turned her eyes, coming up with a plan. Right, isn't your birthday this weekend? You should invite him to our home for a meal. Yes. It's settled. Let Mom, cough, let Mom help you take a good look, keep a guard. See if this young man is reliable or not. Lu Yueya was left a bit speechless and amused by her mom's 360-degree turn, her face slightly blushing. Mom, actually, I've already talked to him. Talked to him? That's great. What did he say? He agreed, right? Yan Xiaoshui immediately pressed on, her face filled with anticipation. Chapter 41, The Private Room Trouble, Too Much Bullying. Lu Yueya's voice lowered, a little shy as he said, it depends on the situation, he might not be able to come. And he also asked me to remind him when it's almost time. What? Depends on the situation? Might not come? Yan Xiaoshui's rising enthusiasm was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water, her voice rising by 8 degrees. Hey! He's really putting on a big show. My future. Who does he think he is? The king of heaven? This kid is really a bit too full of himself. Just a moment ago, she thought he was a diamond-studded golden son-in-law, and now she's starting to find fault with his attitude. A mother's thoughts are like finding a needle in the ocean. Mom! Don't say that. Lu Yueya quickly defended Su Fan, although she felt a bit disappointed inside. He might really have something going on? He seems quite busy now, with his shop and his house. And he's not really the kind of person who likes to join in the fun. Yan Xiaoshui shot a sidelong glance at her daughter, feeling a little sour seeing her protect him. Oh dear, now you're starting to protect him? Your elbow has turned towards the Pacific Ocean? Mom says a couple of words about him and you can't cheer up? She exaggeratedly sighed, clutching her heart. It's over. I raised this fresh little cabbage with such effort, and now my heart, I think it's about to be pushed away by that pig, no wait, by that dragon. Mom! Lu Yueya was both shy and angry, stomping her foot. Okay, Mom won't say anymore, is that fine? Yan Xiaoshui waved her hand, but she had already made up her mind. However, let me say this up front, when he really comes, I must keep my eyes wide open and investigate properly. Humph. I want to see what this young master fan who makes the Zhang family so respectful is really made of. He better not be just for show.
She was pondering about what kind of method to use to thoroughly probe this guy's true worth. Meanwhile, in a glittering, alcohol-infused, extravagant top club private room, Su Fan was unaware that he had already caught the attention of a future mother-in-law who was preparing a series of investigation activities. At this moment, he was comfortably leaning on the soft sofa, eyes closed, enjoying a foot massage service. In the dim, ambiguous light, Lin Jiamei, dressed in a modified cheongsam, with a graceful figure, was kneeling on the footrest, lowering her head, pressing her hands against Su Fan's soles and lower legs. However, although she was trying hard to force a professional smile on her beautiful face, deep in her eyes was an undisguised disdain and unwillingness. This man, once so inconspicuous, the man she scolded for being a phoenix man 1,000 times, how did it come to the day where she was washing his feet? Lin Jiamei cursed Su Fan in her heart 1,000 times, but she did not dare to slacken her hands in the slightest. There was no way around it, she was simply unlucky. Just now, a customer singled her out for service, and Sister Zhao had given a stern order: if there were any more problems, it wouldn't just be a deduction from her bonus. That damned, 6-figure penalty was enough to make her drink a whole pot of bitterness. For the sake of money, endure. She took a deep breath, trying to make her fingers more nimble, pressing down more, professionally. At that moment, Su Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke lazily. "I say, beautiful technician." Lin Jiamei's heart jumped, and she forced a smile, saying, "Sir, how can I serve you?" Su Fan slightly turned his head, not lifting his eyelids, with a tone that carried a slight languor. "Is this strength just for scratching my itch? Didn't you eat breakfast this morning? Or is your skill only at this level?" Lin Jiamei's hands suddenly stiffened, and her smile nearly faltered. He thought her strength was too light? She was almost using all her strength, okay? Is this bastard made of iron? "I'm sorry, sir, it's my oversight." She gritted her teeth and squeezed the words through them. I'll increase the strength right away." As she said that, she secretly increased her pressure, pushing down with a hint of a vengeful mentality. Su Fan seemed a bit more satisfied, grunting through his nose, "This is passable." Lin Jiamei had just breathed a sigh of relief when Su Fan spoke slowly again. "By the way, don't you also have whole-body oil massage services here?" Lin Jiamei's heart suddenly raced to her throat, sensing something bad was coming. "Sure enough, the next second," Su Fan said. "Once this foot massage is done, arrange a whole-body oil massage for me." It must be you." "What?" Lin Jiamei felt a surge of anger rush straight to the top of her head. Now he wanted more? Didn't he just want a foot massage, now a whole-body oil massage too? And he specifically wanted me? This bastard. Does he really think of her as something? Does he think that with a little money he can do whatever he wants? Anger, humiliation, all kinds of emotions surged in her chest. She almost couldn't hold herself back from standing up and dumping that basin of foot-washing water straight onto Su Fan's hateful face. But, the penalty. That cold number felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her anger. She forced herself to calm down, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Well, sir, we have more professional massage technicians for whole-body services, their skills are particularly good. How about I call one over for you?" She tried to make one last desperate struggle, hoping Su Fan would change his mind. But Su Fan didn't even open his eyes, just lazily waved his hand, his tone indisputable. "It's you." After a pause, he seemed to think that wasn't enough and added with a tone that carried a hint of teasing. "I think you have quite a bit of room for improvement, and you can train it well." Lin Jiamei. To hell with your room for improvement. To hell with your family's training. She felt she was about to explode right there. No, she couldn't just give in like this. She had to find Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao must have a way. "Well, sir, please wait a moment." Lin Jiamei took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound normal. I will go prepare the essential oils and towels you need for the oil massage." After she finished speaking, she almost ran out of the room, her mind filled with one thought. Find Sister Zhao for help. However, when she anxiously found Sister Zhao and explained the situation hoping to switch technicians, she received a cold response from Sister Zhao. "Shaolin, how many times have I told you? If the customer requests you, you must provide the service. This is our rule here. If you don't want to work, you can pack your things and leave now. The penalty must be paid according to the contract without a single cent less. Don't throw a tantrum here and disturb the other guests. Hurry back and serve well." Sister Zhao's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation, and her gaze even held a hint of warning. Lin Jiamei's heart sank little by little, all hope shattered. She looked at Sister Zhao's indisputable expression, and thinking of that astronomical penalty, she felt a wave of despair. In the end, she gritted her teeth, hung her head, and like a puppet drained of its soul, turned around in resignation. Step by step, she trudged back to the private room that made her feel utterly humiliated. The air in the room seemed to freeze, carrying a suffocating oppressive feeling.
Chapter 42, Humiliating Service, Please Let Me Go.
Lin Jiamei felt as if her feet were filled with lead, each step heavy as 1,000 pounds. She lowered her head, not even daring to look at the expression of the man on the sofa, mechanically walking over to pick up the prepared essential oil and towel. Her hands trembled, shaking so much she could hardly hold the small bottle of oil. The icy touch of the bottle did nothing to cool her fevered and chaotic mind. Sister Zhao's words echoed in her ears, cold and heartless, like a poisoned dagger that severed her last shred of luck. The penalty, those 3 words loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her, making it hard to breathe. What else could she do? Aside from resigning to her fate, she had no other choice.
Sir, I am ready.
Lin Jiamei took a deep breath, her voice dry like sandpaper scraping against wood. Su Fan seemed to have just awakened, lazily opening his eyes and glancing at her, his expression devoid of emotion. He merely replied with a faint then leisurely sat up from the sofa, signaling her to begin. That gaze, calm and undisturbed, made Lin Jiamei feel as if she were stripped bare, every embarrassment and unworthiness laid bare. She bit her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, forcing herself to step forward. As per protocol, the customer needed to lie on the massage table for a full-body oil massage. Su Fan complied without any nonsense, walking directly to the table and lying down. Lin Jiamei poured the oil into her palm, warmed it up, and with a feeling akin to marching to her death, placed her hands on Su Fan's back. His skin was warm, the muscle lines smooth and firm, not at all like the opulence she had imagined. But at that moment, the touch only made her feel disgusted and resistant. Her movements were stiff and hesitating, her strength uncertain, sometimes too light and sometimes too heavy.
TSK. Su Fan's dissatisfied voice came through, tinged with impatience. Did you not eat? Do you have no strength? Are you just intending to tickle me?
Lin Jiamei's heart jumped, her hands instinctively tightening a bit.
Hiss. Su Fan inhaled sharply again. Are you trying to dislocate my bones? Be gentle. Lin Jiamei. This bastard. Deliberate. Absolutely deliberate.
She felt her patience nearing its limit.
Sir.
She wanted to explain, to say she was really not good at this, but the words stuck in her throat, swallowed back down.
Is there any use in explaining? He was clearly out to make things difficult. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?
Su Fan's voice carried a hint of amusement, still buried in his arm, his voice muffled as it came out.
How about this? I call Sister Zhao over? Let her guide you personally? See how the Shining Star therapist brings satisfaction to the customer? Sister Zhao.
These 2 words were like a bolt of thunder, instantly shattering Lin Jiamei's soul. She nearly fell to her knees with a thud, hands pressed against the massage table, her voice carrying a sob, pleading repeatedly, no.
Please. Sir. I beg you. Don't call Sister Zhao. I was wrong. I was distracted just now. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. I will really do it well.
She was truly scared now. If Sister Zhao saw her mess up again, who knows what that woman would do to her?
Docking her pay would be the least of it. What if she really had to pay the penalty and leave? She didn't dare think about it anymore.
Su Fan seemed quite pleased with her terrified face. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly.
All right then, since you're being so sincere, I'll give you one more chance. But your strength still isn't good enough.
He paused for a moment, like he suddenly remembered something, and his tone turned more mocking.
Tell me, with this kind of skill, your boyfriend Wang Han, right? Does he also get to enjoy this kind of special service from you? Boom.
Lin Jiamei felt her brain go completely blank in an instant.
How did he know Wang Han's name? Could it be that he investigated her?
A fear stronger than anything she had ever felt gripped her all at once. Even stronger than her fear of Sister Zhao. Wang Han was her final line of defense, her only warmth and support in this cold, cruel city.
If Wang Han ever found out she was doing this shady job here, what would he think? Would he still want her? No. Absolutely not. What nonsense are you saying?
Lin Jiamei suddenly looked up, her eyes red from fear and rage, and she screamed, "You're not allowed to say such things. If you dare say another word, I'll fight you." At that moment, she was like a small, desperate beast forced into a corner. Though trembling in fear, she still showed her weak claws with all the courage she could gather. But to Su Fan, her threat seemed so weak, even a little funny. Su Fan finally lifted his head, turned slightly to look at her, and curled his lips into a cold smirk, his eyes full of disdain and mockery.
Fight me? Ha, he chuckled softly, like he'd just heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Jiamei, what are you going to fight me with? Those hands you use to massage people?
Or that pitiful self-respect of yours? His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a sharp knife, cutting deep into Lin Zhomei's heart.
Looks like you still don't understand the situation.
Su Fan slowly sat up, turned to face her, and looked straight at her pale face.
Here, in Golden Glory, what are you? When a customer picks your number, you have to serve. If Sister Zhao tells you to go east, do you dare go west?
He raised a finger and lightly tapped Lin Zhomei's chest, the motion teasing, but his eyes were as cold as ice. To put it plainly, you're just someone kept by Golden Glory, as you people say, a technician.
To be blunt.
He purposely paused, clearly enjoying the way Lin Zhomei trembled violently from his words, before slowly spitting out that cruel word, a dog.
Woof. No, that's not it.
It was Lin Zhomei's body jerking violently, like she'd been hit hard by something heavy. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling, unable to say a single word.
Humiliation.
A kind of shame she had never felt before. Like someone had stripped her naked and thrown her into the street for everyone to point and laugh at.
See? So obedient.
Su Fan admired her reaction, his tone becoming even crueler. I scare you just a little, and you're already like this. If I tell you to stay, you'll stay. If I tell you to get lost, Sister Zhao will make you pack and go immediately, and you'll even have to pay up like a good girl. He leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Lin Zhomei, his voice low and full of the certainty of total control. Your job, your reputation, even your relationship with that boyfriend of yours right now, all of it is in my hands. Fear drowned Lin Zhomei like a flood, leaving her breathless. She looked at the man in front of her. There was still a faint smile on his face. But in his eyes, there was no warmth at all, only a deep, bottomless icy pond that sent chills down her spine.
She knew he wasn't joking.
Every word he said was like a sword of Damocles hanging over her head, ready to fall at any moment and shatter her into pieces. He really could destroy everything she had, easily. All her anger, unwillingness, and struggle, at this moment, vanished into nothing. She was completely scared, and completely gave up. Her body trembled uncontrollably, tears rolled down like broken beads, mixed with shame and despair.
What exactly do you want?
Her voice was broken, filled with a heavy nasal tone and fear she couldn't hide.
Chapter 43, After the Threat, a Twist?
Su Fan looked at her broken state, the smile on his face finally faded a little, but his eyes were still cold. What do I want? He repeated, his tone flat, very simple.
First, give me a good massage. Use all your skills, until I am satisfied. Second. His gaze fell on Lin Zhomei's slightly open neckline due to crying.
His eyes flickered for a moment, but quickly turned calm again.
Keep it a secret.
About me coming here today, about my dissatisfaction with you, about all the conversation between us, I don't want a third person to know, especially your classmate Wang Han. Lin Zhomei's heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, the pain almost stopped her from breathing. She understood, fully understood. This man, he was using Wang Han to control her, to force her to give in, to make her completely let go of all dignity and bottom line in front of him.
Did she have a choice? No.
Sister Zhao's side was a dead end. Su Fan's side was the only way out, even if that road led to an endless abyss. Okay, Lin Zhomei seemed to have all her strength drained, collapsed beside the massage bed, nodding aimlessly, her tears blurring her vision. I promise everything. She choked, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible. As long as you don't tell Wang Han whatever you want me to do, I'll do it, all the services, anything. To keep that secret, to protect her relationship with Wang Han, she was willing to pay any price.
Dignity? What is that? Can it be eaten? Can it help her pay the penalty? Can it make Wang Han stay? No. If not, then what's the use of it?
Lin Zhomei raised her hand, trembling, as if making a decision, slowly reached for the collar in front of her chest.
The first button, the second button.
Her movements were slow. Every button undone felt like she was using all her strength, like she was tearing her heart apart piece by piece. She knew, once she unbuttoned the last one, she would no longer be the same Lin Zhomei. In the room, only her suppressed sobs and the faint sound of fabric rubbing could be heard. Su Fan leaned against the massage bed, his face expressionless, eyes deep, showing no joy or anger. The air was filled with the smell of despair and shame. Just as Lin Zhomei's fingers were about to touch the third button, her fingertips cold, her heart sinking into the bottom, a hand suddenly reached over, firmly grabbing her wrist. The movement was not heavy, but carried undeniable strength.
Lin Zhomei's whole body froze.
She looked up through her teary eyes and met Su Fan's still cold eyes.
What did he mean by this? Regretting? Or thinking this wasn't enough and wanted more? That's enough.
Su Fan's calm voice sounded, cutting off her messy thoughts. He let go of her wrist, leaned back, his posture lazy, as if the person who had just pushed her step by step with sharp words wasn't him at all.
I'm not interested in your body.
He looked her up and down, his eyes carrying a kind of judgmental pickiness.
Finally, his gaze landed on her tear-streaked face, and in his tone there was a trace of hard-to-detect disgust. Put on your clothes, you can go.
Lin Xiaomei was completely stunned.
Go? Just like that, go?
Her brain seemed to crash instantly, unable to process this sudden change.
1 second, it was hell. She was fully prepared for complete downfall and never-ending despair. How could the next second, he let her go? This is not scientific. Could it be that the threats he just said, those words that tore at her heart, were all just to scare her? But his eyes, his tone, clearly showed he was serious. That sense of control, the pressure that could crush her at any moment, was definitely not pretend. What did you say?
Lin Xiaomei couldn't believe her ears, her voice still trembling, heavy with nasal tone, she cautiously confirmed.
You let me go?
Su Fan looked at her like a startled bird, the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly, but quickly smoothed out, showing a hint of impatience.
Otherwise? Leave you here for the night? I'm not interested in second-hand goods, understood? The term second-hand goods stabbed into Lin Xiaomei's heart like a needle.
A sense of humiliation surged again, but more was a disoriented feeling of surviving a disaster and disbelief.
He really didn't plan to do anything to her? But, you just...
She still couldn't fully trust it. After all, this man's thoughts were too unpredictable and he was so fickle it scared her.
Just now?
Su Fan raised an eyebrow. I just saw you crying pretty intensely, just teasing you.
He said it lightly, as if he had just casually crushed an ant.
Don't worry, as long as you behave from now on, don't think of anything crooked, today's event, and your matter with that Wang Han classmate of yours, I guarantee no third person will know. His tone remained calm, but that phrase as long as you behave felt like an invisible shackle tightening around Lin Xiaomei's neck once again. He let her go, but there were conditions. She must behave, must remember today's lesson, must obey him, otherwise, that sword still hung over her head. Lin Xiaomei's heart sank completely, but a hint of weak relief also surged up. At least she had temporarily preserved that secret, preserved her feelings with Wang Han, and preserved her last bottom line. Though this bottom line had already been trampled beyond recognition. She sniffed, awkwardly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, and clumsily began to button her clothes again. Her fingers still shook, but compared to the despair just now, it was much better. At that moment, Su Fan took out his phone, tapping a few times on the screen. Soon, Lin Xiaomei's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up, showing a transfer notification from Alipay. From Su Fan. Amount, 2,000 yuan. Note, tip. Lin Xiaomei stared at the glaring 2,000 yuan and the word tip, her whole body froze. Tip? What does this mean? Is he brushing off a beggar? Or, humiliation? What did he take her for? A toy that could be summoned or dismissed at will? Using 2,000 yuan to buy off all her fear, struggles, and humiliation from just now? A surge of indescribable anger and shame rushed to her head, nearly making her want to smash the phone to the ground. Lin Xiaomei needed money, she was in great need of money, even willing to work in gray areas like massage for money. But she did not lack dignity. She was not someone to be trampled and humiliated by money. But the anger lasted only a few seconds. Looking at the number on the phone screen, thinking of her endless penalty fee, thinking of her mother still waiting in the hospital for payment, thinking of the future she planned with Wang Han. All her pride and anger quickly deflated like a balloon that had been popped. 2,000. To someone like Su Fan, it might just be a drop in the bucket, a casual tip. But to her, the money she worked hard for several days to earn. The money that could slightly relieve her urgent need. Dignity? In the face of reality, sometimes it really is worth nothing. She bit her lower lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Her nails dug deep into her palm, bringing a burst of pain that barely kept her from losing control. In the end, reason triumphed over emotion. Or rather, reality crushed dignity. Chapter 44, Escape from the Club, Heart in Chaos. Lin Xiaomei didn't speak, she silently put away her phone, stuffing that humiliating amount of money into her pocket. This action seemed to drain her last bit of strength. Thank you, Mr. Su. Her voice was dry and hoarse, as low as a mosquito's buzz. Su Fan seemed not to hear her or care whether she took the money, he simply waved his hand, as if shooing away something annoying. Alright, let's go quickly, don't linger here and get in the way. Lin Xiaomei could no longer stay. With her head down, she didn't even dare to look at Su Fan again, stumbling as she turned to open the box door. Outside, the explosive music and the noisy crowd immediately surged in, contrasting sharply with the dead silence inside the box. The lights in the corridor were dim and flickering, with several waitresses dressed lightly walking by, chatting and laughing with trays in hand. Not far away, at the entrance of another box, Shen Yang was hugging a hot girl, shaking dice, shouting red-faced, having a great time, completely oblivious to what was happening over here. No one knew what kind of storm had just taken place in the box just a door away. No one knew what kind of hellish torment the soul-lost girl, walking out of the box with unsteady steps, had endured. Lin Jiamei drifted like a ghost, numbly passing through the noisy crowd, heading toward the employee lounge. Every step felt like walking on cotton, yet also like walking on the edge of a knife. Inside the box, after Lin Jiamei left, Su Fan took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Shin Yong. "I'm leaving first, you enjoy yourself. I've already settled the bill." After sending the message, he got up, adjusted his clothes, and his face regained that calm and composed expression, as if nothing had happened. When he reached the front desk, Sister Zhao happened to be there as well. Seeing Su Fan come out, she quickly put on a smile and greeted him. "Mr. Su, you're leaving? Did you have a good time? How was that girl, Jiamei?" Su Fan didn't stop, he merely glanced at her and replied with an ambiguous smile. "Yeah, not bad, her technique is quite special." He paused, as if casually mentioning, "Next time, request her again." Sister Zhao's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this, but she secretly took note. It seems Mr. Su was very satisfied with Lin Jiamei. I should pay more attention to her in the future. She didn't think much more of it, taking it as Lin Jiamei's skill that made this demanding guest comfortable. Su Fan didn't say more and left the club. The night was deep, and the city's neon twinkled like a false prosperity that never fades. Meanwhile, in the employee lounge, Lin Jiamei sat alone in a corner chair, leaning against the cold wall. The lounge was quiet, only the hum of the old air conditioner could be heard. She took out her phone again, lighted up the screen, and stared at the glaring transfer record. 2,000 yuan. A tip. Tears flowed down uncontrollably once more. This time, it was not from fear, but from a deeper, more complex despair and confusion. She escaped a calamity, but at what cost? It was being completely grasped by that man, having to live in his shadow forever, with dignity cruelly trampled underfoot, and having to pick up that insulting tip. She didn't know if what she did was right. In order to preserve her relationship with Wang Han, she chose to compromise and chose to hide. But can such a relationship, mixed with fear, lies, and humiliation, return to what it once was? If one day, Wang Han learns the truth, how will he view her? Will he still love her like before? She dared not think. The light from the phone screen reflected on her pale and tear-streaked face, making it look especially sorrowful. This night was destined to be sleepless. That 2,000 yuan felt like a burning iron, tucked in her pocket, scorching her skin, and also burning her soul. The unpleasantness from last night at the club seemingly did not affect Su Fan's mood. He slept until he woke naturally, pulled open the curtains, and sunlight poured in, warm and gentle. Su Fan stretched widely, feeling relaxed and refreshed. Indeed, sometimes taking a break is quite necessary. Though the process, well, it was a bit twisted and bizarre. He hummed a tuneless little song, shuffled into the bathroom in his slippers. After washing up, just as he was about to find something to eat, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was his dad, Su Hai, calling. "Hey, Dad, what's up?" Su Fan answered the phone, his tone relaxed. On the other end, Su Hai's voice carried a hint of worry. "Xiao Fan, your mom's foot has been hurting a bit these days, she keeps saying it hurts when she walks." "Ah? Mom's foot hurts? What happened? Is it from working too hard at our little restaurant?" Su Fan's heart tightened. His parents were getting older, and he always felt anxious when they had small health issues. The two of them ran a little restaurant in their hometown of Sunlong City, working from dawn till dusk, truly exhausting. "It's probably that, she's been standing too long." Su Hai sighed. "It's nothing serious, just her ankle and heel are a bit off. I thought of you being in Chuanfu City, a big city, maybe you can find something good, like those socks that can care for the ankles, or some good ointment, and send them back." Sure, no problem. I've got this." Su Fan quickly promised, "I'll check it out in the next couple of days, and if I find something good, I'll send it back right away. Mom shouldn't tire herself too much, she needs to rest." "Misham, I know, you know your mom's temper, she can't sit still." Su Hai then reminded him to take care of his health and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Su Fan furrowed his brow. Mom's foot pain, this needs to be resolved quickly. Where to find those special socks or ointment? Pharmacy? Mall? They all seemed pretty ordinary, and the effects would probably be just okay. Wait a second. Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, a bold idea popped up. Didn't he have that godly great exchange box? This thing can even exchange for a house, maybe it could produce some high-tech socks? Right. How did I not think of that? Su Fan slapped his thigh, feeling excited. He hurried to the corner where that seemingly ordinary but impressively powerful exchange box quietly awaited. System Big Brother, System Boss. Su Fan rubbed his hands, silently praying. This time, please give me some strength. Don't give me any useless stuff, give me something practical, preferably something that can cure my mom's foot pain. Bless me, it must be something good that is useful for my parents. he murmured, as if praying to a deity. Then, he rummaged through his wardrobe and found a brand new pair of cotton socks, still with the tags on, took a deep breath, and carefully placed them into the exchange box. He closed the lid and selected Great Exchange. The box emitted a faint glow and buzzed. Su Fan's heart raced, more tense than when he exchanged the property earlier. A few seconds later, the light dissipated, and the box returned to calm. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, using ordinary cotton socks, white, for Great Exchange, successfully obtained high-tech medical foot care socks x 10 pairs. Reward level, intermediate. Item description, high-tech medical foot care socks. Made of future nanobiofiber materials, embedded with an intelligent temperature control chip and a microcurrent massage matrix. It has the following functions. 1. Promotes blood circulation in the feet, alleviates fatigue and soreness. 2. Far-infrared therapy, improves stubborn diseases like arthritis and heel pain. 3. Microcurrent massage, stimulates acupuncture points, unblocks meridians. 4. Constant temperature warm, moisture wicking and breathable, inhibits bacteria growth. 5. Also has auxiliary treatment effects for calf varicose veins and knee joint pain. Long-term wear can effectively improve the health condition of legs and feet. Chapter 45, Replacement Goodies, just for parents. Wow! Seeing the product description, Su Fan jumped up. High-tech beautiful foot socks. And it's 10 pairs. This function description is simply tailor-made for my mom. Promotes blood circulation, relieves soreness, improves arthritis, heel pain, and can even treat calves and knees? These aren't just socks, they are like a portable therapy device. And they're of mid-level quality. The system really delivers. Su Fan was so excited he almost took off on the spot, quickly opening the box. Inside, 10 pairs of techie-looking socks were neatly folded, in a calm gray color. They felt delicate to the touch and had a slight warm sensation. Great! Great! Su Fan picked up a pair of socks, turning them over and over, his smile uncontainable. Now my mom's feet are saved. Dad will definitely be happy too. With these precious socks, his parents' hard work could be lightened a lot. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt a warm glow in his heart, happier than if he had found a treasure himself. I'll find a courier to send them back. No, it's better to deliver them in person. After exchanging for the socks, Su Fan looked at the system interface and saw he had 2 more exchange opportunities left. He had used 1 exchange for socks, leaving 2. 1 opportunity would be used to pursue wealth, that's a must. After all, with the system in hand, the world is mine, not making money would be a waste of this golden finger. Su Fan thought for a moment and decided to continue exchanging for property ownership documents. This thing brings money the fastest and is the most secure. He took out the old, shabby property document he had exchanged previously and placed it in the exchange spot. System boss, one more time. Villa. Mansion. The more, the better. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, for using a blank property deed sample for Great Exchange, successfully obtaining a property, Sanglong City Wancho Villa. Property area, 300 square meters. Ding. Triggered a critical strike reward. Extra reward, Jianyue Garden Cottage property, includes a full set of antique furniture worth 100 million. Property information is being implanted. Boom. Another massive stream of information surged into Su Fan's mind. This time, it was about the Sanglong City Wancho Villa. The memory showed that this villa, located in the top wealthy area of his hometown, Sanglong City, was actually bought by him a year ago, to prepare for his parents' retirement. At that time, he had just started using the system to accumulate wealth, and with a bit of money in hand, he thought to first improve his parents' living environment. However, at that time, his relationship with his ex-girlfriend Kaiyuan was in a delicate phase, somewhat tense. Plus, he didn't want to expose his wealth too early, fearing unnecessary trouble. So, he had kept the villa purchase a secret, not even telling his parents. After buying the villa, he hired the top renovation company, investing nearly 100 million for luxurious decoration. Calculating the time, it's exactly 1 year now, and the renovation should be nearly complete. And that critical strike reward, Jianyue Garden Cottage, contained even more astonishing information. That is a true classical garden-style mansion located in the southern water town. It has a large garden and lake, and all the furniture is genuine antique, worth a fortune. This is simply what a prince would have in ancient times. Su Fan felt his little heart couldn't take it anymore. First, a villa prepared for his parents. The valuable Wancho Villa. Then a courtyard cottage worth even more and more extravagant. The system is pushing him towards becoming a top billionaire. At this moment, Su Fan's phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, showing it was from Sanglong City. Hello, is this Su Fan? A respectful male voice came from the other end. Yes, this is he.
Who are you? Hello, Mr. Su, I am Manager Zhang, in charge of the decoration project for your Wancho Villa. Actually, the last batch of Italian imported furniture you ordered has been fully installed and adjusted today. The entire decoration project has been completed and is ready for you to move in any time. When would it be convenient for you to come and check it? A call from the decoration company. Su Fan felt a rush of excitement. What a coincidence. He had just replaced the memories of the villa, and the decoration was done. Perfect. He had intended to find a time to return to Sunlung City to deliver the high-tech socks to his parents and visit them. Now, he could surprise them with this villa too. Thinking about the shocked expressions on his parents' faces when they saw the luxurious villa made Su Fan unable to stop smiling. They had toiled for most of their lives, it was time for them to enjoy some happiness. Okay, Manager Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Su Fan cleared his throat and said in a calm tone, I will return to Sunlung City in the next few days and contact you then. Alright, Mr. Su, we will be waiting for your visit. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan's mood was off the charts. His mom's foot pain had hope for relief, and his parents' luxury retirement home was ready. He now had another impressive courtyard cottage under his name. Life seemed to be getting brighter. Sunlung City, I Su Hansan, no, I Su Fan, am going home in glory. He hummed a tune, started packing his things, and prepared to set off immediately to give his parents a big surprise. At the same time, while Su Fan was humming a little tune and packing his luggage to return in glory. In Sunlung City, in the Wancho Villa area. A white BMW X3 slowly drove into this so-called top wealthy area in the locality. In the driver's seat, Wang Han held the steering wheel with a proud look, turning to the passenger Lin Jiaomei in the back seat Kai Yuan to say. How about it? The environment here is not bad, right? I'm telling you, this Wancho Villa area is the ceiling of housing prices in Sunlung City, only the rich and noble can live here. Lin Jiaomei peeked out the window at the luxurious villas hidden among green trees, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and envy. Wow, it is indeed different. The air feels fresher, and it's so quiet. Kai Yuan in the back seat also looked around through the car window, and this place was indeed very different from her impression of Sunlung City. It was more like a paradise hidden in the city, peaceful, luxurious, and unique. She nodded, not saying much. Seeing this, Wang Han chuckled and continued. Do you guys know my cousin Wang Chen? He does decoration. Recently, he just took on a big job in one of the villas here. Today is just the finishing stage. Would you like me to take you guys up to take a look? Lin Jiaomei immediately became interested. Sure. Is it a big villa? How's the decoration? Of course. 3 floors, with a private garden and garage, practical area is over 300 square meters. Wang Han said with a hint of bragging. As for the decoration, my cousin said he charged a lot just for the design. Guess how much it costs to decorate a 300 square meter house? He deliberately paused, his eyes full of expectation, as if this villa were his own. Lin Jiaomei blinked, tentatively saying. It must cost 2 or 3 million? To her, that was already an astronomical figure. Chapter 46, Visiting the Villa, Jaw-dropping. Wang Han shook his head, pretending to be profound. Not enough, not enough. Kai Yuan thought for a moment, drawing on her knowledge of some high-end residences, and cautiously said. For a villa of this level, if the materials are a bit better and the design is a bit more unique, 5 million should be about right, right? Ah, still too conservative. Wang Han laughed heartily, steadily parking the car in front of a villa that looked modern and simple yet exuded understated luxury. Come on, let's go take a look, and you'll know. I guarantee you'll be left speechless. The 3 got out of the car, and Wang Han easily pressed the doorbell. Soon, a man in work clothes, looking around 30, energetic and capable, came out. It was Wang Han's cousin, Wang Chen. Brother! Wang Han greeted enthusiastically, then stepped aside to introduce. This is my girlfriend Lin Jiaomei, and this is her best friend Kai Yuan. We just happened to pass by, and brought them to see your masterpiece. Wang Chen nodded with a smile. Welcome, welcome, please come in. The cleaning was just finished, so it's still fresh inside. As he spoke, he took a few pairs of brand new shoe covers from the shoe cabinet at the door and handed them to them. Sorry, just done cleaning, so I need to trouble everyone to wear shoe covers. No problem, no problem. Lin Jiaomei and Kai Yuan hurriedly took the shoe covers and carefully put them on their feet. Stepping inside the villa, the first thing that caught their eyes was a spacious and bright corridor. The floor was as shiny as a mirror, made of smooth marble, and the walls used a warm-toned stone with a natural texture. With soft inset lighting, the whole space felt modern yet cozy, luxurious but not ostentatious. Just this entrance corridor made Lin Jiaomei and Kai Yuan feel a striking sense of wealth. Wang Chen, as the head of the renovation, started his introduction with a hint of pride. Let's start from the ground. He pointed to 2 carpets at the end of the corridor and in the living room area that looked rather ordinary and said. These two carpets may look normal, right? They are custom made by hand in Italy, and together these two cost about 1 million. And how much?
Lin Xiaomei thought she heard wrong, her voice pitchy.
1 million? For just these two pieces of fabric beneath their feet?
Kai Yuan was also stunned. She instinctively looked down at her shoe covers and suddenly felt they were so necessary.
A 1 million carpet, even getting it dirty a little felt like a crime.
Wang Han was hearing this specific number for the first time, and although he knew the renovation was expensive, he hadn't expected the carpet to be so outrageous. He smacked his lips.
Wow! Brother, is this for real? Is the carpet made of gold? Wang Chen smiled. Gold isn't this comfortable. This is all top quality wool handwoven, the craftsmanship is complex.
He led the three further inside, pointing to a framed painting on the wall of the living room and said, "Now look at this frame." It was a landscape painting. The artistic conception was nice, but what attracted attention was the seemingly ancient and heavy deep brown frame. Wang Chen walked next to the frame, gently tapped it, then took out a tablet and displayed several certificate photos. This frame is 1 meter by 1 meter in 4, made of 1,000-year-old hardwood. You see, here are the material identification certificate and the craftsmanship certificate.
This one frame costs 400,000.
Hissed. Lin Xiaomei gasped, her eyes wide open.
A wooden frame, 400,000?
This was more expensive than her small car. Kai Yuan leaned in to closely inspect the frame. The wood was fine, with deep textures, exuding an extraordinary quality. But 400,000, she felt her understanding was being refreshed. Wang Chen seemed quite satisfied with their reactions and continued, "There are 10 such frames hanging in this house."
10? Wang Han felt his tongue twisting a bit. Then, isn't that 4 million? Just the frame of the paintings cost 4 million?
Now, even Wang Han couldn't hold back, his expression changing from boasting to pure shock and a little bit of questioning life.
This is just the beginning. Wang Chen's tone was calm, as if talking about a trivial matter. Follow me to the dining area.
He led the three somewhat numbed individuals to the dining room. A set of seemingly ancient and elegant dining table and chairs was placed in the center of the room. This dining table and chairs, along with the sofa and coffee table in the living room, are made of 1,000-year-old purple sandalwood. Wang Chen pointed at the deep purple furniture. Such premium old materials are basically impossible to find on the market now. They are of collection grade, and the specific value is hard to estimate. Just the material cost alone is already sky high. Then he pointed to a uniquely shaped tea table in the corner of the living room and a few wooden carvings beside it. That tea table is made of top-grade agarwood, and these wooden carvings are too. Those who are in the know should understand the current price of agarwood, especially for materials capable of being made into large furniture. Finally, he took them to a side room, which looked like a study or meeting area, filled with a set of elegantly flowing tables and round chairs. This set is made of top-grade golden silk nanmu.
Wang Chen introduced, "Do you see the golden threads in the wood? This is the true golden silk nanmu.
It used to be materials exclusive to the royal court." Lin Xiaomei was completely speechless, feeling like she was visiting a museum, not a home. Here, any random item could be worth many years of her hard work. Kai Yuan felt even more complicated emotions as she looked at the furniture described with words like 1,000 years, top grade, and collection level, feeling an unprecedented impact. She always thought she had seen the world and frequented high-end places. But compared to here, it was like a small witch meeting a great witch. No, not even a witch. At most, she was a muggle who mistakenly wandered into Hogwarts. Wang Han opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time, looking at his cousin and stammering.
"Bro, how much does this whole set cost? Would 10 million be enough?" Wang Chen smiled slightly, not answering directly, just saying.
"The exact total cost is a commercial secret, but I can tell you that the owner has very high demands for materials and craftsmanship. Many items are exclusively customized, and having money doesn't mean you can buy them."
"The numbers you guessed just now might not even cover the tip here." "Not even enough for the tip?"
Kai Yuan, Lin Xiaomei, and Wang Han exchanged glances, all seeing the same shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They felt like they were truly understanding what rich beyond imagination meant for the first time and what poverty limits imagination really is. Standing in this villa, which was a collection of immense wealth, they felt for the first time that money, it seemed, really wasn't that valuable. Or rather, their money was too worthless. This overwhelming wealth was just too dazzling. The three were still immersed in the colossal shock of not even enough for the tip, feeling their heads buzzing. It was as if countless calculators were wildly operating inside, then short-circuiting and burning out all at once. Wang Chen looked at their dazed expressions, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, continuing to lead them forward. As if what he had just dropped was not a bomb, but a few irrelevant casual remarks.
Chapter 47, The Miracle of Water Exchange Fighting.
Besides these pieces of furniture and decorations you see, Wang Chen's voice was unhurried, like a tour guide introducing, this villa also integrates the top-tier whole home smart system currently on the market. He casually pressed on a seemingly ordinary wooden patterned surface on the wall, and The originally seamless wall suddenly slid open, revealing a high-tech control panel and wires behind it. Lighting, curtains, air conditioning, fresh air, security, even the precise humidity and temperature of each room can be remotely controlled through voice commands, this panel, or the owner's phone. Wang Han unconsciously leaned in to take a look. Wow, this is hidden way too deep, right? I thought it was just a retro style. The external pursuit is a kind of accumulated charm, while the internal demands absolute comfort and convenience, Wang Chen explained. Many wires and devices were embedded during the construction, including behind all the heavy wooden furniture you see. Actually, corresponding smart module interfaces or appliances are hidden there. For example, the seemingly bulky rosewood TV cabinet in the living room actually contains a complete audio-visual entertainment system. Lin Xiaomei swallowed and muttered softly. My god, how much would this cost? Just this smart system alone must be several million or tens of millions, right? Wang Han had already given up on calculating. He waved his hand, looking despondent. Don't calculate, it's pointless, my heart can't take it. I realize now, this isn't just about money anymore, this is a lifestyle from another dimension. Kai Yuan silently listened, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. She understood some about smart homes. Zheng Yu's family also had one installed. But it was at most just controlling lights and curtains. Compared to this deeply integrated, seamlessly hidden setup, it felt like a toy level. Wang Chen seemed to feel it wasn't stimulating enough and added. Alright, in the master bedroom, the owner also displayed a few pieces from his private collection of antiques. I can't disclose exactly what, but, well, those who know will understand. Antiques? The three of them felt a bang in their heads, completely abandoning the thought of estimating value. The price of those items was even more unpredictable. Just one piece could equal the total of all the furniture they had just estimated for half a day. Wang Han felt his legs weaken. He leaned against the wall beside him and sighed deeply. Bro, you are taking on a truly scary job. Who is this owner exactly? He paused, with a hint of flattery and curiosity. How about you introduce him to us? We just, want to admire the grandeur of a big shot? Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. Sorry, Wang Han. The identity of the owner is absolutely confidential. This is the rule of our industry and a basic respect for client privacy. Alright, Wang Han reluctantly touched his nose. I understand the rules. He quickly put on an enthusiastic smile. So, how about this, bro? After a long day of work, let's find a place to grab a bite. My treat. Wang Chen glanced at the time. That works. There's a nice private kitchen nearby, I'll arrange it. The group followed Wang Chen downstairs. Walking down the staircase, made from exquisite materials and with superb craftsmanship, the heavy feel underfoot seemed to silently say, I am expensive. Kai Yuan took each step down, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over this luxurious, breathtaking space again. Every detail, even the barely noticeable carvings on the stair railing, exuded an exquisite wealth that was beyond measure. She suddenly remembered Zheng Yu's flashy Bugatti. Back then, sitting in the passenger seat, she also thought it was a symbol of wealth, a proof of her departure from the past and a glimpse into a broader world. But now, compared to this villa, that sports car seemed a bit thin. The sports car was showy, it was exposed, while the luxury here was restrained, it was deeply embedded. It took a certain vision and appreciation to fully savor it. She couldn't help but feel a subtle thought rising in her heart. Perhaps, after leaving Su Fan, I indeed saw a bigger world and encountered a higher level of life. At least, her horizons were undeniably broadened. This feeling lessened the discomfort she felt about her ex-boyfriend's downfall a bit. Meanwhile, in another city hundreds of kilometers away, Su Fan was slumped in his computer chair, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze blankly fixed on the screen. On the screen was a design sketch he had just finished, the lines messy, clearly showing he wasn't satisfied with it. Sigh. He sighed heavily, rubbed his tired eyes, and grabbed an unopened bottle of mineral water from the table, preparing to take a few sips to wake himself up. Just as he twisted off the bottle cap, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a fleeting, virtual label on the bottle that only he could see, replaceable. Huh? Su Fan paused for a moment. Mineral water can be replaced too? System, your business range is getting quite broad lately? He put down his work, concentrated, and sank his consciousness into the system. Sure enough, a replacement option popped up. Ordinary mineral water, value, 2 yuan. Can be replaced with Baji Quan Fighting Water, beginner. Item description, mysterious water containing the essence of basic fighting skills. Drinking it can slightly enhance bodily coordination, explosiveness, and grant basic Baji Quan striking techniques, core moves, and preliminary combat awareness. A one-time consumable, effects are permanent. What the hell? Su Fan nearly jumped from his chair. Baji Quan? Fighting water? What are you trying to pull, system? You see me drawing all day and think I'm too weak, so you want to train me into a capable designer? The next time the client tries to boss me around, I'll just whip out a crouching tiger hidden dragon combo? Although he grumbled, his heart stirred.
Improving physical fitness and throwing and fighting skills?
This thing sounds exciting.
Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Besides, strengthening the body can't be a bad thing.
I'll swap it.
Su Fan made the decision to replace it without hesitation.
He saw the mineral water bottle gently vibrate, the liquid inside seeming to become clearer, exuding an indescribable charm. At the same time, a flood of chaotic yet clear information poured into his mind like a sudden revelation. The techniques for explosive powers, the essence of inch punches, various footwork, elbow strikes, knee hits.
As if he had trained for years, this knowledge instantly became second nature.
Even more amazingly, he felt a warm current swiftly spreading through his limbs. His body, originally stiff from sitting too long, seemed to become light and full of strength.
Wow, this feeling.
Su Fan couldn't help but stand up to stretch, casually throwing a punch, feeling the rush of power.
This is actually fun. Just then, a strange memory suddenly surfaced in his mind.
It seemed he had, in some virtual negotiation space, hired a man claiming to be the strongest fighter in the world, in an extremely professional and money-burning manner, to be his personal combat coach.
Huh? Su Fan looked bewildered. When did I do this? The strongest fighter in the world? That sounds expensive. System, did you sneakily spend money without telling me?
Before he could finish his grumbling, the phone rang.
He picked it up to find it was an unfamiliar international number. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, then answered, "Hello? Who is this?"
On the other end was a deep, hoarse voice, full of power and a hint of a Slavic accent.
"Is this Mr. Su? I'm Dragunov, your combat coach.
Just confirming our first training time."
Su Fan. Sure enough. The memory seamlessly connected with reality.
He cleared his throat, trying hard to sound calm.
"Ah, Coach Dragunov, hello there. How about the day after tomorrow morning? 9 o'clock?
Okay. The other party was concise. The address of the training center has already been sent to you.
Be on time." Okay, I will definitely be on time." Su Fan quickly promised. Beep beep beep.
The other party hung up decisively.
Su Fan held his phone, dazed for a moment. Bajiquan Fighting Water, the world's strongest fighting coach, is my life script a bit off track?
He shook his head in disbelief. Forget it, if it's off track, then so be it.
It's better than feeling stuck at the Design Institute.
He glanced at the design drawings on his computer screen and felt a surge of power stirring within him.
Suddenly, he felt that the future didn't seem so boring anymore.
As he pondered whether to try the new fighting technique he had learned or continue to revise the drawings, Su Fan suddenly slapped his thigh.
Oh no.
He glanced at the time and date in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. I was so focused on the system that I almost forgot the important stuff.
Lu Bai's wedding is approaching.
I promised my parents I would go back today.
My goodness, what time is it?
Su Fan fumbled in a hurry, quickly shutting down the computer, grabbing a few change of clothes, stuffing them into his backpack, and picking up his wallet and keys as he dashed outside. He ran down to the parking lot, jumped into his car, a low-profile yet high-performance sedan. He got through the system and started the engine, setting off.
On the highway, Su Fan checked the navigation. The time was indeed a bit tight.
He took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel tighter, and slightly sped up. Strangely enough, after drinking that Bajiquan fighting water, not only did he feel his physical state improved a lot, but his mind was also especially focused, and his vision seemed broader. In the flowing traffic on the highway, he was able to judge the distance between vehicles clearly, smoothly changing lanes and overtaking, his reaction speed quicker than usual.
Hey, this functional drink is impressive.
Su Fan exclaimed, I just wonder if the traffic cop would believe I got my driving skills from drinking water. Speeding along, he finally exited the highway before it got dark. Entering the familiar area of his hometown town, Su Fan slowed down, stopped by the roadside, and called home to report his safety.
Hello, Mom? It's Su Fan. I just got off the highway, I'm almost there. On the road?
Oh, just delayed a bit on the way, don't worry, I'm driving safely, it's fine.
Alright, I'll be there soon.
Hanging up, he dialed his childhood friend Lu Bai's number.
Hello? Pai Dan, are you busy?
On the other end, Lu Bai's loud voice came through.
Fan, you finally called. I thought you forgot about my wedding. Where are you? Where are you now?
Don't mention it, Su Fan smiled bitterly. I should have left early, but I got held up by some random stuff. I helped the landlord collect the rent.
Collecting rent? When did you start doing that? How long did it take?
Su Fan scratched his head, deciding to be honest. Speaking in a calm tone, it wasn't too long, just collected a sum, about $1 billion, I guess.
On the other end, there was silence for a full 3 seconds, then came an unbelievable shout. What? $1 billion? Su Fan, are you crazy? What rent collection could be a billion? Which king are you helping collect rent from? Ahem, the specifics are a bit complex, I'll explain it in detail later. Su Fan quickly interrupted him, it's real money. Anyway, I'm heading back to help you move, and also to lend a hand to my parents. I'm hanging up now, we'll talk when we see each other. Ignoring Lu Bai's dramatic protests on the other end of the line, Su Fan hung up with a smirk of pride on his face. He restarted the car, expertly driving towards his parents' current old neighborhood. After parking downstairs, he looked up at the familiar window. Su Fan took a deep breath. Walking to the front door, he found it wasn't locked. He pushed the door open and immediately spotted his old pair of slippers neatly placed on the shoe rack by the entrance. Next to the small cabinet, there was a bag of his favorite fruit-flavored gummy candies from childhood that had been opened. A rush of warmth surged through his heart. No matter how wonderful it is outside, how exciting, how much money is made, or how magical the system is, nothing seems more solid than this old pair of slippers at the doorstep and this bag of cheap gummies. He grinned widely, changed into his slippers, and shouted energetically towards the house. Dad! Mom! Your strongest, most capable, and handsomest little designer is back. As the voice echoed in the house, a figure in a floral apron hurriedly rushed out from the kitchen. With a look of both surprise and joy on her face, it was Su Fan's mother, Su Xiaoqiao. Oh my! My big son! You're finally back! Su Xiaoqiao tossed aside the spatula in her hand and hurried over, looking Su Fan up and down as if checking whether he was missing any parts. How was the trip? Tired? Hungry? Look, you seem to have lost some weight. Did you not eat well out there? A barrage of questions came at him, filled with the familiar nagging and concern, making Su Fan feel warm inside. He grinned and opened his arms. Mom, I'm great, as strong as an ox. Don't believe me? Give me a pinch. Oh, you. Su Xiaoqiao playfully hit his arm, but the smile in her eyes was undeniable. You're already grown up and still joking around. At that moment, a low cough came from the living room, and Su Fan's father, Su Hai, stood up from the sofa. Wearing an old gray jacket and with his hair meticulously combed, his face showed little expression as he pushed his reading glasses up and looked at Su Fan. You're back? Yes, Dad, I'm back, Su Fan replied. The communication between father and son was always this concise, unlike the warmth shared between mother and son. Su Xiaoqiao looked at the two of them and couldn't help but tease. Look at you two, every time you meet, it's like old comrades reuniting, one command, one action. Su Hai shot a glance at his wife but said nothing, his eyes softened noticeably. Su Fan stepped forward, not waiting for his dad to say anything more, and directly opened his arms to give him a strong hug. Su Hai's body stiffened for a moment. He had never been accustomed to such open displays of emotion, especially since his son had grown up. In his memory, the last time he hugged his son like this was when Su Fan was just at shoulder height. In the blink of an eye, that little guy was already taller than him. Ahem, enough, you're grown up now, stop with this. Su Hai awkwardly patted Su Fan's back, his tone pretending to be casual, but the trembling of his hand revealed his current feelings. He could feel his son's strong arms and that familiar yet seemingly unfamiliar scent. This kid really has grown up, and he really is back. But Su Fan did not let go. Instead, he hugged tighter, burying his face in his father's somewhat thin yet still broad shoulder, and muttered. Dad, I'm back. Yes, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Su Hai repeated, finally letting his hand gently rest on his son's back, carrying a kind of clumsy tenderness. Chapter 49, Family Reunion, so warm. Alright, let go so your dad can catch his breath. Su Xiaoqiao laughed as she pulled Su Fan away, looking at her husband with both exasperation and amusement. Look at you, just a hug from your son and your face is almost red. Su Hai's old face flushed, and he stubbornly replied, whose face is red? It's hot in here. Yes, it's hot in here. Su Xiaoqiao replied dismissively and turned to Su Fan saying. Hurry and wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon. Knowing you were coming back, I specially made your favorite rib and corn soup. Okay. Mom knows me best. Su Fan cheered and ran to wash his hands. Su Xiaoqiao followed into the kitchen to prepare the dishes. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Hai standing with his back to the door, by the stove, with his shoulders slightly shaking, quietly wiping something. Hey, Su Xiaoqiao felt a pang in her heart, walked over, and gently patted his back from behind. Su Hai jumped in surprise, quickly turning around. His eyes were red, forcing himself to stay calm. What's going on? It's nothing, Su Xiaoqiao gently picked up a towel and wiped his eye corners. You're happy because your son is back, I know. Su Hai sniffled and said nothing. Su Xiaoqiao's eyes also turned red, she took a breath, walked out of the kitchen, and came to the bathroom door. Su Fan had just washed his hands and was shaking off the water droplets. Mom? What's wrong? Su Fan was taken aback when he saw his mother's red eyes.
Su Xiaoqiao said nothing, stepped forward, and gently wiped the corner of Su Fan's eyes. It was then that Su Fan realized that while he had been hugging his dad, somewhere along the way, tears had quietly streamed down his face. Silly boy. Su Xiaoqiao's voice trembled slightly but was filled with warmth. That's right, this is what a family is about. Whether happy or feeling wronged, family should know, keeping it bottled up doesn't mean anything. Su Fan grinned and nodded vigorously, yeah. The three of them sat around a not-so-wide dining table, with 3 dishes and a soup on it, all home-cooked meals that Su Fan loved. The pork rib corn soup was creamy and fragrant, the braised pork was tempting and fatty but not greasy, there was also a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a dish of smashed cucumbers. Eat, eat. Taste if mom's cooking has declined, Su Xiaoqiao kept serving Su Fan, and soon his bowl was piled high. Delicious. So good. Su Fan exclaimed with his mouth full, saying awfully unclearly, this is the flavor. I've eaten all kinds of delicacies outside, but I still think home-cooked meals are the best. You sure are sweet-talking. Su Xiaoqiao was delighted by the flattery and served him a big spoonful of soup. Eat slowly, nobody's rushing you. Su Hai was not very talkative, but he silently served his son a chopstick full of braised pork. Is everything going well out there? Pretty smoothly, Dad, don't worry, Su Fan nodded, now that I'm working on my own, it's much smoother than before. He didn't mention the system or the 1 billion, just focused on what was safe to share. But can you keep working alone like this? Su Xiaoqiao sounded a bit worried, why not find a stable job? Mom, it's fine, everything is good, it's freeing, Su Fan reassured her, besides, your son is capable, I can make a living anywhere, I won't go hungry. Hearing her son say that, the older couple exchanged glances and didn't ask further. They understood Su Fan's character, once he made a decision, he usually wouldn't change it easily. Then you. Su Xiaoqiao paused but couldn't help but ask, are you still in touch with that? Kai Yuan? When Kai Yuan was mentioned, Su Fan's hand froze briefly as he was eating, then he casually shook his head, no, we broke up, what's the point in keeping in touch? Oh. Su Xiaoqiao sighed, seeming like she wanted to say more, but Su Hai stopped her with a glance. Su Hai cleared his throat and changed the subject. We shouldn't pry too much into work and personal matters. Just take care of yourself. Just one thing, when you're out, don't tire yourself too much, and if you feel wronged, don't hold it in. Home will always be your support. Exactly, Su Xiaoqiao quickly nodded, the most important thing is your happiness, is the money enough? If not, just tell us. It's enough. I have money now. Su Fan patted his chest, half jokingly and half seriously, don't worry, Mom and Dad, your son is doing well now, I will definitely make sure you have a good life. The older couple looked at their son's confident demeanor, and even though they didn't know the details, they felt much more at ease. As long as their son was safe and happy, that was better than everything. The meal was filled with joy. After dinner, Su Fan took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Su Xiaoqiao rushed to wash, but he pressed her down on the sofa, Mom, you rest, let me do this little work. Watching her son busy in the kitchen, Su Xiaoqiao leaned on Su Hai's shoulder, smiling with satisfaction, this child has truly grown up. Su Hai grunted in agreement, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. At around 9 o'clock at night, Su Fan checked the time. Ready to go find Lu Bai. Tomorrow is my childhood friend's wedding, he needs to lend a hand and also discuss that 100 million small matter face to face with Lu Bai. Otherwise, that guy will probably think about it all night. Dad, Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit, I need to find Pai Dan about something. Su Fan put on his coat and walked to the door to change his shoes. Go ahead, come back early. Su Xiaoqiao reminded kindly. By the way, Su Fan turned back, a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, after helping Pai Dan tomorrow, we'll start preparing to move the day after. Move? The old couple was taken aback, where are we moving to? Hee, Su Fan grinned, I forgot to tell you, a year ago, I bought you a big house in the newly developed riverside community in our city, it just wasn't renovated yet. Now it's almost done, the furniture and appliances are all set, ready to move in. The environment is great, and there's an elevator, so it will be easy for you to go up and down. What? You bought a house? Su Xiaoqiao and Su Hai were stunned, they had no idea about this. Yeah, I bought it a long time ago, I wanted to surprise you. Su Fan scratched his head, I originally wanted to wait until it was renovated to tell you. Alright, let's talk more about the details when I come back. I'm off to find Pai Dan. Saying this, Su Fan didn't give his parents a chance to ask questions, he opened the door and ran away swiftly. Leaving Su Hai and Su Xiaoqiao exchanging glances, after a while, Su Xiaoqiao murmured. This child, when did he secretly buy a house? Su Hai pushed his glasses, his eyes complex, a mix of surprise, appreciation, and a hint of barely noticeable pride. As night deepened, the streets of the small town lit up. Just as Su Fan left home, ready to find Lu Bai. On the other side, a black Mercedes was slowly driving away from the community where Lu Bai lived. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young man in a casual suit with gold-rimmed glasses, it was Wang Han.
In the passenger seat sat Lin Xiaomei, while in the back seat, Kai Yuan was gazing out the window at the passing city lights, looking a bit lost. Wang Han glanced in the rearview mirror and gently asked, Yuan, should I take you straight home? Kai Yuan came to her senses and nodded softly. Yeah, thank you, Wang Han. No need to be polite with me. Wang Han smiled, his eyes unintentionally flicking over to Lin Xiaomei in the passenger seat before quickly returning his focus to driving. Lin Xiaomei took out her phone and seemingly casually scrolled through her social media, though a subtle smile lingered on her lips. The car was momentarily quiet, with only soft music playing in the background. The night wind blew in through the slightly open window, bringing a touch of coolness. As the night cloaked the small town, Su Fan hummed a tune off-key, strolling leisurely towards Lu Bai's house. Chapter 50. This is really outrageous. Just turned the corner when he spotted a dark figure squatting at the entrance of Lu Bai's building, with some flickering sparks in hand. Damn, Pai Dan, are you trying to act mysterious here? Did you put some newspaper under your butt? Su Fan approached and, aided by the streetlight, clearly saw it was Lu Bai, couldn't help but tease him. Lu Bai took a deep drag on his cigarette and smashed the butt hard on the ground. He looked up, his face as dark as a frying pan, eyes blazing. Fan Z, you finally came. I'm so furious. I'm so damn furious. Oh? Who made our soon-to-be groom, the dashing Pai Dan, angry? Come on, tell me, I'll take revenge for you. Su Fan squatted beside him cheerfully. Lu Bai shoved his phone in front of Su Fan, the screen showing their long-dormant high school class group. Take a look yourself. Lu Bai grit his teeth, just because Wang Han drove that broken Mercedes to take Kai Yuan home, these damn fools. They act like they've never seen a car before, licking up to him. Su Fan leaned in to have a look. Indeed, the group chat was bustling with activity. Wow. Wang Han is doing so well now? He's driving a big Mercedes. Isn't that right? I saw that car at the community entrance just now, it's quite a show-off. I never expected Wang Han to be such a rising star. Yuan has great taste. Exactly. Much better than some people. Back then, I thought they were a golden couple, but now, heh. People always want to rise higher, water always flows lower. Yuan made the right choice. Poor some people, they're probably still squeezing on the bus, right? The truth is out upstairs. Messages praising Wang Han and subtly mocking Su Fan flooded the screen. What made Lu Bai furious was that a few classmates who used to have a decent relationship with Su Fan were now also joining in on the sarcasm. Fancy, look at what these sons of bitches are saying. Lu Bai was so angry that he was trembling. That woman Kai Yuan, too, after Wang Han took her back, she just sent a smiling face in the group, not a word to defend you. This is unacceptable, I'm kicking out these instigators right now. Damn it. Saying this, Lu Bai was about to click on the group management permissions. Hey, wait. Su Fan pressed his hand down. Why kick them? Just leave them be, it's more interesting. Interesting? Lu Bai's eyes widened. These blind morons make me so mad. Why keep them for New Year's? Perspective. Su Fan patted Lu Bai's shoulder, speaking seriously. You have to broaden your perspective, comrade Century Egg. It's not worth it to get angry at these lemon-sucking people, understand? They're only good for typing on their keyboards and venting online. Look at me, have I said anything to them? Lu Bai was taken aback, realizing that Su Fan indeed hadn't said a thing in the group. But this is too frustrating. Lu Bai still felt unfair. Those people don't even know Kai Yuan is going to help you drive the wedding car tomorrow. If they knew, who knows how they would twist it. Let them twist, Su Fan chuckled nonchalantly, their mouths are on them. But he changed the subject, pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the album, and handed a photo to Lu Bai. In the photo, a smooth, cool, sci-fi-looking supercar was quietly parked, its silver-gray body shimmering under the light with a captivating glow. Whoa. Lu Bai's eyes went wide instantly, almost drooling. What car is this? It's way too cool. Is this a Transformer? Bugatti Chiron, Su Fan said casually, the wedding car that Kai Yuan mentioned, worth 200 million, that's it. What the hell? Lu Bai jumped straight up, his voice cracking. Is this your car? Aha. Su Fan nodded slightly. Lu Bai felt his mind was about to short-circuit. He looked at the ridiculously expensive car in the photo and then at the calm Su Fan beside him, rubbing his eyes hard. No, Fancy, when did you get such a big guy? Over 100 million. Did you win the lottery or rob a bank? Something like that, just a little opportunity. Su Fan replied vaguely, knowing he couldn't reveal the system stuff. He paused and added, oh right, did Kai Yuan tell you how much she charges for using this car? Lu Bai was a bit stunned by the sudden huge information overload, instinctively answering, she said she borrowed it from a friend, and it was hard to get, charging a symbolic fee for gas and stuff, 40,000. 40,000? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. She calls this symbolic? Taking my car, lending it to you, and wanting to charge you 40,000? Heh, that's quite the business. What? Your car? And she wants to charge me money? Lu Bai exploded completely, the anger he had just suppressed flaring up even higher. That shameless woman. How dare she? No way. I don't want this car anymore. Damn it, 40,000? Has she lost her mind over money? Tomorrow I'll just rent an entire car fleet. Anything is better than putting up with this humiliation. Lu Bai was so angry that he turned in circles, wishing he could scream at Kai Yuan right now. Don't, Su Fan stood up slowly. He patted the dust off his pants. Why not take the car? Not only do we need to take it, but we also need her to happily deliver it. More? Fancy, are you out of your mind? She's already trying to cheat me out of 40,000. Lu Bai's face showed a clear, "Are you stupid?" expression. Su Fan didn't say a word, just beckoned Lu Bai closer with a finger. Lu Bai suspiciously leaned in to listen. Su Fan lowered his voice and whispered a few words in his ear. At first, Lu Bai frowned, looking confused. But as Su Fan spoke on, his eyes widened, and his mouth formed an O. Finally, he suddenly stepped back, pointing at Su Fan and stammering, this is too absurd? It's simply outrageous. Su Fan chuckled and patted his shoulder, same to you, to deal with certain people, we must use certain tricks. So, what do you say, are we doing this? Lu Bai swallowed hard, glancing at the cool Bugatti in his phone, then thinking of Kai Yuan and the other folks from the group, he gritted his teeth, let's do it. We must do it. Why should we let them look down on us? It's settled. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a splendid riverside villa in the provincial capital. Zheng Yu, dressed in stylish loungewear and holding a glass of red wine, stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city's dazzling nightscape. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Yuan? Zheng Yu's voice was gentle and magnetic. On the other end, there was a noisy background sound, seemingly the sound of playing cards. Yeah, brother Zhang, it's me. Kai Yuan's voice hinted at uncontainable excitement. About the car, let me confirm with you again. Zheng Yu took a sip of his red wine. Tomorrow morning, the tow truck will promptly deliver that Chirant at Sanglong City, directly to the hotel parking lot you specified. The handover process is very simple. The driver will check the information with you. Okay. Thank you, brother Zhang. Kai Yuan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Not a hassle, Zheng Yu smiled, but his tone grew a bit serious. Yuan, I need to remind you again, this car is not an ordinary car, it's worth a lot. I'm only handling this for it's just for a friend's sake. You can use it for the wedding, but absolutely, positively, no mishaps, not even a scratch, got it? This car has special procedures and insurance. If something goes wrong, it's not just about losing money. Chapter 51, the car borrowing plan, is it going down the drain? Got it. Don't worry, brother Zhang. Kai Yuan quickly assured, I'll only use it for the wedding day, I'll definitely take good care of it. I'll keep an eye on it, no problems at all. That's good. Hope the wedding goes smoothly. Zheng Yu said before hanging up the phone. Putting down her phone, Kai Yuan's smile grew even brighter. She picked up the cards in front of her and confidently laid down a pair of bombs, looking triumphantly at Lin Jiamei and Wang Han across the table. Bomb. Ha, I won again. Pay up. At that moment, the three of them were in a luxury hotel room in Sanglong City, playing Do Di Zhu. Wang Han chuckled helplessly, pulling out a few red bills from his wallet and handing them over. Yuan, your luck today is amazing. Of course. Kai Yuan accepted the money, happily counting. People are in high spirits during joyous occasions. She truly felt great. First, just now, she saw many old classmates in the group praising Wang Han while secretly belittling Su Fan. Her heart felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Fan, look at how you treated me back then, aren't you regretting it now? Look at how you've turned out, and then look at the people around me. Second, it's about the Bugatti Chiron that was about to be in her hands. Though it was borrowed, what a scene it would create when she drove it out. It would absolutely blow Lu Bai's little wedding away. Most importantly, she could still pocket 40,000. Free money, why not take it? By the way, Jiamei, Wang Han, Kai Yuan carefully put the money she won into her bag and whispered, about that car, I charged Pidden 40,000 as a service fee. You must keep this a secret, don't let it slip, especially not to Pai Dan and Su Fan. Don't worry, Yuan, Wang Han immediately assured, we definitely won't say a word. Lin Jiamei quickly nodded, a smile plastered on her face. Exactly, Yuan, you can trust us, our lips are sealed. Only heaven knows, earth knows, I know, and Wang Han knows, there will never be a fourth person knowing. But her smile carried a hint of artificiality and awkwardness.
Recalling how Su Fan had ignored her and looked down on her in the mall earlier, and then looking at Kai Yuan who was smug about to trick her ex-boyfriend's brother, Lin Jiamei felt a bit uneasy inside. However, she did not show it, only agreeing while secretly calculating something. Kai Yuan did not notice her friend's odd behavior. Her mind was filled with anticipation for tomorrow and the extra money that was about to come in. Come on, let's continue. Tonight, my luck is great. I'm determined to win until you two have nothing left. Kai Yuan excitedly shuffled the cards, completely unaware that a surprise specially prepared for her was quietly brewing. 3 of a kind. Kai Yuan triumphantly tossed down 2 cards, her brow dancing with delight. Can't compete? Ah, Wang Han, you lose again. Quick, give me the money. Wang Han grimaced, taking out a few bills from his wallet. Yuan, your luck, it's a shame you're not buying a lottery ticket. Of course. Kai Yuan took the money, carefully putting it with the money she just won and stuffing it into her bag, patting it. I'm here to beat you all tonight. Good things bring good spirits, you know? Lin Jiamei laughed alongside her. Got it, Yuan, you're the best. Kai Yuan was in an extremely good mood, quickly shuffling cards while casually asking. By the way, are you two going home for the new year? I think I'll be back for a while this time. Wang Han shook his head. There's no one at home. It doesn't matter if I go back or not, I'll just stay in Sanglong City. It's pretty good. Lin Jiamei added, I'm not going back either. It's hard to buy tickets, and I'd just be pestered by all my relatives to get married. It's so annoying. It's better to be out here quietly. That's true, Kai Yuan nodded, asking no more questions, her thoughts flying back to the upcoming Bugatti. Hosting a wedding is secondary, the main thing is that 40,000 hard work fee is simply free money. Just thinking about making money using someone else's stuff made her heart feel so good. Oomph, Su Fan, look at how well I'm doing now after you dumped me. Continue. Kai Yuan dealt the cards. Tonight, if I don't win you both down to just your underwear, I won't be named Kai. The 3 of them laughed and started a new round of Do Di Zhu. Meanwhile, in another part of Sanglong City, Zheng Yu was sitting on the leather sofa in his villa's living room, the Ove. Although he is the brother of the famous Zhang, he usually acts arrogant and overbearing, but the most terrifying thing for him is a woman crying and throwing a tantrum. Especially when she comes under the banner of girlfriend. Moreover, Kai Yuan mentioned Su Fan's name, saying she got introduced through Su Fan's friend. He momentarily felt soft-hearted, thinking that after all, she was from Su Fan's side, and it would be bad to make things too difficult and affect his relationship with Su Fan. Damn it, I've really lost my mind. Zheng Yu became angrier with every thought, unable to help but curse softly. At that time, in order to clarify the situation, he specifically emphasized that the car was not his. It was borrowed on behalf of a friend, and he warned Kai Yuan to never let anything go wrong. He even casually cursed a few times, saying things like, that ex-boyfriend of yours is really a piece of work, making you suffer. Looking back now, the piece of work ex-boyfriend he cursed at was none other than Su Fan himself? Zheng Yu felt a jolt, cold sweat almost pouring down. What the hell? I just cursed Su Fan right in front of his ex-girlfriend? And I lent Su Fan's car to his ex-girlfriend? What kind of situation is this? Ding-dling. At that moment, the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang, almost making Zheng Yu jump off the sofa. He hurriedly picked up the phone, seeing the bouncing name on the screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. Su Fan? It's over. He must be here to settle accounts. This kid is too well informed, right? The car hasn't even reached Sanglong City, and he already knows? Zheng Yu held the phone, his palms sweating, feeling as if the phone was sizzling hot like a branding iron. He took several deep breaths before shakily sliding to answer the call. Hello? Brother Fan? Zheng Yu's voice was dry, with a trace of barely perceptible flattery and tension. Chapter 52, Planning Big Things Together. On the other end, Su Fan's voice sounded calm, even a little lazy. Oh, Xiaoyu, are you busy? No, not busy, Brother Fan, do you have something to tell me? Zheng Yu quickly sat up straight, his attitude extremely respectful. There was no way around it. After all, this gentleman is now his money god, and Zhang Meili's rent relied on Su Fan's leniency. Moreover, the car, he actually was in the wrong first. It's nothing big, Su Fan paused, his tone still relaxed. I heard that you lent out my Bugatti? Boom. Zheng Yu felt like something exploded in his head. He really found out. He opened his mouth to explain but didn't know where to start, only stammering. Brother Fan, this matter. You lent it to a woman named Kai Yuan, right? Su Fan's voice remained calm. Zheng Yu's heart sank to the bottom, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Why, yes. She is my ex-girlfriend. Su Fan casually tossed out this sentence. Zheng Yu was completely stunned, his mind going blank. Although he had guessed earlier, hearing Su Fan say it confirmed the impact was different. He felt like a fool, being manipulated, and almost offended a big client. Brother Fan. I truly didn't know she was your ex-girlfriend. Zhang Yu was about to cry, desperate. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to lend it even if it killed me. This is all a misunderstanding. That Kai Yuan, she lied to me and said. All right, Su Fan interrupted his incoherent words, I know what's going on. Huh? Zhang Yu was stunned. You already know? Yeah, Su Fan affirmed, I have a rough idea of what she said to you and what she planned to do with the car. Zhang Yu felt his heart drop as he recalled what he had casually said about Su Fan before. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Brother Fan. I'm sorry. I just lost my mind at that moment. I even cursed you. Zhang Yu's voice cracked, this time truly regretting and afraid. Don't worry. I'll get the car back immediately. Then I'll personally teach that nasty woman a lesson. Get justice for you. Don't, Su Fan's voice gave no hint of joy or anger, there's no need to get the car back. Huh? Zhang Yu was stunned again, not get it back? Right, Su Fan said, just follow the original plan and deliver the car to her. Zhang Yu was completely confused. Brother Fan, what do you mean? It means, Su Fan's voice seemed to carry a hint of mischief, you continue to pretend you know nothing, and play along with her. Play along with her? Zhang Yu struggled to keep up with Su Fan's thoughts. What kind of trick is this guy playing? His ex-girlfriend tricked him into lending the car for a show, and he wasn't even angry? Just going to play along? Yes, do whatever she asks you to do, make sure she feels completely in control. Su Fan instructed. Though Zhang Yu didn't understand what Su Fan was up to. He could tell from Su Fan's tone that he didn't really seem angry, but rather like he was planning something big. He sighed with relief in his heart, quickly pledging loyalty. Okay. No problem, Brother Fan. Don't worry. I promise to handle it perfectly. No way I'll slip up. So, what exactly do you need me to do? I'll tell you when the time comes, Su Fan replied, just keep your cool, don't let her suspect anything. Oh, and don't tell your sister about this for now. Got it. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly, you just watch, Brother Fan. After hanging up, Zhang Yu let out a long breath, feeling as if his back was drenched in sweat. He slumped on the sofa, but his gaze gradually turned cold and filled with anger. Damn it, Kai Yuan. You filthy woman, dare to play with me, Zhang Yu? Using Brother Fan's car to stir up trouble? Just wait for me. He picked up his phone, thought for a moment, but still dialed his sister Zhang Xuan's number. Su Fan told him not to say anything, but he felt this was too big, he had to share it with his sister to avoid a messy situation later. Moreover, his sister Zhang Xuan was a tough character, dealing with that kind of woman, she might offer some advice. Sis. I need to tell you something. After reporting the situation to his sister and receiving her instruction to wait and see, cooperate with Su Fan, Zhang Yu felt more confident. He put down the phone and smirked coldly. Kai Yuan, huh? A wedding, huh? Alright, I'll let you have a grand wedding. Once the wedding is over, just watch how I deal with you. Dare to mess with me, Zhang Yu, and even use Brother Fan? You really don't know what's coming. As night deepened, Lu Bai was still immersed in the shock brought by the Bugatti Chiron and ranting about Kai Yuan and Zhang Yu, the odd couple of exes, when Su Fan's phone rang again. The screen flashed Zhang Yu. Su Fan glanced at Lu Bai, who was still in a daze, and answered the call, switching it to speakerphone. Hey, Brother Fan. Zhang Yu's voice sounded a bit weak and cautious. Yeah, go ahead, Su Fan leaned back on the sofa, his tone indifferent. Brother Fan, I'm just double-checking, really just play along with her like this? Zhang Yu's voice was very low, as if afraid of being overheard, just let her drive your car to get married? Before Su Fan could reply, Lu Bai couldn't hold back any longer. Although he didn't know who was on the other end of the call, hearing play along with her, drive the car to get married, combined with the snippets he had overheard earlier, he roughly pieced it together. He silently mouthed at the phone, what a shameless person. Yes, Su Fan's voice remained calm, not only should you let her drive, but you also have to act like you're more than willing, maybe even, a little happy for her, understand? Huh? Happy for her? Zhang Yu felt like his worldviews were being refreshed again. Brother Fan, do we really have to go this far? Enough, Su Fan interrupted him, follow my instructions, keep your cool, don't let anything slip. We'll discuss the rest later. Okay, Brother Fan. You can count on me. I'll definitely complete the task. Zhang Yu quickly agreed, afraid Su Fan would dig deeper. After hanging up, the room fell into a brief silence. Lu Bai remained in shock, his eyes wide like saucers. His mouth was slightly open, as if he could fit an egg inside. After several seconds, he suddenly came back to his senses, grabbing Su Fan's arm, his voice so excited it was a bit off-key.
Fan. Brother Fan. No, Fancy. That Bugatti, is it really yours?
Su Fan was a bit dizzy from his shaking and helplessly brushed his hand away.
What else? Am I just renting one to show off for my ex-girlfriend? Wow. Wow. Wow.
Lu Bai exclaimed wow 3 times, excitedly turning in circles, then suddenly stopped, giving Su Fan a big thumbs up.
Awesome. Fancy, you're my real bro. So awesome. I thought. I never expected. You really don't show your cards. He remembered how he was worried Su Fan would be angry if he found out and even thought about how to help cover it up, but in the end, the clown was me? The owner knew all along and didn't even care, even willing to play along? What kind of magical operation is this?
Lu Bai felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. He looked at Su Fan's calm face and suddenly felt that this childhood friend was a bit strange, a bit unfathomable.
Chapter 53, more shocking news, childhood friend stunned.
But, Lu Bai rubbed his hands, excitement written all over his face, your move is too damaging, right?
Letting that woman drive your luxury car to Marion style, and then. Just thinking about it is thrilling. So satisfying. So satisfying. Su Fan smiled and didn't respond. Satisfying? Maybe.
But more than that, he didn't like being schemed against, especially with such lowly means. Since Kai Yuan dared to target him and involve his friends, she should be ready to face the consequences. By the way, Su Fan suddenly remembered something, opened his phone's photo album, found a few pictures, and handed them to Lu Bai.
Do you remember the villa at Wancho Mountain I mentioned before?
Lu Bai leaned over for a look and immediately gasped.
Of course. How could I forget? The one that supposedly cost over 100 million to decorate, filled with, what was it, golden nanmu, small leaf rosewood? They say even the doorknobs are made of gold? That villa is practically a legend in our area. Who doesn't know about it?
As he spoke, he scrolled through the photos, his eyes growing wider.
Wow. Is this really the inside photos? TSK, such splendor. Such furniture. Such materials. Let me tell you, Fancy, my father-in-law is really into this.
He studies Ming and Qing furniture and classical culture every day, making my wife well-versed in these things, too. Last time we drove past Wancho Mountain, the old man pointed over there and said he didn't know if he'd ever have a chance in this life to go in and have a look. As Lu Bai spoke, his tone was filled with envy and longing.
That's over 100 million worth of decoration. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Su Fan watched the naivety on his face and smiled slightly. Do you want to go in and take a look? Of course. I dream about it.
Lu Bai instinctively replied, then suddenly realized, quickly turning to Su Fan, wait.
Fancy, what do you mean? Could it be that you?
Yes, Su Fan nodded, his tone as calm as saying today's weather is nice, I know the landlord.
Really?
Lu Bai's voice shot up several octaves, Fancy.
My bro. Can you please? Can you help ask if my father-in-law can go in for a visit? Just to take a look.
If the old man can take a peek, he'd probably be so happy he won't sleep for 3 days.
I'd have some face as a son-in-law too.
Lu Bai rubbed his hands together, his face filled with anticipation and pleading. He knew this request was a bit abrupt, after all, it was a mansion worth over 100 million, not just anyone could go in casually.
But since Su Fan said he knew the landlord, maybe there really was a chance? Su Fan looked at his eager expression and found it a bit funny, deliberately pausing before slowly saying, why ask the landlord? Lu Bai was stunned, who should I ask if not the landlord?
Just go directly. Su Fan retrieved his phone, stood up, and stretched lazily. Wait until you're married, after the big day, I'll take you and your father-in-law to take a look. Lu Bai was completely dumbfounded, his mouth opened and closed, struggling to speak for a long time.
After marriage, isn't that closer? Shouldn't we just go directly? No, we don't need to notify the landlord? No need, Su Fan said nonchalantly, that house was originally prepared for my parents.
The air seemed to freeze at that moment.
Lu Bai's expression went from shock to daze, then rapidly shifted to disbelief. Finally, it settled into a dreamlike look of who am I, where am I, what did I just hear? What did he just hear?
The Wancho Mountain property, its renovation cost over 100 million, the legendary, top-tier mansion, was it prepared by Su Fan for his parents?
Boom!
Lu Bai felt as if thunder had exploded in his brain, leaving him dumbfounded. Bugatti Chiron, a villa renovated for over 100 million.
Is this still the Su Fan he knows? The one he used to hang out with all night at the internet cafe, eating street food, and complaining about low salaries? How long has it been since they last saw each other? Even if he won the lottery, it wouldn't be this outrageous, right? Could it be that Fanzi is not a designer, but an heir to some invisible wealthy family, and before was just experiencing life? Fanzi. Lu Bai's voice trembled. He cautiously looked at Su Fan, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of unfamiliarity. You're not kidding with me, right? Su Fan looked at his nearly crashing expression and couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder. Do I look like I'm joking? Lu Bai stared intently into Su Fan's eyes for at least 10 seconds, then helplessly slumped down on the sofa, mumbling. It's over. I feel like this world is a bit magical. Su Fan handed him the phone again. Look at the photos again, get familiar with them, so you don't end up going inside like Lu Laolao in the Grand View Garden. Lu Bai mechanically took the phone, his gaze landing on the incredibly luxurious photos again. This time, his mindset was completely different. Before it was envy, amazement, a feeling of being out of reach. Now it's confusion, daze, a feeling as if he was dreaming. I'll go, is this a Kwoto desk made of one wally wood? Look at this grain, TSK, it's top quality. And this looks like a Zetan throne? Look at the carving, the dragon pattern. I swear, this must be something from the palace, right? This I know. It's a duobao pavilion. Specially for placing antique decorations. Look at the porcelain on top. I'll go, just one of these would. Lu Bai swiped through the photos, muttering to himself, his eyes shining. Su Fan looked at him with some surprise. Well, you know a lot about this, huh, old Lu? Lu Bai chuckled, a bit shy, scratching his head. What do I know? I just listened to my father-in-law ramble on about it, and my wife likes this stuff too, she's learned quite a bit following along. Day in and day out, I've picked up a few things. Oh? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Good for you, you found a good wife, has taste, and brings good fortune. Lu Bai immediately felt proud upon hearing this, straightening his back. That's right. My wife's eye for things is absolutely top-notch. If it weren't for her. He was just about to brag about his wife when he suddenly recalled the mess with Kai Yuan and Su Fan's unfathomable strength. He swallowed the words back down, instead giving a silly laugh. Seeing Lu Bai's silly smile as if he had struck gold, Su Fan also laughed. Not bad, at least this kid is more reliable in feelings than that fool Chengyu. Lu Bai held the phone, fingers swiping on the screen, eyes wide and mouth agape. I'll go. Fanzi, this swimming pool even has an outdoor barbecue area? This is too much enjoyment, right? And this study. My god, this entire wall of bookshelves is even more exaggerated than a library. How many books can fit here? No, this is not just books, it's a sense of prestige. This gym. The equipment here is more complete than the commercial gym I go to. Damn. Living here, I feel like I could live 20 more years. Lu Bai was scrolling through the photos, clicking his tongue in amazement, as if he were about to see through the screen of his phone. From the living room to the bedroom, from the study to the media room. Every photo felt like a heavy blow, constantly refreshing his understanding of the term rich people. Chapter 54, Design Layout, Deal with Love Rivals. Su Fan looked at his naive expression and just smiled, not interrupting him, but quietly took a sip of water. Best friends, after so many years, what kind of person is he still not clear about? Let him digest it slowly. But just as Lu Bai scrolled to a nighttime aerial photo of the villa, his fingers suddenly froze. In the photo, the dazzling villa looked like a dream palace in the night, the swimming pool shimmering, the garden arranged beautifully. Wait, this angle, this composition. Lu Bai furrowed his brows tightly, staring at the photo, as if something in a dusty corner of his memory had been pried open. It seems like I've seen this before? He tried hard to recall, his eyes widening, his breath becoming slightly rapid. It's that time. Kai Yuan. Wan Han. Yes. It's them. About half a month ago, Kai Yuan and Wang Han invited him out for a meal, saying it was a classmate reunion, and he happened to have nothing to do at the time, so he went. At the dinner table, that brat Wang Han somehow started talking about houses, then mysteriously pulled out his phone to show him a few photos. What did Wang Han say back then? Lu Bai, take a look at the project my buddy has been working on, open your eyes. This villa, at Wanqiu Mountain, you know? The top rich neighborhood. My cousin does renovation design, this house is just a project he finished, the owner is his good buddy, their relationship is solid. TSK, they spent over 100 million just on renovations. Look at the materials, the design, the style. Wang Han was spitting everywhere, boasting while handing him the phone to look. The villa in the photo, isn't it exactly the same as this one on Su Fan's phone? Even the shooting angle is exactly the same. Boom. Lu Bai felt like his CPU, no, his entire brain was about to fry. He remembered clearly, Wang Han was still thumping his chest saying, "How is it? Are you jealous? I'll tell my cousin, he has the key, want to take a look? It's a piece of cake. I'll take you and your father-in-law there, guarantee you'll be impressed. At that time, he actually felt a bit tempted, mainly because he thought his father-in-law would like it, and if he could take him in to see, it would surely please his father-in-law. If it weren't for later feeling it would be too much trouble for them, and he wasn't that familiar with Wang Han, he might have really asked Wang Han to take him. Thinking back now. Damn. This jerk. Using Su Fan's house photos, bragging that it was his cousin's decoration? Also claiming the key was with his cousin, that they could go in any time? Isn't this just using empty hands to catch a white wolf, pretending to be the big wolf with someone else's pants? A surge of anger suddenly rose from Lu Bai's heart, and his face turned red with rage. Fancy. Lu Bai suddenly raised his head, his voice filled with restrained anger and disbelief. I remember. This photo. I've seen it before. Su Fan put down his water cup, raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Oh? What do you mean? It's Wang Han. And Kai Yuan. Lu Bai was furious, slapping his thigh. Just over half a month ago, they showed me exactly the same photos. That brat Wang Han boasted, saying this house was decorated by his cousin, the owner is his cousin's good buddy, the key is with his cousin. I can take people in any time for a visit. He even said he'd take me to open my eyes. At that time, I almost believed him. I was even thinking about when to ask him to take my father-in-law to take a look. Ugh. Who does he think he is? Showing off your house. It infuriates me. How can these people be so shameless? Lu Bai got angrier and angrier. If Su Fan wasn't there, he would probably jump up and start cursing. Su Fan listened to Lu Bai's angry recount, yet his expression didn't change much, only a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Wang Han? Kai Yuan? Interesting. He could roughly guess what was going on. It was likely that Kai Yuan found out he bought this villa and then told Wang Han. Wang Han, in order to show off in front of classmates or maybe to impress Kai Yuan, had spun up this story. As for the photos, Kai Yuan had probably found them through some channel. TSK, using my house to show off? Wanting to bring people over for a visit? They sure are bold. Su Fan curled the corner of his mouth into a wicked smile. A brilliant idea rapidly formed in his mind. He looked at Lu Bai, who was still seething, and suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Old Lu, do you want to see them perform live a social death? Social death? Lu Bai was stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted, his eyes instantly brightening. Brother Fan, do you have a way to deal with them? Dealing with them isn't the point, Su Fan said slowly. It's just that since someone is so eager to help me promote my house, I should give them a chance to showcase it, right? He patted Lu Bai's shoulder and leaned closer to whisper a few sentences in his ear. Lu Bai initially stared wide-eyed. After listening, his expression changed from surprise to realization. Finally, it turned into a twisted smile of extreme excitement and schadenfreude. Damn! Brother Fan! This move is too vicious. Ha ha ha! Lu Bai, upon finishing, excitedly clapped his hands, almost breaking the armrest of the sofa. Brilliant! It's simply heart-killing. I love it. Let's do it. Let's see how they end up. Alright, stop clapping. The sofa is quite expensive. Su Fan disdainfully pushed him away. The show has to be grand. Now, pick up your phone and call your Han brother. Okay. Lu Bai rubbed his fists together, looking pumped for a big battle. He took out his phone, found Wang Han's number, took a deep breath, prepared his emotions, and then pressed the call button. To make it easier for Su Fan to hear, Lu Bai specifically turned on the speakerphone. The phone rang a few times before it was quickly answered. Hello? Lu Bai? What's up? Why are you calling me now? Wang Han's voice sounded a bit noisy, with the faint sounds of women laughing in the background. Lu Bai immediately switched to good guy mode, his tone carrying a hint of awkwardness and pleading. Hello? Han brother? I'm not bothering you, am I? Are you free to talk now? It's fine, I'm out eating with friends. If there's something, just say it, Wang Han replied with a hint of impatience. About that. Lu Bai rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice even further. Han brother, it's about that mansion photo of Wanshou Mountain you showed me last time. I went back and showed it to my wife. Oh? Does my sister-in-law like it too? Wang Han's tone revealed a trace of pride. Yes. Lu Bai quickly replied, his tone exaggerated. My wife loves it so much. She keeps saying that if she could see it just once in her life, it would be worth it. So, she's been nagging me for several days to ask you. Lu Bai paused for a moment and tentatively asked. Do you think, could you, talk to your cousin again? Just make an exception, let us take a look. Just a look, take a few pictures, fulfill her wish, okay? We promise not to touch anything. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Su Fan and Lu Bai exchanged glances. Everyone could see the smiles in each other's eyes. Then, Wang Han's voice rang out again, but this time it seemed to be a bit further from the microphone, as if he were talking to someone beside him. She wants to go see, you see. Immediately, a vague yet identifiable female voice interjected, laced with a hint of disdain and calculation. His wife wants to see? Ha, alright, why don't you ask your cousin if he can get the key and take them along? Anyway, let Lu Bai pay for it later, just treat your cousin to a nice meal as a thank you. This voice. Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, it was Kai Yuan. Chapter 55, Wang Han boasts, about to expose himself? Lu Bai also recognized it, his expression becoming more colorful as he struggled to suppress his laughter and continued to humbly plead on the phone. Han Gu? Han Gu? Do you think it's okay? I know this matter is quite troublesome for you, mainly because my wife. Alright, got it. Wang Han's voice returned to its normal distance, carrying a tone of indulgence. It's no big deal, just leave it to me. I'll call my cousin later and check if he's free these days. Wait for my news. Ah? Really? That's great. Thank you, Han Gu. You're really my great benefactor. Lu Bai said excitedly, his acting truly explosive. Then, when can I have news? Tomorrow. I'll give you definite news tomorrow morning. If it's possible, I'll let you know. Wang Han confidently declared, as if that villa really belonged to him. Okay. Thank you so much, Han Gu. Once it's done, I will definitely treat you and your cousin to a big meal. Lu Bai said, almost in tears from gratitude. Alright, it's a small matter. I'm busy here. Wang Han finished and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Lu Bai could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha 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 ha. Fan Gu. Did you hear that? He really agreed. He said he could take us alone. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. He can't truly think he can get the key, right? Su Fan leaned back on the sofa with a faint smile on his face, his eyes deep. Whether he can get the key or not doesn't matter. Su Fan gently tapped his fingers. What matters is, he agreed, and Kai Yuan also heard it and even gave him ideas. Lu Bai's laughter paused for a moment, then he suddenly realized. Right. Kai Yuan is involved now. This is getting more interesting. There'll be a good show to watch in a few days. Fan Gu, you are just amazing. This move, I would call it top-tier pulling. Su Fan smiled ambiguously and picked up his phone, opening the WeChat of the villa property manager. Confident that they can see, right? Okay, then let's have some fun with you all. After hanging up, listening to the beep-beep busy tone on his phone. Wang Han's little vanity that had risen from Lu Bai's humble pleas hadn't faded yet. He immediately turned to look at Kai Yuan and Lin Jiamei beside him, unable to suppress the smile on his face, displaying a hint of pride. Got it. Did you all hear that? That guy, begging like crazy, really wants to go in and take a look. Wang Han gleefully shook his phone, he even said he would give me $200. TSK, he's really putting in the effort. Kai Yuan picked up the milk tea on the table, took a slow sip without lifting her eyelids, her tone flat yet containing a hint of inevitability. 200? Ha, one for you, one for your cousin, just as a thank you. Anyway, if your cousin really can get the key and take them in for a tour, it could be considered a big favor to Lu Bai, right? Her words seemed casual, but the arrangements were crystal clear. The $200 were a thank you, the tour was Lu Bai's benefit, and the power and goodwill lay with Wang Han and his cousin. Upon hearing this, Wang Han instantly felt that Kai Yuan was truly clever and considerate of him, making him feel even more delighted. Right. Yuan, you're absolutely right. It should be like that. I'll call my cousin now. Speaking, he could not wait to search through his phone contacts. He found the name saved as Cousin Wang Chen, took a deep breath, and pressed the dial key. The phone rang several times before it connected, the background noise a bit chaotic, with sounds of music and lively chatter. Hello? Who is it? Hurry up, I'm busy. A slightly impatient male voice came through, it was Wang Han's cousin, Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was at a high-end club, building relationships with some clients. As a designer, he often had to deal with such social events. When he received a call from this somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar number, he almost didn't answer, but what if it was a potential client? So, he picked up. Hey, brother. It's me, Wang Han. Wang Han quickly introduced himself, his tone a bit ingratiating. Am I bothering you? Wang Han? Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized, oh, it's you, kid. What's up? I'm busy here, so make it quick. Wang Han hurriedly got to the point. Brother, I want to borrow something. Borrow something? What is it? Wang Chen became a bit wary, knowing his cousin rarely contacted him, and when he did, it wasn't usually good news. It's a key, the door key. Wang Han said cautiously, I have a few classmates here, and Kai Yuan and the others. I heard you know a lot of designers and have connections, so I just want to take a look and visit those really luxurious villas, you know? He spoke vaguely, not daring to directly mention which villa, only saying he wanted to visit luxurious villas, placing the blame on classmates and Kai Yuan, while flattering Wang Chen in passing. Visit a villa? Which villa? Where can I get you a key? Wang Chen frowned, feeling this was a bit unreliable. Besides, can people just go in and visit places like that? Who's responsible if something happens? Oh, come on, brother, you can rest easy. Wang Han quickly assured him, it's just to go in, take a quick look, snap a few photos, satisfy our curiosity, definitely won't touch anything. It won't take long, at most half an hour. And Lu Bai, one of my classmates, is super considerate, said he'd give you a pack of cigarettes as a token of appreciation, just as a labor fee. Wang Han naturally reduced 2 packs of cigarettes to 1, planning to keep one for himself. 1 pack of cigarettes? Wang Chen scoffed, he wasn't about to take a risk for a pack of cigarettes. You think a pack of cigarettes can make me? Brother! Just listen to me. Wang Han, afraid he would hang up, quickly threw out the trump card. The main point is that Kai Yuan wants to go see it too. You know Kai Yuan, right? The really pretty one I mentioned to you. She's got a boyfriend now. I heard his family does big business, assets, tisk, they say over $1 billion. It seems like her boyfriend this year has a large flat that needs renovation, probably several hundred square meters. Kai Yuan said that she would definitely come to you for advice later, prioritizing you. This is a big deal. Wang Han's words were half true, half false. Kai Yuan indeed had a boyfriend, but how rich he was and whether he would ask Wang Chen for renovation, he completely made up, aiming to pique Wang Chen's interest. Sure enough, hearing over $1 billion, large flat, and prioritizing, Wang Chen's breath noticeably paused. As a designer, nothing was more exciting than getting a budget-rich, large-area project. Especially when the other party was a billionaire. If this connection was made, there could be many more opportunities to collaborate in the future. The noise in the club seemed to quiet down a lot as Wang Chen began weighing the pros and cons quickly. Borrowing a key to let a few people take a quick peek had its risks, but if he really could connect with Kai Yuan's boyfriend. Are you sure? Kai Yuan's boyfriend really has that intention? Wang Chen's voice became serious. Of course. Yuan told me that herself. Wang Han patted his chest with assurance, not even blinking. Think about it, brother, this is just a small favor. What if it works out? Isn't this favor just given away? It will definitely be beneficial for your future. Chapter 56 Reactions from all sides, so exciting. Wang Chen was silent for a few seconds, as if making a final decision. In the noisy background, he seemed to shift a bit, finding a slightly quieter spot. All right. Wang Chen finally relented, but let me be clear, first, the time cannot be long, at most half an hour. Second, once you're in, keep your hands and feet clean, don't touch what you shouldn't touch, don't film what you shouldn't film, especially do not leak the specific location and owner information. Third, you set a time and tell me, I will see if I'm free, I will personally take you there, the key will not be lent out. Fourth, that Hua Zi, give it to me when we meet. Hey. Good. No problem. Thank you so much, brother. You can rest assured, we promise to be good. Wang Han was overjoyed, repeatedly agreeing, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. He did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the allure of billionaire and large flat was indeed strong enough. Alright, let's leave it at that, wait for my news. Wang Chen finished speaking and hung up the phone. Wang Han put down his phone, took a deep breath, and his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He turned to Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaomei, who had been quietly watching, and proudly made an okay gesture, his eyebrows dancing with delight. Got it. My cousin agreed. When we have time, he will personally take us. Kai Yuan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, nodding slightly, seemingly satisfied with this outcome. Everything was according to her expectation. Wang Han indeed did not let her down. However, Lin Xiaomei, watching Wang Han's smug expression and glancing at Kai Yuan's meaningful smile, felt a strange unease rising in her heart. She always thought that things were going too smoothly, too strangely smoothly. Moreover, having Wang Han borrow keys to visit someone else's mansion was itself a bit off. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Kai Yuan and Wang Han's eager expressions, she ultimately swallowed her words back. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Lu Bai was chatting casually with Su Fan when his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Han's number. He immediately gave Su Fan a glance, cleared his throat, answered the phone, and switched his tone back to the previous humble mode.
Hello? Han Gu? Is there news? Ha ha ha.
Lu Bai, you lucky dog. Wang Han's proud laughter came from the other end. The thing you asked me to do worked.
My cousin agreed. When should we set a time for you to go see it? Really? That's great. Han Gu. You are truly my second parents. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lu Bai's voice trembled with excitement. The Oscars owed him a little golden statue.
All right, just a small matter.
Just wait for me to notify you of the specific time and place. Wang Han enjoyed the feeling of being gratefully appreciated by someone and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Lu Bai put down the phone, the tears of gratitude on his face instantly disappearing, replaced by uncontrollable laughter.
Pfft, ha 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 ha. Fan Gu. It's done. He really said it's done. He even said his cousin would personally take us. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. Where would he find a cousin to take us to your house?
Su Fan leaned back on the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. His face still bore that carefree smile, but there was an added hint of playful amusement in his deep-set eyes.
Got it.
He picked up his phone and opened the property manager's WeChat again, sending a message. Looking at Su Fan's calm demeanor, Lu Bai laughed even louder.
Fan Gu, if he really brings a so-called cousin over and finds he can't get in, what kind of expression would that be?
And Kaiyuan, if she comes along, TSK, I can't even imagine that scene.
Then let's wait and see.
Su Fan's smile was profound.
As night deepened, the city's clamor gradually quieted down.
On the other side of Chuanfu City, in the brightly lit office of the boss of Jinmeili Beauty Salon, things were very different. Zheng Shuang looked at her younger brother Zheng Yu, who was sitting across from her with a face full of despair, and sighed softly. The siblings had been talking for a long time. Zheng Yu told his sister everything about his relationship with Kaiyuan, as well as some unsettling details he had recently discovered. This included how Kaiyuan seemed to always probe into his family background, and how he had overheard Kaiyuan talking to her friend on the phone today, with a tone filled with calculation and disdain. Sister, Zheng Yu rubbed his forehead, his voice tired and confused. I used to think she was really nice, beautiful, and generous. Although she sometimes has a little temper and loves vanity, I thought that was just a common flaw among girls, but now. Zheng Shuang picked up a cup of warm water from the table and handed it to Zheng Yu, her gaze clear and sharp.
Little you are not a child anymore. You cannot judge people just by their appearance.
From what you have described, this Kaiyuan probably has ulterior motives. She paused, her tone turning serious.
Her approach to you likely isn't pure. What billionaire boyfriend?
When she says that to Wang Han and the others, she just wants to use them to inflate her own value or achieve other goals. And for you, she probably sees the conditions of our Zhang family. Zheng Yu fell silent, his sister's words hit him like a hammer, shattering the lingering fantasies in his heart.
I know, you might find it hard to accept right now.
Zheng Shuang softened her tone, a hint of heartache in her voice, but long pain is worse than short pain.
Girls like her are not suitable for you, much less for our family.
Trust me, break up with her cleanly and decisively, don't drag it out. Sister, Zheng Yu's voice was low, filled with deep frustration. This was already the nth time he hesitated to speak tonight. Zheng Shuang picked up her cup of lukewarm water that was almost cold and poured a little more hot water into it, her movements gentle, but her tone left no room for doubt.
Little you, listen to your sister.
Love is sometimes like doing business, you must know when to cut your losses. She paused, as if reminiscing, her gaze drifting toward the pitch-black night sky outside. Look at me, when I was young, all I thought about was my studies, then I was busy starting my business and running this salon. At that time, I wasn't without admirers, but who had the time for that? Every day I was thinking about how to get clients, how to manage projects, how to train employees. When I finally caught my breath and wanted to date, I realized I seemed to have outgrown that fluttering age. Zheng Shuang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now, there are plenty of people chasing me, sending flowers, asking me out, hinting they want to get to know me better, all kinds.
But to be honest, I feel nothing.
Perhaps I've gotten so used to shouldering responsibilities that I find dating quite troublesome. She had thought about it, but found it hard to find someone who could make her willingly embrace that trouble. She was used to being in control of everything, yet she felt a bit lost in matters of the heart. Zheng Yu raised his head, looking at his sister. The confusion and despair on his face faded a bit, replaced by a mix of curiosity and a hint of "I wish you would do better" expression.
Sister. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by outgrowing the age? How old are you?
You are still in your prime. Besides, in matters of the heart, you can't just wait for others to pursue you.
When you meet someone right, you have to take the initiative.
Suddenly, Zheng Yu seemed to remember something, his eyes lit up, and he leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery.
Hey, sister, to be honest, I think that Su Fan is pretty great. Chapter 57, Emotional Entanglement, Getting Messier. Su Fan?
Zheng Shuang's hand holding the cup paused almost imperceptibly, then she casually took a sip of water. But the fleeting panic in that gaze did not escape Zheng Yu's eyes.
Yes. Su Fan.
Zheng Yu became excited and started counting on his fingers.
Look, he's handsome, right?
Although not as handsome as me, he's acceptable. The key is, he seems pretty interesting, not the loud type, pretty steady, but sometimes a little humorous.
And, listening to that Lu Bai kid bragging, it seems he's quite capable?
I think he and you fit well together. As Zheng Yu spoke more, he felt it was reliable, as if he could already see his sister standing side by side with Su Fan.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Zheng Shuang's cheeks slightly flushed. She put down her cup, her voice suddenly rising with a bit of embarrassment and anger. What do kids know?
All day long, thinking about nonsense.
She glared at Zheng Yu, forcibly bringing the topic back, her tone extremely serious.
Don't change the topic. We're talking about you. Kai Yuan.
Let me tell you, in these 2 days, no, it's best to clarify with her now.
You must break up. Clean and swift, don't drag it out. Do you hear me? This kind of girl with bad intentions is a disaster to keep around.
Zheng Shuang stood up, turned her back to Zheng Yu, and walked to the window, seemingly trying to calm her inexplicably racing heart from earlier.
Why did she have such a big reaction to the name Su Fan?
Really, she has been led astray by this brat. Zheng Yu looked at his sister's somewhat stiff back, but his lips secretly curled into a triumphant smile.
There's a situation. Definitely a situation. That reaction just now, TSK, no matter how much she pretended, that subconscious panic couldn't be faked.
It seems like his sister also has some thoughts about Su Fan. He rubbed his chin, his mind racing.
Su Fan, sister. Seems there's someone else who cares about Su Fan?
Right.
Lu Yuaya.
That extremely beautiful woman selling used cars, it seems she celebrated her birthday not long ago and had dinner with Su Fan.
Wow. Now that's interesting. Zheng Yu seemed to foresee a war without gunpowder, or maybe, a battle for Fan? He even thought with some glee, is Su Fan's peach blossom luck a bit too strong?
On one side is his sister, with high standards and a strong presence. On the other side is a gentle and beautiful old classmate, who also seems to have feelings for Su Fan.
TSK, this melon will surely ripen.
Of course, the most important thing right now is to deal with that annoying Kai Yuan.
Sister is right, better a short pain than a long one.
He can't continue to deceive himself. Under the same night sky, in different corners, different emotions play out.
Lu Yuaya had just finished showering, still carrying the fresh scent of shower gel and the warmth of steam.
She wore a loose cotton nightgown, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, droplets dripping from the ends of her hair onto her collarbone, bringing a hint of coolness. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Not the kind of discomfort from being ill, but more like a emptiness in her heart.
Maybe she ate a little too little for dinner? Or was she too tired from standing all day today? She couldn't tell.
Returning to her little room, she habitually picked up her phone. The screen lit up, and the WeChat interface was clean, with no new messages. She hesitated for a moment, then clicked on Su Fan's profile picture.
The chat history still lingered on their last conversation about the vehicle transfer.
Her delicate fingers tapped on the screen, typing out a line of text.
Hello, are you busy? How's it going with that Aston Martin? Any problems? She clicked send.
She placed her phone on the nightstand and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. The buzzing sound filled the small room, temporarily drowning out her inexplicable restlessness. When her hair was half dry, she turned off the hairdryer, and the room instantly fell silent.
She picked up her phone again to take a look. Still no reply. Su Fan, what is he doing? Did he not see it? Or did he see it and not want to reply?
A wave of indescribable disappointment slowly surged in her heart like a tide. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of her phone case. Clearly, she only casually asked about the car, so why does it matter so much to her if he replies or not? She sighed, feeling a bit ridiculous about herself. He might really be busy, or he could have already gone to sleep. But, that little expectation in her heart still made her unable to resist picking up her phone again, clicking on that familiar profile picture, and sending another message.
If you run into any operational issues, feel free to ask me. Good night.
After sending it, she turned her phone screen down on the bedside table, as if that could somehow cut off the torment of waiting. She pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping herself tightly, closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. In her mind, one moment it was Su Fan's profile when he was driving, the next moment it was that empty chat window. On the other side of the city, in a room of a budget hotel, smoke swirled, and the card game was in full swing. Bomb! Wang Han excitedly slapped down 4 kings on the table, looking triumphantly at Kai Yuan and Lin Xiaomei. That's it. Money, money. Kai Yuan pouted, reluctantly taking out some change from her small wallet and tossing it over. Fine, you're the best, right? Seriously, your luck is just terrible. Lin Xiaomei absent-mindedly followed suit, tossing her money, her gaze a little distant. Ugh, I don't want to play anymore. Lin Xiaomei threw her cards down, stretching. I'm starving. What time is it? Let's go out and grab a late-night snack. Now. There's hardly anything left to sell outside, right? Kai Yuan looked at her phone. It's almost midnight. Exactly. Xiaomei, let's play a few more rounds. I'm just about to turn my luck around. Wang Han clearly wasn't done playing. No, I'm so hungry my stomach is growling. If you're not hungry, I am. Lin Xiaomei stood up, her attitude firm. You wait here, I'll check if there are any barbecue stalls nearby and bring something back. Kai Yuan and Wang Han exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't argue with her, and nodded. Then hurry back. Get more meat skewers. Lin Xiaomei replied with a couple of MMMs, grabbed her coat and phone, and headed out the door. The hotel corridor was dimly lit, and she didn't head downstairs right away. Instead, she walked to a quieter corner, took out her phone, flipped to a number, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally dialed it. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. Hello? It was Su Fan's voice, sounding somewhat noisy, as if he was playing a game. Su Fan, it's me, Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei said nervously. Oh, Xiaomei, what's up? It's so late. Su Fan seemed to have moved the headphone a bit, the background noise softened. It's nothing serious, I just wanted to ask you. Lin Xiaomei licked her slightly dry lips, choosing her words carefully. You mentioned in your earlier message that in a couple of days, there would be a good show to watch? What does that mean? She really couldn't help but be curious. Ever since she accidentally had a talk with Su Fan and learned some things about Kai Yuan and Zhang Yu, her heart had been restless. She and Kai Yuan were best friends, but she didn't want to see Kai Yuan get tangled deeper, nor did she want to be drawn into it. Su Fan's mention of a good show made her heart race. Chapter 58, Lin Xiaomei secretly sends a warning. On the other end of the phone, Su Fan chuckled lightly. Ha, want to know? Wang Han? Cousin? Su Fan's house? What does all this mean? She felt her brain was a bit overwhelmed. Alright, enough talking, I'm busy here. Sounds of gunfire from the game came from Su Fan's side. In short, just wait to see the show in a few days. After saying this, Su Fan hung up the phone. Lin Xiaomei held her phone, standing in place, her mind a mess. Wang Han wants to bring Kai Yuan to see Su Fan's house? He said it was arranged by his cousin? Where did Wang Han get a cousin to arrange Su Fan's house? Isn't that nonsense? Su Fan mentioned a good show in a few days, could it be? She didn't dare to think further, quickly shook her head, and went to buy some barbecue. Back in the room, Kai Yuan and Wang Han had stopped playing cards and were huddled together looking at their phones, not knowing what funny videos they were watching. I'm back. What delicious food did you buy? Kai Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw the bag in Lin Xiaomei's hand. Barbecue, there are meat skewers, chicken wings, and chives. Lin Xiaomei placed the bag on the table. Wow! Xiaomei understands me. Wang Han immediately leaned over, grabbed a skewer of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Kai Yuan also took a chicken wing, eating while not forgetting to poke Wang Han. Eat, that's all you know. Have you arranged everything for the house? Don't mess things up later. Don't worry. I get things done, trust me. Wang Han patted his chest, mumbling, my cousin has already made arrangements, just wait for us to go over. They will definitely be amazed. It better be. Kai Yuan glanced at him. Lin Xiaomei silently ate, watching the two argue, but her heart felt like a stone was pressing on it. Su Fan's words a good show in a few days echoed repeatedly in her mind. She had a premonition that the upcoming visit might not be as smooth as Wang Han and Kai Yuan thought. How would this good show play out? In the dead of night, Su Fan had just hung up Lin Xiaomei's first call, and before he could switch back to the game, his phone buzzed again. Looking at it, great, it's still Lin Xiaomei. This girl, is she ever done? He slid to answer, hello? What is it now, classmate Xiaomei? Is there anything else you forgot to say? On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaomei's voice was noticeably more urgent and a bit cautious. Su Fan. I still feel like I need to clarify things with you. Go ahead. Su Fan leaned against the esports chair, shifting to a comfortable position.
It's just. Wang Han, he's actually just passing along the message, you know?
Lin Jiamei paused, seeming to organize her words. He's been targeting you so much, saying things in the group about taking everyone to see houses to throw confrontations. Actually, it's mainly Kai Yuan's idea.
Oh? Su Fan raised his eyebrows, not surprised by that.
Kai Yuan, her whole mind is on her boyfriend now, the one named Zheng Yu. Lin Jiamei spoke faster. I've heard Kai Yuan mention a few things. It seems Zheng Yu has a good background, at least much stronger than Wang Han. Kai Yuan listens to everything he says, and she said Zheng Yu seems to have some objections to you, feels that you being close to her at school before embarrassed her.
Ha? Su Fan almost thought he heard wrong. Zheng Yu? He has objections to me? What on earth is going on?
I don't know the specifics, but that's what Kai Yuan said. Lin Jiamei's voice softened. She let Wang Han take the lead. She probably wants to show off in front of Zheng Yu, or maybe it was Zheng Yu who instructed her to do this?
I'm not sure.
So, Lin Jiamei took a deep breath. What I mean is, you should keep a low profile tomorrow.
That Zheng Yu sounds like he's not easy to deal with. You think it over, don't clash head on, it's not worth it. Su Fan understood. So the root of the problem might lie with Zheng Yu? Because he was once Kai Yuan's boyfriend, this official boyfriend is not happy.
And Kai Yuan, to please her boyfriend.
Are you plotting to stir up trouble with Wang Han? What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Are young people today really so strange in their thinking?
He chuckled softly, his tone playful.
Alright, I got it.
Thanks, Jiamei, for making a special phone call to remind me.
You're welcome.
Lin Jiamei seemed not to expect his calm reaction.
But Su Fan's tone shifted. No matter whose idea it is, tomorrow will still go as it should, so just look forward to it. Lin Jiamei fell silent, probably confused by Su Fan's unpredictable attitude. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm getting ready for bed. Su Fan yawned.
Oh, okay, then you, be safe. Lin Jiamei finally cautioned him. After hanging up, Su Fan tossed his phone aside and rubbed his temples.
Zheng Yu? Interesting.
He got up, stretched, and shuffled out of his room in slippers. The living room lights were still on, and his dad, Su Hai, was lounging on the sofa watching TV, while his mom, Su Xiuqiao, sat nearby trimming her nails with a small pair of scissors.
Dad, Mom, you're still awake? Su Fan walked over.
I'll go to sleep after this program. Su Hai pointed to the TV. What about you?
Not playing games anymore? Not anymore, getting ready for bed. Su Fan replied, noticing a basin by his mom's feet. Mom, can I wash your feet?
Su Xiuqiao looked up at him and waved her hand.
No need.
I can do it myself, you hurry and sleep.
Oh come on, it's fine, I'll do it, you rest.
Su Fan insisted, moving a small stool over to sit down and gently placing his mom's feet in the warm water basin. Su Xiuqiao couldn't argue with him and let him do it, mumbling. This child, come back just to do this. While gently washing, Su Fan looked closely at her feet and frowned slightly. Mom, your heels are way too dry, they're cracking.
Does it hurt? Oh, that's an old problem.
It happens when the seasons change, nothing to worry about. Su Xiuqiao replied dismissively.
How can it be nothing? That must be quite uncomfortable.
Su Fan said, later I'll take you to that foot bath place at the community entrance to get some care, let them take good care of you.
Why go there? Just wasting money.
Su Xiuqiao immediately opposed, it costs dozens to hundreds for one visit.
Wouldn't it be better to buy some ribs to stew soup? Oh, come on, Mom.
Su Fan chuckled helplessly, things are different now, the son has some money.
What's this little bit of money?
From now on, you want to go, just go.
Don't hold back, you should enjoy yourself. Su Hai also put down the remote, cheerfully chiming in. Exactly, listen to your son. He's doing well now, it's time to show some filial piety.
Su Xiuqiao rolled her eyes at her husband, then looked at her son.
Although her face still wore a hint of money-saving expression, the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Got it, just you two know how to talk. Chapter 59, The Amazing Socks, Incredible Effects.
After washing and drying his mom's feet, Su Fan suddenly remembered something and pulled out several beautifully packaged boxes from his backpack.
By the way, Dad, Mom, I brought you some good stuff. Su Hai and Su Xiuqiao leaned in with curiosity.
Inside the boxes were socks, looking like just ordinary plain socks, but the fabric seemed kind of special.
Socks? What's so special about this?
Su Hai picked up a pair and looked at them.
Dad, these are not ordinary socks.
Su Fan said mysteriously, these can provide therapy, can maintain health, and can even treat illnesses. They're great for your joints and blood circulation.
What nonsense! Su Xiuqiao looked skeptical, socks can treat illnesses?
Where did you hear this?
Su-hai also set down the socks, looking at his son with suspicion. Fan Z, have you been fooled? Those health product sellers out there just lie to people. Oh, it's really not. Su-fan hurriedly explained, he had already thought of a story to tell. This is cutting-edge technology. It was developed by a top scientist's lab in our country, and used a particularly rare material. It is said that currently in the world there are only, 20 pairs. Yes, just 20 pairs. Super precious. Seeing the increasingly doubtful eyes of his parents, Su-fan secretly laughed in his heart but looked serious on his face. Really? I tell you, this matter, I don't tell just anyone. It's because, not long ago, I helped with a project, and accidentally found a kind of valuable, outer space mineral sample. Yes, from outer space. Then I reported it, and the country rewarded me with a special approval to give me 10 pairs of these socks. Outer space mineral? Su Xiaoqiao's eyes widened. You discovered minerals? Hee hee, just lucky, just lucky. Su-fan spoke vaguely, so, these socks are very precious. You must wear them well, don't lose them. Su-hai and Su Xiaoqiao exchanged glances, obviously still half believing. What their son said sounded more bizarre than a sci-fi movie on TV. What outer space minerals, what 20 pairs worldwide? Alright, even if what you say is true, Su Xiaoqiao handed 2 pairs to Su-hai, then you keep them for yourself, why give them to us? I still have more. Su-fan took out 2 more pairs from his bag, 2 pairs each, switch them out. I'm good. You two old folks' health is the most important. You child. Su Xiaoqiao looked at the socks in her hand. Although she didn't fully believe her son's words, she still felt warm inside. Hurry and try them on. Su-fan urged, you'll know the effect once you wear them. Su-hai mumbled, always talking about these mysterious things, but still took off his old socks and put on the new ones Su-fan gave him. Su Xiaoqiao also put them on as instructed. How does it feel? Su-fan asked expectantly. Pretty comfortable, soft. Su-hai moved his toes. It's quite warm. Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Other than that, no special feelings yet. The effect comes slowly. Su-fan smiled, keep wearing them. It will definitely help. Seeing his parents both wearing them, Su-fan felt very satisfied. He also secretly kept a pair for himself, ready to try them out tonight. He was really curious about how magical these medical socks produced by the system could be. Alright, Mom and Dad, you should go to sleep early, I'm going back to my room. Su-fan picked up his pair of socks and snuck back to his room. Once he closed the door, he couldn't wait to take off his slippers and put on these seemingly ordinary socks that he had exaggerated so much. The foot feel is indeed good, soft, breathable, and there's a indescribable warmth, as if a gentle flow of warmth is wrapping around the soles of his feet. Not bad. Su-fan lay on the bed, crossed his legs, and admired his feet wearing this cutting-edge technology. He looked forward to whether there would be some transformation when he woke up tomorrow morning. As he thought about it, accompanied by the warm feeling under his feet, Su-fan gradually entered dreamland. Fan. Time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. His mom Su Xiaoqiao's loud voice penetrated the bedroom door, directly bombing Su-fan's eardrums. Su-fan jolted awake, springing up from the bed, the sleepiness instantly fading away. He rubbed his eyes and grabbed his phone at the head of the bed. Oh no. It's 7 o'clock. Oh no. Su-fan cried out, frantically tossing aside the quilt. Last night, he had been too focused on feeling the warmth of the socks, plus thinking about how to amaze Kai Yuan and the others today, and as a result, he accidentally overslept. Looking down at the socks on his feet, aside from feeling a bit refreshing on the soles, it seems there isn't any transformation after all. Looks like this effect really takes slowly. Mom! I'm up! Su-fan shouted, quickly getting dressed. When he dashed out of his room, breakfast was already set on the table, millet porridge, buns, and 2 boiled eggs. Hurry and eat something. Su Xiaoqiao held the porridge bowl, noticing his frantic appearance, couldn't help but nag, you child, how old are you already, still so careless? What were you doing last night? I didn't do anything, just slept pretty deeply. Su-fan mumbled, grabbing 2 eggs from the table. Mom, there's no time to eat, I have to hurry to Lu Bai's place, he's getting married today. Hey, you this Suzuki wanted to say something more, but Su-fan rushed to the door to change her shoes like a gust of wind. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. Before the words fell, she had already disappeared outside the door. Su-hai held the porridge bowl, looking toward the door, and sighed lightly. This child still hasn't grown up, not steady at all. Alright, young people are like this. Suzuki was more understanding, smiling, having energy is a good thing. Hurry and eat, I will tidy up after you're done. Su-hai shook his head, didn't say more, and lowered his head to drink porridge. After breakfast, Su-hai sat in the living room watching the morning news while Suzuki went back to the bedroom to change clothes, planning to go buy some groceries. Not long after entering the bedroom, a sudden short gasp was heard from inside. Oh no! What happened? Suhai felt a tightness in his heart, thinking his wife might have had an accident. He quickly put down the remote and rushed into the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Suzukyo sitting on the edge of the bed, looking astonished as she held her right foot, looking left and right. What are you doing? Making such a fuss, you scared me. Suhai breathed a sigh of relief, speaking without good humor. No, old Su, you have to come look. Suzukyo lifted her head, her eyes wide open, pointing at her foot, her tone filled with disbelief. My foot, it seems to not hurt much anymore. Suhai was stunned. Not hurting? Didn't you say yesterday that walking was uncomfortable? Suzukyo had slight plantar fasciitis from years of hard work. Plus, she was older, with dry skin, and her heels easily cracked, especially in winter, causing both pain and itchiness. Yes. Look. Suzukyo stretched her foot towards Suhai. Last night before bed, the cracks on my heel still hurt like crazy, and the dead skin was thick. Now, these cracks seem to have healed quite a bit. And this skin, you touch it, isn't it much smoother? Suhai moved closer with suspicion, and when he looked closely, he couldn't help but be stunned. Suzukyo's heel, which was originally dry and rough, even had some yellowish thick skin. At this moment, it indeed looked much more moisturized. Those obvious cracks had really closed, and the color had lightened. The overall shine of the skin had improved, it no longer looked as dry as before. Hey! It really is! Suhai exclaimed in amazement. What happened? What medicine did you put on? I didn't put on any medicine. Suzukyo suddenly remembered something, her eyes shining brighter. It's the socks. It must be the socks Fan gave yesterday. As she said this, she quickly lifted her other foot, comparing both feet. Sure enough, both feet were the same, feeling much more comfortable, with visible improvement in skin condition. Socks? Suhai also reacted, his mind flashing back to his son's ridiculous statements about extraterrestrial minerals and 20 pairs worldwide. Could it be that what that kid said is true? The couple looked at each other, both seeing shock and a hint of incredulous absurdity in each other's eyes. If these socks really have such magical effects, how precious must they be? What extraterrestrial minerals sound ridiculous, but this effect is real. The more Suhai thought about it, the more he felt there was something strange about this matter, even feeling a bit scared. If it really is some national secret, cutting-edge technology, would regular folks like them wearing it get them into trouble? Oh my god. Suhai slapped his thigh and didn't care about feeling uncomfortable anymore. He hurriedly bent down, carefully took off the new socks from his feet like he was handling a treasure, folded them neatly, and placed them on the bedside table. What are you doing? Suzukyo asked in confusion. These things are too strange. Suhai lowered his voice, looking serious. What if it's really as mystical as Fan said? We can't just wear anything. This kid, he has too much nerve. No, I need to ask him quickly. Saying this, Suhai took out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly, found Sufan's WeChat, and rapidly typed and sent a message. Son. What's going on with those socks of yours? Your mom's cracked feet have healed. Be honest. Is it safe to wear this thing? At this moment, Sufan was completely unaware of this. He just arrived by taxi at his destination, which was also a villa area, the newlywed house of his childhood friend Lu Bai. Looking at the impressive entrance of the community and the standalone villas faintly visible inside, Sufan felt a little emotional. This was a modern-style villa that looked expensive, with several luxury cars parked at the entrance. As soon as Sufan pressed the doorbell, the door opened, and Lu Bai's familiar chubby face appeared, his face beaming with a smile. Fan Gu. You finally made it. I was waiting for you. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Sufan smiled as he walked in, casually handing over a small gift. Just bought a little something. Congratulations on your marriage. Hey, just come, no need to bring anything. Lu Bai took the gift and warmly put his arm around Sufan's shoulder, leading him inside. Come in, Wang Han and the others are already here. In the living room, there were indeed many people already gathered, men and women, looking quite young, dressed in a way that exuded a vibe of not lacking money. Wang Han and Kai Yuan were among them, talking and laughing with a few people. Lin Jiamei sat quietly next to Kai Yuan, holding a glass of juice. Sufan's entrance naturally caught the attention of everyone in the living room. Wang Han looked at him, a hint of subtle surprise and disdain flickering in his eyes. Kai Yuan merely glanced at him without much interest, shifting her gaze away as if he were just an unimportant stranger. Sufan didn't mind. He and Lu Bai found a sofa in the corner to sit down. Just then, Kai Yuan's phone rang. She answered the call, spoke a few words, and her face instantly lit up with excitement, her voice rising several notches. What? It's already at the entrance of the community? Awesome. Brothers and sisters. Let me tell you some great news. My boyfriend's Bugatti Chiron worth 200 million has arrived at the entrance. let's go, everyone come down and take a look. Wow. Bugatti Chiron? Are you serious? A 200 million car? My god. Hangu is amazing. He could borrow such a thing. The living room instantly erupted, everyone was excited, getting up and preparing to go downstairs to join the fun.
After all, cars of this level are usually only seen online or at car shows, there aren't many opportunities for close encounters. Kaiyuan was surrounded by a crowd, her face full of pride, she led the way towards the entrance. Wang Han and Lin Xiaomei followed the crowd outside.
Su Fan and Lu Bai exchanged a glance, not as excited. Fan Gu, are we going? Lu Bai asked.
Let's go, Su Fan shrugged, getting to his feet. He was generally indifferent about his own car, but since everyone was going, he didn't want to seem too out of place. The two of them strolled slowly behind the crowd. As they passed by Lin Xiaomei, she seemed to sense something and instinctively glanced back at Su Fan. Today, Su Fan was dressed in casual clothes, looking ordinary, but his calm and composed demeanor was at odds with the surrounding crowd, who were eager to see the luxury car and seemed a bit restless. Especially when Wang Han announced the news, everyone was excited. Only he, with barely any expression on his face, seemed to regard the 200 million sports car as just whatever.
How could Su Fan be so calm?
A flicker of doubt flashed through Lin Xiaomei's mind, then she turned back and walked out of the villa with Wang Han.
A large group followed Wang Han outside the villa. The scene looked like they were going to see some rare treasure. Su Fan and Lu Bai leisurely trailed at the end of the line.
Looking at the excited men and women in front of him, Su Fan couldn't help but smile a little. A group of people quickly walked out of the villa area gate.
Sure enough, a huge box truck was parked by the roadside, with the logo of a professional car transport company printed on its side.
Several big brothers in work clothes were busy at the back of the truck, seemingly preparing to unload. In the security booth at the community entrance, a security guard stuck his head out, looking seriously at this side.
What's going on? Why is it parked here? Wang Han rushed over first, asking with a loud voice.
A big brother who seemed to be in charge of unloading wiped his sweat and helplessly pointed to the height limit pole and the entrance restrictions.
Boss, this truck is too high and long, it can't enter your community.
I just tried, and the security guard won't let it in, saying he's afraid it will scrape the facilities inside.
Hey! Can't a truck come into our level of community?
Wang Han suddenly felt a bit upset, thinking he lost face in front of his friends, and rolled up his sleeves to go argue with the security guard. Forget it, Hangu, Lu Bai quickly pulled him back.
On such a joyous day, what would it be to argue with the security guard?
He turned to the unloading big brother and said, Master, it's fine, just unload here, sorry for the trouble.
All right.
The unloading big brother nodded, then turned and shouted at the crowd of onlookers, everyone, back up.
Be careful. This truck is very expensive, let's keep our distance, don't bump into it.
Once those words came out, the crowd that wanted to move closer immediately retreated a few steps.
No joke, a 200 million car, if you accidentally scrape off a piece of paint, wouldn't you have to sell your house to pay?
When the unloading big brother saw that the people had given a safe distance, he began to direct his subordinates to operate the hydraulic platform. With a series of creaking sounds, the huge tailgate of the box truck slowly opened, revealing a corner of the beast securely fastened inside.
Although it was still covered, the smooth lines and exaggerated contours were enough to make people's hearts race. Wow, wow, wow. It's coming out. It's coming out. Quick, get your phone ready. Get a good position, we'll post on social media later.
The crowd began to stir again, each stretching their necks and holding up their phones, ready to capture this thrilling moment. Chapter 61 Kaiyuan showing off, got slapped in the face.
Hey, Wang Han, how did you get this car? It's amazing.
A boy leaned next to Wang Han, his face full of envy as he asked.
Yeah, this car can't be borrowed easily, right? How much does it cost to rent for a day? Another girl asked curiously.
Wang Han was about to speak when Kaiyuan beside him quickly cut in, speaking with a hint of modesty and pride. This car, it belongs to my boyfriend's little brother. I took it out for a spin yesterday, and I felt it was just okay, it's fast in acceleration but the visibility isn't great. As soon as she said this, a chorus of gasps and envious sounds arose around her.
Wow! Yuan, you've driven it? Is that true? Bugatti Chiron. Your boyfriend is too impressive, his little brother drives a car like this? Sister Yuan, what does your boyfriend do? So awesome.
Kaiyuan was surrounded by everyone, wearing a perfectly poised smile, slightly lifting her chin. It's nothing much, he just does a little business. The car owner was just being nice because of me, agreeing to let Lu Bai use it for a day, otherwise, he typically doesn't lend it out. She said nothing much, but the bragging tone in her voice was incredibly obvious. This wave of Versailles was executed quite well. Wang Han listened nearby. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable inside, he still wore a smile and echoed.
It's still yuan with the connections. Normal people can't rent this car. Su Fan listened from the back of the crowd, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Wow, this boast was so exaggerated he almost believed it himself. However, he had no intention of exposing it. Today was Lu Bai's big day, there was no need to argue over such things. Let Kai Yuan satisfy her vanity a little, no harm done. Lu Bai also knew the ins and outs, laughing sarcastically but saying nothing. After all, the real show was still to come. While everyone was discussing among themselves, the unloading drivers had carefully unfastened the straps and were slowly pulling the covered beast out of the delivery truck. The moment the cover was lifted, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Wow! My God! So cool! That color! That shape! Amazing! The classic blue-black color combination, the aggressive lines of the car body, the exaggerated aerodynamic kits, every detail proclaimed its identity as a top-tier supercar. Sunlight spilled over the body of the car, reflecting a charming sheen, as if it were a finely crafted piece of art. Click! Click! Flashbulbs hardly stopped, everyone was crazily taking pictures and recording videos. Some even started live streaming, excitedly introducing to their phone screens. Family! Look at what I saw today. Bugatti Chiron. A 200 million yuan mobile palace. Brothers, let's get those likes going. Wang Han was even more excited, taking advantage of his close relationship with Lu Bai, rushing forward to open the car door first. Let me feel it. Snap a photo. Hey, hey, hey. Brother Han, Brother Han. Lu Bai reacted quickly, stopping him with an apologetic smile. Brother, wait, this car is precious, let's just take photos outside, okay? Wang Han was stopped and felt a bit embarrassed, but looking at so many watching eyes around, he could only reluctantly take a step back. Alright, if I can't sit inside, snapping a photo is fine, right? Saying this, he struck what he thought was a cool pose, leaning against the front of the car, letting others take his pictures. Others followed suit, surrounding the Bugatti Chiron and posing for various photos. Kai Yuan and Lin Jiamei were also pulled in for a few shots. Kai Yuan stood next to the car, wearing a confident smile, as if this car belonged to her family. Lin Jiamei appeared a bit shy, just smiling politely, but her eyes unconsciously darted toward Su Fan, who stood calmly on the outskirts of the crowd. This guy, is he really uninterested in this car, or is he just playing it cool? Lin Jiamei increasingly felt that Su Fan was a bit mysterious. Su Fan indeed didn't move closer, he stood on the outskirts, watching Lu Bai carefully directing two groomsmen-like figures, who held red fabric flowers and ribbons, preparing to decorate the pricey sports car. Fango, Lu Bai approached with the largest fabric flower, a bit uncertain. This, putting on flowers is okay, right? I'm afraid it might scratch the paint. Su Fan looked at the suction cups and soft rubber used for securing the flower, nodded. It's fine, just be careful, this kind of suction cup won't scratch the paint. Just be gentle, don't apply too much force. Got it. Confirmed by Su Fan, Lu Bai felt relieved, carefully fixing the flower at the front of the car. Others also jumped in to help. Soon, this supercar, full of a sense of technology and power, was adorned with festive red. To be honest, it looked quite adorable with the contrast. With the wedding car ready, Lu Bai checked the time and quickly called out. Alright, it's about time. I need to go change my clothes and get ready to pick up my bride. With that, he dashed back to the villa like a whirlwind. The others put away their phones with lingering excitement, ready to follow along and see the lively wedding procession. Before long, Lu Bai re-emerged in a sharp black suit, wearing a bow tie, his hair neatly combed, looking spirited. He seemed like a completely different person from the chubby man in casual clothes just moments ago. Brothers! Let's go! Lu Bai waved his hand and sat in the already prepared Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which was to be the lead car. The Bugatti Chiron was driven by a professional chauffeur. Slowly starting, the engine let out a deep and charming roar, instantly drawing a wave of envious glances. Then, several wedding cars made up of Benz, BMW, and Audi also started one after another, following the Bugatti, grandly heading towards the bride's home. Su Fan returned to his parking spot and drove out his black Mercedes G-Class. V-Room. When this boxy, imposing SUV appeared in everyone's sight, it caused a small stir. Ha! Isn't that Su Fan? What car is he driving? Looks like a Mercedes G-Class? Wow, the G. That car isn't cheap, is it? Must be around 2 million? Wasn't it said that he wasn't doing so great? How come he's driving a G? Some classmates who followed Wang Han and Kai Yuan and looked down on Su Fan now showed surprise and confusion on their faces. Especially when thinking back to Kai Yuan's hints that Su Fan wasn't doing well, it now seemed, not quite like that, huh? Kai Yuan also saw Su Fan's G-Class, her expression subtly changed, her gaze becoming a bit complicated.
She subconsciously glanced at Wang Han next to her, only to find that Wang Han also looked unwell, clearly surprised that Su Fan was driving such a high-end car. Su Fan, however, didn't pay attention to the gazes around him. He rolled down his window and nodded to Lin Jiamei, who stood by the roadside, as a greeting. Then, stepping on the gas, he merged into the end of the car line. Lin Jiamei watched the black G-Class disappear into the flow of cars, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, showing a curious smile.
Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Chuanfu City,
a black luxury business car steadily parked at the entrance of Zen Meili Group headquarters building. Zhang Yu, dressed in a well-tailored casual suit and wearing sunglasses, quickly walked out the door, escorted by 2 bodyguards, one tall and one short, and sat in the back seat of the car.
"Young Master Zhang, everything is ready, we can depart at any time."
The driver turned around and said respectfully.
Chapter 62, the car rally departs, off to the wedding. "Yeah, go straight to Sunlong City, take the highway."
Zhang Yu took off his sunglasses and rubbed his temples. He hardly slept last night to handle some matters.
Okay.
The business car started smoothly and soon merged into the traffic. Zhang Yu leaned against the large comfortable seat, took out his phone, opened WeChat, found Su Fan's avatar, and sent a message. "Brother Fan, I'm on my way, should arrive in Sanglong around the afternoon." After sending it, he put down the phone, closed his eyes, and began to rest.
This trip to Sunlong City was not just for attending Lu Bai's wedding.
More importantly, it was to deal with Kai Yuan together with Su Fan. Su Fan had just merged his G-Class into the car line and hadn't had the chance to enjoy being surrounded by many luxury cars when his phone dinged. He pulled it out and took a look. Wow, it was a WeChat message from his mom, Su Xiaoqiao.
He opened it.
"Su Xiaoqiao, son, the socks you bought for me and your dad, I'm wearing them, and I feel like the heels aren't so dry anymore. It really seems like what you said is true." Su Fan looked at the message, unable to contain a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His fingers flew over the screen. Of course.
Would I lie to you?
High-tech products specifically nourish the skin, wear them consistently for even better results. A few seconds later, his mom replied again, causing Su Fan to nearly throw his phone out.
"Su Xiaoqiao, okay, I'll keep wearing them with your dad. By the way, son, these socks are quite expensive, right?
If you ever want to sell them later, let us know in advance, we'll wash them, iron them neatly, and fold them up, making sure they look as good as new, won't affect your selling."
PFF. Su Fan couldn't hold back, almost bursting into laughter. "Oh my dear mom. Isn't your thriftiness a bit too advanced? Washing and ironing them as new for resale? What do you think this is? A second-hand platform heirloom?"
He held back his laughter. I returned a laughable expression before quickly changing the subject.
"Mom, did you and Dad go to the bride's house?"
"Su Xiaoqiao. We're already here. Your Uncle Lu's relatives are many, we came to help greet them."
"What about you? Did you keep up with the convoy?" "Su Fan. I'm at the tail end, I'll be there soon."
"Su Xiaoqiao. Okay, be safe, see you later." After wrapping up the business meeting with my mom, I noticed another unread message below, sent by Zhang Yu.
"Bro Fan, I've set off, I should arrive at Sanglong in the afternoon."
I thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, drive safely. The wedding ceremony is expected to end around noon. We will gather at the entrance of Wanshou Villa Community around 1 o'clock, I will send you the location then."
Wanshou Villa Community is the neighborhood where Lu Bai's new house is located, and it's also the villa area Su Fan plans to give his parents for retirement. Although it's in the same place, it's indeed a residential building and an independent villa, with quite different surroundings.
Zhang Yu replied instantly, "Got it, bro Fan."
Done.
I put my phone away and focused my attention back on the convoy. The Bugatti Chiron led the way, its low engine roar faintly heard from several cars away. It was simply walking hormones, continuously attracting the gazes of passers-by. Following behind was a line of Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis, all expensive models. Driving my big G, I followed slowly at the tail of the convoy. Although at the back, the boxy rugged shape stood out particularly among the uniform sedans and sports cars. I mused, Lu Bai really spent big for this wedding. This convoy, not just in Sunlong City, even at the provincial capital, would be quite explosive. Before long, the convoy grandly arrived at the neighborhood where the bride, Li Xiaolin, lived. It looked like an older community but was especially lively today. Balloons and ribbons hung at the entrance, with many neighbors and passers-by crowding by the roadside, snapping pictures of the luxury convoy.
Wow! Whose wedding is this? Such a grand occasion. The leading one is a Bugatti, right?
My goodness, that's worth several million. The ones behind are all luxury cars too, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and even a big G.
When did Sunlong City have such an impressive wedding car team? Whispers filled with admiration echoed, brimming with envy and amazement.
The convoy slowly drove into the neighborhood and came to a stop beneath Li Xiaolan's building. Brothers, prepare to charge. Lu Bai jumped out of the Mercedes S-Class, adjusted his suit and bow tie, waving his hand confidently. I hurriedly parked my car and joined the group of groomsmen. Picking up the bride is never easy, right? The bride's group of friends was already in battle mode, blocking the entrance. Want to take our Xiaolan? Not so easy. Red envelopes. Where are the red envelopes? The leading tall bridesmaid stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a fierce attitude. Lu Bai chuckled, clearly prepared, pulling out a thick stack of red envelopes and handing them to me. Fancy, it's up to you. You're our pathfinder. I took the red envelopes, helplessly laughing, so I'm the one here to sprinkle money, huh? While complaining, I didn't hesitate. I squeezed to the front, plastering a smile on my face. Ladies, please be generous. The groom can't wait, and the red envelopes are plentiful. Saying so, I began stuffing red envelopes into the bridesmaids' hands. Oh, this is too much. This thickness is okay. Next. Next. The bridesmaids symbolically declined a few times, then happily began checking the goods. The first door, red envelopes cleared the way, successfully passed. But this was just the beginning. Entering the hallway, there was a second door, a third door, each door had different challenges. Some asked the groom to sing, some to do push-ups, and some to read guarantees. Lu Bai was sweating profusely, his voice close to hoarse. Su Fan and the other groomsmen were not idle either, passing out red envelopes, cheering, and helping with tasks, all busy and happy. While stuffing red envelopes, Su Fan muttered to himself. Getting married is even more exhausting than running a 5-kilometer obstacle course. Physical strength, financial resources, and intelligence, all are essential. Finally, after a flurry of excitement, laughter, and chaos, the last door was broken through. Dressed in a pure white wedding gown, with exquisite makeup, the bride Li Xiaolan sat gracefully on the bed, her face showing a shy yet happy smile. The room was crowded with people, including bridesmaids and many relatives of the bride's side. Su Fan quickly spotted his father Su Hai and his mother Su Xiaoqiao in the crowd. His mother was chatting with a gentle-looking middle-aged aunt, her face beaming with joy. Dad, Mom. Su Fan squeezed over to greet them. Hey, son, you finally made it in. Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed upon seeing Su Fan, immediately pulling him over to introduce the middle-aged couple nearby. Quick, call them uncle and aunt. This is Xiaolan's parents, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang. Su Fan quickly greeted, Hello, Uncle Li. Hello, Aunt Wang. Oh, good, good. Aunt Wang, Li Xiaolan's mother, smiled kindly as she looked Su Fan up and down. I've heard a lot about you from your mother-in-law, and you're indeed talented. Beside her, Uncle Li, who was Li Xiaolan's father Li Chuan, nodded with a smile. He looked to be in his 50s, of medium build, dressed in a dark jacket, with a kind face, but his eyes carried a sense of calm and experience. Su Hai patted Su Fan on the shoulder, saying to Li Chuan boldly, This is my son, Su Fan. Then he turned to Su Fan, Fan, your Uncle Li and I have been friends for decades. We grew up together in nothing but diapers. Huh? Really? Su Fan was a bit surprised, not expecting such a connection, and quickly called out again, Uncle Li. Li Chuan laughed heartily, patting Su Fan's arm. Good lad, just as energetic as your dad was when he was young. No need to be so polite, we'll all be family from now on. Su Fan noticed that Uncle Li's fingers had large joints and thick calluses, unlike an ordinary office worker. Su Xiaoqiao added from the side. Your Uncle Li is quite an expert. He knows a lot about old items, especially ancient wooden furniture. He has quite a collection of good things at home. Oh? Su Fan's eyes brightened. Although he didn't know much about antiques, he knew that items like calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain were acceptable for exchange in the system he had. If he could consult an expert, that would be wonderful. Uncle Li also likes ancient furniture? Su Fan asked casually. Li Chuan smiled and waved his hand. I wouldn't call myself an expert, just someone who enjoys fiddling with it. I love the craftsmanship passed down from our ancestors. He paused, a mysterious glint passing through his eyes. By the way, once the wedding is over, I have an important matter to discuss, related to some old items. It might open everyone's eyes. But for now, let's focus on the kids' joy. Important matter? Open our eyes? Su Fan felt curious, but seeing Li Chuan's demeanor, it was clear he wasn't ready to elaborate, so he did not press for more questions. The room was noisy, looking for wedding shoes, serving tea to the parents, taking photos, every step was proceeding in an orderly fashion. As a groomsman, Su Fan was fully involved, sometimes helping with items, sometimes maintaining order, and occasionally dealing with the bridesmaids' good-natured jokes. After about an hour of commotion, the auspicious time had come. Lu Bai, surrounded by cheers and applause, carefully lifted the beautiful bride Li Xiaolan from the bed. Oh! The bride is being carried away. Groom, go for it.
Give her a kiss. Give her a kiss.
Cheers and blessings rang out in unison.
Lu Bai held Li Xiaolin, a joyful smile shining on his face, steadily walking outside step by step.
Everyone crowded around the newlyweds as they went downstairs. The sound of firecrackers once again erupted, deafening to the ears.
The bride was carefully helped into the first car, a Bugatti Chiron, and Lu Bai followed in as well.
Then, the groomsmen, bridesmaids, and both sides' relatives all climbed into their respective cars.
Su Fan returned to his big G, starting the engine. V-room.
He followed behind the convoy, slowly driving away from this festive old neighborhood. On the way back, the convoy remained the center of attention. Many passers-by took out their phones to take pictures, and some even drove along behind them. Soon, the news of Sanlung City witnessing a million-level Bugatti wedding car convoy spread on local social media and short video platforms. Various photos and videos were frantically shared and commented on.
Rich beyond measure. Whose young master is getting married? Bugatti leading the way, behind it are all luxury cars. This lineup is unbelievable. I saw it on the road today, the roar was mesmerizing. Confirmed, I can't afford this wedding with my glance.
This is definitely the most extravagant wedding car convoy in the history of Sanlung City.
No second thoughts.
Before Lu Bai's wedding even officially began, this top-tier wedding car convoy had made a splash in Sanlung City, earning praise from enthusiasts as the richest wedding car convoy in Sanlung City, capturing all the attention for the moment. The convoy roared like a dragon, finally arriving at the wedding venue Rotterdam Grand Hotel.
This hotel is well known in Sanlung City, not for being luxurious and modern.
On the contrary, it is famous for its rich classical Chinese style. Flying eaves and bracket sets, carved beams and painted rafters, with two vigorous stone lions at the entrance, all reveal a heavy sense of history. The leading Bugatti Chiron came to a steady stop. The red carpet had long been laid out in front of the hotel, and 2 rows of reception ladies in kipeos greeted them with bright smiles. Lu Bai got out of the car first, carefully inviting Li Xiaolin out from the vehicle.
Wow! This hotel has been around for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it looks quite impressive, but feels a bit, old-fashioned. Among the young people getting out of the cars, someone immediately began to whisper. Especially a few bridesmaids who usually frequented modern shopping malls and hotels. They found it somewhat hard to adapt to this pure classical style all at once. Su Fan parked his big G and walked over, just in time to hear these few remarks. He looked up at the hotel sign. The 3 golden characters Rotterdam were strong and powerful, paired with the antiquated architecture, giving it a unique charm. He personally thought it was quite special, much better than those monotonous glass curtain wall hotels.
Old-fashioned?
I think it's quite good, very cultured. Su Fan casually said. As soon as he finished speaking, a somewhat sharp female voice rang out.
Cultural? Su Fan, when did your taste become so retro? Su Fan turned his head and saw a familiar face, Kai Yuan.
Today she wore a champagne-colored bridesmaid dress. Her makeup was exquisite. Standing among several similarly dressed girls, she appeared particularly deliberate. Next to her stood a young man in a suit, his hair slicked back brightly. Su Fan had some impression of him, seemingly named Wang Han, who always followed Kai Yuan around back in school. My taste has always been very diverse. Su Fan replied lightly. There was really nothing to talk about with his ex-girlfriend, especially on such an occasion.
Wang Han clearly wanted to show off in front of Kai Yuan, and immediately chimed in.
Yuan is right, the hotel's decoration style is indeed too outdated. Look at these wooden pillars and this carving, it feels like a last-century dormitory.
Who does this now? It's both tacky and costly. I don't understand what the hotel owner is thinking.
He had a posture as if he were pointing out the problems of the nation. It seems like they think they are design masters.
Kai Yuan listened and immediately agreed, exactly. I heard this hotel seems to have some official background? TSK, how much taxpayers' money must have been spent on this? Doing such superficial projects is really...
As soon as she said this, several classmates nearby who were clueless also nodded along.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look cheap. It's probably for hosting some leaders, right? Typical formalism.
For a moment, criticisms of the hotel erupted, as if they couldn't show their own high taste and independent thinking without making a snide remark or two. Su Fan frowned, thinking to himself how idle these people were. What style the hotel has nothing to do with you.
Besides, what do you understand?
At that moment, a calm voice filled with obvious displeasure rang out.
Oh? You all seem to have quite the opinion about our Lang City's Luodman Hotel, huh?
Everyone turned to see the bride's father, Li Chuan, standing not far away with a somewhat dark expression. He had been busy greeting relatives, and just came over to hear this piercing discussion. Kai Yuan and Wang Han saw it was the bride's father, and they suddenly felt a bit awkward, closing their mouths sheepishly.
Chapter 64, Li Chuan speaks, a big relief.
Li Chuan's gaze swept over them, finally resting on the most animated speakers, Kaiyuan and Wang Han, as he slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable presence.
This young lady and this gentleman, you may not know much about Luodman.
He paused, his tone intensifying slightly. This hotel is a calling card for our Lang city. Its overall design, including those wooden pillars and carvings you just looked down on, has won national-level architectural design awards multiple times. It represents not just the architecture itself, but also the long history and deep cultural heritage passed down in our Huaxia for thousands of years. Li Chuan's voice rang out powerfully, and the surroundings instantly quieted, all eyes focused on him.
You think it's outdated? Think it's rustic?
Let me tell you, how many foreign friends, how many international scholars studying Huaxia culture come here, seeing these exquisite wooden carvings, seeing the classical furniture with mortise and tenon joints, all praising and marveling at the wisdom and craftsmanship of our ancestors. He pointed to the heavy, antique-looking mahogany furniture in the lobby and continued. These are not superficial projects or formalism. This is our nation's pride. It is cultural confidence engraved in our bones. You young people can pursue fashion and enjoy modern things, that's fine. But you absolutely cannot forget your roots and casually belittle the treasures of our nation due to your ignorance. His words were powerful and resonated loudly. Guests around, both elders and younger people, felt deeply moved, with many showing thoughtful expressions. Those who had previously joined in the mockery now lowered their heads in shame. Well said, Li brother. As soon as the voice fell, a hearty laugh came from the crowd. A man dressed in tang suit, looking to be in his 50s and spirited, quickly approached and warmly embraced Li Chuan. Boss Qin. Li Chuan responded with a smile. This man in the tang suit was none other than Qin Fong, the owner of the Luodman Hotel. Qin Fong patted Li Chuan's shoulder and cheerfully addressed the crowd. What Li brother just said was wonderful. It spoke directly to my heart. No wonder he is our Lang city's official ambassador of ancient culture, an expert in classical wooden utensils. His words were half joking, yet they highlighted Li Chuan's status and vision in the industry. Only then did everyone realize, no wonder Li Chuan understood and maintained these old objects so well, he was indeed a master in this field. Qin Fong enthusiastically greeted, okay, everyone stop standing outside, come in quickly. Today is a joyous day for young Master Lu and Miss Li, we must celebrate well. The hotel staff hurriedly guided the guests inside. Kaiyuan, Wang Han, and a few classmates who had echoed before now had red and pale faces, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just a moment ago, they thought they were so insightful, but now they seemed like mere clowns, utterly embarrassed. Su Fan followed behind the crowd, and as he passed by Kaiyuan, he paused for a moment and said softly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, remember this for the future, don't always use foolishness and ignorance as a badge of uniqueness. After saying that, he didn't look at Kaiyuan's instantly unpleasant face and walked straight into the luxurious yet classical hotel lobby. TSK, some people really lack education. Su Fan's light comment pierced Kaiyuan's heart like a sharp needle. Remember this for the future, don't always use foolishness and ignorance as a badge of uniqueness. After he said it, he just walked away, not looking back, as if nothing had happened at all. Left behind, Kaiyuan's complexion shifted from red to pale and then turned a shade of iron blue. Su Fan. Stop right there, she gritted her teeth and almost shouted, turning to chase after him for a confrontation. What the hell does that jerk mean? Is he insulting her for being stupid? Calling her ignorant? Who does he think he is? He's nothing but a stray dog kicked out by the Design Institute, what right does he have to lecture her? However, Su Fan completely ignored her. He kept walking, already moving through the heavy carved wooden door of the hotel lobby, his figure quickly disappearing behind the revolving door. That feeling was like casually swatting a buzzing fly, swatted and forgotten, not taken to heart at all. This complete disregard drove Kaiyuan even more insane than a direct argument. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, her chest heaving violently, her nails digging deep into her palms. Yuan, just let it go, Lin Xiaomei tugged at her arm and whispered, there are so many people watching, don't stoop to his level. Lin Xiaomei actually felt quite complicated inside. What Li Chuan said just now, along with the hotel's interior scenery, truly shocked her. Once she entered, she realized this was far from old-fashioned. It was clearly understated luxury, exuding sophistication and depth everywhere. The massive redwood pillars, intricately carved with vivid patterns, the painted dome ceiling, with lights casting colorful reflections, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The air even carried a faint, pleasant scent of wood. Compared to those uniform modern hotels outside, this place felt like a miniature palace, full of historical weight and artistic flair. Then she recalled how she had just followed Kaiyuan and the others to make a fuss about the decor being tacky. Lin Xiaomei felt a bit flushed. It seemed she indeed was a bit lacking in experience. Although Su Fan's words were harsh, when she thought about it carefully, it seemed he wasn't wrong. She stealthily glanced at Kai Yuan, who was still infuriated and clearly hadn't taken in Li Chuan's words or Su Fan's mockery, instead looking like a lit powder keg. Sigh, Yuan's temper, sometimes she's just too strong-willed.
Let it go? How could I let it go?
Kai Yuan shook off Lin Jiamei's hand, her voice sharp. What does Su Fan count as?
How dare he talk to me like that? And that old man, taking advantage of his age, isn't he just a woodworker? What's so great about him?
They'll see later. Today, she had lost face completely. First, she was publicly scolded by that so-called expertly, made to feel like an ignorant little girl. Again, she was mocked face-to-face by Su Fan, this ex-boyfriend. This was something she couldn't swallow no matter what. She had to reclaim her honor. And it had to be fierce. Yuan, don't be angry, don't be angry. Wang Han hurriedly came over, obsequiously comforting her. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. Besides, we have plenty of chances to reclaim our face.
Kai Yuan blared at him. How to reclaim?
In front of so many people, I was humiliated like that. Hee, the mountains have their own clever plans.
Wang Han lowered his voice, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Yuan, have you forgotten?
We still have to take everyone to visit that house this afternoon, right?
Kai Yuan was taken aback. You mean, that luxurious villa decorated for 100 million?
Exactly.
Wang Han's eyes lit up. Just think about it. How luxurious is that house? How much design sense does it have? When we eat later or visit in the afternoon, we can properly introduce that house.
Highlight that the design concept is largely based on your suggestions. We can even say that the design plan was mainly modified by you.
Kai Yuan's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 65, A Tug of War at the Wedding Site?
Wang Han continued to embellish. Just think about it, that house. Old Master Li loves classical culture so much, he must have visited it too, and maybe he's quite proud. By then, we'll attribute all the credit to you, saying you're so young, yet have such unique insights into modern architectural design and great taste, much better than those who only understand antiques.
Then definitely everyone will look at you in a new light.
That Li Chuan, do you think he can hold his face?
Didn't he just lecture us on not knowing appreciation? Let's show him who really understands design.
Who knows, he might feel guilty and end up apologizing to you.
Yes.
Kai Yuan suddenly realized, her anger gradually replaced by excitement. You're right. Let's do it. I want everyone to know that I, Kai Yuan, have taste. I just can't appreciate those old, outdated things.
Modern and fashionable, that's what I'm an expert in.
The more she thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. Not only could she salvage her face, but she could also secretly slap Li Chuan in the face. It was truly killing two birds with one stone.
Then, let's see who would still dare to look down on her. But what about Su Fan?
Kai Yuan thought of Su Fan's calm face, gritting her teeth in hatred. That bastard can't just get away with this.
Dealing with him is simple, isn't it?
Wang Han sneered. Yuan, have you forgotten?
We're in Chuanfu City.
Whose territory is this? With Zhang Xiao here, why should we be afraid of an outsider? He's rejoicing now, but after the wedding, there will be plenty of ways to make him cry.
You're right. Kai Yuan nodded, feeling a little better inside.
Right, no need to rush, a gentleman's revenge is never late, especially when it doesn't take 10 years. She would keep the score on Su Fan first and calculate it slowly when she had the time. After calming down a bit, she noticed Lin Jiamei had been unusually quiet, appearing very still.
Jiamei, what do you think?
Wang Han's idea is pretty good, right?
Kai Yuan asked.
Lin Jiamei was caught off guard by being called out, paused for a moment, and then awkwardly smiled.
Oh, that's nice, very nice.
Deep down, she didn't quite agree.
Claiming someone else's design achievements as your own, isn't that lying? And doing this at someone's wedding, is it really okay?
What if it gets exposed?
Wouldn't that be more embarrassing?
But seeing Kai Yuan and Wang Han so excited, she felt it wasn't appropriate to directly pour cold water. She could only evasively respond.
I have a bit of a stomachache, I'll go to the restroom first.
Lin Jiamei found an excuse to temporarily leave this uncomfortable little group. Watching Lin Jiamei hurriedly leave, Kai Yuan didn't think much of it and quickly shifted her attention back to the plan about how to amaze the entire audience.
At this moment,
having entered the hall, some students, guided by the staff, began to greet each other as they found their seats.
Hey, shouldn't we go give our red envelopes? A male student shouted.
Right, let's hand over the cash gift first.
Let's go, where's the payment table?
Everyone stood up, ready to head to the designated sign-in table set up by the hotel to give their red envelopes. Where's Su Fan? Someone suddenly realized one person was missing.
Earlier, he was seen entering with the crowd. How could he just vanish in the blink of an eye? He's probably in the restroom? Let's not wait for him, let's go ahead.
Kaiyuan and Wang Han exchanged glances and coldly huffed inwardly. It'd be best if he drowned in there and stopped being a nuisance. Just as everyone was about to move, Su Fan strolled over from the payment table near the entrance, looking leisurely. He was still holding his phone, as if he had just finished doing something. He walked straight to the tables reserved for the classmates, plopped down, and then slowly spoke up. "Alright, no need to search everywhere, I've already scouted the way for you." He pointed towards the payment table. "Over there, cashier scanning is fine, Alipay or WeChat works too, quite convenient. Just write your names clearly, you can go over." After saying this, he picked up the menu on the table and began to peruse it, as if he had just done something trivial. The classmates. When did this guy go over? His actions were too quick. Moreover, his tone and posture. Why does it seem like he's one of the organizers of this wedding, arranging the process for everyone? Several classmates exchanged glances and silently stood up, heading in the direction Su Fan pointed out. "Fine then, since the path has been scouted, let's go pay up." Kaiyuan watched Su Fan's calm demeanor, and the anger she had just suppressed surged back up. This guy always manages to steal the spotlight so effortlessly. It was infuriating. "Alright, since the path has been scouted, let's not dawdle any longer." Several classmates exchanged looks and quietly got up, walking towards the payment table covered with red cloth and a sign-in book, just as Su Fan indicated. Giving a cash gift was a basic obligation, it had to be done regardless of when. Kaiyuan looked at the backs of those classmates leaving, then at Su Fan, who sat there like a mountain, already going through the menu to see which dish was tough. Her anger, which had just been forcefully pushed down, shot up once more to a staggering height. What's with this guy? How can he always take attention in such seemingly trivial situations, with a light and easy manner? They were clearly the ones ready to go give their gifts, but he had managed to get ahead, making it seem as if he were the one organizing the whole event. So infuriating. Really too infuriating. Just as Kaiyuan secretly gritted her teeth in frustration, Wang Han next to her found Su Fan equally displeasing. He had already been bothered by Su Fan's earlier remarks, and now seeing Su Fan's arrogant demeanor, looking like he was the only one sober among a crowd of drunken people, only made his anger rise higher. "Oh, Su Fan," Wang Han spoke in a sarcastic tone, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. "What's the matter? Did you sneak off alone just now to check if you had enough cash? Don't be shy, since we're classmates, if it comes to the worst, I can lend you some." The moment these words came out, the atmosphere instantly quieted down a bit. Several classmates who hadn't walked far paused and turned to look this way. Wang Han wore a triumphant smile, feeling as if he had finally caught Su Fan off guard. Humph, acting like a big shot? He must have been scared by earlier chaos, afraid of appearing embarrassed if he gave too little, so he sneaked over to check first. Su Fan lifted his eyelids, glanced at Wang Han, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Not yet had the chance to speak. Slap. A crisp and loud slap exploded in the noisy hall without warning. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Han covered his suddenly red and swollen left cheek, looking incredulously at the person in front of him. The one who hit him was actually Lin Jiamei. The Lin Jiamei who had just made an excuse about a stomachache to sneak away had mysteriously returned. Her pretty face was frosty, her almond eyes round and wide, her chest slightly rising with anger. "Wang Han! Watch your mouth." Lin Jiamei's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable anger. "What right do you have to talk about Su Fan? What do you even know about yourself?" Wang Han was stunned from the slap, as well as furious. "Lin Jiamei. Are you crazy? You hit me? For this waste of space? Waste of space?" Lin Jiamei sneered, "I think you are the real waste. Besides relying on your family's money and looking down on others, what else can you do? No matter how bad Su Fan is, he is 100 times better than you." This sudden change left everyone speechless. Kaiyuan was also stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But seeing Lin Jiamei, who was furious and seemingly ready to eat someone, and Wang Han, who was covering his face, shocked and angry, she finally just frowned tightly, glancing at Su Fan with a complicated look, without speaking. She felt quite uncomfortable inside. On one hand, she thought Wang Han's words were indeed excessive and somewhat embarrassing. On the other hand, wasn't Lin Jiamei's reaction too extreme? She slapped Wang Han in public just for Su Fan? When did their relationship get to this point? Could it be? As for Su Fan, he remained calm, even interestingly watching this farce unfold, as if he were an outsider. This drama was quite enjoyable. The surrounding classmates didn't dare to breathe, all pretending to look at the ceiling, the carpet, or the menu, just avoiding looking at the three in the eye of the storm. What was going on? At a classmate's wedding, it started with a few people secretly competing, and now it's a scene of a girlfriend slapping her friend's ex-boyfriend in defense of her current boyfriend? The information was too overwhelming, the CPU felt like it might overheat. Wang Han's face turned green and white as he was scolded by Lin Jiamei, especially to be slapped by a girl in front of so many classmates. It was a great humiliation.
He pointed at Lin Xiaomei, his finger trembling. Who do you think you are? Just wait.
After leaving that harsh remark, he felt a fiery pain on his face, his dignity completely shattered. Staying any longer would only add insult to injury. He glared fiercely at Su Fan and turned to leave.
Wait.
At that moment, a male classmate who had already walked to the front desk suddenly shouted. He happened to see the names and amounts on the sign-up sheet, turning back with a shocked expression aimed at Wang Han, then at Su Fan, his face extremely strange.
Wang Han paused, impatiently turning back. What?
The male classmate swallowed his saliva, pointing toward the front desk and then at Su Fan, stammering.
Wang Han, weren't you just asking Su Fan how much he gave? Wang Han's heart sank, a bad premonition rising, but he still defiantly said. Yes. What about it? Didn't he say he had no money? No money? The male classmate seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, raising his voice by 8 degrees. Who said he has no money?
At this moment, an elderly gentleman with gray hair, responsible for recording the gifts, seemed to have heard the argument and raised his head, adjusting his reading glasses, speaking slowly but clearly toward Wang Han.
That Mr. Su Fan, right?
He just came over to scan and pay, and he donated 20,000.
20,000?
These two words were like thunder on a clear day, instantly shocking the entire place. All eyes whooshed and were drawn to Su Fan.
20,000? What kind of joke is this? Today, the classmates attending the wedding mostly come from families that are not that off.
But the gift money is generally just a base of 2,000, those with particularly close relationships might give 5,000 or 8,000, and amounts over 10,000 are extremely rare.
Su Fan, this guy who most people think has an ordinary family background and a regular job, actually gave 20,000? This is not scientific. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he took out several months' worth of salary? Or could it be that he is actually a hidden rich man?
Wang Han was completely dumbfounded, his expression like he had swallowed 100 flies. From red to white, then from white to purple, it was a dazzling display. He had just ridiculed others for being poor, and now Su Fan casually threw out 20,000? This slap in the face hurt more than Lin Xiaomei's. It pierced his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not a word came out. It felt as if a block of lead was stuck in his throat. The gazes from classmates around him brought surprise, curiosity, mockery, and a sense of schadenfreude, making him feel like he was stripped bare and thrown into the street, utterly humiliated.
Kai Yuan also looked shocked and incredulous. 20,000? Su Fan actually gave 20,000? Having been with him for so long, how did she not know he was so rich? Or has there been some huge change in his life these past 2 years that she didn't know about? She looked at Su Fan's calm face, her heart filled with mixed feelings, an indescribable sense of loss quietly spread. As for our protagonist Su Fan? He seemed entirely unaware of the commotion around him, unaffected by the astonished gazes of everyone. He simply picked up chopsticks, grabbed a peanut from the table, threw it into his mouth, and chewed slowly, nodding. This salted peanut tastes good, just right. Wang Han felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. He couldn't stay any longer. He stomped his foot and sulkily followed a few familiar classmates toward the accounting table. But the way he walked away looked so awkward and unwilling. Lin Xiaomei felt much better seeing Wang Han's humiliation. Who told him to keep hovering around Kai Yuan these days, even questioning her about who her boyfriend was? Why didn't he think about who his girlfriend was? With a cold snort, Lin Xiaomei sat down in an empty seat next to Su Fan. But she didn't speak to Su Fan, she just poured herself a cup of tea and angrily sipped it. A small storm, just like that, temporarily came to a close under the impact of the 20,000 yuan gift. But the classmates' gazes towards Su Fan had completely changed. The wedding ceremony proceeded as planned. The groom Lu Bai and his beautiful bride exchanged rings and shared a passionate kiss on stage, while the applause and blessings from the audience were thunderous. Su Fan looked at his childhood friend's silly grin and sincerely felt happy for him. After the ceremony was over, everyone moved to the banquet hall nearby, where the real feast began. Exquisite dishes and seafood flowed onto the table, and Mao Tai and Wulianye were served freely. Classmates clinked glasses and the atmosphere was lively. The earlier little incident seemed to have faded quite a bit with the fine food and drinks. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, when everyone was eating well and chatting happily, the groom Lu Bai's father-in-law, the imposing Li Chuan, stood up with a rosy face. He raised his glass, signaled for everyone to quiet down, then cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "Dear friends and family, thank you all for coming today to celebrate my daughter's wedding with Lu Bai. Seeing the kids so happy makes this father's heart swell with joy." The audience responded with waves of hearty laughter and applause. Li Chuan smiled and pressed his hand down to calm everyone, continuing, "Now, I hope everyone has enjoyed the food and drinks, but that's not enough. Next, I want to show you something exciting. Expand your horizons." "Oh? There's more entertainment?" The classmates suddenly became interested and pricked up their ears.
Li Chuan spoke with a mysterious smile, mixed with a bit of pride. I have a friend who just secured a super luxury villa. Right in the most famous Wanshou villa community in our city. The decoration, wow, a full set of top-notch classical furniture. They say the renovation and furniture alone cost 100 million.
100 million? What does that even mean?
A gasp of shock rose from the crowd.
100 million for decoration? What kind of heavenly house is this?
Today, I specially got the key to that house.
Li Chuan waved a set of keys in his hand, his smile even brighter. This is a rare opportunity.
After the banquet, for those interested, let's go visit and feel what true luxury is like.
How about it?
Great.
Let's go. We must go. 100 million house? I've never seen one in my life. Uncle Li is awesome.
Everyone's excitement was instantly ignited, eagerly rubbing their hands together, filled with anticipation.
Who wouldn't want to see what 100 million worth mansion looks like? This is even more attractive than attending a wedding itself. Chapter 67, Wang Han's boasting about to crash?
Su Fan's lips curled slightly as he exchanged a glance with Lu Bai beside him, both seeing a shared mischievous glint in each other's eyes.
The banquet finally wrapped up, but everyone's spirits remained high. At Li Chuan's invitation, they prepared to head to the Wanshou Villa community in a grand group.
In the parking lot, various brand cars roared to life. Su Fan's previously unnoticed black Mercedes S-Class now appeared particularly low-key yet luxurious among the ordinary and small luxurious vehicles.
Get in. Su Fan opened the car door, calling to Lu Bai.
Lu Bai, as the groom today, had drunk quite a bit, his face flushed but his spirit exceptionally high. He sat down happily in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and a strong mix of alcohol and excitement rushed out.
Fan, are we in a hurry?
Lu Bai, once seated, lowered his voice, eagerly rubbing his hands.
Su Fan started the car skillfully, driving smoothly out of the parking lot and merging into the traffic, responding with a calm smile, "What's the rush? Let's stick to the plan. How can I not be in a hurry? Come on."
Lu Bai was so excited he nearly jumped up. Wait until they see that house, see who the owner is. What do you think their expressions will be? Especially that Wang Han guy and Kai Yuan, haha. Just thinking about it is thrilling.
Brothers, keep charging.
Lu Bai shouted into the intercom, his voice quaking with excitement.
Su Fan chuckled. This guy is going all out like storming a fortress just to get married.
But he's right, getting married is indeed a sweet battle.
If you win, you embrace your beauty. If you lose, it seems there's no real loss, the red envelopes just get a bit bigger. The convoy smoothly parked under the new house. Here it is, Wanshou Villa Community. Sanlong City's famous high-end residential area. Lu Bai's new house is a big flat here.
Of course, compared to Su Fan's standalone villa, it's still a bit lacking.
But as a wedding house, it's quite impressive.
As Su Fan parked the big G and turned off the engine, preparing to join the fun, he caught sight of a few familiar but somewhat annoying figures from the corner of his eye.
Oh? Aren't those old acquaintances?
By the entrance of the community, not far away, 3 figures stood beside a greenbelt. Wang Han, Kai Yuan, and Kai Yuan's sidekick friend, Lin Xiaomei.
Why are they here? Weren't they just at odds a moment ago? Have they reconciled so quickly?
Just as Su Fan wondered, Wang Han cleared his throat and started his performance to the crowd of classmates and friends who came to watch the fun.
Cough, cough, everyone don't rush to the new house yet, look here, look over here.
He raised his voice to attract attention.
Today is a day of great joy for Lu Bai and Shaolin, let's all celebrate for them. However, just looking at the wedding car isn't exciting enough, right? He deliberately kept them in suspense. Let me tell you, the Wanshou Villa community is among the top high-end neighborhoods in Sanlong City. The houses inside are incredibly expensive. Lin Xiaomei reluctantly cooperated. How expensive is it?
Wang Han puffed out his chest proudly. It's not just expensive. Just talking about the most impressive house in this community, a standalone villa.
Tens of millions.
As soon as he said this, a gasp echoed around.
Tens of millions? Is that true? Wow, a standalone villa, how large must that be? Who is so wealthy? Wang Han enjoyed everyone's amazement, his gaze sweeping over Kai Yuan's face.
Seeing her look of pride made him even happier.
He waved his hand grandly, far away in the sky, but close at hand.
That tens of millions standalone villa is less than 500 meters from here, and it's my cousin Wang Chen's.
What? Your cousin? Wang Han, your cousin is that impressive? The astonishment grew louder. Wang Han lifted his chin even higher, of course. Who is my cousin? A talented young man. An elite in business.
He paused, looking at the eager expressions of the crowd, and dangled the bait.
Oh right, my cousin is here today. I've already spoken to him. Taking advantage of this festive mood, let's go up and take a look, shall we? How about it? Want to go? Of course we do. Who wouldn't want to see a tens of millions villa?
The crowd instantly stirred, everyone itching to rush in right away. Kaiyuan spoke up at the right moment, her voice carrying a hint of modesty and pride.
Yes, Wang Han's cousin is very nice, just usually busy.
Lin Xiaomei, like a dazed goose, nodded alone.
Right. Brother Wang Chen is super nice.
And Yuan has a great relationship with him. The implication in her words changed many people's looks at Kaiyuan. Having a good relationship with an elite in the business world who owns a tens of millions mansion, Kaiyuan is not simple at all.
Su Fan stood on the outskirts of the crowd, arms crossed, almost laughing out loud.
These two would really do well as comedians. One supportive, one funny, their cooperation was seamless.
Tens of millions? His cousin's standalone villa? He really dared to boast. But Su Fan didn't expose him.
Since it was a show, he naturally wanted the actors to perform freely.
However, this time they were bound to hit a snag.
Simply annoying him was one thing, but clearly this house visit was Grandpa Li Chuan's idea.
Wang Han, in good spirits, took advantage of the moment when his relative was picking up family, while their classmates hadn't even entered the building, and he was stealing the spotlight with a treasure. If this truly escalated, who knew what would happen?
These guys were really going to embarrass themselves completely. Just then, an impatient voice floated from the back of the crowd.
Wang Han! What are you dragging your feet for?
Everyone turned to look, seeing a young man in a casual suit approaching with an annoyed expression.
It was Wang Han's cousin, Wang Chen, holding a set of keys. He originally didn't want to pay attention to Wang Han's antics. What visiting a mansion? What a waste of time. Why should his client's mansion be shown to this bunch of clueless bumpkins?
But he couldn't resist Wang Han nagging him on the phone for so long, even bringing it up specifically.
Cousin, Kaiyuan is here too. She wants to take a look. You remember Kaiyuan, right?
The one I told you about, whose family has ties with General Zhang.
General Zhang. Hearing this name, Wang Chen barely managed to suppress his anger.
Although he didn't think much of his cousin Wang Han, regarding him as flashy and useless. But the General Zhang he mentioned did pique his interest. If he could connect with General Zhang through Kaiyuan, that would be a huge boon for his family business. So, for the potential benefit of General Zhang's favor, he held back.
Wasn't it just a house visit? Let them take a look, it doesn't hurt anything.
Thinking of this, Wang Chen's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained unfriendly.
All right, the key is here. If you want to see it, hurry up, don't waste time. He handed the key to Wang Han.
Wang Han quickly caught it, a huge smile on his face. Thank you, cousin.
Cousin is so generous.
Then he immediately turned around, like a victorious general, waving to the tour group.
Brothers and sisters. Here comes the benefit. Follow me.
A group of people immediately excitedly followed, crowding around Wang Han and Kaiyuan, marching grandly towards the elevator entrance.
That scene, if someone didn't know better, would think it was a travel group.
Su Fan watched the backs of these people and shook his head.
Chapter 68, Zhengyu arrives, the show begins.
If it weren't for the good show plan later, especially for Kaiyuan and them, he really didn't want to bother with this group. Just as Wang Han and Kaiyuan were about to lead a group of viewers to the so-called tens of millions villa mansion.
Ding ling ling. Su Fan's phone suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone sounded especially abrupt in the slightly noisy environment.
In the crowd, Wang Han and Kaiyuan instinctively turned to look.
Su Fan took out his phone.
A strange local number was displayed on the screen.
Who is it? A sales call? Doesn't seem like it, calling for sales at this time, the salesperson is too dedicated, right?
He hesitated for a moment but still pressed the answer button.
Hello, is this you?
On the other end of the line, a respectful yet somewhat urgent voice came through.
Hello? Brother Fan, it sounds like you didn't save my phone number. Brother Fan? This voice, why does it sound a bit familiar?
Su Fan was stunned for a moment, his memory quickly searching.
It seems like, is it that person? Right, didn't save, you are. Brother Fan. It's me. Zheng Yu.
The voice on the other end suddenly rose in pitch, seemingly filled with a million helplessness and sadness.
Zheng Yu? Su Fan's eyes instantly lit up. You arrived in Sanlong? Su Fan confirmed.
Yes. I just got off the highway, the navigation says I'm at the entrance of the Wanshou Villa community.
Brother Fan, where are you? I'm not very familiar here, should I use the navigation to find you? At the community entrance already? So fast?
Su Fan glanced at the villa gate, where Wang Han and Kai Yuan were still smugly enjoying the false glory with a group of friends and classmates around them, chattering away about that tens of millions villa mansion.
He looked over again. Wang Chen stood a bit farther away, hands in his pockets, still wearing an impatient expression.
But out of respect for the elusive manager Zhang's face, he still endured without leaving.
Their gazes met. In a flash.
An excellent plan, worth calling shrimp and pork heart, instantly formed in Su Fan's mind. Hee, although plans cannot keep up with changes, it's just that when someone is drowsy, a pillow is delivered.
And it's a golden pillow. Now things are great, the show will be even more exciting. Su Fan relaxed and happily said into the phone. Don't move. Wait for me at the community entrance. I'll go find you right away.
Alright. Brother Fan, take your time, no rush.
Zhang Yu replied repeatedly. Hanging up the phone. Su Fan's smile became even broader.
He looked again at Wang Han and Kai Yuan, who were still crowded at the door of the independent villa, enjoying their false glory.
Come on. Let the performance continue. Don't stop at all.
Later, I'll give you a big surprise.
A surprise you will never forget.
Meanwhile, Lu Bai was happily supporting his wife, Li Xiaolin, with both parents following behind, grandly entering their newly bought marriage home. This large flat was also the hard work of Lu Bai's parents for most of their lives.
Although it can't compare to Su Fan's wealthy and heartless independent villa. But in Sanglong City, it absolutely counts as above average, more than enough to be a marriage home.
Dad, Mom, Xiaolin, you guys go in and sit first, I'll check where my classmates are.
Lu Bai made sure the bride was settled, then turned his head. Huh?
Where did that big group of classmates and friends who were following the car convoy just go?
In the blink of an eye, not a single shadow was left.
As he was puzzled, father-in-law Li Chuan noticed something was off with a solemn expression.
Little Lu, where are those kids? They can't have gotten lost or into some trouble, can they? I guess it's most likely that Wang Han tricked them away. Lu Bai pretended to be unaware, saying casually. This cannot do.
Li Chuan frowned. Since they came to congratulate us, they should be properly sent back.
If something really did happen, we won't be able to explain it. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Bai followed father-in-law Li Chuan downstairs, eagerly anticipating the show.
Sure enough, he saw Wang Han passionately leading a big group of classmates, getting ready to enter Su Fan's villa. At that moment, Li Chuan felt his pocket and looked even more strange.
Hey! Little Lu, that villa isn't it your friend's?
I remember you just gave me the key yesterday, saying your friend lent it to you to add some cheer to the wedding, and to warm up his new house with our joy as he plans to bring his parents to live there soon.
Lu Bai nodded. Yeah, Dad.
Li Chuan exclaimed, I was thinking to let everyone make some noise in your new house first, then I would explain the rules later. After all, such an expensive house cannot be messed around with. And then take them over to see what kind of mansion it is.
But why did your classmates go straight over there? Could it be he is the owner of that house? Li Chuan looked confused. Lu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, what are you thinking? The owner of that house is Su Fan.
Fan has never paid any attention to Wang Han, let alone let him take people inside. I heard Fan mention that Wang Han has some relatives who participated in part of the renovation of that villa. This brat must be showing off with that title, bringing people in privately.
This is outrageous. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan got angry. This won't do. That's a renovation worth 100 million. What if they break something? How do we compensate? No way, I have to hurry over to take a look. We can't let them mess around.
Saying this, Li Chuan rushed toward the group of Wang Han's people.
He looked like he was going to catch a thief.
Seeing Su Fan was not in the crowd, Lu Bai was also worried about trouble, so he hurriedly followed. Just a few steps out, he saw Su Fan strolling back from the entrance of the community, with a hint of an inexplicable smile on his face.
Fan! Lu Bai hurriedly called out.
Li Chuan also stopped, panting, pointed in the direction where Wang Han and the others had gone, and explained the situation to Su Fan. After listening, Su Fan merely smiled lightly, but a flash of understanding crossed his eyes.
Uncle Li, don't worry and don't get angry.
To put it simply, this is still driven by Kai Yuan behind the scenes.
You just enjoy the show. Su Fan's tone was relaxed, as if everything was under control. Enjoy the show?
Li Chuan was first stunned, but then looked at Su Fan's confident demeanor and immediately sensed something. This kid plans to act innocent while striking hard, and properly take down those vain young folks.
Alright, kid, this is interesting. Then do you think I can call a friend over to join the fun? It's Boss Chin from Rodman Hotel, the one you just met, remember? Su Fan nodded.
Li Chuan continued, Old Chin is quite knowledgeable about antiques and cultural artifacts, especially in our traditional Chinese culture.
Having him come over to take a look would add more persuasion, right? Su Fan smiled.
Indeed, the more people there were, the more lively the show would be.
Sure, Uncle Lee, feel free to call. Su Fan readily agreed. All right. Li Chuan got Su Fan's consent and immediately took out his phone, joyfully starting to call people. Hey! Lao Chin! What are you doing? Hurry up, Wanshou Villa District, there's a good show to watch. Right. Oh, once you get here, you'll see, I guarantee it will open your eyes. Hurry up, time waits for no one.
Li Chuan hung up the phone, smiling like a blooming flower. Lu Bai watched his father-in-law and Su Fan bantering, feeling both amused and helpless. These two people can stir up trouble like no other. However, he was also quite looking forward to what would happen next. That grandson Wang Han and Kai Yuan, today they are going to lose face at Grandma's house.
Chapter 69, How rich is this guy, really?
As soon as Li Chuan finished his call, Qin Fang probably stepped on the gas and rushed over to the Wanshou Villa District in a hurry. Meanwhile, Lu Bai's newlywed wife, Li Xiaolin, also came down from upstairs. She had already changed out of her complicated wedding dress and put on a lighter outfit, looking much more neat.
Honey, Dad, what are you all gathering down here for? Li Xiaolin asked curiously, her gaze shifting between Lu Bai, Li Chuan, and Su Fan.
Lu Bai chuckled, walked up, and gently wrapped his arms around his wife's waist.
Come on, darling, let's go see a grand performance. See a show? Li Xiaolin blinked, feeling a bit confused. By the way, let's also warm up our good brother Su Fan. Lu Bai added, giving Su Fan a knowing glance. Su Fan? Li Xiaolin then turned her full attention to Su Fan. She wasn't too familiar with Su Fan, they had only met properly when Lu Bai got married, as he was the groom's good friend. Congratulations, Su Fan, Xiaobai says you bought a house. Li Xiaolin smiled politely, after all, he was her husband's good friend. Oh, no need to be so polite, sister-in-law. Su Fan responded with a smile. This house of fancies is quite something. Lu Bai proudly boasted from the side, as if he were the one who bought it, the one with the best lighting in Wanshou Villa District is fancies. Ha! Li Xiaolin was genuinely shocked this time. She thought it was just an ordinary apartment, but unexpectedly, it was a villa. And it was in the same complex, Wanshou Villa. The one with the best lighting? How much must that cost? She widened her eyes and looked at Su Fan, her expression like she had seen a ghost, her heart in turmoil. No way. He's this rich? In her impression, Su Fan was just a regular childhood friend of Lu Bai, and Lu Bai never mentioned having any wealthy friends. Who would have thought he was actually a hidden true tycoon? Just when Li Xiaolin was so shocked she couldn't speak, a figure rushed over in a hurry. Fan Gu. The newcomer was Zhang Yu. He had sweat beads on his forehead, probably having exerted some effort handling that Bugatti Chiron. Fan Gu, I checked the car inside and out again, there's no problem at all, don't worry. Zhang Yu ran up to Su Fan, bowing his head to report. Then he changed the subject, his face showing a hint of indignation. Fan Gu, that woman Kai Yuan. I really want to go find her and settle the score right now. Su Fan was currently focused on fiddling with his phone, not knowing who he was messaging. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, he didn't even lift his head and just responded with a sound. Seeing Su Fan's reaction, Zhang Yu felt a jolt of panic. Oh no, Fan Gu is mad at me? His mind raced quickly, and he hurriedly made amends. Fan Gu, please don't be angry. I wasn't just being vain, right? Zhang Yu forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice trembling. I just wanted to show off a bit in front of my girlfriend. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Only then did Su Fan put away his phone, lift his eyelids to look at him, and calmly said. I'm not angry. Ha? Zhang Yu froze. I said I don't mind that, Su Fan's tone was calm, as long as you all pay the rent on time from now on. Besides, everyone is just dealing with money. Maybe there will be other opportunities for cooperation in the future. When Zhang Yu heard this, he immediately felt a huge relief, his whole body relaxed. Hey! Thank you, brother Fan. Thank you, brother Fan. He nodded repeatedly, so excited he almost bowed to Su Fan. Brother Fan, don't worry, after our company gets through this tough time, I will definitely pay you the rent on time without a single penny less. He leaned in a bit closer and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Fan, should I continue with the original plan? I'm just waiting for your message. Su Fan nodded subtly. Well, you should find somewhere nearby to eat something and rest a bit. Okay. I'll wait for your message. With Su Fan's approval, Zhang Yu hurriedly walked away. Looking at Zhang Yu's departing figure, Li Xiaolin was filled with questions. Once Zhang Yu was far away, she quietly asked Lu Bai. Honey, who was that? What is his connection to Su Fan? Oh, that guy? He's the one who asked Fanzi to borrow the Bugatti for Kaiyuan. Ah. Li Xiaolin was utterly shocked. Then, the most eye-catching luxury car at the wedding also belongs to Su Fan?
She genuinely thought it was driven by Kaiyuan's so-called boyfriend's little brother.
After all was said and done, the car owner turns out to be Su Fan?
Kaiyuan and Wang Han's previous smug expressions in front of her are not. The more Li Xiaolin thought about it, the more wrong it felt, and the shock in her eyes when she looked at Su Fan was about to overflow. How rich is this guy, really? A luxury house in the Wanshou Villa district and a tens of millions Bugatti supercar. Thinking about Kaiyuan and Wang Han's earlier behaviors, Li Xiaolin felt a wave of disdain.
That Kaiyuan is way too vain, isn't she? Isn't this just putting on a false front? She couldn't help but murmur softly. Lu Bai heard her and grinned. It's all right, my wife, in a while, there will be a good show to watch.
Li Xiaolin chuckled. You guys are really something. As soon as she said that, she felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Su Fan was still next to them. She secretly glanced at Su Fan, feeling a bit shy. Su Fan didn't mind at all, instead, he laughed and teased. It's quite something, indeed. But you know, at the end of the day, it's still because some people just have to cling on and compare. Hearing this, Li Xiaolin nodded in deep agreement. While they were talking, a black Audi A8 slowly drove over and stopped not far away. The car door opened, and a man in tang suit, looking over 50 but with a strong presence, stepped out. Old Li. The moment the man got out of the car, he shouted energetically. Hey! Old Qin! You finally made it. Li Chuan greeted him with a big smile. Just as Qin Fong's feet hit the ground, another car drove up. Getting out of the car were a friendly-looking middle-aged couple. As soon as Su Fan saw them, he smiled and welcomed them. Dad, Mom, you came. It was indeed Su Fan's parents, Su Hai and Su Xiaoqiao. Xiao Fan, you rushed us over, saying there's something exciting to see. What is it exactly? Su Xiaoqiao asked with some confusion, scanning the surrounding people. Su Hai nodded in agreement, expressing the same question. Su Fan smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon, Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Li, Lu Bai's father-in-law. This is Uncle Qin, Uncle Li's friend. He pointed to Li Chuan and Qin Fong to introduce them to his parents. The two parties exchanged simple pleasantries. Li Chuan looked at Su Fan's parents, then looked at Su Fan, becoming more and more satisfied. All right, everyone is almost here. Li Chuan clapped his hands and said enthusiastically. Let's go, let's head to Fanzi's villa and take a look. Let's see what those young ones are up to. A crowd of people marched towards Su Fan's villa. Li Xiaolin linked her arm with Lu Bai, her heart filled with excitement for the show to come. Although Su Fan's parents were still completely in the dark. But he also happily followed behind, ready to see some good show. Chapter 70, The floor is actually made of the King of Woods? The crowd moved in a grand manner and soon arrived at the entrance of Su Fan's vantage villa. Goodness! Before even stepping inside, they already heard waves of uncontrollable gasps from within. Wow! This is too exaggerated. My God, how much do you think that chandelier is worth? Quick, look at this wallpaper, it seems like it's not ordinary wallpaper. Clearly, Wang Han and his group had already started exploring the first floor of the villa. Wherever they went, it was filled with wow sounds, like a bunch of clueless country bumpkins entering the city. Li Chuan originally scoffed, thinking these young folks were making a fuss, too extravagant. But the moment he stepped into the living room and his eyes landed on the floor, he froze completely. The floor shone in a warm tan color, with delicate black stripes hinting under the light, steady and grand. This is teak wood? Li Chuan's voice trembled slightly. He indeed knew his stuff. Teak was known as the king of woods. Waterproof and moisture resistant, with excellent stability. Moreover, the more it's used, the golden it becomes, the more beautiful it gets. The key is, this stuff is expensive. Using teak for flooring, and in such a large area? This kind of money was simply understated luxury to the extreme, elegant enough to make one's heart tremble. Li Chuan instinctively glanced at Su Fan next to him. This kid, not bad. His taste is good. He silently praised in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He didn't plan to reveal to his old friend Qin Fong that this villa belonged to a young man named Su Fan. He was just waiting to see Qin Fong's dumbfounded expression when he finally learned the truth. That scene, just thinking about it, was exciting. Su Fan didn't pay much attention to Li Chuan's expression. He turned to look at his parents. Dad, Mom, what do you think of this decoration style? Is there any furniture that you particularly like? Su Fan asked softly. Su Hai and Su Xiaoqiao had never seen such a scene. The luxury level of this villa far exceeded their imagination. Great, so great. Su Hai rubbed his hands, a bit incoherent.
Fan Z, how much does a house like this cost? Su Xiaoqiao also looked fondly but worried more. Son, this house looks quite expensive, this decoration must have cost a lot, right? It looks good, but we shouldn't refer to such decoration, it's too expensive. She wasn't afraid that her son pursued luxury and fashion, she just thought life should be steady and not too extravagant. Especially this teak floor, although she couldn't name it, she could tell it was definitely not cheap. Stepping on it felt soft, fearing it might break. Su Fan smiled slightly, supporting his mother's arm. Mom, don't worry, just say if you like it or not, there's no need to worry about money. As soon as he said this, a few classmates beside couldn't help but murmur softly. Listen, isn't this typical Versailles? Exactly, just talking big, if you can't afford it, don't brag. Wang Han was sharp-eared and felt a little relieved upon hearing this. He cleared his throat and pretended to casually look at Su Fan. Su Fan, where's your Mercedes G-Class? I heard that car is quite expensive too, right? He genuinely worried that Su Fan had stumbled upon some lucky fortune. What if he really got rich? That wouldn't be good. So, he needed to indirectly inquire about the truth. Su Fan casually glanced at him. Oh, you mean that one? It's a second-hand car, just something to drive around. Second-hand? Wang Han's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt relieved. He thought, how could Su Fan suddenly be so rich? Turns out he just bought a second-hand car for show. Even a second-hand car costs a lot, right? Wang Han continued to ask, wanting to dig deeper into Su Fan's situation. It's alright, just a bit over 2 million, I guess. Su Fan's tone was as flat as if he were talking about $200. Puff, how much? Wang Han almost choked, nearly passing out. 200,000? Buying a second-hand car? His brain buzzed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What on earth did Su Fan do after graduating? Rob a bank or win the lottery? How did he suddenly have so much money? Around them, people gasped in shock. What does it mean to spend over 200,000 on a second-hand car? Wang Han's face turned pale and then flushed, embarrassed enough to dig his toes into the ground. To cover up his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject, forcing a calm tone as he said. So what if it's a car that costs over 200,000? This teak wood is one of the most precious types of wood in the world. Using teak for flooring, TSK, even if I had the heart, I wouldn't dare to do that. Unlike some people, who don't understand the value and just blurt things out. His words seemed to praise the flooring at face value, but secretly mocked Su Fan, saying he was just pretending to be rich without knowing anything. Su Fan completely ignored him, not even giving him a glance. With someone like this clown, the more you deal with him, the more he enjoys it. Seeing Su Fan not responding only made Wang Han more infuriated, yet helpless. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted. The first floor looks so beautiful, the stuff on the second floor must be even better, right? Should we go up and take a look? This was immediately echoed by everyone. Yes, let's go up and see. The upstairs must be even more stunning. In the commotion, a group of people hurriedly made their way to the second floor. Li Chuan followed the crowd, but he wasn't as relaxed as the others. In fact, he was getting a bit anxious. Although he didn't dare to look too closely at the things on the first floor. He had glanced at them, and his heart had already jumped to his throat. That imported, pure handmade custom carpet felt absolutely top-notch underfoot. The paintings hanging on the wall were framed with 1,000-year-old mahogany, which was no joke. And that unassuming tea table, surprisingly made of the finest agarwood. This stuff now costs more than gold by the gram. Not to mention the wooden carvings in that yellow rosewood table and chairs, clearly of some age. The home appliances in the living room, like the holographic projection TV and embedded smart refrigerator. Many were brands he had never even seen before. But just looking at the high-tech features, he knew they weren't cheap. All these things together added up to an astronomical figure. The more Li Chuan thought about it, the more shocked he became. If the first floor was already like this, what if they accidentally bumped into something on the second floor? He reminded himself to behave when they went up the stairs. Just look with his eyes, and don't let his hands get naughty. Xin Fang's mood, at this time, was completely different from Li Chuan's nervousness. He dealt in antiques and ran a big hotel, so he had seen his fair share of good things. But today, coming here, he realized his little collection couldn't even compare. Usually, when visiting someone's home, especially not a familiar one, he was quite cautious, speaking little. But today, he truly couldn't help it. Face to face with these valuable antique pieces, good things. His heart, filled with a love for antiques, felt like a cat clawing at him, excited beyond measure. Right now, he was itching to explain every treasure in this room to everyone, discussing their secrets. As the crowd went up the spacious stairs, they soon arrived at the second floor area. The second floor was equally spacious, with a layout different from the first. Yet that understated luxury feeling was consistently present. Kai Yuan took a deep breath, adjusting her expression. Earlier, on the first floor, most of the introductions and explanations were actually her responsibility. The knowledge about furniture brands, materials, and design styles was all shared by her cousin, Wang Chen. She had a good memory and made a point to remember, so she had learned a bit. She wanted to use this method to show off her broad knowledge and familiarity with high-end items, often frequenting elite occasions. Only then could she display her high status in front of her classmates. She cleared her throat, ready to speak, pointing at a piece of furniture not far away to start her professional commentary. "Everyone, look at this." Before she could finish her sentence, an excited voice suddenly rang out next to her, cutting her off. "Oh my gosh. This is... Chapter 71, a bed worth 30 million? Everyone turned to see Qin Fong standing at the door of a room that looked like a secondary bedroom or study, shock written all over his face as he pointed at a bed inside. His entire body trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes wide open, staring at the bed as if trying to see through it. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this bed?" Someone curiously asked. Kai Yuan was annoyed at being interrupted. But seeing Qin Fong's disheveled appearance, she couldn't express her frustration, so she swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. Following Qin Fong's gaze, she saw a wooden bed that looked quite old. The style was outdated, the color seemed a bit deep, nothing like the shiny modern furniture. In her opinion, this bed was, in fact, the least eye-catching piece of furniture on the entire second floor. Probably even if it were thrown away, no one would pick it up, right? She silently muttered to herself. Qin Fong did not answer immediately but took several deep breaths, trying to calm his excited heart. He pointed at the bed, his voice a bit dreamy. "Do you know how much those few sets of redwood armchairs in my Rodman hotel lobby cost?" Everyone exchanged glances, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned this. Someone cautiously asked. "In Mr. Qin's hotel, everything must be good stuff, a set, several $100,000? Qin Fong shook his head and held up 8 fingers. "A set, market price, at least 80,000. Hiss. A gasp went through the crowd. "A set of armchairs costs 80,000? A few sets would be several million? That's frightening." Qin Fong continued. "Those armchairs are made of top-quality redwood and crafted nicely. But..." He changed his tone, pointing at the plain wooden bed in the room. "Compared to this bed, my armchairs are simply negligible." "Huh?" Everyone was stunned now. "Mr. Qin, you can't be joking, right? This bed is worth more than your 80,000 armchairs? How is that possible? It looks so plain." "Yeah, it seems quite old and almost falling apart. Should it be thrown away?" A young classmate spoke out without thinking. Hearing this, Qin Fong's face turned green. He was so angry he felt like he might faint, wishing to point at the young man's nose and scold him fiercely. "Thrown away? What do you know? This treasure, you want to throw it away? That's sheer waste. It's simply outrageous." He pointed at the bed, word by word, in a tone almost like a pilgrim. "Do you know what this is? This is a Ming and Qing dynasty Wangwali, single board surround, horsehoof foot, luohan bed. This is an antique. A real antique. Its value is at least over 30 million. Boom. Qin Fong's words hit the crowd like a thunderclap. 30 million? For just this shabby bed? Oh no, antique bed? What kind of international joke is this?" Everyone was stunned, including Su Fan's parents, Su Hai and Su Xiuqiao. 30 million, for such a bed? This is something beyond description by merely having money. This is a realm they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Su Xiuqiao felt like her heart was about to jump out. She clutched her chest, gasping for air. Su Hai's face was also pale, leaning against the wall next to him, barely managing to stand. They worked hard their whole lives, not to mention 30 million, they hadn't even seen 3 million. Lu Bai and Li Xiaolin exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They knew Su Fan had money, but they never imagined he would be this wealthy. This amount was simply terrifying. Li Xiaolin couldn't help but tug on her father's sleeve. "Dad, is what Uncle Qin said true? Is this bed really worth that much money?" Li Chuan's expression was also serious and excited at this moment. He stepped closer to the luohan bed, examining it carefully. His eyes were filled with the scrutiny and admiration of a professional. After a long while, he finally stood up slowly, letting out a long sigh. Brother Qin wasn't wrong. Li Chuan's voice carried a barely detectable tremor. This is definitely a Wangwali single-board luohan bed from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. Moreover, based on the patina, craftsmanship, and texture, there is no doubt it is a genuine article. Such a Wangwali luohan bed in this condition is extremely rare, each piece is a national treasure.
Forget 30 million, if it's taken to a top auction and meets a true connoisseur who loves it, it wouldn't be surprising if it fetched an even higher price.
Li Chuan turned to Qin Fong, sighing.
Brother Qin, your eye for worth is still so sharp.
Qin Fong forced a smile.
Don't make fun of me, the real big spender is the owner of this house, a true collector. We're just playing around, he's literally moved a museum home. Li Chuan nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. He looked once more at the Luohan bed, his eyes filled with envy. This is not just a piece of furniture, it's a piece of history, a continuation of culture.
Li Chuan sincerely exclaimed.
Being able to possess and preserve such a treasure, this homeowner is truly remarkable. After saying this, Li Chuan seemed to suddenly remember something, switching topics and focusing on Wang Han next to him.
He smiled slightly and asked in a calm tone. By the way, it's Wang Han, right? Wang Han was stunned by the price, swallowing hard and replying.
Ah, yes.
Li Chuan looked at him kindly. You just said your cousin Wang Chen is a friend of the homeowner?
When Wang Han heard this, his heart leaped to his throat. He knew the homeowner was rich, but who could imagine a bed costing over 30 million?
This kind of connection, his family couldn't even recognize 800 relatives.
Seeing Wang Han silent for so long, a glint of understanding flashed in Li Chuan's eyes. He paused, then pressed on, his tone still gentle, but carrying an invisible weight.
What does your cousin Wang Chen do for a living? Having a friend like this must mean he is either wealthy or powerful, successful in his career, right? The question was almost as if he was directly asking, does your cousin really have such impressive friends?
Wang Han felt like he was being grilled over a fire, cold sweat pouring down. He swallowed, his mind racing. Without thinking too much, he had to force himself to come up with something.
Ah, it's like this.
Wang Han forced himself to remain calm, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying.
My cousin Wang Chen, he's really close with the homeowner. You could say they are best buddies.
Yeah. Just best buddies. The more he spoke, the more he felt this term was fitting, as if it could boost his credibility. So, my cousin often hangs out here, and he's familiar with the place. What Kaiyuan said before, she heard it from my cousin. He pulled Kaiyuan into it, thinking that having one more person to share embarrassment was better than facing it alone. Kaiyuan, standing nearby, wanted to roll her eyes upon hearing Wang Han's words. She had worked hard to build her image as a socialite.
So was it just because Wang Han exposed it?
But he could only grit his teeth and nod, forcing a very unnatural smile on his face.
Yeah, brother Wang Chen has a great relationship with the homeowner. At that moment, Lu Bai suddenly spoke up.
Hey, just looking at this bed, the other things in this room must also be extravagant, right?
Chapter 72, is it Versailles or just putting on a brave face? Once Lu Bai said this, everyone's attention indeed shifted away from that expensive bed.
Right, just looking at this bedroom is so luxurious, the other rooms must be even more amazing.
This villa is so big, there must be a lot of rooms, right? Is there only this door open on the second floor?
Someone with sharp eyes pointed to the deep hallway. Sure enough, besides this open bedroom on the second floor, all the other doors were tightly closed, exuding a sense of mystery.
This looks like a guest bedroom, right? If the guest room has a bed worth 30 million, what must the master bedroom be like?
I dare not imagine, poverty limits my imagination.
Wang Han, didn't you say your cousin has a close relationship with the homeowner? Why not have your cousin open the other doors and let us see?
I don't know who suddenly shouted. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze instantly snapped back to Wang Han.
Wang Han. Damn it. Why is it me again?
He felt like a living target today, specifically there to attract fire. Kaiyuan beside him was also anxious, secretly giving Wang Han a meaningful glance, the meaning very clear, hurry up and think of a way. Wang Han felt bitter, how would he know where his cousin Wang Chen was now?
Earlier at the front door, Wang Chen did come in with them.
But it seemed he hadn't gone upstairs, probably he had to step out for something at the last minute.
But now with so many people watching, if he said he couldn't open it, wouldn't that ruin all the bragging he just did?
No way, for the sake of face, he really had to think of a way to open this door today. Standing next to Wang Han, Lin Jiamei looked at her boyfriend's embarrassed situation and rolled her eyes helplessly. She was Wang Han's legitimate girlfriend, but today his mind seemed completely occupied with how to cooperate with Kaiyuan to show off.
How ridiculous.
When she glanced at Su Fan, who was calm and composed, Lin Jiamei suddenly felt.
This man seems to be much more capable than she imagined.
That kind of unhurried demeanor was simply not something a showy person like Wang Han could compare with.
Wang Han gritted his teeth and cleared his throat. Ahem, it's a small matter. He took out his phone, pretending to be calm, and said. My cousin is probably busy downstairs, I'll give him a call to get the key. Oh no, just give me the password. He walked aside and dialed Wang Chen's number. Hello, cousin, are you busy?
Wang Han's voice was very low, carrying a hint of flattery.
Wang Chen on the other end seemed a bit impatient. If you have something to say it quickly, I'm busy entertaining other guests. Cousin, about the upstairs room, can you give me the code for the other rooms in Mr. Su's house? Wang Han carefully asked. Password? What do you need the password for? Wang Chen's tone became cautious. That's set by the owner themselves, how would I know? Don't be like that, cousin. Wang Han became anxious. I'm here showing a house with a few friends. Everyone thinks you have a great relationship with the homeowner, they're all waiting to see the door opened. If I say I can't open it, wouldn't that slap your face? People might think your relationship with the homeowner is just okay.
Wang Han began to obfuscate, trying to apply pressure on Wang Chen.
Wang Chen was silent for a few seconds on the other end, seemingly weighing the pros and cons.
He was indeed the main contractor found by Mr. Su, but their relationship was nowhere near casual enough to enter the owner's bedroom freely.
However, what Wang Han said was also right. If this matter got out, he couldn't even open a door, which made him look bad. Alright, the password is 991005, remember it. Wang Chen finally unwillingly gave a string of numbers. This is a one-time thing. Don't get me into trouble. Hey, thank you, cousin. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Wang Han looked relieved, and a smile instantly appeared on his face.
After hanging up, he proudly walked back, showing the password on his phone to Kai Yuan.
Here, the password is ready, you can open it now.
Kai Yuan took the phone, glanced at the password, and mumbled it quietly.
Strange, this string of numbers, why does it feel a bit familiar? It seems like I have seen it somewhere before.
But she couldn't recall at the moment, so she didn't think too much about it, happily walking to a closed door, preparing to enter the password. At that moment, Su Fan, who hadn't said much, suddenly asked his parents beside him.
Dad, Mom, what do you think about installing fingerprint unlocks in this house? Su Xiuqiu was taken aback. Fingerprint unlock? Why install that? Su Hai also frowned. Yeah, this is the second-floor bedroom, and there are no outsiders inside, isn't that too much trouble? To the elderly couple, installing so many high-tech gadgets at home felt redundant and unsteady. Su Fan smiled and explained. It's mainly for safety, to prevent theft. What if a careless thief sneaks in? He thought for a moment and added. However, if you don't like it, then forget it.
A password lock is fine, or we can just use a regular key. He mainly considered that his parents were older and might not be accustomed to complicated smart devices. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Han, who was preparing to watch Kai Yuan open the door, immediately seized the opportunity and said sarcastically.
Oh, Su Fan, I'm not saying you don't understand this? Which upscale residences still use fingerprint unlocks? That's totally outdated.
He pointed to the door that Kai Yuan was about to open, proudly saying.
You see?
This kind of high-end password lock already has facial recognition.
Just face scan, how convenient. You really haven't seen enough, you probably haven't even heard of such things, let alone afford them.
Wang Han's tone was full of disdain and bragging, as if he were the real owner of the villa.
Su Xiuqiu and Su Hai felt embarrassed. They genuinely didn't know that this lock could do facial recognition.
They just said it wasn't necessary, and now they felt a bit out of touch. Su Fan, however, didn't even furrow his brow and instead smiled faintly.
Oh? Facial recognition? He glanced at the door and calmly said.
Any smart device that owners cannot operate efficiently and conveniently, in my opinion, is garbage. Forget it, maybe I'll just change all the doors at home to sensor unlocks.
When someone approaches the door, it automatically recognizes their identity and unlocks without feeling, now that's convenience. After a pause, he casually added.
That stuff isn't expensive, a whole set would probably just cost tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands not expensive? Wang Han's face turned green upon hearing this.
He had just been bragging about high-end facial recognition. Then Su Fan opened his mouth, immediately asking to switch to even more impressive sensor unlocks, stating that tens of thousands isn't expensive. How on earth is one supposed to live in this situation? The people around were also in an uproar, looking at Su Fan with various thoughts in their eyes. Tens of thousands of dollars, in the eyes of ordinary people, is enough for a down payment on a small house.
But to Su Fan, it was merely not expensive? Is he being overly humble or just trying to show off?
Su Xiuqiu and Su Hai exchanged glances, both seeing concern in each other's eyes.
Their son is successful and can make money, which made them happy.
But this way of spending money like water truly hurt them a bit. To earn this much money, he must have worked so hard outside. They would rather their son be less generous and live a stable life.
Chapter 73. Emerald Chandelier? So luxurious. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from the noisy villa. Lu Yueya was walking with Zhou Yiwen in a top luxury car customization center's exhibition hall.
Zhou Yiwen was wearing a sharp white suit today, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked both like a strong woman and retained a touch of femininity. She turned her head to look at Lu Yueya, who was dressed in a professional skirt suit that highlighted her curvy figure, and a playful smile appeared on her lips.
Yueya, why do I feel like you've been looking better and better recently? Have you fallen in love? Is your romance luck strong? Lu Yueya gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied calmly. President Zhou, you are joking again. I'm either at the company or on business trips every day. Where do I have time for romance?
Zhou Yiwen clicked her tongue, clearly not believing her words.
Really? I heard that you've been getting close to a certain male classmate recently?
She emphasized the words male classmate with a teasing expression in her eyes. Lu Yueya's heart skipped a beat, and Su Fan's smiling face flashed through her mind.
She hurriedly denied. President Zhou, where did you hear such rumor? He's just an ordinary classmate, don't guess wildly. Ordinary classmate?
Zhou Yiwen raised an eyebrow, leaned in a bit closer, and lowered her voice.
Can an ordinary classmate make you blush just by mentioning them? Look at you, your ears are red. Oh, President Zhou. Lu Yueya felt a bit embarrassed, lightly pushing Zhou Yiwen and pouting. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore.
She quickened her pace, trying to create distance and change the subject. Let's hurry and look at the target vehicles this time, the client is waiting for our reply.
Zhou Yiwen couldn't help but chuckle at her slightly flustered figure. This girl, still so easy to tease.
Putting away her playful thoughts, Zhou Yiwen also quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Yueya. The two arrived at the deepest part of the exhibition hall, in front of a super sports car shrouded in special lighting. It was a car that presented a deep starry sky blue color. The car's lines were smooth and full of tension, every detail exuding a sense of futurism and power.
Zhou Yiwen's expression suddenly became serious.
She reached out to gently stroke the cold car body, her tone carrying a hint of admiration.
Pininfarina Battista Anniversario, globally limited to 5 units, and this one is the only version deeply customized by Pininfarina at the owner's extra expense.
Whether it's the color scheme, interior materials, or exclusive plaque, it's one of a kind.
She paused and announced a number that made Lu Yueya gasp.
The initial price of this car exceeded 43 million.
43 million? Lu Yueya's eyes widened, her voice trembling slightly. This number was astronomical for her.
Although she had seen many wealthy people while working tirelessly, such an expensive personal vehicle still left her deeply shocked.
Zhou Yiwen nodded and continued.
The owner recently had some issues with cash flow and urgently needs to liquidate it, so they entrusted us to sell it quickly. In terms of price, there will definitely be some discount, but it won't be too low.
She glanced at Lu Yueya, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Yueya, are you interested in a challenge? Zhou Yiwen encouraged.
If you successfully sell this car, in addition to the normal sales commission, I will personally give you a big red packet of 50,000.
50,000 red packet. And a high commission. Lu Yueya's heart raced uncontrollably.
This amount was not small for her. More importantly, if she could independently close such a big deal, it would significantly impact her status and future development in the company.
All of this will be a huge help.
In her mind, the figure of Su Fan involuntarily surfaced again. That seemingly ordinary young man, who always showed astonishing wealth in unguarded moments.
Should I try to contact him? Lu Yueya's breath quickened slightly, and her heart was in turmoil.
At that moment, inside the villa where Su Fan was, the atmosphere became subtle because of an object. Kai Yuan, Wang Han, and a group of classmates, along with experts Qin Fong and Li Chuan, were still enthusiastically touring around. Qin Fong's gaze fell on a chandelier hanging in the center of the living room ceiling. The chandelier was intricately designed, with countless crystal-clear pendants reflecting brilliant light, illuminating the entire living room like daylight. Wow, this is quite a significant expense, Qin Fong said as he stroked his chin, examining it carefully.
Old Qin, is there any significance to this lamp? A curious classmate asked.
Qin Fong pointed at the largest green pendants, roughly the size of pigeon eggs, and slowly began to speak.
If I'm not mistaken, those green parts are not made of ordinary crystal or glass.
This is jade, and it is high-quality Burmese old mine glass-type jade.
Look at its transparency, it has a rich water content, and the color is the finest leafy green.
He took a deep breath, his tone filled with astonishment. Just one of these jade pieces is worth a lot, and there are no less than 100 on this chandelier. Conservatively estimated, the material cost of just these jade pieces is probably close to 10 million.
What? 10 million?
Everyone gasped, raising their heads in disbelief, staring at the extravagantly luxurious chandelier. Just now, they thought the lamp was beautiful and impressive, but they never expected it to be worth such an amount. Using jade for a chandelier, and in such large quantities of top-quality jade, this design concept is truly both lavish and ingenious.
Li Chuan also nodded in praise from the side. Kai Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. My god, if I could get a set of these at home, how impressive would that be?
Before, she wasn't very interested in these classical luxurious items. Now, seeing and hearing firsthand the value of these things, her mind was stirring with ideas.
Wang Han wore a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred.
While everyone was marveling at the luxurious jade chandelier, Su Fan frowned slightly.
He was staring blankly at an inconspicuous floor lamp in the corner. That floor lamp had an ordinary shape, and its lampshade was made of common beige fabric.
The light was dim, and there was really nothing special about it. In his view, this lamp felt a bit out of place with the villa's style, and one could even say it was somewhat ugly.
System, change this thing for me to something nicer. Su Fan silently thought.
As his thought took shape, the ordinary floor lamp gradually changed before his eyes. The originally plain lamp disappeared, replaced by a lamp with an elegant and unique design. The lamp base appeared to be made of some unknown dark wood, calm and rustic. The lampshade was made of countless small colored glass beads strung together, forming a full, ball-like shape. Light flowed through the gaps of the glass beads, brilliant and colorful, exuding a dreamlike beauty.
As this lamp appeared, the entire corner was lit up with a strange atmosphere. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was much better. He casually asked Qin Fong. Old Qin, what do you think this lamp is worth? Everyone's gaze followed Su Fan's direction, landing on the newly appeared glass lamp.
Put. Wan Han was the first to break down, nearly laughing out loud.
Su Fan, I have to ask if you really don't understand? That chandelier is Burmese jade worth 10 million, and you're pointing at a shabby glass lamp asking for its price? Other classmates also started whispering among themselves. Yeah, that lamp looks really old. The colorful beads above, they can't be plastic, right?
Even if they are glass, this glass doesn't look very shiny, it surely isn't worth much.
Chapter 74, A Billion Won't Buy It?
In the eyes of these classmates, Su Fan must have seen the expensive jade chandelier and wanted to find something to show off his taste, but ended up picking the most unremarkable thing.
Wang Han, feeling proud, said. Su Fan, oh Su Fan, I see you are just an amateur. This stuff can be bought for dozens of dollars at a street stall, and it's a shame you even find it appealing. However, Su Fan ignored the ridicule from everyone and simply looked at Qin Fong. Qin Fong initially didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just an ordinary decorative lamp.
But when his gaze truly focused on that glass lamp, the expression on his face gradually froze. He pushed up his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, slowly walked closer, and examined it closely. Under the light, those tiny glass beads seemed to contain flowing colors. When they came together, they formed an indescribable charm. Qin Fong's breath gradually became somewhat heavy, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He reached out his hand to touch, but then paused midair, as if afraid to disturb some rare treasure.
This, could it be?
Qin Fong's voice trembled, then he suddenly looked up at Su Fan with fiery eyes.
Could this be the glass-embroidered ball lamp used by Lin Daiyu and Zhao Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber?
As soon as he said this, the whole room fell silent.
Wang Han's mocking smile froze. Dream of the Red Chamber? Glass-embroidered ball lamp? What on earth is that? It sounds quite impressive.
Qin Fong excitedly continued.
This is no longer something that can be measured with money. Qin Fong's cheeks flushed with excitement.
This lamp, its existence simply fills a significant gap in the world of literature and art.
If I absolutely had to estimate a price. Qin Fong took a deep breath and said decisively. Forget about $1 billion, even $1 billion can't buy it. This is a priceless treasure. It's a national treasure-grade artifact. Boom!
The minds of the crowd seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt, instantly going blank.
$1 billion can't buy it? A national treasure-grade artifact?
Just a moment ago, they had casually teased it as broken glass lamp, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into something they would never dare to imagine? Wang Han's smile completely froze, as if he had been hit by a spell. His mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, but he couldn't utter a single word. This reversal came too unexpectedly. After a brief silence, the crowd finally erupted into a wave of suppressed commotion.
No, it can't be.
A bespectacled boy spoke tremulously, his voice filled with disbelief.
Dream of the Red Chamber isn't a novel? How can something in a novel possibly exist for real?
Another girl quietly echoed, clearly very skeptical of Qin Fong's claim.
Yeah, Mr. Qin, could it be, you could be mistaken?
This lamp does look beautiful, but to say it's a national treasure is too. Exactly, there are a lot of scammers these days, and there are definitely people who make up stories just to elevate their value.
A few young classmates, each chiming in. Though they didn't dare to loudly oppose someone like Qin Fong, the meaning behind their words was clear. They didn't believe. Qin Feng had spent his life studying antiques, what kind of scenes hadn't he seen?
Hearing these doubts, he wasn't angry, he simply shook his head slightly, preparing to explain. At that moment, Li Chuan spoke first.
A few young classmates, this statement is incorrect.
Li Chuan's voice was gentle but carried an undeniable force.
Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on him.
Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and said slowly. Mr. Qin's position in the field of antique appraisal. That is undoubtedly at the level of a master. But you may not know, old Qin is also a top expert in the study of Dream of the Red Chamber and the inheritance of traditional culture. The professors and scholars in the literary and historical circles he knows may far exceed all the teachers you have seen in school combined. As for the shape, craftsmanship, and cultural meaning embedded in this lamp, since old Qin has said it is the glass ball lamp from Dream of the Red Chamber and asserted its status as an invaluable treasure, it is certainly not baseless and cannot possibly be a random boast. Li Chuan paused, his gaze sweeping over the few young people who looked unconvinced, his tone slightly heavier. It's good for young people to have their own ideas, but for fields they do not understand, they should still hold a sense of respect, and not easily doubt the professional judgment of their seniors with their shallow knowledge. His words were spoken with conviction. The few classmates who had just been whispering suddenly felt their faces burn. They all lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Wang Han's expression changed unpredictably, showing a colorful range of emotions. He had just mocked Su Fan for being short-sighted, but the person he pointed to was a national treasure. Now Li Chuan stood up to support Qin Feng. If he didn't get it, he would truly be a clown. In order to regain some face, Wang Han quickly cleared his throat and pretended to be calm as he replied. Old Li is right. Old Qin's judgment is absolutely top-notch. Such a treasure cannot be mistaken. His eyes turned as if he thought of something, and his tone became more confident. Actually, my cousin's friend comes from a big family that has been passed down for generations. Their ancestors were quite wealthy and collected many ancient treasures, with objects that have been around for hundreds of years, many of which came from the palace. Those are all genuine. So, this kind of glass lamp appearing here is not surprising at all. Wang Han spoke as if he really had seen many rare treasures. The classmates gasped in awe as they listened to this. Since even Wang Han said so, it seems that this glass lamp is indeed priceless. Many people's gazes toward Su Fan changed, from initially mocking to shock, envy, and even a hint of awe. Who exactly is this guy? As Wang Han spoke, he secretly elbowed Kaiyuan beside him, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. Yuan, I think this lamp is most likely real. If only young Master Zhang knew, he would definitely be interested. If we could get it, it would absolutely be a fantastic opportunity. Kaiyuan's eyes flashed with a strange light upon hearing this but quickly concealed it, merely nodding slightly without speaking. Su Fan, listening to Wang Han's countless fallacies and proof, almost burst into laughter. Li Chuan looked at the atmosphere and said, I am very curious about this mysterious house owner. I wonder if Wang's cousin is so familiar with the house owner. Could you help introduce us so we can get to know him and make a friend? Although we are not talented, we have done some research on antiques. Maybe in the future, we can discuss our collection experiences together. That would be a great joy. Wang Han's proud smile froze instantly. This, he suddenly panicked and stammered. This is not very convenient, right? Wang Han forced a smile. The house owner is particularly busy, how could he have time to meet guests? Before Li Chuan could speak again, Kaiyuan suddenly said. Yes, old Qin, but don't worry, if there's an opportunity, I'll help introduce you. Her words not only saved Wang Han but also made it seem like she really had some connection with the house owner. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan chuckled. Oh? Really? Yes, it's definitely true. Kaiyuan nodded. But inside, she felt an inexplicable wave of guilt and unease. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Li Chuan's gaze was strange. It was as if something she had carefully woven together had been casually glimpsed and seen through. Chapter 75, Top Luxury Cars. Ahem, Kaiyuan lightly coughed twice, trying to change the subject. Professor Qin, old Li, shall we continue to take a look? She felt that if she kept asking, her heart would not be able to take it. Qin Feng also calmed down and nodded. Yes, let's continue looking. The group continued deeper into the room and came to a side hall. The side hall was decorated in an ancient and fragrant style, with a set of shiny furniture that looked extremely precious. Wang Han's eyes lit up again. Having just made a great blunder under the glazed lamps, he was eager to regain his lost face. He had just seen a similar introduction of this set of furniture in a short video a few days ago, feeling that he could show off again. He cleared his throat and spoke before anyone else. I know this set of furniture. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Seeing that he had attracted attention, Wang Han felt even prouder and began his professional explanation while pointing at the furniture. This is called, purple sandalwood. Yes, it must be purple sandalwood. Look at this color, how deep it is. The wood grain, so beautiful. He spoke hesitantly, obviously lacking enough knowledge to back up his claims. Moreover, this kind of furniture has a particularly complex craft. What's it called? Mortise and tenon. Yes, the mortise and tenon structure, no nails, very sturdy. While he spoke, he secretly observed Qin Fang and Li Chuan's expressions, hoping for a hint of affirmation. However, Qin Fang just slightly furrowed his brows and said nothing. Li Chuan showed no reaction at all. Su Fan secretly laughed, thinking this guy was starting to play the fool again. Wang Han was still racking his brain for more words to say. This kind of furniture is very expensive now, a whole set would be at least several million, or even tens of millions. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his judgment was correct, and his tone became more and more certain. The classmates were stunned. Although Wang Han was not very fluent, it sounded somewhat reasonable. Several million? Is that true? This wood does look very high quality. Just as Wang Han was about to get carried away, Li Chuan finally spoke, gently shaking his head. Young man, there are things you said that are right, but also things that are wrong. Wang Han's smile stiffened for a moment. Li Chuan stepped forward and gently touched the armrest of the mahogany chair, his eyes reflecting admiration. This set of furniture is not what you call purple sandalwood, but big red sandalwood, also known as Jiangji Huangtang. Look at the grain, it's fine and clear, with enough oil, indeed, it's a good material. Qin Fang also nodded, adding. Big red sandalwood was an important material for making palace furniture during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Its value, while not as high as purple sandalwood or wanwali, is also considered top quality among redwoods. Li Chuan continued, as for the craftsmanship, what you mentioned about the mortise and tenon structure is correct, it is the essence of our ancient Chinese furniture. However, this set of furniture, judging by the patina and carving, should be an antique imitation from the late Qing dynasty to early Republic, not an original piece from the Ming or Qing dynasties. As for its market value, it certainly isn't cheap, but to say several million or tens of millions is somewhat exaggerated. Li Chuan paused, giving a more reasonable evaluation. A few 100,000 to just over a million is more reasonable. Wang Han's face suddenly turned red, this time from embarrassment. Once, again wrong. And so vastly wrong. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The glances from the surrounding classmates also became somewhat subtle. What was wrong with this guy? Always pretending to be knowledgeable without substance. Qin Fang and Li Chuan, however, didn't pay any attention to Wang Han's embarrassment. The two began to detail the history of this big red sandalwood furniture. Craftsmanship and features. From the identification of wood, to the meaning of carved patterns, to the attention needed for maintenance, it was explained in a way that was deep yet easy to understand, captivating everyone. Only then did the crowd realize that within a set of rosewood furniture, there were so many intricacies. Listening to you for a while is better than reading 10 years of books, someone exclaimed. Yes, this knowledge is so specialized, we usually don't have the chance to encounter it. After visiting the side hall, everyone continued to look at several more rooms one after another. My goodness, this second floor is so huge, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, it feels much larger than we imagined. How many rooms could there be? This is just the second floor, there's still a third floor above. While everyone was discussing, Su Fan's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw a WeChat message from Lu Yueya. Lu Yueya, Mr. Su, we currently have a Pininfarina Batista here, what do you think? Limited edition worldwide, explosive performance, a 200% turn rate. Su Fan looked at the message, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Pininfarina Batista? That sounds pretty exciting. He replied, sounds good, I can learn more when I have time. Putting away his phone, Su Fan's gaze unintentionally swept over a corner with a curio shelf. The curio shelf displayed some porcelain and jade ornaments, among them, a golden toad teapot caught his attention. The golden toad was entirely golden, holding a copper coin in its mouth, its shape vivid and lifelike, looking rather festive. Su Fan's heart moved, his thoughts concentrated on that golden toad teapot. Ding! Detected ordinary golden toad teapot, modern craft item, valued at 68 yuan, can be exchanged to upgrade to Ming Dynasty Wanwali Dragon Pattern Stand and set of Southern official hat chairs. Ming Dynasty Wanwali Dragon Pattern Stand, made from precious Hainan Wanwali, the wood is tough and dense, with beautiful grains. The tabletop is framed with a single board, icy rim, with relief dragon patterns, the lines are smooth and lively. The tooth plates are complexly carved, and the legs are elegantly flared. Set of 4 Southern official hat chairs, also made from Wanwali, with a simple shape and beautiful curve at the top, rounded armrest lines, and comfortable seating. This set of table and circles chairs is an elegant piece for a Ming Dynasty scholar's study, possessing extremely high artistic and collectible value. Estimated value, 80 million to 120 million.
Su Fan's breath slightly paused. Wang Wali. And from the Ming Dynasty. A table set with 4 chairs, estimated at an astonishing 80 million to over 100 million. This is even more shocking than the book value of that national treasure glass lamp earlier. Although Qin Fang said the glass lamp is priceless, no amount of money could replace it, but this Wang Wali furniture has a tangible valuation. Su Fan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, appearing indifferent on the surface. He couldn't wait to quickly bring these things home and appreciate them well. Meanwhile, in another part of Sanlong City, outside a vast self-built villa estate, Lu Yueya looked up at the extraordinary estate in front of her, unable to help but exclaim. Sister Zhou, is this the home of the mysterious rich man you mentioned? It's way too extravagant. This estate looked just like a small castle. Zhou Yuan also expressed her feelings. Yes, this is my first time here too, the client just said to come take a look at the car. The two tidied up their appearances and walked toward the estate's main gate. After reporting their identities, a well-dressed, neatly combed middle-aged steward walked out. You two must be Miss Lu from Wandong Car Dealership and Miss Zhou, right? The steward smiled professionally. Yes, hello, I am Zhou Yuan, and this is my colleague Lu Yueya. Zhou Yuan replied politely. Please follow me, my master is currently receiving guests, I will take full responsibility for the car matters. The steward slightly bowed, making a gesture of invitation. Lu Yueya and Zhou Yuan followed the steward through a neatly trimmed garden, arriving at a massive independent garage. The garage door slowly rose. The scene before them made both of them gasp in shock. In the spacious garage, there were more than a dozen various top luxury cars, each worth a fortune. But the butler directly led them to the center of the garage, in front of a sports car covered by a car cover. Miss Lu, Miss Zhou, please look. The butler stepped forward and gently lifted the car cover. A super sports car with a stunningly sci-fi design, smooth and beautiful lines, and covered in a unique blue paint appeared before them. This is, the Pininfarina Battista Targamerica. Lu Yueya exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock. The butler smiled slightly. It seems both of you know your stuff. This Battista Targamerica was specially custom-made by my master 3 years ago, one of 5 worldwide, with less than 500 kilometers on the clock. Zhou Yuan suppressed her excitement, trying to keep her voice steady. Butler, how much does your master plan to sell it for? The butler held up 3 fingers. 30 million. My master said that this price is non-negotiable. If both of you feel it is appropriate, you can handle the paperwork anytime. Chapter 76, Another Set of Ming Dynasty Wang Wali? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and slowly walked around the dark blue Pininfarina Battista Targamerica. Butler, this car, the paint is indeed original, with no signs of any repainting, right? The butler smiled slightly, with a hint of pride. Of course, Miss Zhou can rest assured, my master takes great care of his cars. Since it was delivered, there has been a dedicated team to maintain it. Let alone repainting, even a scratch is hard to find. Zhou Yuan nodded and pointed at several details on the car. The Pininfarina Battista is itself a performance monster of electric supercars, with a 0 to 100 acceleration in under 2 seconds, limited to 150 units globally. But this Targamerica convertible version has only produced 5, each customized according to the owner's ultimate individual needs, making each one truly unique. The butler's eyes lit up with surprise and he praised. Miss Zhou is indeed an expert, understanding this car so thoroughly, I admire that. He had originally thought the other party was just an ordinary salesperson, not expecting such deep knowledge about this top collector's item. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and looked directly at the butler. Butler, we accept the 30 million price. Lu Yueya's heart raced at the side, was this really settled? The butler was clearly not expecting such directness. His professional smile faltered slightly before returning to normal. Miss Zhou speaks swiftly. Now this Pininfarina Battista Targamerica belongs to your company. Fantastic. Zhou Yuan beamed with joy. Lu Yueya let out a long breath, the big stone in her heart finally falling. She quickly took out her phone and rapidly edited a message. Mr. Su, the car deal is settled. The price is 30 million, and the other side agreed. When do you think you can come over to take a look? Clicking send, Lu Yueya felt a wave of excitement. Meanwhile, in Su Fan's Wanshou villa, the atmosphere was also lively. In the second bedroom. It's all made of red wood. Wan Han couldn't help but exclaim in awe as soon as he entered. Although he wasn't a professional like Qin Fang or Li Chuan, he was aware of the value of redwood furniture. Qin Fang and Li Chuan's expressions also turned serious. The two approached, carefully touching the edges of the bed frame, observing the grain of the cabinet doors. Li Chuan even leaned in to smell the wood's unique fragrance. This is Dalbergia wood, old material. Li Chuan's tone was filled with excitement. Qin Fang nodded, his eyes shining. That's right, and look at the patina and craftsmanship,
it is definitely from the mid to late Qing dynasty, and made by a master of Su-style craftsmanship.
Su style? Su Fan asked from the side, seizing the opportunity to learn.
Yes, Su-style furniture, Qin Fang explained. Ming and Qing furniture mainly includes Su-style. The three major schools of Jing, Guan, and Su styles, among which Su style is renowned for its exquisite elegance, also uses extremely meticulous materials. This set, whether in materials or craftsmanship, can be called top quality.
Kai Yuan, listening in awe, quietly asked Wang Han. How much does a bedroom set from the Qing dynasty, made of big red rosewood, cost? Wang Han smiled wryly and shook his head. How could I estimate that?
Qin Fang and Li Chuan carefully examined each piece of furniture, occasionally whispering to each other. After a long while, Qin Fang straightened up, his face filled with undisguised amazement. If I'm not mistaken, this set of rosewood furniture for the guest room, its value is probably not less than 48 million. Hiss. At this revelation, Kai Yuan and Wang Han gasped in shock.
48 million. Another astronomical number. Old Qin, you must be joking, right? Wang Han felt his tongue tangling. Li Chuan added from the side.
Xiao Wang, brother Qin's eyesight is never wrong. This big red rosewood, with ample materials and good quality, being a complete set of Su style, the estimation is only less, not more. Su Fan forcefully suppressed the wild joy in his heart, trying to maintain calm on his face.
The system's output is indeed impressive. He now understood that any piece of furniture provided by the system could cause a sensation in the collecting world if simply taken out. Alright, we've finished this room, let's go see the study.
Qin Fang suggested, already filled with anticipation about how many treasures were hidden in this villa.
Okay, please follow me, both of you. Su Fan guided everyone to the study.
The study was relatively simply arranged but still exuded a sense of stability and grandeur. A large desk, paired with a majestic chair, was backed by a full-height bookshelf. Qin Fang and Li Chuan's gazes were immediately drawn to that desk and chair. Su Fan watched the two experts begin to study carefully, thought for a moment, and asked. Old Qin, Uncle Li, I have a question I'd like to ask.
Xiao Su, please feel free to ask.
Qin Fang responded while observing the mortise and tenon structure of the desk.
That is if, Su Fan organized his words, if there were a set of Ming Dynasty yellow rosewood tables and chairs in perfect condition, how much would they roughly be worth?
As soon as those words left his mouth, Qin Fang's hand, which was caressing the edge of the desk, paused slightly, and a clear look of doubt appeared on his face. Li Chuan also looked up, surprisingly staring at Su Fan.
Ming Dynasty? Yellow rosewood? Tables and chairs? Why is this kid suddenly asking about this? Could it be?
Qin Fang frowned slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Su Fan. At that moment, Su Fan's phone suddenly rang.
He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Sorry, let me take this call. Su Fan smiled apologetically at the others and stepped aside to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Su Fan?
A polite male voice came from the other end.
Yes, this is him. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Su, we are from Honda Freight.
A batch of custom furniture you ordered has arrived in Sanglong City, and it is of high value around the list says in the tens of millions.
We need you to confirm the delivery address and the time for signing. Furniture worth tens of millions?
Su Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized. This must be the Ming Dynasty yellow rosewood treasures that the system rewarded him before.
Oh, yes, there is indeed a batch of furniture. Su Fan replied. The address is Wanshou Villa in Sanglong City, correct? The other party confirmed. Yes, Wanshou. Su Fan answered. When would it be convenient for you to sign for it? We need you or an authorized person to be present to check and sign.
Su Fan glanced at Qin Fang and Li Chuan, who were studying the furniture in the study, as well as Wang Han and Kai Yuan, who were full of curiosity. He certainly could not go down himself now, otherwise, the target would be too obvious. He needed to find someone to help receive it. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He thought of someone. How about this? I'll have a friend contact you shortly. He will be responsible for signing for it, is that okay? Su Fan asked. That's fine, as long as you authorize him. We will wait for your friend's call. Alright, thank you for your trouble. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan immediately searched for Wang Chen in the crowd. Unfortunately, he was not there. With no other choice, he had to contact Wang Chen directly and ask him to sign for the goods.